Chapter 101. Follow me, alien, Gray said as he walked in front. Sar looked at Chin Mo in confusion, and then followed Gray to where the transport plane was. When the two walked in the corridor, all the passers-by cast their eyes on them. It was the first time for these people to see an alien. Although they didn't know what kind of alien it was, they guessed that it was definitely not human. Sar enjoyed the gazes of passers-by. He felt as if he was walking among a group of animals, and these animals must be thinking in their little heads, "What kind of beautiful creature is this? Why does he look so noble?" In his self-admiration, Sal followed Gray to the transport plane parking spot at the orbital dock and then entered the cabin. Gray sat down first, and then began to teach Sal, who also sat down. "You should use the straps beside the seat to secure yourself, and then lower the bracket above your head. Do you think I'm a monkey?" Sal was very dissatisfied, and did not secure himself as Gray said. He just grabbed the protruding structures on the left and right sides of the seat. The transport plane took off quickly, and flew towards the surface of the planet. There were some vibrations during this period. What surprised Gray was that Thrall could stabilize his body by his own strength instead of being thrown around in the cabin without being fixed in the seat. As Gray was looking at Thrall, an analysis image appeared in his field of vision, and began to analyze the alien in front of him. The analysis results showed that its body had no fat, and its heart beat so fast that it looked like it was sick. After feeling Gray's gaze, Thrall's eyes moved and suddenly asked, "Your army can use teleportation technology. What is the principle of this technology?" Gray remained silent. "Are there many warriors like you? I noticed that your power armor is different from that of other ordinary soldiers." Sal asked again. Gray remained silent. "Reveal some information." Sal frowned. "I fought for the resistance for a long time. I even stood in the stinking excrement in the sewer to fight the enemy, just to cover hundreds of children to retreat deeper into the sewer." "What's wrong?" Gray asked. Realizing that Gray might not realize the seriousness of the situation, Thrall immediately explained, "Maybe rolling in excrement is normal for you, but for me, it is unacceptable. If being killed by the enemy is a painful thing, then stepping on excrement is far more painful than being killed. Do you understand what I mean? I mean I made a great sacrifice." Gray shook his head in confusion. "When I was a child, I heard from my elders that you aliens survived by eating garbage." No, we are not. Of course, maybe some of the aliens you are talking about are, but..." Halfway through his words, Thrall suddenly realized that Gray was playing dumb. He just didn't want to answer questions about teleportation technology. Finally, Thrall stopped asking until the transport plane reached the surface of the planet. The hatch slowly fell, and Gray stood up to signal Thrall that he could leave. "Thank you for your contribution to the loyalists on this planet. Our reward is that you can leave safely." "That's it?" Thrall frowned, very dissatisfied. "That's it." Gray nodded, then raised his hands, and the weapon on his gauntlet for firing shotgun lasers began to rotate. "Maybe I can also give you a duel." Thrall didn't want to fight Gray, but he was still dissatisfied with this attitude. "Shame on you, monkey, for your rudeness, because I not only helped your compatriots, I will also tell you a key piece of information." Under Gray's curious eyes, Thrall suddenly took out a map from the lining of his armor, and pointed to the Antarctic region on it. "The head of the Bishop of Wisdom, the governor, is hiding under this glacier." "Thank you." Gray nodded, scanned the map, and transmitted it to Chin Mo. "Don't thank me, be ashamed of your rudeness." Sar stood up, and walked out of the transport plane, then suddenly ran at a very fast speed, and disappeared from Gray's sight in less than 3 seconds. Gray touched the back of his head, and said to Chin Mo in the communication channel, "Are we too harsh on it? It even pointed out the location of important people for us. Don't think too highly of them. Maybe killing the governor is its real mission, and it just wants to use our hands to complete the mission." Chin Mo responded. "So what should we do now?" Gray asked. "Of course we should kill the governor. I will personally participate in the battle this time," Chin Mo said, and went to prepare. Tyrone 2. There is an ancient large fortress under the Antarctic glacier of the planet. Even the most unimportant places in the fortress are piled with a large number of soldiers. These soldiers are guarding the leader of the Lord of Wisdom sect and Aiken, the nominal governor of the 2 planets of Tyrone 1 and 2. While all the soldiers were on full alert, Aiken stayed in the room at the center of the fortress, silently watching the ceremony in front of him. The wizard stood in the center of the room, and chanted a spell. In front of the wizard was an ancient sarcophagus, in which lay a red-haired girl with a delicate face. She looked very pure, and even now, although she had become a corpse, she still had a sweet smile on her face. "Kaya, who knows everything, you are the all-knowing think tank under the command of the Lord of Wisdom, and you are a prophet with supreme wisdom in the eyes of mortals. The Supreme Governor of the Tylon Galaxy, Akin, summons you. We have already performed a ritual of burning hundreds of thousands of people. Our attitude is so sincere. Please condescend to enter this exquisite body. I have already dispersed the original soul in the body, just to welcome your arrival. The wizard began to speak words that Governor Akin could understand. Then the girl's body began to tremble, and scales and feathers began to appear on her arms and face. Akin looked at the girl sadly, looking at his daughter. He had paid too much for this ceremony, including burning millions of pure people on this planet, and using his daughter as ritual material. But fortunately, it succeeded now. The girl floated out of the sarcophagus, her body became like a two-legged bird, ugly and scary, and obviously became the host of the demon. The demon named Kai has arrived. It opened its eyes, and looked around, then turned its head to look at Akin. Pious mortal. What do you want me to do for you? Kai's ethereal voice echoed throughout the room. I need you to be my assistant. I want to hear the truth and prophecy from your mouth, so that I can be invincible in conspiracy and power struggle. Akin stood up and answered. Kay nodded silently and agreed. You can ask me anything, and you can get a true answer. Finally, Akin laughed wildly, but tears kept flowing from the corners of his eyes. I paid for my status, I paid for my daughter, and I finally. Ha ha! Kay suddenly laughed. Akin was very puzzled by the laughter, and looked at Kay with a confused face, not understanding why it laughed. The ritual to summon me is very complicated. But no matter how complicated it is, it will not use your daughter as a body. You can just find someone to be my body, Kai explained. Akin looked at the wizard angrily. The wizard also laughed. At this time, Kai gave another friendly reminder. When I leave the supreme heaven and enter the body of the material universe, unless you ask my real name, anything I say can only be true. Akin realized that he was deceived. He picked up the communicator and ordered the guards outside, dragged the wizard out, and used all the punishments in this galaxy on him. The guards immediately rushed into the room and took away the wizard in charge of the ceremony. Chapter 102. The wizard did not struggle at all. He was calmly led out of the room by the guards, as if he was born, grew up and learned just to deceive Akin to pay a price that he did not need to pay. The guards took the wizard to the next room, first injected him with a potion that could keep him awake, then connected him to various life support devices, and finally began to implement all known punishments in the galaxy on the wizard. Soon, the heart-wrenching screams reached Akin's ears, and his anger was slightly relieved, and then he could focus on the most important thing at the moment. Using Kai to satisfy his curiosity. What's the situation in the Tyrone Hive world? Akin asked. Your position has been replaced by another person, this person. This person doesn't seem to be a person, he is a blank in my eyes, he has become the new governor. Kai answered. Akin certainly knows the situation in the Tyrone Hive. He asked this question just to test Kai's ability, and whether he would tell the truth. Now that the test is passed, Akin can ask what he wants to ask. I have a subordinate named Stinger. I left him in the Hive world. I have always suspected that he and his servants wanted to betray me. Akin explained the problem in detail. Kai answered halfway through. Stinger never wanted to betray you. His loyalty to you surprised me. He didn't want to betray me, then where is he now? Akin asked. Stinger had a plan, which was to make himself stronger and more knowledgeable through a ritual. His idea was used by his servants. The ritual failed to make him stronger and more knowledgeable, but only turned him into a pile of rotten meat. Kai answered. Akin was very surprised and curious to get this answer. What is his servant's plan? Turn the Stinger into rotten meat, then bring him back to kill you, and then complete an ultimate goal through a series of conspiracies and plans. Kai trembled, as if he was very scared. The master who let me serve came to this world. I dare not say its name. Its nickname is the Weaver of Destiny. But fortunately, this servant failed. He was beaten to ashes by pure lightning, and even his soul was not left. Akin closed his eyes, and thought about the news he had received. What Kay said was still a little vague, sounding more like a summary, but Akin thought it was not important. These were all things that happened in the past, and what he really wanted to know was what would happen in the future. What will my future be like? Akin asked again. Kay was silent for a while, as if he was doing something more difficult. His eyes were shining, and his eyes seemed to see through the present and look directly into the future. After a moment, Kay gave his answer. You will be invincible in all kinds of conspiracies. You killed all the nobles who were not loyal to you. You can not only rule the Hive world of Talon I, but also the world we are in now. Talon 3 was completely conquered by your attack. You ride on the throne made of adamantium, and pass through the dark and dirty passage of the lower nest surrounded by countless servants. You are like a real king. Your ambition gradually expanded, and finally betrayed the corpse on the throne. Aiken was very surprised. He thought that Kai would predict his own death, but this prediction was incomparably good. It was simply a scene that he could only dream of. When will I have this future? Aiken asked hurriedly. 4 months ago, Kai replied. Are you kidding? Aiken was so angry that he laughed. He had escaped from the hive world 4 months ago. You should have had such a fate, but it was reversed. Kai continued to look at the future. The future he could see was that Arkan became the owner of the entire galaxy, and finally betrayed the Empire. In Kai's eyes, except for the invisible blank, the past and future of some people who were still alive in this galaxy were readable. Kai saw a warrior named Gray, and also saw Gray's death. Gray was decomposed into food, and then eaten by the Genestealers. All this should have happened 5 months ago. But now Gray is alive, and is even preparing for battle in front of the blank space. Kay has never seen such a situation before, and he is very surprised, terrified, and trembling. This is an extremely terrifying situation for him. When looking back at a person's past, he finds that the person is dead, and when looking at the future of the person, he can only see that the person is dead, but when looking at the present, he finds that the person is still alive. There are many such situations, and the fate of all living beings in the entire galaxy is extremely twisted and chaotic. What is that blank space you see? Aiken asked. A blank space. I can't even describe what it looks like. When I look at it, I can only think of one word to describe it, blank space. Kai trembled and spoke his guess in a tone of great fear. He is a soulless person. You call such people untouchables, but he is not completely a soulless person. Can you explain it in a more popular way? What exactly is that blank space? Aiken frowned. Kaya did not respond immediately. He knelt on the ground, feathers falling one by one, his glowing eyeballs flickering in his eye sockets, and thick blood flowing down his eyes. Part of this blank is God, a god of the ancient material universe, but I can't see the essence of this blank. It's like he shouldn't exist. He shouldn't have been bred or shaped in this universe. He may come from a place we don't know, and can't peek into, and his appearance distorted the fate of everyone in this galaxy. After talking in a mysterious way, Kai looked up. That blank space came with many people, just above the ice, suddenly appeared out of thin air. How do we deal with him? What decision will he make? What decision? How should I defend this fortress? Aiken asked anxiously. The light in Kai's eyes faded, and he slowly lowered his head to look at Aiken, and gave a very honest answer. I don't know, because I can't even see the blank space. I just saw him appear on the glacier with many soldiers. I can't know what decision he will make, let alone how we should defend. Hearing this, Aiken's eyes widened, his expression changed from panic to anger. Then what's the point of me summoning you out? Don't blame me, I've never seen such a situation before. Kai patted Aiken's shoulder and said, Don't blame yourself, you did everything you could, but the enemy you faced was too powerful. Chapter 103. While Kai and Aiken were talking, Chin Mo had already led the guards, and 10 regiments of soldiers to the outside of the fortress directly below the glacier. The guards outside the fortress were still patrolling and on sentry duty, and suddenly saw a large number of troops appearing around the fortress, and immediately sounded the alarm. While the shrill alarm sounded in the underground space under the glacier, the guards were all ready for defense. Some of the troops that Aiken could bring to the glacier fortress were from the Hive world, and more were from the Tyrone II army, but they all had one thing in common: they were all elite. Although the teleported troops launched the attack in less than a second, the defenders were all in place in less than half an hour, operating various heavy weapons in the fortress to fight back. Chin Mo was located in the north of the fortress, carefully observing everything here. The huge underground space under the glacier was reinforced with metal hundreds of years ago, and an anti-seismic layer was built outside the ice to offset the impact. Even if the sound of artillery fire in the entire underground space was deafening, there was no need to worry about shattering the ice layer. The fortress is in the shape of a bastion, with gates only in the north and south directions. Our troops are attacking the 2 gates. The infantry can only follow the tanks and gravity shields when they can't find any cover. Fortunately, the gravity shield can withstand the knight's attacks head-on, so it is not a problem to cover the troops' advance. The guards have been distributed in various directions. They have used jetpacks to jump into the fortress and destroyed the firepower points one by one under the heavy siege of the enemy. The only one with Chin Mo is Yao In. Most of the troops in the fortress were attracted and restrained by the attack from outside the fortress, and the guards inside the fortress were already very scattered. This made Chin Mo very satisfied, because he needed these regular army troops to help him contain the enemy's forces, and he and Ryan would go to the center of the fortress together, and focus on solving the abomination there without a large number of enemies interfering. Qin Mo could not only sense the location of the abomination, but also its strength. This guy was definitely much stronger than the Stinger, who was turned into a Chaos Egg. There is a new situation. When Qin Mo was observing the battlefield, Klein's facial image appeared below his vision, and he continued to report, "2 knights from the resistance army just rushed out of the sewer to help my regiment fight. After the battle, they hope to participate in the current battle. I have connected them to the communication." At this time, 2 other facial images appeared below Qin Mo's vision. One was a woman with short and capable hair, and the other was a middle-aged man with a full beard. They had made all preparations to drive the knight. "The knights of the Lannis family are at your disposal at any time." The middle-aged man saluted Qin Mo with the Sky Eagle salute, "Governor. I need you to wear the teleportation protection device, and be ready to be teleported to the battlefield," Qin Mo ordered. Klein nodded immediately, picked up the communicator, and ordered his subordinates, "Put on the teleportation protection device." The 2 night drivers were at the location of Klein's 47th Regiment at this time. The soldiers handed the protection device to the night driver servants, and then the servants carefully put on the protection device for their masters. After the 2 night drivers boarded their knights, and told Qin Mo that they were ready, the transmission began. Just like when the army was teleported to the bottom of the glacier before, the main control intelligence began to calculate the transmission point under the glacier, and used each soldier's transmission protection device to identify and avoid their location. After the energy of the transmission device was consumed to the bottom, the 2 knights were teleported to the north and south gates of the fortress respectively. The one who came to Qin Mo's side was a red knight, with a shield-shaped family emblem on the right shoulder of the knight, which was also the location where the Ion Shield was installed. The weapons of this knight are only chainsaw sword and fist armor, and the empty steel storm missile cabin on the top. When the missile cabin was transmitted, this knight kept kneeling on one knee, and the driver was silently praying with his eyes closed. After the transmission, the knight stood up with a roar and kept his legs upright. Qin Mo saw the female driver in the communication channel below his vision looked around, and the head of this red knight also turned, and then saw Qin Mo. Donna and the Red Rose joined the battle. The driver introduced himself, and then drove the knight towards the fortress. The knight had already attracted the enemy's attention, and was focused on by fire when he appeared, but these attacks were intercepted by a golden energy arc surface, which was the effect of the Ion Shield. The Ion Shield is a defensive force field generator that can project the energy field into an arc surface. The defensive effect is good, but the disadvantage is that the protection range is relatively small. However, on the current battlefield, the protection range of this Ion Shield is sufficient. Under the cover of the Ion Shield, the Red Rose driven by Donna quickly rushed to the front of the south gate, first using the Death Chainsaw sword connected to the left arm to sweep between the enemies above the city wall, and then using the Thunder Fist armor on the right hand to easily penetrate the heavy gate. Brave Knight. Qin Mo said the type of knight that the Crimson Rose belonged to. The characteristic of the Brave Knight is that they do not carry long-range weapons, but use the classic weapon configuration of the Death Chainsaw sword and Thunder Fist. However, this does not mean that the Brave Knight can only use chainsaws or fists when facing a large number of infantry. They also have a heavy logging gun on their left shoulder. When the knights operated by Donna gradually tore open the south gate of the fortress, a large number of infantry gathered from the city walls that were higher than the knights, and used various heavy weapons or bombs to attack. Part of the attack was intercepted by the Ion Shield, and the rest was intercepted by the knights' adamantium armor. The infantrymen who launched the attack were killed on the spot by the bullets from the heavy felling gun on the knight's shoulder. Please bless me to resist the enemy's heavy blows and calm the enemy's cries. Donna chanted the prayer, and attacked the door with all her might during the enemy's attack. After a series of smashing, tearing and sawing, she destroyed the south gate. For the Emperor. Donna roared and controlled the knight to rush into the fortress, killing everyone in the fortress surrounded by a large number of infantry and tanks. Seeing this, the troops attacking the south gate immediately rushed in, protecting the area behind the Crimson Rose, and fighting the enemy with the assistance of the knights. You're right, it's good to have knights. Qin Mo suddenly sighed to Yao En. He originally wanted to blow up the south gate with a lightning bolt, but now it seems that it is not necessary. The situation at the north gate was also going smoothly. The middle-aged knight with a full beard was more experienced, and he and the regular troops covered each other and advanced. The speed of breaking the gate was slower than Donna's direct rush to tear the gate, but it was safer. It is true. Yao En nodded in agreement. Chapter 104. Stop watching, prepare your melee weapons, we have to do the most important thing. Qin Mo gave the order while Yao An was staring at the brave knight in a daze. Yao An immediately took off the gravity hammer behind him and held it with one hand, and then saw Qin Mo take off his own chainsaw sword and handed it to him. You will know why we need melee weapons in a while. Qin Mo gestured to Yao An to hold the chainsaw sword. This chainsaw sword should have a special effect. You can try to use it. Yao An respectfully took the chainsaw sword and held it in his right hand, admiring it excitedly. The guard power armor, the double-headed eagle scepter, and the chainsaw sword, these three things together are Qin Mo's classic skin. When dealing with the rebels in the bottom nest before, all the planetary defense soldiers saw Qin Mo wearing power armor and holding chainsaw sword and scepter from the sky, killing all sides and turning the tide of the battle. Even later, the recruitment posters in the lower nest of the nest city showed Qin Mo holding the double-headed eagle scepter in his left hand and holding the chainsaw sword in his right hand pointing forward. At the bottom of the poster, it was written, I need you, the Emperor needs you. There are statues of Qin Mo in the city center of New Cater in the bottom nest and several cities in the lower nest, and the posture is exactly the same as the poster. A chainsaw sword and a double-headed eagle scepter, these two things gather the beliefs of too many people, and may produce some wonderful effects in the Warhammer universe, just like being enchanted. What do you use? Yao An asked. I will use this thing to knock the enemy to death. Qin Mo pointed to the double-headed eagle on the scepter and said. Although it felt inappropriate, it was Qin Mo's own idea after all, so Yao An didn't say much and nodded silently. The two immediately used their jetpacks to head straight to the center of the fortress. In the monitoring room in the center of the fortress, Aiken and Kai stared at the screen. The screen was showing the situation in each corridor, and two enemies suddenly appeared in one of the corridors. Most of the enemies in the fortress had been transferred to the city wall. The existing guards in the core area were not many in number, and they couldn't even delay the two men. Beams of light penetrated the guards in the narrow corridor in a string. As the two walked side by side, their hands fired shotgun-like lasers, catching all the people missed by the beams. All kinds of live ammunition and lasers could not hit them, as if all the guards were deliberately letting them go. The two men gradually approached the core part of the fortress, and were temporarily blocked by a gate. Behind the gate was the guard training ground of the fortress, where a tank, 3 heavy bolters, and nearly 1,000 guards formed a defensive formation, all pointing their guns at the gate, waiting nervously. The gate was not broken, and the two men passed through it directly. One of them released lightning, and then the monitoring picture on the screen disappeared. I think it's unreasonable. Kai frowned and shook his head. Although it could only see a blank space on the monitoring screen, it could still see the blank space through the intact gate. Aiken didn't have the time to talk nonsense with Kai. He picked up the communicator and asked the guards deployed inside the gate, 6th Company, what happened there? There was no response in the communicator. Aiken asked several times in a row until a voice came out. They have been turned into charcoal. Don't worry, you and that thing will be the next one. After hearing this, Aiken was so scared that he had difficulty breathing and turned to look at Kai. Kai looked puzzled. You and that thing are the next. How could he know my existence? Did you tell everyone about your summoning me? Do you think I'm stupid? Aiken asked. Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. I can't tell anyone. Aiken answered by tapping the screen, and then turned around in a hurry. The whole thing is very strange when I think about it. How did they know there was a fortress under the glacier? It would be fine if they knew about the fortress, but they also knew where I and Kai were? How else could this be explained except by a traitor? And Eldar told them there was a fortress under the glacier. Kai, who was standing by, observed the present situation. There are no traitors among your subordinates. They are rare believers with loyal qualities. They are willing to die to protect you. After saying the result of his insight, Kai suddenly looked at Aiken with approval. Although you are nothing, you actually have such loyal subordinates, whether it is the previous Stinger or the current guards. You have the ability to use people. No wonder you originally became the governor of 3 planets. Is this the right time to say this? Aiken roared angrily, and was about to be driven crazy by the pressure. The 2 people who broke into the fortress were seen on the monitoring screen again, and Aiken found that they were getting closer and closer to him. Aiken turned his head to look at Kai, and found that it was not in a hurry at all. He was angry and puzzled. Aren't you afraid? What if they rush in and kill you together? I will not be killed, but only exiled. I still have to abide by the rules when you summon me in the material universe. I am different from other demons. I don't like this. I can't wait to leave. The words that sounded very cold and sarcastic came out of Kai's bird mouth. Aiken's heart sank instantly. He thought that this demon would at least stand on the same front with him, but who knew that it was not afraid at all. After turning around a few more circles, Aiken suddenly remembered something. Real name. I can kill you just by saying your real name. Tell me what your real name is. Stop. Aiken interrupted Kai's recitation. I can't remember. It's useless to remember it. If you ask me for my real name, I don't need to tell the truth. Just make it up. Kai laughed. After hearing this, Aiken completely collapsed and huddled in the corner with his head in his hands, not knowing what to do. Until the sound of gunfire and footsteps came from outside, Aiken suddenly reached behind him and took down a power sword. I am a noble. I can't wait to die. Aiken said fiercely, while holding the power sword tightly. Please. Kai pointed to the door. Aiken stood against the wall and took a charging posture. Although his body was shaking, his expression was fierce. Soon, the iron door of the monitoring room was kicked open. For the Lord of Wisdom, ah, for the Lord of Wisdom. Aiken roared and rushed to the door. After rushing out of the door, he was instantly turned into a pile of mud, as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. Yawen, who had just arrived in the open space and turned on the gravity shield, looked down at the meat paste. What the hell? What do you care what that pile of rotten meat is? Chin Imo, who also turned on the gravity shield, used his ability to distort the laws of physics to penetrate the wall, and looked at the bird-shaped demon in front of him with full vigilance. Get ready for battle. Chapter 105. What on earth are you? Kai stared at Chin Imo, and could only see a blank in his eyes. He was willing to be exiled, but he had to figure out what this blank was. Kai's doubts were not just blank. He could see Yoan coming in from the door, and he could also see this guy's past and future. Yoan's past was that he was abandoned in an operation with a bounty hunter in the bottom nest of the Hive City, and died in the mouth of a mutant creature. Yoan's future is in the photo in his wife's hand, and his body has been eaten by mutants. But the problem is that Yoan is alive now. Not only is he alive, he is even standing at the door, staring at him. Kai told Yoan about his doubts. He was very frank and told him about Yoan's past, present and future. Then he asked Chin Imo, do you know how thrilling and terrifying this is to me? I know. Chin Imo nodded. You should be glad that you can see now. If Carlos, the two-headed fool, comes, he will be no different from a blind man. Hearing this, Kai's pupils suddenly dilated. Wait. Ka. How could you know my master? How could it be? Kai was surprised that the blank space in front of him actually knew his master's name, although the words he used were very offensive and disrespectful. Due to some strange encounters, Kai can use some of Carlos' abilities, and he can also see the past and the future, but he can only see a short distance. You talk too much, devil. Chin Imo raised his hands and shot at Kai. At this time, there was an untouchable Yoan in the room. Kai's power was weakened a little, but Yoan was not a particularly strong untouchable. The shotgun laser hit Kai, tearing his flesh into pieces and burning it, but Kai was still alive. That's why I asked you to use melee. Chin Imo said while shooting. I know, because long-range attacks can't completely kill them, right? Yoan nodded, then rushed towards Kai with a chainsaw sword and gravity hammer. Kai looked at the rotten meat that Aiken had turned into with one eye, and looked at Yoan with the other. Yoan's gravity shield was twisted and ineffective, but Yoan didn't expect the gravity shield to have any effect on the demon in front of him. He activated bullet time and rushed to Kai, stabbed out the chainsaw sword, and smashed down the gravity hammer. While the bullet time effect was still in effect, Yoan actually saw Kai's eyeballs move, and then his whole body disappeared in an instant. It ran over here. Chin Imo passed through the wall and left the monitoring room, and locked onto Kai's position with his induction of the subspace creatures. The two left the monitoring room and ran in the corridor, and finally came to the training ground where Chin Imo had just passed, and killed a large number of guards. Kai appeared here, and he first looked at his torn flesh and feathers, then raised his claws, and released blue flames at Chin Imo and Yao En who were chasing him. This strange blue flame formed a wall of fire that blocked the route Chin Imo and Yao En were rushing forward. Kai thought that this would at least give the enemy some time to think about countermeasures, but soon it approached Chin Imo in a way that he could not imagine. The ground where Kai stood suddenly twisted, and then the position where he stood and himself moved forward, instantly penetrating the wall of blue fire and coming in front of Chin Imo. Chin Imo attacked as Kai was pulled over, holding the double-headed eagle scepter in both hands and swinging it fiercely. Subspace scum, take my hammer. Yao En also reacted quickly, flashing from Chin Imo's left side, and slashing at Kai's wings with the chainsaw sword. Bang. Zitsy. Kai's head was hit, and the chainsaw sword instantly tore off half of its wings. The double-headed eagle on the scepter smashed its entire body 10 meters away, and then smashed it against the wall. Before Chin Mo launched the next attack, Kai's head quickly turned to review the series of attacks just now. Suddenly, he and the ground under his feet were pulled over together. This should be the result of distorting the laws of physics to directly shorten the distance in space, rather than simply pulling matter over. Kai's right eye stared at the enemy on the right, who was about to continue to attack, and his left eye looked at the far left where he had just stood. Just as it guessed, the length of the entire training ground was shortened by about 20 meters. Then, there was the scepter that hit his head just now. The double-headed eagle emblem hit his head. Kai remembered that this was the emblem of the human empire. If it was to be used as a hammer, it was obviously unqualified. But when it hit him just now, it had a more powerful effect than an ordinary hammer. Even the place where it was hit was sunken, the feathers fell off, and the skin was burned. The imperial double-headed eagle emblem has been worshipped by the human race for nearly 10,000 years. This emblem and similar objects alone have special effects. Take another blow from me. The hatred in Chin Mo's heart drove him to attack quickly. When he raised the double-headed eagle scepter, he also used his ability to distort the laws of physics, and the space of the entire training ground was shortened again. Kai and the wall it leaned against came in front of Chin Mo in an instant, and the double-headed eagle scepter had been swung down. This blow broke Kai's beak. Yao En also attacked at this time, and the gravity hammer hit Kai's leg, and the gravity directly crushed the leg. The attack was not over yet. Chin Mo swung the scepter from below like hitting a golf ball. The scepter was wrapped with electricity. The moment it hit Kai's body, the electricity surged and exploded, burning Kai's body and blowing it away. Kai should have been embedded in the wall when he was thrown away, but Chin Mo raised his hand and pushed the wall away by 100 meters. It flew 100 meters before hitting the wall. Chin Mo stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and Kai and the wall were pulled back in front of him. The double-headed eagle scepter was then stabbed out with force, breaking Kai's slender neck. Yao En stabbed the chainsaw sword into Kai's abdomen. The chainsaw sword was spinning and making a buzzing sound, and the teeth were crushing Kai's body. Well done, I was beaten here, and I had no power to fight back. Kai's bruised mouth could still make a sound, but don't forget, this is because I was weakened when I entered the material universe, and the existence of this untouchable, as well as my body and many other reasons restricted me. Oh, then can you not be weakened when entering the material universe? Chin Mo asked with a smile. Kai was silent. Because unless the Eye of Terror in the Milky Way expands several times, it is impossible to enter the material universe without being weakened. In the name of mankind. Chin Mo grabbed Kai's head with his hand. I declare that I will exile you. The blazing flames instantly burned all over Kai's body. This is not an ordinary flame, but the flame of the star god. Kai's greatly weakened body cannot resist the burning of the flames and gradually melts. But before dying, this demon whose name Chin Mo didn't know made a last sound to him. This is part of the plan. Chapter 106. The corruption has not been completely cleared. After cleaning up Kai, Chin Mo turned around and headed in another direction. Yao En followed behind him in confusion, wondering if there was another demon in this fortress? Yao En. Chin Mo suddenly called out while walking. Yao En immediately ran to him. I'm here. What you just saw was a demon. Chin Mo explained as he walked. Demons are a kind of creature in the subspace. Some people may call them demons in the supreme heaven, or some other nicknames. It doesn't matter to you. They are hard to kill, but they are not impossible to kill. Then Chin Mo began to tell Yao En various examples. For example, in the story from the perspective of the 1,000 suns in the previous life, the demons that were broken into many pieces could not come to the material universe again unless these pieces were collected by the demons. There is also some information about the demon host, such as the demon host may not be completely in the form of a demon, and some demon hosts may even have souls that coexist with the souls of demons. In short, he wanted to let Yao En know as much information as possible. But Chin Mo didn't tell him how to use the demon's real name to deal with the demon, because on the one hand, the demon's real name is difficult to know, and on the other hand, he doesn't know the real name of a demon. Moreover, even if you know the demon's real name, you have to be able to pronounce it, and you have to have time to pronounce it. A certain Grey Knight pronounced the real name for nearly an hour when dealing with a demon. If it were an ordinary person, the demon would have crushed him long ago. Yao En looked incredible when listening to this information. His facial expression under the mask showed fear, confusion, and surprise. I thought demons were just used by adults to deceive children, or some rumors. Yao En sighed. My wife and I often scare our child, telling her that the devil will come and take her away if she doesn't obey. Is your child also an untouchable? Chin Mo suddenly asked. The genes of untouchables are difficult to inherit. In addition, the Empire has conducted some cloning experiments to try to mass-produce untouchables, but the result was unsuccessful. She is too. Yaoan nodded. Many people hate her, even though she is just a baby. Qin Emo nodded, and did not discuss the matter of Yaoan's child. He would not let Yaoan's family be conscripted. Their family has made contributions to him as the new governor, and that is enough. Anyway, this won't be the first time you see a demon. You see and deal with more in the future. I'm powerful, but I can't split myself. I need you. Listening to what Qin Emo said, Yaoan nodded seriously and began to think. Finally, Yaoan couldn't help but ask, "Can I think and ask questions?" "You can." Qin Emo nodded. Demons come from the subspace, or the high heaven. Since demons exist, are there also? At this point, Yaoan paused for a few seconds, as if he was considering whether to ask, and finally asked, "Do they also believe in evil gods or something?" Qin Emo immediately gave an answer to this question. Of course. The power of those evil gods is pervasive, and they will corrupt mortals through their desires. The more dazzling a mortal's soul is in the subspace, the easier it is to attract the attention of evil gods and then become crazy. You know about the Brave Champion incident. The gladiator named Heavy Hammer in that incident was corrupted. He was originally a good person, but after being corrupted, he began to kill innocent people. Of course, he didn't feel good about killing the weak, he just wanted to eliminate the weak. And David, who you dealt with before, was also corrupted. These simple and straightforward truths were told by Qin Emo in a calm tone. Yaoan became more and more frightened as he listened. This was a truth he had never encountered before. Yaoan was not afraid of demons. On the contrary, he even felt that this was a sacred war, but he was afraid of being corrupted. A good person inexplicably becomes bloodthirsty. This kind of corruption that penetrates the soul is the most frightening. Qin Emo saw his fear and comforted him. Everyone in this galaxy may be corrupted, except me and your family. You are untouchable and soulless. If even you can be corrupted, then none of us will have to live. That's good, haha. Yaoan felt relieved instantly. That demon was summoned by a mortal, I can feel it. So someone must have organized the ceremony and prepared the things used to summon it. Let's kill the person who summoned it, and burn the items used to summon it. Yes. In the next room to the ritual site used to summon Kea, the wizard was fixed on an iron bed. The wizard's body had been tortured beyond recognition. The drugs enhanced his perception and kept him awake. The severe pain could almost drive any normal person crazy, but the wizard's skinless face was smiling. Deceiving Akin and letting Akin sacrifice his most beloved little daughter, watching Akin hesitate and struggle before sacrificing his daughter, watching his pain and guilt afterwards. This brought the wizard a strong pleasure. Not only did he not feel that he was about to collapse, but on the contrary, he felt a sense of accomplishment. The door of the room was suddenly torn open, and Qin Emo and Yaoan walked in. The wizard's first reaction, when he saw these two strangers, was not to ask for help, not to be afraid, but to share his joy with them. Ha ha ha. You know, the governor loves his daughter very much. A wandering merchant brought an ancient technological relic that can keep people young forever, but there is only one relic. The governor gave this opportunity of eternal youth to his daughter without hesitation. When I asked him to sacrifice his daughter, he must have struggled so much, ha ha ha. What a masterpiece, this is really my masterpiece, cough cough cough. The wizard's body was shaking while sharing this joy. His bones were connected to the chains. Because he was too excited, he accidentally caused the chains to shake. The pain from his bones and flesh made the wizard cough violently. Hearing the wizard's proud laughter, Qin Emo walked over and broke his jaw with a punch. I don't care about the rebellious governor. Tell me, where is the thing you used to summon the devil? After asking, Qin Emo twisted the wizard's body to restore his mouth. Ha ha ha, so happy, so fulfilled. The wizard continued to laugh, and said nonsense that Qin Emo couldn't understand. Qin Emo didn't like creatures with psychic powers, and his patience dropped to the limit in an instant. But if he didn't ask, he really didn't know, because he couldn't feel the items used to summon the devil, which was very strange, unless all the items of this devil came from the material universe. But how could this be possible? Chapter 107. In the next room. The wizard pointed outside in great pain. No, impossible. Qin Emo circled around the wizard's body, then suddenly reached into the wizard's body, and took out a small box. There were more than one of these small boxes, and Qin Emo took out more. Now Qin Emo knew why he couldn't sense the item used to summon the devil. It turned out that this thing was in the wizard's body, which made him hate this wizard very much. When all the small boxes were taken out, this hatred became several times. After seeing these boxes being taken out, the wizard looked extremely painful, feeling pain that he had failed to deceive Qin Mo. Qin Mo opened these boxes and prepared to show them to Yao En to take a closer look, so that he could see what the things used to summon demons looked like. Yao En also came up to take a closer look. Look, in general, it's a relic, or a book, or a weird emblem, Qin Mo said as he opened the box. When the lid was taken off, the two saw that the box was full of dust. Of course, this situation is not uncommon. Maybe the ashes are the ashes of the previous demon host. Qin Mo picked up another box. The other box was also filled with ashes after it was opened. Qin Mo opened all the boxes one after another, and then found that the boxes he opened were also filled with ashes, except for the last box, which contained a very small book. The book was a leather book with a terrifying face with closed eyes on it. Yao En asked, "What kind of leather is this made of?" "Guess." Qin Mo opened the book and checked the information about the demon inside. The words inside were very twisted and obscure, like a native language on a planet with a history of at least tens of thousands of years. Qin Mo could guess that this was a ritual guidebook, with a lot of terrifying and twisted patterns on it, and the words on the patterns were used to assist in the explanation. But the strange thing was that part of the text disappeared. The appearance of the demon that appeared when the ritual was completed on the last page was also gone, and only the ornaments of this demon were floating in the air. How is it possible? When Qin Mo wanted to ask the wizard what was going on, the wizard asked him a question first, which made Qin Mo confused. "Did you give the devil the final blow?" The wizard sat up from the bed angrily, and yelled at Yao En, but the iron chain deeply nailed into his bones pulled him back. The wizard sensed that Yao En was a soulless person. But Yao En shook his head very honestly. "It was me," Qin Mo said, "but why?" Qin Mo realized that it might be the fire from the star god that killed the demon just now, so the things used to summon it turned into ashes. Because the demon itself no longer exists, these supernatural items will naturally dissipate. But the power of the star god does not come from the subspace, and there is no special faith bonus. Qin Mo then thought that perhaps the power of the pure material universe can kill the creatures of the subspace? This is an unexpected discovery. As far as Qin Mo knows, the star god once participated in the war that burned the entire galaxy, the War of Heaven. One side of the war was a race called the Old Ones, who had super psychic talents. This race created the webway that the Emperor dreamed of, and also created the Green Orcs and the Eldar, using and managing the warp. They were like gods in the material universe. The other side was the Necroner, who were plagued by the curse of short life, and are now the Necrons. The Necroner discovered the star god and made a deal with him, creating a living metal body for the star god, whose body is a ball of energy. With the help of the star god, the Necroner was transformed into an immortal metal creation, but his soul was eaten by the star god. Then the Necroner and the star gods won the battle of heaven and killed the ancient saints, but then the star gods devoured each other and were crushed by the Necroner. But until the star gods left the stage, the subspace was not full of demons and monsters, and Qin Mo didn't know what effect the star god's attack would have on the demons. But now he knows that the pure power of the material universe can kill demons instead of simply exiling them. Maybe the star gods will be hung up and beaten by the 4 chaos gods if they enter the subspace, but it would be different if they were in the material universe. "You indirectly gave me a surprise," Qin Mo said to the wizard. He raised his hand with lightning, "So I can give you a merciful death. Your soul and body will disappear forever." After that, Qin Mo put his hand on the wizard's head. Strong lightning burst into a dazzling light in the dark room. The wizard's body was instantly turned into residue, and his soul was torn apart in the lightning. "This is what you deserve, bad seed," Yao En cursed. Seeing the bad seed, who summoned the devil to the world, was completely killed, he felt very happy. "The mission is over, let's go." Qin Mo turned and left. The two walked through the corridor, and every room and road behind them was on fire as Qin Mo passed by. Before leaving the fortress, Qin Mo suddenly warned Yao En, "Don't tell anyone else about the existence of the devil, and don't mention anything related to it." "I know, because people who are not like me may be corrupted, right?" Yao En asked. "No." Qin Mo looked at Yao En very seriously. "If someone is corrupted, the two of us can still eliminate him, but our threats are not only from demons and the subspace, but also from some mysterious institutions of the human empire, such as the Inquisition. If you know the existence of demons, they will kill you and everyone related to you." Yao had immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and nodded vigorously. He believed that some institutions in the empire could do such a thing. Qin Mo was very confident in Yao En. This man, who was even younger than himself, fanatically worshipped and believed in himself. He would definitely obey any order he gave. Speaking of which, Yan was really miserable. He was excluded because he was an untouchable. Only the bounty hunters in the bottom nest would call him when they needed his help. But Yan was also a lucky man, because he had a woman who could depend on him since childhood. The bond between the two was so deep that they became partners very early. Even more fortunately, his daughter is also an untouchable, so there will be no tragedy of separation of flesh and blood due to the child having an uncomfortable reaction in front of the parents and having to foster the child to someone else. As for the things Yao En will do in the future to deal with demons, he not only has an innate advantage, but also cannot be seen in the past and future. He is simply the nemesis of the great demon Carlos of Cinch, because Carlos can see the past and future, but cannot see the present. Maybe in the distant future, I will give you a title. Qin Mo suddenly said to Yao En, Carlos the Slayer. What is Carlos? Yao En asked. Ha ha, you will know later. Qin Mo smiled, and shook his head. Chapter 108. After Qin Mo killed the demon in the fortress, the troops besieging the fortress had also killed all the enemies in the fortress. The two knights played a great role in this battle. If it weren't for them, it would still take some time to clear all the enemies in the entire fortress. After the battle, the two knights were teleported to the orbital dock, and their servants were also teleported up and began to maintain the knights. The two knight drivers walked in the orbital dock with their helmets held high, and came to Qin Mo under the guidance of the drone. Greetings, Governor. Both of them knelt on one knee and saluted. Sit down and talk. Qin Mo motioned for the two to stand up. The two knight pilots immediately stood up and sat on the chairs and began to talk to Qin Mo. Who is the governor of Tyrone 2? Qin Mo asked. I am only the governor of the next nest world. At least for the time being, I cannot manage the entire Tyrone 2. You don't have to call me governor. But soon, the entire planet will be ruled by you, and we should be loyal to you, Donna said. After Donna finished speaking, the middle-aged man beside her motioned her to be more reserved, and then explained, the governor of our world was killed by Akin. My daughter is right. You will soon win the war and become the governor of this world. Qin Mo knew a lot about knights. These people were equivalent to the knights of ancient Terra, pursuing glory and the like, but their armor was not plate armor, but large war machines. The attitudes of the father and daughter were very satisfactory, but Qin Mo did not think that they really thought they were so noble or that they should be loyal to him, but that they were smart and knew the times. These two people are all members of the resistance army, and they cannot represent the entire family. If you want the family to survive, get the support of the new governor, and have a position in the family in the future, you must show your loyalty at this moment. I also met a knight in the Nest world, and that guy was equipped with long-range weapons. Qin Mo suddenly mentioned the previous things. The Roaring Bullet Rain and Alan. Donna spoke before her father, the shame of the Lannis family. Just like the other traitors we killed before, they cannot represent the entire family. Other defectors? What do you mean? Qin Mo asked curiously. Then Donna began to tell about the previous events on this planet. In fact, the Lord of Wisdom had already grown and seized the ruling power on the planet Tyrone 2, but they blocked the news of this planet from the outside world. Opposing the Lord of Wisdom were the Loyalists, who included all kinds of people, nobles, civilians, and state religion personnel. Just like the differences between the Lord of Wisdom and the Loyalists, there were also differences within the Lannis Knights family. Alan, who was driving the Roaring Rain, joined the Lord of Wisdom. The other two knights in the family did not join the Lord of Wisdom, but cooperated with the governor. Then, there were Donna and her father, two Loyalists. Before the fleet from the Hive world arrived in the orbit of the planet, the Loyalist resistance had been fighting in the sewers for a long time. During this period, Donna and her father killed the other two knights in the family, and called them traitors. After explaining all the situations, Donna asked Qin Mo, Governor, who do you think is the legitimate heir of the Lannis family? What? Qin Mo was stunned by the question. Of course it's you? Is this something that needs to be discussed? Donna knew that Qin Mo didn't understand some rules very well, so she began to explain the rules. The legal principles and orthodoxy within the Knight family. The division of the main members of the family, and the side branches. It's exactly the same as the medieval lord family. There are also divisions such as knights and earls. Donna and her father are both knights. In summary, this is a question worth discussing because it involves honor and inheritance rights. Do we have the right to inherit the family's property and servants, and can we continue to use the family's emblem? Donna said seriously, although I don't want to admit it, most of the family are traitors. They can represent the entire family, But we still fight for the rebels. We are loyalists, and their legal rights should be adopted by us. Shin Imo was overwhelmed by these words. He thought, I am not a born noble, and I am not from a knight family. How can I understand such a lot of complicated rules? This is even more complicated than studying the Dimension Engine. You may think this is not a big deal, but for us it is very. Stop. Shin Imo raised his hand to stop Donna from continuing, and then assured the father and daughter, if you need my approval, I will issue documents and a handwritten certificate, and I will also find someone from the state church or the Mechanicus to certify you, so that's it. Of course, haha. Donna nodded, smiled with satisfaction, and nudged her father next to her with her elbow. Donna's father smiled awkwardly but politely and nodded. In the eyes of the father and daughter, the most important thing has been guaranteed to be solved, and in their opinion, this guarantee is very effective. Because Shin Imo will soon be certified by the Empire as a true governor, he has pacified 2 planets, which is a matter of course. The next step is of course to continue fighting, establish more merits, and pursue glory. We can continue to fight. Donna stood up and said to Shin Imo, send us to the most dangerous and glorious battlefield. Shin Imo neither agreed nor refused this request, but walked to the holographic image and waved his finger to adjust the image to Tyrone 3. Donna was excited when she saw the image of Tyrone 3. She felt that everyone was about to start attacking the planet Tyrone 3, and the first landing battle was often the most difficult and glorious. Tyrone 3. Shin Imo pointed at the holographic image, a planet that has been saved. If you knew the situation there, you would probably vomit. Donna listened carefully, and she felt that Shin Imo's next words were to let her participate in the landing battle on Tyrone 3. It's only a matter of time before your world is taken, but I don't plan to wait. I decided to mobilize 20 regiments, and your 2 knights to the surface of the planet to cover the establishment of a facility. At this point, the holographic image in Shin Imo's hand changed again, and a tower-like building appeared. This is the facility that Shin Imo said needed to be covered and established. What is this? Donna asked. You will know the effect when it is built. Anyway, I need you to protect 2 facilities with all your strength. These 2 facilities will be built in the South Pole and the North Pole, Shin Imo said. Donna was too lazy to study it, and saluted directly, for the Emperor in glory. We will complete the mission at the cost of our lives. Very good. Shin Imo nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 109. While the entire 20 regiments of troops returned to the orbital dock and rested, Shin Imo was preparing for the operation against the Tyrone 3. This preparation was also very simple, just to ask a fragment of an ancient star god what was happening on the Tyrone 3 now. Although Shin Imo did not trust the star god named Mimic very much, it proved that what he predicted was true, and he really hoped that another star god would help it. At night, Shin Imo took the initiative to find the mimicry and enter the illusion it created. This illusion was still the luxurious room, but the constantly changing mimicry could not be found, and no one knew where it had gone. This was a very unexpected situation. Although the mimicry was constantly changing, Shin Imo was sure that he could find it, because this was a kind of ability of the mimicry, and he could meet it any time and anywhere as long as it wanted. Hush! Just as Shin Imo was looking for it in confusion, a face suddenly appeared on the big bed in the room. It pouted and made a hissing sound, and then whispered to Shin Imo, the Night Holder is here, don't let it find us, hide quickly. Fuck, is this true? Shin Imo quickly got under the bed that the mimicry had transformed into, and then looked around vigilantly. The Nightbringer is an extremely powerful star god. Although it was broken into pieces, it should not be underestimated. If there are really fragments of the Nightbringer, it will be troublesome. My brother. The mimicry suddenly spoke and asked in a low voice, why do you want to help the Necrotter forge weapons? Didn't we agree to go to the outer galaxy together after the war in heaven is over? Shin Imo crawled out from under the bed and looked at the mimicry in confusion. We want to create a paradise for us weak Catons. The entire galaxy is the canvas of the star god's painting, all the planets are the materials of the casters, and I will change into various forms to provide them with inspiration. This is why we refuse to fight side by side with you, deceiver. The mimicry kept muttering, sometimes turning into a glowing sphere, and sometimes simulating a starry illusion. It seemed to be confused by its ability to change and create illusions, and was immersed in the memories of the past. Shin Imo felt an urge to use lightning to strike the mimic. Then he did it. The mimic was struck by lightning and turned into a round ball of light, and also escaped from the memories of the past. Thank you. What's wrong with you? Shin Imo asked. Nothing. The mimic turned left and right twice, and then asked, what did you come to me for? Shin Imo immediately made a request. Show me the current situation of the third planet in the Talon system. The mimic did it obediently. Just like last time, the whole planet appeared in front of Chin Mo. Chin Mo looked carefully. This planet is still as bad as before. The green-skinned orcs were not contained, but their main activity area is underground. This planet seems to be a mining planet, and the cities are built underground. And the people corrupted by Slaanesh played more tricks, which made Chin Mo feel unacceptable, and felt that his spirit seemed to be shocked. These people are trying their best to satisfy their desires, whether it's fighting, painting, or plastic surgery. There's nothing wrong with these behaviors, but they've been taken to extremes by these people. Compared to the underground, the surface of the planet is simply peaceful and tranquil. Especially the South Pole and the North Pole, which are rarely visited. I saw. While Chin Mo was observing, the mimicry began to predict, I saw you fight a successful battle, and then the entire galaxy is yours. Well, it's a good prophecy. I hope you're not trying to flatter me just to get me to save you. Chin Mo smiled. The mimicry didn't respond. It still maintained the form of a light ball, but Chin Mo was obviously dissatisfied. After a moment of silence, the mimicry slowly spoke, You don't think I really think you can come to the Necroner one day, annihilate their army of various war machines, and then crack the hypercube maze to release me? I want to help you. We used to huddle in the corner of the galaxy and tremble, fearing those powerful compatriots, and now they have become fragments. You are still intact, so you don't have to be afraid, but you have merged with a human, and now you can't even release dimensional lightning. I know that the one talking to me now is a human mind, but I do find a sense of familiarity in you, so... Hearing this, Chin Mo felt that although his previous suspicions and vigilance against mimicry were necessary, there was no need to show it on the surface. Thank you. Chin Mo thanked the mimic. You're welcome. Just don't beat me up next time you see me. The mimic responded, but didn't want to continue this meeting in the illusion. Chin Mo was forced to break away from the illusion and return his mind to the reality. He had already explored everything he needed to explore, and the next step was to take action. Chin Mo made a series of orders. A large amount of supplies was sent to Tyrone 2, and the troops that didn't need to go to Tyrone 3 were stationed on Tyrone 2, and continued to attack under the leadership of the guards until the entire planet was occupied. The fleet and orbital dock will be transferred to the orbit of Tyrone 3 one day later. After the army is transferred to the South Pole and North Pole of the planet, the logistics machinery will be deployed. Everyone will do their best to cover the construction facilities of the logistics machinery. After formulating and conveying the order, Chin Mo charged the transmission device and carried out a single long-distance transmission from the orbit of Tyrone 2 to the bottom nest of the Tyrone I nest world. The original 47th Regiment was stationed in the fortress. Chin Mo walked in the corridor and went straight to his research institute, which was the underground cave. At this time, there was no one in the entire fortress, because the 47th Regiment was also transferred to participate in the war. After entering the underground cave, Chin Mo walked to the wall in the south direction, then distorted the physical effect of the wall, and went straight through it. Inside the wall was a secret room inlaid with smooth metal plates, with an area of about 2,000 square meters. In the center of the secret room was a seat and a huge black box. After Chin Mo walked to the box and entered the password, the box was opened, and a black smooth sphere rose from the inside of the box, and then the surface expanded and enlarged until it occupied almost the entire area of the room. What a perfect masterpiece! Chin Mo admired his creation. This was something he had started researching a long time ago, when he decided to use a destructive weapon to destroy the Tyrone 3. In fact, the results had already come out a long time ago, but he had not had time to use it. Chin Mo gave this perfect masterpiece a name, Superdimensional Sky. Chapter 110. In the low Earth orbit of Tyrone 3, 3 warships suddenly appeared in the orbit where only satellites existed, followed by the orbital dock that was teleported behind the warships. Since most of the creatures on this planet live underground, no one has noticed that there is an extra satellite in orbit. After the warships and orbital docks were ready, 10 regiments plus a knight were teleported to the south pole of the planet, and the remaining 10 regiments and a knight were teleported to the North Pole. Donna was at the North Pole. While she was on guard, other armies began to set up positions and dig trenches in the cold wind and snow. At the same time, a large number of logistics machines were also transported to Donna's position. These logistics machines floated together and began to print a high tower-shaped facility. They were filled with materials and directly printed into structural components. When there were no materials, they were transported back to the orbital dock and carried materials down to continue printing. The entire high tower facility was being built at a very fast speed. Although it was foreseeable that it was a towering facility, it was not difficult for logistics machinery. Donna drove the Crimson Rose and continued to be on guard in the ice and snow. Soon she saw a group of green things appearing in the white snow, so she immediately issued a warning on the communication channel. "It's an alien. Get ready for battle." The huge body of the Crimson Rose made a roar that resounded throughout the white snowfield. All the soldiers who heard Donna's reminder and the roar put down all their work and rushed to the half-dug trenches to wait for battle. Every tank roared to the front of the position and served as a cover for the soldiers. Unmanned artillery was arranged around the facilities, where the logistics machinery was printing, ready to provide fire support for the infantry. All the infantry held their breath and focused their heads on the sights of the laser rifles. In the tense atmosphere where everyone was on high alert, a group of green-skinned orcs gradually appeared in everyone's sight. These green-skinned orcs waved their swords and charged forward. Wag! The roars of the orcs resounded across the snowfield. They were so dense that it seemed endless, and they waved their swords while charging. Everyone was quite serious at first, but when they saw the weapons in the hands of the green-skinned orcs, they relaxed instantly and did what they had to do. Only one Lehman Russ tank was floating forward, and the various weapons around the vehicle were aimed at the green-skinned orcs rushing in front. Then Donna heard the voice of an officer on the communication channel. "Do you mind if I kill these aliens, Sir Knight?" Not at all. Donna didn't want to kill these orcs, because they were just a group of weaklings with swords in their hands. Controlling the knights to deal with them was slaughtering them, which was not in line with the family's spirit of honor. The tanks immediately opened fire, shooting and killing the orcs in droves like harvesting crops. At the same time, the unmanned artillery also began to fire, and shells exploded in the dense tide of green-skinned orcs. In less than half an hour, all the green-skinned orcs were shot and killed, and the whistling cold wind blew from Donna's back to the front. After more than 2 hours of silence, Donna saw another group of green-skinned orcs. The only difference between this group of orcs and the previous ones was the color of their equipment. The orcs' weapons and equipment became flintlock rifles, and the way of war also evolved. On the open and flat snowfield, the green-skinned orcs formed dozens of dense squares and marched in formation. In front of each square was a large orc, covered with fart spirits, and these fart spirits held various crude musical instruments in their hands. When the infantry squares composed of orc boys marched forward, the fart spirits played various metal music that sounded like noise. Emperor! Donna couldn't believe what she saw. The infantry squares were advancing, and they suddenly stopped after marching to a distance of 1,000 meters, until all the squares stopped. Wow! The big orc raised his metal knife forward. The greenskins in the front row of each infantry phalanx knelt on one knee, raised their flintlocks and aimed forward, while the greenskins in the second row stood and raised their flintlocks. Wow! When a louder roar sounded, each phalanx opened fire, and the flintlocks fired spherical metal bullets, and violent gunpowder filled the front of each phalanx. At the same time as the infantry opened fire, the smoothbore cannons behind all the phalanxes also opened fire, and solid shells hit the armor of the Red Rose driven by Donna, and some also hit tanks or bunkers. This time, Donna did not stand by and watch. She immediately drove the knight towards the green-skinned orcs, brandishing her chainsaw sword and fist armor to kill and wound the enemy. The tanks of each infantry regiment also participated in the battle, cooperating with Donna to slaughter the green-skinned orcs. After this battle, it was quiet for a long time, and there was no third attack until night. The soldiers roasted the fire and ate on the battlefield. Donna, out of the knight's sense of responsibility, did not leave the Red Rose, and still took on the responsibility of reconnaissance and sentry in the harsh natural environment. The greenskins seemed to have been completely killed. They did not attack again until late at night. The soldiers rested and stood guard. In the dark night, 500 meters away from the position, there were pairs of eyes under the white snow. A green-skinned boy wearing a steel helmet made of iron sheets hid under the snow and took out a fart spirit's head from his arms. The fart spirit's head was modified into a timer. After the green-skinned boy stared at it for a long time, the fart spirit's tongue stretched out from its mouth and kept bouncing, making a gurgling sound. In the sky 1 kilometer away from the target, a group of biplane bombers were circling. Each plane had an alarm clock made of fart spirits on it. After hearing the sound of the fart spirit alarm clock, the pilot screamed in the air, and then all the bombers flew towards the target. On the artillery position set up by the greenskins, the big green-skinned guy wearing an iron hat threw away the fart spirit alarm clock and shouted loudly to the green-skinned boys and fart spirits waiting in front of the heavy artillery behind him. The time has come. At the front line, flares made of fart spirits were inserted into strange launchers, then fired into the air and exploded, illuminating the human positions on the opposite side as bright as day, and every firing point could be seen clearly. Wag! I don't know which greenskin shouted, and then there were more roars. The sound of wags resounded throughout the snowfield, and a large number of greenskins emerged from the snow and rushed forward. A large number of shells screamed over their heads and fell to the opposite position and exploded. The biplane bomber formation had already flown over the position and dived to drop bombs. These were just the vanguard. The greenskin army had already followed. The tanks that looked like they were made of iron plates roared forward, and a huge number of greenskin infantry and tanks rushed towards the position together. The only sounds on the entire battlefield were explosions and deafening wows. Chapter 111. In short, these aliens are becoming more and more numerous and more difficult to deal with. I can't believe it. When Shin-Mo was debugging the hyperdimensional sky, the officers reported the situation from the north and south poles of Tyrone 3. The South Pole and the North Pole of the entire planet are being besieged by greenskins. Fortunately, there are 2 knights to help, and the firepower of the conventional troops is not weak, so they can still resist. If we have to stay on the planet for a long time, I will request reinforcements. No, it won't take long. I charge the transmission device in half an hour, and send you all back to the orbital dock. When the officer asked for help, Shin-Mo decisively refused, because the army really didn't need to stay on the planet for a long time. With a large number of logistical machinery engaged in construction, the 2 high towers at the north and south poles could be built quickly. Then, it was time to use the hyperdimensional sky. Keep holding on for a while, until the tower behind you is almost built. Shin-Mo closed the communication and continued to debug the weapon in front of him. Half an hour passed like this, until Shin-Mo took the time to recharge the transmission device, and then immediately returned to the secret room. On the smooth sphere of the superdimensional sky, light spots appeared at the north and south poles, and then the light spots spread around and finally connected in the center of the sphere, and finally the entire sphere became the appearance of the planet Tyrone 3. It was like shrinking the planet Tyrone 3 and copying it into this secret room. The clouds on the surface of the planet were covered with blue energy. This blue energy was the sky, which would rivet everything it wrapped in a higher dimension and prevent any aircraft from trying to escape the planet. At this time, Adam in the orbit of Tyrone 3 could also see the sky covering the entire planet. If we delay for a while, I'm afraid that the Gogo King Kong will come out. Shin-Mo looked at the north and south poles continuously, and could clearly see a large number of green spots on the white snowfield, and there were also patches of green scattered everywhere on the surface of the planet, which might be tribes or clans with different levels of development. These green-skinned orcs were so numerous that they seemed to have been driven to the surface of the planet by something. They should have been underground. Of course, it is not ruled out that they discovered humans in the north and south poles, so they took the initiative to divert some of them to fight. The army has been teleported back to the orbital dock, and there is no one who can stop the greenskins. Those green spots rushed to the high tower built by the logistics machinery, and then destroyed it in various ways. The high tower buildings at the north and south poles are a kind of device that has a riveting effect. As long as the sky is opened, the riveting device has no meaning to exist, and it doesn't matter if it is destroyed. Shin-Mo shifted his gaze to the overall view of the planet in front of him. The function of the superdimensional sky is not to raise an insurmountable dome, nor is it equivalent to the angel of comfort among the stars. After the superdimensional sky is activated, the entire planet wrapped in it will be riveted in another dimension, and then every substance under the sky can be precisely controlled to destroy or create. So this is not only an extinction-level super weapon, but also a tool with the ability to create the world. Shin-Mo attached his hands to the surface of the superdimensional sky, inputting the power of the star god into it, and subtly sensing every existence on the planet. Every substance composed of atoms or molecules cannot escape this perception. Even the chaos believers on the planet and the power they worship can sense it, which arouses the hatred in Shin-Mo's heart, and the hatred brought by the green skin is comparable. Delete the green skin. When this thought emerged in Shin-Mo's mind, all the green orcs at the north and south poles of Talon 3 and underground disappeared. When Shin-Mo looked at the north and south poles, he could not see those green spots. The creatures deleted by the superdimensional sky will not exist in the past, nor in the present, and it is even more impossible to exist in the future. They disappeared completely. Even if someone develops a time machine that can travel back to the past, there is no way to retrieve the deleted things from the past timeline. The people related to it will only have false memories that cannot be verified. Shin Mo continued to focus on the control. He deleted various other creatures on the planet one after another. Even the demons summoned by various blasphemous rituals could not escape. As long as they entered the material universe and did not run back to the subspace after the superdimensional sky started to operate, they would be cleared like other creatures born in the material universe. From the idea of deleting the green skins to this point, all the enemies on the Tyrone 3 have been cleared. Next, Shin Mo has two choices. The first is to give up and occupy an uninhabited planet. The second choice is to use the existing atoms of this planet to shape a new planet and make it more useful. Build a fortress world? Shin Mo has an idea. He wants to reinforce the surface of the Tyrone 3 and then hollow it out, so that he can create a solid fortress planet. Such a drastic change in the structure of the planet may cause the planet's celestial body movement rules to change, or even disintegrate, but it doesn't matter. Shin Mo can make more detailed adjustments to allow the planet to operate normally. However, the idea of building a fortress world was still abandoned. Because Shin Mo thought that the most important problem of the Talon galaxy was not defense, but the lack of resources. Most of the resources used by the Hive world to manufacture things now are found by the bottom nest, probably because the Hive was a giant factory in ancient times. The bottom nest extends from the ground to 10,000 meters underground. All alloys are used to synthesize the multi-purpose alloys that Shin Mo has researched before. The metal in the bottom nest will be used up sooner or later, and Tyrone 2 is an industrial world, and the total amount of minerals on the planet is not much. Thinking of this, Shin Mo knew what kind of planet Tyrone 3 should be turned into, and immediately began to control the superdimensional sky to change Tyrone 3. Except for the places used to stabilize the structure, all the materials in other places of the planet were replaced with various metal deposits. This goal was achieved by changing the atomic arrangement and supplemented by other means. Then add oceans and large and small islands to the surface of the planet, and leave mines that are convenient for mining. After some operations, Tyrone 3 became an ocean planet on the surface, but actually a mineral planet. Maybe in the future it will be called a garden world, but its most critical function is to provide minerals. If an enemy breaks into the Tyrone galaxy, Tyrone 3 will not be able to defend it, but it doesn't matter. Shin Mo has a better idea for galaxy defense. Done. Shin Mo put his hand down and closed the superdimensional sky. The blue dome covering Tyrone 3 is gradually disappearing, and the appearance of the superdimensional sky has changed from a planet back to the original large metal sphere. Looking at this masterpiece that took several months to make, Shin Mo thought that this thing is still a little weak, and it will have to be improved and developed on the basis of the superdimensional sky in the future until it can directly change any star system in the Milky Way. Chapter 112. 3 days later. In the bottom nest of the Tyrone world, which is also the Hive world, a large meeting is taking place. The meeting place is the command building of New Cato, where there is a very large conference room. In addition to the commanders of the First Army, the Royal Guards, and the fleet officers, the participants also include some nobles on Tyrone 2, senior members of the Resistance Army, and members of the state religion. Everyone knows that the war is about to end. All the enemies on Tyrone 3 disappeared overnight, and the specific reason is unknown. The few remaining enemies on Tyrone 2 did not even have a unified command system. They were more like the Resistance than the Resistance. Everyone could predict that they would be wiped out soon. The war in the entire galaxy was actually over. But everyone in the conference room was a little confused at this time, because everyone was ready to go to Tyrone 3 to continue fighting. Even the members of the National Church did not need to participate in the war, but they organized nearly 1 million militiamen among the civilians protected by the Resistance, ready to participate in the war against Tyrone 3. At this time, it was hard not to be confused when I suddenly learned that there were no enemies on Tyrone 3, and there was no need to fight. What is the current situation on Tyrone 3? A state church priest stood up and asked Shin Mo, I have heard some news that most of Akin's troops are not actually on Tyrone 2, but fighting on Tyrone 3. Shin Mo interrupted, as long as they are on Tyrone 3, they are gone. Tyrone 3 is now an extremely pure world, and there are no enemies on it. Why? How did you do it? The priest asked in disbelief. It's not that he doesn't trust Shin Mo. Almost everyone in their national church believes that the claim that Shin Mo is the emperor's messenger is not groundless, but it's hard for them to believe that the enemy of an entire world is gone. They were wiped out completely by a weapon. Shin Mo answered, then turned his head to look at Adam. Adam stood up and walked to the device in the corner used to control holographic images, and inserted a data card into the device. Then the situation on the Tyrone 3 was played out by the holographic image. The entire planet had been changed. It became a beautiful ocean planet. At least it looked like an ocean planet. The battleship scanned it, and the scan results showed that there were no living creatures on the planet. Adam explained. The priest nodded blankly, then sat down and whispered with his colleagues on both sides. They discussed why the Tyrone 3 had suddenly changed, and tried to explain it with some state religion theories. You'd better come up with an explanation, such as the Emperor's apparition, and then announce it quickly. Qin Mo said to all the state religion staff. Qin Mo did not want to attribute the credit for the change of Tyrone 3 to the Emperor, but he had to let the state religion staff come up with an explanation and announce it to the public to answer the doubts of outsiders. Fortunately, this kind of thing is not too difficult for the state religion. We will. The priest nodded repeatedly. Qin Mo then started to talk about another serious matter. Where did the original governor on Tyrone 2 go? Donna, who came from a knight family, was more familiar with this question. She immediately answered, there is no governor. Tyrone 2 was originally an agricultural world, but was later controlled by heretics and developed into an industrial world. There was no governor before the loyalists and heretics went to war. But the blood of the last governor still exists. A noble stood up and interrupted, and the person with this blood is also the marshal of the resistance army. Hearing this, Qin Mo looked at the seat where the resistance army officers were sitting. One of the old men with the highest rank nodded, indicating that he was the marshal mentioned by the noble. At this moment, all the participants from the Tyrone 2 looked at Qin Mo, waiting for his reaction. The resistance army is equivalent to the loyalists, and the nobles can represent most of the loyalists. They certainly hope that Tyrone 2 can have a governor, and this governor is not completely a puppet of Qin Mo. But this is just the best attempt, which is equivalent to extravagant hope. The nobles have more practical expectations. You are the savior of Tyrone 2. The noble continued, when our world is restored to order and the new governor takes over, we will sign an agreement with you. You can deploy our troops and resources. If there is a rebellion in the hive world you rule, our people can also be recruited by you at any time. After the noble finished speaking, Gray immediately stood up and angrily rebuked him. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you representing yourself or everyone in your world? If we hadn't arrived in time, you resistance fighters would have been slaughtered by heretics. No one refuted Gray, because even the people on the resistance side thought he was right. Before Qin Mo went to Tyrone 2, everyone in the resistance army fought for the sake of fighting, and did not really think that their resistance would have a good ending. Even if Aiken focused his military efforts on attacking Tyrone 3, it was only a matter of time before the resistance army was wiped out. Sit down. Qin Mo signaled Gray to calm down, and then asked the noble, you mean, everyone on the Tyrone 2 is just my vassal, not my subordinates, who I can directly command? The noble nodded silently, but added, that's the name, but you are indeed our savior, and we can't disobey you when you need us. Then I have a simpler and more direct way, which is to directly appoint some people to manage your world. Qin Mo said. Although the nobles present expected Qin Mo's attitude to be tough, it was still surprising that he expressed his desire to directly control the Talon 2 without any disguise. I will directly manage your world. I can recruit your people and call on your resources, just like I do in the hive world. Qin Mo glanced at each noble with a calm expression. I launched a war to integrate the entire galaxy. The Talon 2 is one of my trophies. Why can't I own it directly? After the words fell, no one refuted Qin Mo. On the one hand, they had no confidence to refute, and on the other hand, they were confused by this simple and direct attitude. Before coming to the meeting, the nobles on Taylor 2 had discussed privately that the worst result was that Qin Mo would indirectly control Tyrone 2, but at that time no one thought that he had no intention of covering up. The people who can sit in front of me are all loyal and capable people. Your contributions to fighting against heretics are indelible, and your status and wealth will be retained. Qin Mo didn't want to be too harsh on these people. In Qin Mo's eyes, these nobles are a group of determined and brave people. When 70% of the people on the entire planet joined the heretics, they chose to resist without reservation. If these nobles hadn't taken out all their family assets, the resistance army would have starved to death. Chapter 113. After Qin Mo had offered good conditions, a female noble stood up and bowed to Qin Mo. Excuse me, we no longer have any status or property. Then the female noble turned to look at the middle-aged man with a big belly beside her. Sir Lauren is the richest noble on Tyrone 2, but he took out all his money for rewards and military pay so that the soldiers could hold on during the most difficult times. The female noble looked at another noble. His family is prosperous, and has produced many famous generals in history, and now he is the only member of his family still alive. The noblewoman continued to describe the current situation of other nobles. Obviously, the loyal nobles on the Tyrone too were not just loyal, they really gave everything. After listening to the noblewoman's description, Qin Imo said, "Your loyalty to the emperor and humanity is touching. But what I mean by retaining wealth and status is to retain your status and wealth before the war." After hearing this, the nobles whispered and were a little surprised. It was like being treated coldly by someone, and then being rewarded by that person. "I will make a fair calculation." Qin Imo continued, "I will give you as much wealth as you all had before the heretics took control of the planet. But this money is not paid by me, but by the nobles who defected to the heretics. I will restore the status of those of you who were deprived of your status by the heretics, and I will also restore your honor for those who were deprived of your honor. But I can't resurrect those of you who died. They died heroically for the emperor and humanity, and will be commemorated together with those who died in this war." Qin Imo had already thought of this series of decisions. The influence of the existing nobles on Tyrone too is not very large. They may be very wealthy, but they will not control the army or a certain area before joining the resistance. If the nobles who can control the army or the area have either become heretics or been killed in the conspiracy, the resistance on Tyrone too would not have gone into the sewers to fight guerrilla warfare. Donna and her father also manipulated the knights to wade through the sewage. The status and wealth of these nobles were restored, and they would not have the ability to rebel. After hearing all this, the highest-ranking noble member of the resistance army, the marshal with the blood of the last governor, stood up and saluted Qin Imo. "You will get our loyalty, Lord Tyrone. You will also be rewarded for your contributions in this battle, including others. I will directly control your world, and of course, I have to bear my obligations to you. These are what I should do." Qin Imo smiled. So far, the discussion on whether to directly control the Talon II has been completed. Qin Imo then talked about a series of decisions to be made. Clear out the remaining enemies on the Talon II, conduct a fair statistics, and transform the resistance army into a planetary defense army. There are also larger-scale decisions. The area near the Mandeville Point in the galaxy will be designated as a galaxy defense zone, and a huge fortress, like a celestial body, will be built in the defense zone. Build a giant teleportation device on the star orbit so that dimensional teleportation can be popularized to the 3 worlds of the Talon galaxy and every ship. Formulate a plan to build more warships. Everything in the Tyrone galaxy is on track. At night, Qin Imo wrote documents to prove the identity and honor of the Lannis family or other families. The rules between the nobles are a headache, but fortunately, every noble seems to have thought of this and provided detailed text guidance. After writing, Qin Imo will send these documents to the officers of the First Army for review. Most of them are of noble origin and are familiar with these rules, so there is no need to worry about the guidance given by the nobles. Traps. But Qin Imo didn't want to understand these things, and he was confused when writing High Gothic, which he had just learned a year ago. What a hassle. Qin Imo put down his feather pen and looked out the window. The night in New Kato City was no different from the day, because there was no sunlight in the bottom nest. But the city looked good, like a steel jungle, with various screens or lights of various colors on the buildings, making the city look warmer. In Qin Mo's opinion, this city was not very good. Everyone can only use synthetic ingredients to cook food, and they must be scanned by sentinel drones when leaving their homes and going to the streets. Everyone must take psychological tests regularly, and even going out for entertainment must be approved by the main control intelligence, and the logistics machinery must be arranged to inform. These conditions are also the situation of all new cities in the entire Hive world, and the cities of the other 2 worlds in the Talon system will be the same as here in the future. Well done. Before you fully recover your strength, let these humans protect you so that you will not be killed by the fear of death or other fragments of Katon. A voice suddenly sounded in Qin Mo's ears. Mimicry used the communication method between star gods, so that these 2 sentences could be transmitted in the vast stars using the stellar magnetic field. Don't disturb me while I'm working. Qin Imo stopped slacking off and picked up the feather pen to continue writing the document. Do you think you are a human or a Katon? Mimicry asked. Qin Imo knew that the Katon that Mimicry was talking about was the star god. He did not respond immediately, but thought about his crossing into this world. There was no change in his body and appearance, as far as he knew. And before, I had a dream in which I was traveling among the stars, devouring stars and souls, and then I was suddenly hit by something. Qin Imo told the dream to Mimic. After listening, Mimic analyzed, that should be you. The memory of the caster. It seems that some extremely powerful energy shattered his consciousness, and merged his power into your body. So there are black lines on your body. Makes sense. Chin Mo nodded in agreement. He recalled that when he came to this universe and woke up, there were black lines on his body. It was as if someone had secretly tattooed him while he was asleep. But you are still the caster. Mimicry said, Catan doesn't know where I came from or where I am going, but I can think about what Catan is. Tell me. Chin Mo put down his feather pen and listened carefully to the philosophy of the star god. Mimicry continued, power and rules are Catan. As long as you can use the power of the star god and distort the laws of physics, and represent a certain law, that is Catan. Do you think I am a human or a star god? Chin Mo asked. After hearing this question, Mimic thought carefully for a while, and then answered, you are probably a new species. Chin Mo thought carefully. While he was thinking, Mimic continued, but you are the caster, because if you die, the material universe will lose the law of casting, and you are not dead, you are still alive, so you are the caster. You should also do something about Star God, such as finding and reassembling Star God fragments. I'm not saying this just because I want you to help me. Of course, powerful star gods, like Nightbringer, should not be reassembled, you should eat them. If you see the fragments of Deceiver, eat it before it speaks its first word, otherwise you will know why it has such a bad reputation among our kind. After talking a lot, Mimic was silent for a while, and then spoke again. If you help me escape from captivity in the future, I will serve you. Although I am not strong in force, Nightbringer can chop me into pieces with a sickle. Okay. Chin Mo nodded and agreed. Then you have to help me, at least take the initiative to provide predictions, and let me observe the situation in a corner of the universe. Of course, this is what I should do. Mimicry agreed. Chin Mo stopped slacking off, and continued to write the document. He did not cancel the communication with Mimicry. While writing, he listened to Mimicry's story about the star god. Chapter 114. The forger is not only good at forging weapons, but also good at construction. In terms of individual strength, you and I may not be much different, but you can create powerful weapons, not like me who can only change forms constantly. Only weak Caden needs to cooperate with each other, while powerful ones, like Void Dragon and Nightbringer, do not need to. Their kind are just enemies in their eyes. After I was crushed by Nightbringer. Chin Mo listened silently when the Mimic narrated the events of countless thousands of years ago, until he began to say the last sentence. The feather pen in Chin Mo's hand trembled, and he looked up at the empty front. Didn't you say that I forged the weapon and then crushed you? It's not impossible. You have to know that I am just a fragment, not a complete one, and I will involuntarily change the surrounding environment to shape my memory. It may be you who crushed me, or it may be the Nightbringer, or someone else. The Mimic's voice still sounded ethereal, but Chin Mo felt emotions such as sadness and confusion. It turns out that what the Mimicry said can't necessarily be taken seriously, it is in an unstable state. Just like when it entered the illusion it created before, it was immersed in past memories. Perhaps the memories it was immersed in before were not real, but an illusion created by it as a fragment that could not control its own abilities. The shattered star god is really miserable. Chin Mo sighed first, then thought of a question. What would be the consequences if you were wiped out? This question does not involve memory, and Mimicry can give a practical answer. Material universe will lose its shape. Matter still exists, but without shape, and creatures will feel that what they see is indescribable. Then can you do the same as Langigor and directly cast a curse, so that people can't distinguish the shape of objects? Chin Mo asked again. Langigor is also a star god. It was killed by the Minak dynasty. Before its death, it cast a flayer curse. The infected space dead will become flayers, who like to peel flesh and blood, and even begin to believe in Langigor. Mimic recalled his memories of Langigol and gave an ambiguous answer. I don't have many memories of Langigol left, I just know it's not a good thing. Also, I can curse, but the effect is not strong, not as big as the trouble caused by my death. Really? Chin Mo nodded, and continued to write documents. After writing the document supporting Donna and her daughter to inherit everything of the Lannis family, he began to write a document to restore the reputation of a noble on the Tyrone II who was exterminated and expelled for participating in the resistance army, praising his justice and strength. In Chin Mo's opinion, these are all a lot of troubles. But troubles aside, he still recognizes the nobles on the Tyrone II who paid a heavy price for participating in the resistance. If it were that bastard Akin or someone like him, Chin Mo would simply wipe out all traces of their existence in the world. The next morning. Outside the room where Chin Mo was, Donna sat on a chair with her legs crossed, quietly waiting for the person who had entered in front to come out. Donna leaned back on the chair, looking at everything she could see. A corridor with no decorations, a row of chairs against the wall, and officers sitting on the chairs waiting to meet Chin Mo. This place is not as good as the castle on the fiefdom of the Lannis family, but Donna thinks it is not bad. There are not so many complicated decorations, and not too many cumbersome etiquette procedures. It is good. Don't be rude when you meet the governor, otherwise you may be thrown out. Don't do things you shouldn't do, or say things you shouldn't say. First, respectfully ask the governor about the progress of the document. If he says it is finished, you will respectfully take the document, and then salute and leave. Donna's father was on another planet at this time, instructing his daughter. There was a special communication channel between knights, and the signal was relayed by the orbital dock, so there was no one else on this channel, and the father and daughter could talk on different planets. But Donna didn't want to listen to this. She listened patiently for a long time, and then responded, "I know, old man." Donna's father was used to it. When he was young, he was as impatient as his daughter. But the necessary discipline was still necessary. Donna first heard her father's laughter, and then heard her father say with a smile, "You'd better pray to the Emperor. Pray that I'm in a good mood when you come home, otherwise I will lock you up at home for a week, and you must follow all the rules every day." Donna's face changed when she heard this, and even her sitting posture became formal. She felt a headache when she thought of the cumbersome rules in the family. Even eating a meal requires half an hour of procedures: how to use a spoon when eating, where to put the plate, and how many seconds to put the food into the mouth. "I remember everything you said. Please rest assured, father," Donna said. "You'd better." The communication ended. Donna quickly turned around and adjusted her appearance in front of the smooth metal wall. Although the wall was far inferior to the mirror, there was no mirror to use now. After the adjustment, the door of the governor's room was pushed open, and the last person who entered had finished talking and walked out. When an officer wanted to get up and go in, Donna went in first and closed the door. At the moment the door was closed, she showed a smug smile to the officer. When Donna turned around and was about to start talking about business, she found that Chin Mo was concentrating on drawing something, so she curiously went forward to check. On a desktop-sized screen, a device surrounding a star was gradually being drawn. "What is this?" Donna asked curiously. "It's used to absorb the energy of stars." Chin Mo looked up at Donna, and took out a piece of parchment from the drawer. "Here you go." Donna took the parchment and looked at it carefully, and found that it was exactly what she and her father needed, that is, to establish the opinion of the legitimate heir of the Lannis family. "Thank you, Governor." Donna thanked him, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she hesitated and started talking about another matter. "My father's knights, and I need repairs and logistical support. Does your family have no technicians or people sent by the Mechanicus?" Chin Mo looked up and asked. "Originally, there were." Donna nodded. Chin Mo immediately understood that the original maintenance knights of the Lannis family did not join the resistance, or not many people joined, and the battle on the Talon II was completely free of prisoners, so, "I know about this matter. I will find a way, but the entire galaxy will enter a development period next, and there are many things I need to do. You may have to wait." Chin Mo agreed. Donna was relieved to hear the governor agree. The governor always keeps his word. Chapter 115. "Anything else, sir?" "Nothing else." Donna saluted Chin Mo, then turned and left the room, closing the door. Soon the door was opened again, and the next person who wanted to see Chin Mo walked in. Sir Donna is very different from other nobles. Klein sat in front of Chin Mo and wanted to complain about Donna coming in before him, but seeing that Chin Mo was studying something, he didn't say anything nonsense and just put an application document on the table. Chin Mo picked up the document and took a look, then felt very surprised and shocked. He thought that this document was Klein's application for promotion, or to become a greater noble. But the content on it was about resignation. "You want to quit?" Chin Mo threw the document to Klein, leaned back in his chair and stared at him. "There is a part of training military staff in Creed's military plan. I originally planned to let you study in the military academy for a year, and then become a staff. The planetary defense team of the Tyrone Galaxy did not have a staff, but Creed believed that since the officers were generally inexperienced, they needed people who could provide advice. If Klein continues to be an officer, he will be on the same level as the new Legion commander. But the war is over." Klein had an innocent smile on his face. "If it were before, I would not resign, but now the remaining enemies on the Tyrone II will soon be wiped out." Chin Mo thought silently. He did not think it was a good thing for Klein to leave the army. Seeing that he did not speak, Klein continued to explain the reason. "I actually always wanted to be a businessman. I am not qualified to be a Legion commander. Part of my family's wealth is hidden in the Flower Street in the south of Shangqiao, and I want to use that money to buy a merchant ship. Klein then described his idea. Buy a merchant ship and become a merchant, go outside the Talon system and do some business. The current Hive City world is good, but it is just a sad place for him. All his relatives died at the hands of the enemy. Qin Mo heard Klein's fatigue from these words, and knew that he really didn't want to continue to be an officer in the army. Keep your family's wealth as business capital, I will build you a merchant ship. Qin Mo said something that surprised Klein very much. A merchant ship with strong firepower and installed with a dimensional engine. A ship. It really doesn't need to have strong firepower. But it's still a ship anyway. Klein felt that this gift was a bit too expensive. Although it didn't require hiring workers in the process of shipbuilding, the cost of materials was still very high, which was not something that the family's remaining wealth could afford. In Klein's plan, he originally wanted to buy a repaired wreck, or a small boat that someone else had discarded. Take it, just consider it a reward from me. You were the first captain to support me when we were in the bottom nest, Qin Mo said. Klein nodded and shook his head from time to time, hesitating whether to accept the gift from Qin Mo. On the one hand, he wanted to accept this reward, but on the other hand, he felt that it was not good because it was a ship after all. Accept it, you can give me back in other ways. Qin Mo said, when you go to other galaxies, pay more attention to whether there are people like Yao In, and then quietly take them over. Just like that? Klein didn't understand why Qin Mo needed the untouchables. He felt that Qin Mo just casually set a condition for giving back, and this condition was a gift like a ship. You could also help me get some intelligence or something. After all, I don't even know where the Talon system is located. Qin Mo said again. Okay. Klein nodded, stood up and saluted Qin Mo with the Sky Eagle salute. Thank you, thank you. Qin Mo smiled and nodded. That's it, go and make preparations, wandering merchant. Yes. Klein nodded and turned to leave. After watching Klein close the door, Qin Mo began to think about what kind of merchant ship to give Klein. First of all, the dimensional engine must be used, and secondly, the firepower must be good. After all, the wandering merchants may encounter looting ships or even Dark Eldar pirates. In the end, Qin Mo decided to design a merchant ship himself. This is an honor that has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. There will be no other merchant in the Talon system who will get a ship carefully designed by the Lord of Talon. Qin Mo felt that it was worth it because Klein and the 47th Regiment were among his earliest supporters. In a series of wars such as facing the Genestealer rebels in the bottom nest, attacking the lower nest and the upper nest, and attacking the rebels on Taylor 2, they have never missed any battle. Even when small-scale battles that do not require their participation are going on, the 47th Regiment has to stay in the fortress. Klein will get a ship as a reward, and all the people in the 47th Regiment will also get the gift they deserve. They have been studying in the military academy and talent training system proposed by Creed in the plan. When the next batch of recruits leave the training camp and enter the 47th Regiment, the veterans will be officers. The same is true for other regiments of the 1st Army. After meeting the other officers waiting outside, Qin Mo can finally calm down and do what he wants to do, that is, to create. First, Klein's merchant ship, which was improved on the basis of the existing frigate design, reduced half of the close defense firepower, added 2 small particle lance turrets with omnidirectional aiming, and added a large fusion reactor specifically for shield power, and a shield with stronger defense capabilities. Even if this merchant ship faced the fierce attack of 4 Moon-class cruisers, it could calmly wait for the dimensional engine to be fully charged. After designing the merchant ship, Qin Mo immediately uploaded it to the orbital dock and put it into production. Next, Qin Mo began to create another urgently needed technology, which is a teleportation device that does not require personal charging. The energy supply of the teleportation device has always been a problem. It first needs to lock the position of the target waiting to be teleported in the main control intelligence, then supply energy to send the target into the dimensional channel, and then teleport the target to the destination set by the main control intelligence. This means that even if the teleportation device only teleports a group of soldiers to another place, it will consume 10 times more energy than when the warship is teleporting, and this does not include civilian consumption. In order to solve the energy supply problem, Qin Mo decided to create a device to absorb star energy, and then improve the dimensional transmission device and integrate it into the energy absorption device. It is possible that many large-scale transmissions in a short period of time will cause the lifespan of stars to be reduced by nearly 10 million years, but it is not a big problem. The stars in the Tyrone galaxy can still exist for at least 20 billion years. Qin Mo has never measured it, but he can feel the lifespan of stars. This seems to be the instinct of star gods. Star gods can devour souls and absorb stars. Although Chin Mo feels that he is not hungry now, he does not rule out the possibility of being hungry in the future. However, in any case, you can't eat Tyrone stars, but send a fleet to the galaxies occupied by aliens to extract star energy and bring it back to eat. At that time, there may be a warning circulating in the galaxy. The Tyrone fleet is coming, hide the stars quickly. Chapter 116. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 117. Over a month, Chin Mo gradually researched out the urgently needed things, and put them into production and construction. During this period, the main control intelligence even prepared a gift for Chin Mo. What is this? A terminal for controlling logistics machinery? Still in the office room of Zincado, Chin Mo stared at a screen in his hand, and carefully examined the design drawings displayed on the screen. A machine that looks a bit like a crab, with a large number of antennas on it to send instructions to logistics machinery, can be driven by people, and has an integrated material printing device, is called an engineering machine. Chin Mo did not intervene in the design process, and the main control intelligence designed it independently. When he first saw the blueprint, Chin Mo thought that the main control intelligence felt that the production capacity of logistics machinery was insufficient, and human workers were needed to assist in the construction of space projects in the entire Talon galaxy. The engineering volume of the super-large transmission device and the device for extracting stellar energy is extremely large, and the construction is carried out near the stellar orbit, which is no less difficult than rebuilding a Nest world. Now that the space fortress has not even started to be built, it is normal for the main control intelligence to need to supplement the labor force. But Chin Mo couldn't understand why it was necessary to build a terminal for the logistics machinery. The engineering machine is not a terminal. Its appearance is designed to give people who see it a psychological hint. That is, the black ball moving around the engineering machine must be programmed and controlled by the personnel inside the engineering machine. In addition to the unique design of the appearance, if someone tries to decipher the signal sent by the engineering machine, they will be misled into thinking that the logistics machinery is really controlled by the engineering machine. However, the significance of the existence of the engineering machine is to assist the logistics machinery in construction work. There are a large number of laborers who need to work in the Hive world and the other two worlds in the galaxy. The main control intelligence detailed its design ideas and the value of the existence of the engineering machine. After listening, Chin Mo nodded thoughtfully, thinking that this engineering machine is still quite useful. Although it can undertake engineering projects in space alone after the number of logistics machinery is increased, the army still needs engineering troops, and ships also need them. This engineering machine can be brought with the ship to perform some emergency work, such as hull repair. Thinking about this, Chin Mo realized something more important. Why did you design this thing? Because I think you need it. The main control intelligence replied coldly. I mean, how did you learn to research? Chin Mo revised his question. Everything you design needs to be passed on by me. When the warship was built, I also mobilized the orbital dock for production. All these contents are stored in my database, so I have the conditions for learning and research. The main control intelligence replied. After hearing this, Chin Mo suddenly realized that maybe the main control intelligence could be a research assistant. I hadn't thought about it before because I had a preconceived notion that the main control intelligence did not have research capabilities. After all, the main control intelligence was not a human being, and it would not have a sudden inspiration. But it doesn't matter if there is no inspiration, as long as there is a need. I want to allocate part of your computing power to help me do research, Chin Mo said. But my current computing power has reached its limit. It is possible to conduct research of low difficulty for a long time, but I am afraid that the computing power is insufficient to allocate computing power for research. That's not a problem. I can create another intelligence similar to yours. You transfer the contents of the database to the other intelligence. Chin Mo had long wanted to create a second intelligence. After all, there is more than one Hive world that needs to be managed now. It is impossible to really send someone to manage the other two planets. A person's energy and ability are limited. It is unrealistic for one person or a team to handle all the affairs of an entire planet. This is also the problem faced by the High Lord Council of the Human Empire. No one in the High Lord Council is useless, but they have too many things to manage, which leads to the extremely slow and inefficient operation of the Empire. Under the condition that it can be ensured that the intelligence will never be corrupted or affected, letting artificial intelligence manage the planet is the best choice. When the next intelligence is born, I will transfer some information in the database to it, so that it can learn and manage some affairs. The main control intelligence responded. Of course. Shin Mo nodded and immediately prepared to create another intelligence according to the manufacturing method of the main control intelligence. Although the existence of the main control intelligence is based on some distorted physical laws, Shin Mo must allocate some power to maintain its existence. But now it is not difficult to allocate the power to maintain 10 main control intelligences. There is a situation that needs to be reported. The main control intelligence spoke again. Shin Mo listened quietly. In the Xiaochao area, a person's mental state suddenly changed. After interviewing his neighbors and colleagues, they all said that this person had some strange behavior recently. This person has disappeared for 5 minutes. 5 minutes ago, I sent a sentinel drone to look for his traces, and now I have found him. Should we kill him? When the main control intelligence explained this situation, the screen in Shin Mo's hand showed what the drone found in the suspicious person's home. 2 rough handmade brass axes. Don't let the drone take care of him. Send Yaoan over there, and let Yaoan practice with it. Shin Mo put down the screen and gave the order, and then praised the main control intelligence. You can quickly find and lock the corrupted person. Very efficient, well done. The main control intelligence did not respond to this compliment. On the one hand, compliments were meaningless to it, and on the other hand, it still needed to convey the order to Yaoan and observe the situation through the drone. After 10 minutes, the main control intelligence said, Yaoan arrived at the mission site 8 minutes ago, and now he has cut off the head of the corrupted person with a chainsaw sword, and the body has been burned. Efficient. Shin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Will Yaoan handle such situations in the future? The main control intelligence asked. Yes, he needs experience. Shin Mo nodded. The order has been stored in the database. Next time, the 6th guard Yaoan will be directly mobilized to handle such incidents. Shin Mo was very satisfied. When he was talking to the main control intelligence just now, the main control intelligence had already sent a drone to track the corrupted person, and then conveyed the order to Yaoan while talking. In addition, the guards themselves are war machines built for efficiency, so the corrupted person was killed while waiting just now. But while being satisfied with the efficiency, Shin Mo felt that this matter was somewhat unexpected but reasonable. With such strict management, there is still corruption. Chaos is really pervasive. What should we do next? The main control intelligence asked. Development. Shin Mo replied, it must develop. I will stop Abaddon from destroying the black stone obelisk on Cadia at all costs. The Eye of Terror is already big enough, but we can't let it grow bigger and tear the entire galaxy apart. We also need to build a space fortress in the Talon system. Shin Mo continued. Train more crew members, and the orbital dock should also produce more warships. Train more soldiers, and produce more weapons and equipment. This is what we will do next. The main control intelligence recorded these transactions one by one into the database. Fortunately, we still have time now. Shin Mo said to himself. Chapter 118. Calling Beta Squad Searle, report your current location. Communication ended. This is Beta Squad. We are located at the 19th military camp in the south of New Kato City, 17 kilometers away from the evacuation point. In the dark nest where the sun never shines, a team is moving forward. This is just a nominal team. In fact, they have nearly 1,000 people. Each of them is dressed in colorful clothes, and looks like a motley army composed of gang members and vagrants. However, they were well organized when they marched on the metal plain. People with heavy firepower and armor-piercing energy weapons were deployed in the front, back, left and right of the entire team. Among these people, there were even people holding held guns and wearing power armor. Once the entire team was attacked, the people in the front, back, left and right positions were the death squads, and they would not hesitate to pay the price of their lives to delay the enemy's attack. Everyone clearly understood that this was an action equivalent to suicide. They did not expect to leave the bottom nest of the Tyrone Hive world alive, as long as 2 people could escape with the box. How is the target? The target just fainted, and his vital signs are normal. Very good, continue your mission. The Beta team continued to move forward on the metal plane. There was no battle at this time. Everyone was vigilantly observing the surroundings while moving. They did not see any enemies nearby, but they had a general look at the environment of the entire bottom nest. The Tyrone Hive world is different from most of the Empire's hive worlds. The hives here seem to be built on the basis of ancient giant factories. If you look up, you can't see the bottom of the bottom nest, but if you look down, you can see the metal plane that stretches to the end of your sight. If someone has lived here since childhood, he would definitely think that the bottom nest is the whole world. We are moving too slowly. Sire walked side by side with the signalman, communicating with the signalman through the communicator on his back. It would be great if we had a vehicle. What are you thinking about? Do you know how long it took us to get you in? After hearing the reprimand from his superior, Sire quickly apologized and explained, and then remained silent. In order to report the team situation in real time, the beta team must maintain communication all the time. As the commander of the team, Sale must contact his superiors regularly. After the whole team moved forward for half a solar hour, Sale began to report as usual. Everything is normal here, and there are no enemies. Keep moving forward. The superior ordered. Yes. Sale nodded, and then suddenly wanted to ask something, but he closed his mouth when the question was about to come out. But the doubt in his heart was not answered, and this doubt was very important to Sire. Finally, Sire asked, Mr. Inquisitor, did you plan this operation by yourself or with others? Sire tried to get the answer with a tactful question. In the eyes of the soldiers next to him, it didn't matter who planned this operation. Does it matter who planned it? But Sire thought it was different. He needed to infer one thing through the answer of the Inquisitor on the communicator, that is, whether he and these people were acting on behalf of the Empire or on behalf of an Inquisitor. Continue your mission. Your negligence led to the tragedy of Orpheus. You should have been executed, but now you bugs have a chance to atone for your sins. These cold words reached Seer's ears, and he trembled all over. His facial features were distorted by anger. After a moment, he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. The defeat is like a landslide, your judge. This angry but respectful retort did not receive a response, and Seer could only continue to perform his mission helplessly. The beta team continued to move forward on the metal plane, heading towards the evacuation point that the Inquisitor had left for everyone. Soon, everyone in the team left the metal plane and headed for a steel canyon. Sire looked around and observed the terrain here. This place only gave people the feeling of a canyon because of its huge size. It looked more like a passage for transporting molten iron in a factory. After walking for a while, a light suddenly appeared above the heads of everyone in the team, illuminating the entire area as if it were daytime. While the others were preparing for battle, Sire quickly scanned the surroundings and found that the light above his head came from a suspended aircraft. This aircraft was so quiet when it was running, and because of the dim environment of the bottom nest, no one noticed it even when it flew overhead. Sire looked around again and saw two people appear in front and behind. Under the strong light, he could not see the specific appearance of the two people. It was not until the person on the route of the entire team waved his hand upwards that the light projected by the aircraft weakened a little, and then Sire could see the appearance of the two uninvited guests in front and behind. They were wearing power armor, which was so exquisite that it was beyond description. Just a glance at it gave people a feeling of powerful performance. Searle searched for relevant information about the military equipment of the Tyrone Galaxy in his mind, and remembered the picture and information on the picture that the Inquisitor showed him a year ago. Guard power armor. While Searle was observing, Gray, who was in front of the entire beta team, was observing the group of people in front of him. To him, these people were uninvited guests. And the purpose of Gray's personal visit was to deal with these people. The 182nd Regiment Reconnaissance Patrol has a total of 7 soldiers. Gray spoke slowly, and his voice was amplified several times by the integrated loudspeaker function on the visor, so that everyone in front of him could hear clearly. The members of this patrol are 23-year-old recruit Moore, 24-year-old recruit Sato. Gray introduced the names and ages of the 7 soldiers in detail to each of them. After he finished speaking, he paused, looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of the people in front of him and continued, "According to the information I know, you killed 6 soldiers in the patrol and kidnapped 1 soldier. In the name of Lord Talon, I hereby declare that you have been sentenced to death." When he heard this, Sayer was not very scared, but just felt surprised. The mission of the entire beta team was to sneak into the base nest and capture a soldier. Just now, they did kill 6 people in the process of carrying out this mission. Sayer was not afraid or guilty. He wondered how this matter was exposed so quickly. After a little thought, Sayer decided not to think about it anymore, because there are many strange things in the entire Talon Galaxy, and this one is not bad. Prepare for battle. Sayer drew out the power sword and shouted to the whole team, strictly follow the plan. Chapter 119. The so-called plan was that when attacked, the elite troops around the team would delay the enemy, while the others would carry the boxes containing the captured soldiers, and continue to move forward. After hearing Sire's order, the entire team immediately acted according to the plan. Sire, who was in the center of the team, soon saw the 100 people in front of the team charging forward, and they rushed towards the enemy, who was blocking everyone's way forward. And the enemy was also charging, running straight towards the box in the middle of the team. His speed was amazing, and the jetpack behind him that provided thrust left a long trail of flames in the darkness. The two sides soon came into contact, but Sire saw that at the moment of contact, the enemy leaped deep towards his position, and at the same time he jumped, he fired a light ball at the ground. The light ball turned into a rain of beams and swept towards the 100 people responsible for covering the team's advance. Some of these 100 people had just raised their held guns, and some had already fired with laser rifles, but none of their attacks hit, and they were all shot dead by the rain of beams. Sire saw his good brother lying on the ground, holding a held gun and firing at the enemy who fell from the air after jumping, but the held gun in his hand had not yet fired a beam, and the whole person was evaporated by the beam. Sire turned back nervously to observe the situation behind him, and found that the situation there was worse than here. The enemy at the back of the team had already slaughtered all the people responsible for covering. He did not charge, but just walked forward, raising his hands while walking, and the multi-barreled weapon in his hand rotated rapidly, and each rotation would emit dense lasers like shotgun shells. At this time, Sire felt that this was not a battle, but a massacre. As he observed, a beam of light flew from the left, evaporating all his comrades along the way. Then came the second beam, and the third beam. The beam was fired from the shoulder cannon of the Guardian power armor. This terrifying thing seemed to have no need for cooling and preheating. Every time it fired, it could evaporate a whole line of people. Searle had an illusion that it was not two people attacking the Beta team, but an entire armored regiment of at least 10,000 people that had been ambushed here. What's going on there? Why didn't you report it? Are you dead? When Sayer heard the questioning voice of the Inquisitor on the communicator, he immediately responded, "We are being slaughtered. Tell them to stop attacking, stop attacking." The Inquisitor on the other side of the communicator was silent for a while, and gave a cold response, half a minute later. "You are just a group of mercenaries, who went to the Tyrone Hive to find opportunities to make a fortune. If you can survive, and accept the interrogation, then tell them so." "No. You are not a mercenary leader, you are an Inquisitor, you are. We have an agreement. If you complete the mission, I will restore your reputation. If you fail, you will also get benefits. The records about you will show that you died a year ago, and your pension will be sent to your family." "No!" Sale heard the beeping sound of the communication ending. He roared and slapped the communicator, while nervously observing the enemy, who was killing people in the center of the team. In a hurry, he realized that the mission of these two people might not be just to be the executioner, but to ensure the safety of the captured recruit. After realizing this, Sayer took out his laser pistol, rushed to the front 30 steps, opened a box disguised as a heavy weapon storage box, and pulled the recruits he had captured out of the box. "Stop it!" Sayer yelled and put his pistol against the recruits' heads. "If you kill one more person, I kill him." Gray was the one who was killing people in the center of the Beta team. He heard Sayer's roar, so he turned his head and stared at Sayer. To be honest, Gray was quite surprised. It was not the threat from Sayer at this moment, but the location of the captured recruit. The box that looked like a heavy weapon seemed to have a signal shielding effect, and the biological skin had no effect on it. Otherwise the captured recruit could have been rescued in the first place. "Stop that guy too." Sayer glared at another guard fighting at the back of the team, threatening Gray. Gray glanced at the other person who followed him on this mission, and Rita, and then turned to look at Sayer. Sayer roared and threatened again. "I told him to stop, otherwise I." Gray turned on the bullet time. Everything in sight became extremely slow, and even Sayer's quick threats sounded like they were stretched out. Gray slowly walked to Sayer's side, first reaching into his clothes to find something that could prove his identity. After Gray searched in vain, Sayer's eyes slowly turned to him. "Don't come over next time." Gray warned him indifferently, and then punched Sayer's head into his chest. The bullet time ended, and everything around returned to normal in an instant. Gray stuffed the recruit back into the box, closed the lid, and continued to attack the others present. The battle ended quickly, and the Beta team was wiped out. Gray and Andrada looked at each other, then returned to the box together, opened the lid, and let the recruit out. The recruit was still in shock, and after panting for a long time he stammered, but there were too many things he wanted to say, and he didn't know where to start. "No need to thank you. No need to explain. We already knew the situation before we came." Gray gently stroked the recruit's chest to calm him down. "Yes, no need to thank us. Although we had already boarded the transport ship to Tyrone 3 before we rescued you, and although we gave up the opportunity to enjoy the sea breeze on the beach, you don't need to thank us, because this is what we should do." And Rita smiled. The recruit felt a little guilty when he heard that the two of them had to give up the opportunity to go on vacation to Tyrone 3. "Otherwise, I will give you my vacation opportunity." I'm just saying. And Rita patted the recruit on the shoulder. Go back to the barracks, boy. The recruit saluted the two, and then ran quickly towards the barracks. Gray and Enrita stayed to observe every corpse here. Who do you think sent them? Gray squatted down and looked at Sayer's body. People from the Inquisition. Enrita spread his hands, obviously. Gray didn't say anything after hearing this, but silently reviewed the information he knew so far. About 10 minutes ago, he and Andrada boarded the transport ship to Talon 3, and like the people in the two worlds of the Talon Galaxy, they were given permission to go on vacation. But they received a mission before they even had time to sit down on the ship. A patrol team of new soldiers from the 19th military camp went to patrol a ruin near the military camp. This was a test. The patrol team had to run back to the military camp without attracting the attention of the mutant creatures in the ruins, and then report everything they saw. The patrol team never came back after going out, nor did they report the situation as usual. Until a drone went out to look for the patrol team. It found a large number of mutant creatures and 6 bodies dead near the ruins. When searching nearby, it detected nearly 1,000 unidentified people moving in the bottom nest. This series of situations and related information were packaged and sent to Gray and Enrita, and then the two received Chin Mo's order: kill all these uninvited guests. If the recruit is still alive, rescue him, and if he is dead, it is also revenge for him. Chapter 120. After reviewing the existing information, Gray could not deduce what this had to do with the Inquisition, but he and Andrada had the same guess. Even if the Inquisition left no clues in this incident, it must have been planned by the Inquisition. This involves an incident a year ago. When the Tyrone Galaxy was developing rapidly, a wandering trader came in to do business, and then the situation in the Tyrone Galaxy was spread, and more wandering traders came to the galaxy to make money. As long as the Ogrins or other things that the Talon system urgently needs are transported to the system, they can be exchanged for equivalent power armor. Then the entire system attracted the attention of the Inquisition. A cruiser is now located near Mandeville Point in the Talon system. Although it is intercepted by the nearby space fortress and the fleet led by Adam, and cannot enter the system, it does not mean that they cannot do something to investigate the system. They may come here as ship workers. Enrita kicked the corpse on the ground and said, the entire Tyrone Galaxy is not completely self-sufficient. We have a huge demand for resources. Some merchant ships and cargo ships from the neighboring galaxies will stop at the land port regularly to transport goods, which gives them a chance to sneak in. Maybe. Gray agreed with Enrita's speculation. Chin Mo suddenly sent a ship to the neighboring Tyrone Galaxy to establish contact with the locals, and found that it was an unlucky galaxy with 13 planets, but only one habitable planet. The environment on the only habitable world was also extremely harsh, but for some reason, it could produce a huge amount of starch. Everyone in that galaxy is undergoing a national identity registration. Before the identity registration is completed, the Talon Galaxy cannot verify the identity of every visitor in detail. It is not surprising that someone sneaks in during this period. I am more curious why these guys went to such great lengths to kidnap a new soldier? Gray stood up and looked at Andrada. His face under the mask seemed to be full of confusion. This is a very difficult question to answer. Andrada pondered for a long time in silence, and finally gave only a very possible answer. If I remember correctly, the Imperial Military Affairs Department has a rule. Anyone who harbors known warp-infected people, unauthorized psychers, wizards, or warp-informed people, or soldiers who conceal the truth, will be whipped, have their eyes gouged out, and finally hanged. Some of the governor's deeds have long been spread throughout the galaxy, such as being able to release lightning and fire. We have never reported the governor's affairs to the Imperial Military Affairs Department. If the Inquisition or anyone else wants to find fault with the governor, then catching someone back for interrogation and then convicting him is a good breakthrough. Gray listened to Enrita's speculation quietly. His first reaction was that it was unlikely, but after careful consideration, he found that it was very likely. Report first. Enrita said, report the current situation and our speculation. I agree. Gray nodded in agreement. Near Mandeville Point in the Tyrone Galaxy. In the Inquisition ship, 2 Inquisitors were gathered around a long table in the bridge, looking at a lot of information about the Tyrone Galaxy. Only after the door was opened did the 2 men raise their heads and stare at another colleague who walked in from outside. Strictly speaking, they were not colleagues, including the 2 Inquisitors present, because they came from 3 different orders of the Inquisition. The Inquisition of Heretics, officially known as the Order of the Suppressing Heresy, was mainly responsible for dealing with heretics. The Inquisition of Aliens, officially known as the Order of the Exorcists, was mainly responsible for dealing with aliens. The The Inquisition of Demons, officially known as the Order of the Holy Hammer, as the name suggests, was mainly responsible for dealing with demons. The 3 inquisitors in the bridge were only torturers, equivalent to trainee inquisitors, and were not qualified to mobilize armed forces, otherwise their ships would not have been intercepted near Mandeville Point, and they would have led the Astartes, Grey Knights, and Sisters of Battle to launch an attack. How is your plan? I declare in advance that I don't want to hear it, but Reyna, as our current colleague, I have the right to know all the situations as a bystander who has not intervened. The 2 judges sitting at the table asked Reyna, who came in, about the situation. Reyna did not answer immediately, but sat at the table and put her legs on the table, leaning against the chair to rest for a while. After a while, Reyna spoke. It failed. The 1,000 people I spent countless efforts to stuff into the Nest world are all gone. I think they are all gone. I am not sure. Anyway, I only know that the guy named Sire was being slaughtered by the guards when I was talking to him. This news was not completely bad news to the other 2 judges. Do you know what I like most about your Order of Rebellion? Honesty. Fortunately you failed, otherwise a war would have been started. After listening to the 2 people's sarcastic remarks, Reyna first glanced at them with dissatisfaction, but did not confront them, but pondered. Since discovering the abnormal situation in the Talon Galaxy, and coming to investigate, the other 2 people at the table have been like pig teammates. While they were investigating various things in the Talon Galaxy, they were also sarcastic and sabotaging. However, Reyna did not think that these 2 people were stupid. There were no fools in the Inquisition. They were more likely to represent the views of different factions within the Inquisition, or even the entire Empire on the Talon Galaxy. There were many small orders under the big orders such as the Anti-Rebellion, Holy Hammer, and Anti-Foreign, and then there were various small factions in the small orders, and everyone's goals were not the same. Reyna could even imagine that at this time, there should be a fierce battle going on in Holy Terra, and a winner would be chosen for the issue of the Talon Galaxy. Then this winner would support the Grand Inquisitor, or even the representative of the Inquisition, who had a similar attitude to him. That was the right time to start dealing with the affairs related to the Talon Galaxy. But Reyna didn't want to wait until then. In her opinion, it would be too late if that happened. Don't you think this galaxy is strange? Reyna frowned and said, they use unknown teleportation technology. They don't call things like detectors auspicious instruments. It's still unclear whether they are still loyal to the Emperor. So? The 2 inquisitors raised their heads and asked. We should jointly issue an order to order the so-called Lord of Talon to come to our ship for investigation, Reyna said in a deep voice. An inquisitor stood up and walked to the porthole, pointing to the large space fortress and warship outside that were almost completed. If you can go through the blockade to the bottom nest of the hive world under the banner of the Inquisitor, and send the order to the Lord of Tyrone. When you come back, we will jointly recommend you to be the Lord Inquisitor. Chapter 121. If you dare to sign this order together, I will go. Lena showed no fear and immediately stood up to show her firm attitude. Now we are in a state of confrontation. The so-called Lord of Tyrone dares to kill all the people I sent out and ignore our words. But does he dare to destroy our warships and kill any of us? If he dares, I would rather die, so that the Empire will define the entire galaxy as a traitor, and then the Astra Militarum and the Astartes will come to clean up here. As soon as the words fell, the bridge fell into silence. Reyna looked at her 2 pig teammates with a determined look. But the other 2 inquisitors were silent for a moment, then one shook his head, and the other couldn't help laughing. I mean, if the Mechanicus knew about the existence of the Talon system and thought there was an STC here, and their Forge General also thought so, and finally sent someone to represent their own interests to deal with things here, then you will die in vain, you will be killed, but who cares? If there are 1 trillion of you and even STC, you will be abandoned without hesitation. These words made Reyna lose her temper, and she sat back in her seat obediently, but she still insisted on her own ideas in her heart, believing that if the heretics in the Talon system were not eliminated immediately, the entire Empire would face a catastrophe. At the same time, Reyna also had a sense of mission. The sense of mission to save the Empire. She felt that her disgust for this galaxy was not without reason, and this might be the guidance of a certain sage. If this drags on, the Empire, and even the entire human race will be finished. We can't wait like this. Reyna still intends to try to persuade the other 2. We must find a way to escalate the situation, and then use a war, to completely clean up all the heretics in this galaxy, until even the traces of their existence are burned away. We have to fight. As she said this, Reyna looked at the first Inquisitor, who said nothing. Then Lena looked at another judge, who smiled. Finally, Lena's eyes fell on the last empty seat. She could only see that the seat was empty, but in fact, someone was sitting in the empty seat in some way, attending the meeting. This person was Chin-mo. "You can try, bitch," Chin-mo said. Lena did not see Chin-mo. She could only see an empty seat in her eyes. She asked the other two, "Isn't the priest advisor of the Mechanicus here?" "No, he should have gone down to investigate." "Yes, he went down to investigate. He is the only one among us who has obtained the permission to enter the hive world. Reina, don't make trouble. If they revoke the priest's permission, we really won't be able to find anything." Reina didn't want to hear this advice, but she had to admit that it was right. The entourage who came to investigate the Talon system was a priest from the Mechanicus. He was responsible for being a technical consultant and analyzing the various weapons and technologies currently known in the Talon system. Then this information would be used as a reference. Although we don't know how this priest got the license, if his license is revoked, everyone will be in trouble. Where did this priest come from? Reina asked the two inquisitors. "I don't know. I don't know where he came from, but I think he should be a radical in the Mechanicus." One of the two inquisitors shook his head, and the other gave a guess. Radical in the Mechanicus. Reina pondered this sentence. The radicals in the Inquisition refer to those who will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. These people will even use heretic weapons to deal with heretics and aliens. Then the radicals in the Mechanicus should refer to those who will do whatever it takes to obtain technology. No wonder this priest can get along with the Talons. Lena suddenly realized. At the same time, Chin-mo was in the illusion created by the mimicry. The illusion showed the ship of the Inquisition, the three inquisitors sitting together to discuss things, and every word they discussed. Chin-mo just sat beside the table, listening to every word the judges said like a real participant. Thanks to the ability of mimicry, Chin-mo could even see everyone's appearance clearly, but the illusion was just an illusion. He couldn't punch the judge named Rena in the face. And the judge couldn't see him either. "Can you show what's in their heads, or find out?" Chin-mo asked the mimicry beside him. At this time, the mimicry turned into the appearance of Judge Rena, sitting on the other side of the conference table. "How can I have this ability? Otherwise, I would have seen through your thoughts long ago to see if you really intend to help me. Can you still be a player for me?" The mimicry replied with a smile. "You can change into her appearance, but you can't imitate her speech." Chin-mo pointed at Lena and said. Hearing this, the mimicry nodded without saying anything. "By the way, can't you predict? Help me predict what kind of trouble she will cause in the future," Chin-mo said again. The mimicry did it immediately. After a moment of silence, mimicry told Chin-mo the result. "She will organize an assassination against you, and people who oppose you like her will assist her. This is a large-scale assassination, and there are many assassins who can transform in assassins, who can suppress psychic energy will participate in this assassination." "What will be the result?" Chin-mo asked. "If you want me to make a long-term prediction, please reorganize me. I can't see that far now." "But what do you think the result will be?" Mimicry asked back. Chin-mo thought for a moment, and thought that their assassination would definitely fail. But the assassination would not be the only trouble next. Considering the worst result, the Talon Galaxy might be defined as a rebellion, and then the Empire would send troops to conquer it. If it was when the Talon Galaxy had just stabilized, Chin-mo might choose to compromise. But now, he didn't think it was necessary. The large-scale transmission device around the star has been built. The space fortress is almost completed. There are at least 10 million troops that can be deployed on the battlefield in the entire galaxy, and there are 20 million new recruits. This is without loosening the conscription policy. In extreme cases, it is not a problem for the entire galaxy to have a population of nearly 10 billion to have 1 billion troops. Moreover, it is not a peaceful time now. Wars are breaking out in various star regions, and most of them are wars that the Empire's top leaders cannot ignore. After comprehensive consideration, Chin-mo feels that the possibility of a war is not high. Instead, it will only lead to a war if Lena creates more trouble. "I have to get rid of her." Chin-mo raised his head and looked at Rena across the table. "How to do it? Let your fleet blow up their ship or teleport in and kill her?" Mimic asked. Chin-mo thought for a while, and an idea came to him. "I remembered a person, that is the priest of the Mechanicus they mentioned. I can start with this person." "Wait. Why? Are you going to ask the priest about where Rena lives on the ship? Why don't you ask me directly? You can even see what she is doing," Mimic asked curiously. Chin-mo did not explain anything and took the initiative to exit the illusion and left. Chapter 122. In the lower nest of the hive world, a Mechanicus priest named Vic was observing a device called a teleporter. Whenever someone entered or left the lower nest, a crack would appear around the teleporter, and then a person would appear out of thin air at the location where the crack opened. This was a magical sight. Vic had never seen such a stable teleporter that could be used by civilians. As Vic was observing, a modified human skull was suspended next to Vic. The eyes of this thing called the servo skull flashed red, and it projected a red scanning line to scan the transmission device. During the scanning, the recording device installed under the skull automatically wrote the scan results. After another observation, Vic looked at the long pile of papers written by the servo skull. On the paper were data on various energy changes. Vic could only read one thing from these data, that is, there would be a strong energy reaction around the transmission device when it was transmitting. This result is of no help to the research. It just knows that there is such a thing. Vic is more curious about the principle of the transmission device in front of him, and what powers it. Is it a terminal device or something like a locator? But unfortunately these questions will not be answered. Vic thinks that this transmission device is like the Royal Guard Power Armor Black Ball robot battleship and the like. No one in the hive world will explain the principles of these things to him unless they get permission from their superiors. Record the survey log. Vic ordered the service call using electronic code. I didn't see any researchers or any research facilities during the survey in the hive under the city. This makes me wonder, who developed the creations I saw? The 3 worlds in the Talon galaxy are unlikely to have research capabilities. I can't make a conclusion yet, but after analyzing the existing conditions, I can conclude that there is a high probability that STC templates exist in the Talon galaxy. I will do my best to find the STC templates and take them away safely. For Om Messiah. When Vic was speaking, many people passed by him, but they were just curious about this strange man wearing a red robe with few pieces of flesh on his body. These people could not understand what Vic was saying. Even what the servo skull recorded was a long string of 1s and 0s with no combination pattern. Record the encrypted log. After the servo skull quickly recorded the ordinary exploration log, Vic gave another order. The servo skull did not record on the paper tube hanging on its lower jaw, but turned on the encrypted recording device integrated inside the skull to record what its owner said next. The great sage was right to entrust me to go with the Inquisitors. I found something interesting. A small number of people in the hive world believe in a kind of creator god, and believe that the black spherical mechanical creations here and the things they make are sacred. 98% of the observed subjects worship prosthetic transformation. This belief should not have appeared and spread for a long time, and it has not yet spread on a large scale. I tried to ask the governor who manages the 3 worlds of Tyrone about the belief in the gods of creation and the origin of all technological creations, but he was unwilling to answer. Reason speculation. He does not trust me very much, and may conduct deeper investigation and research after the arrival of the great sage. While Vic was recording, he suddenly felt someone standing behind him. The mechanical structure of his neck started to work, and his head turned to look at the person behind him. It was Chin Mo who had granted him permission to investigate. What did you find out? Chin Mo asked, staring at the teleporter. The energy reading near the teleporter is very high. That's all for now. Vic confessed. Chin Mo just smiled and nodded. Vic didn't know why he was laughing, and he didn't want to delve into the reasons for the biological emotions. He just wanted to know more. What principle is the teleporter based on? I allow you to investigate, and I will review the information obtained from the investigation before conveying it to the judges. You are only here to investigate, not to learn. Chin Mo shook his head. When Reyna first came to the Talon system, she was tough, and the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight. It was Vic who flew back and forth in and out of the space fortress in a small plane, trying to mediate and ease the situation. This was one of the reasons why Vic was allowed to investigate, but it was not the main reason. The main reason was that Vic was called subordinate. Chin Mo intended to promote the dimensional engine among human races to reduce human dependence on the subspace. If there was anyone in the Empire who was in a high position and was willing to accept new technology, it was Belisarius Call. Call develops the Primaris Space Marines, and will work with the Eldar Death Army to resurrect Guilliman. He is a relatively open-minded person. Although he cannot represent all members of the Mechanicus, or even most people in the Mechanicus, he is still a great sage of the Mechanicus. Has the governor considered the worst-case scenario? Vic suddenly asked. Maybe soon there will be a formal Inquisitor who does not care about the interests of anyone else. He is as bloodthirsty as most people in the Inquisition, and then the war will begin. After a pause, Vic continued, you have to know that the Inquisition is not someone's puppet. After hearing this question, Chin Mo felt that it was really possible. Someone like Lena, who is not even a formal Inquisitor, will be restrained by Vic. If a higher-level member of the Inquisition is determined to destroy the Talon Galaxy, it will be difficult not to start a war. After thinking carefully for a long time, Qin Mo suddenly shook his head. This galaxy has not fallen to the point where even life and death have to be decided by others. At least for the time being, it is impossible to start a war, unless you just want to have another enemy. Vic analyzed this word and interpreted what Qin Mo meant by this sentence. At first, Vic thought that Qin Mo had long wanted to rebel, but then he thought that if he had long wanted to rebel, he would have succumbed to various heretical factions in the galaxy. Finally, Vic concluded that the man in front of him was generally a good person, but for him, the Empire and humans should not be the same concept. Vic continued to analyze, and he remembered some ancient history, and suddenly felt that the Talon Galaxy was a bit like the forces of Randon during the Great Expedition. Although Vic only knew that Randon existed during the Great Crusade, and that it was a headache for people at that time, the Tyrone Galaxy was definitely not at the level of Randon, and could not even compare to it. Tyrone was not as good as Randon, but could the Empire be as good as the Empire back then? After a long series of analyses, Vic thought that if he wanted to continue the investigation, he had to make some slight changes in his position. But he thought there were more important things, far more important than the task assigned to him by Call. Can you let me know more about the creator God believed in on your planet? Vic suddenly made a request that Qin Mo thought was unreasonable. I don't mind taking you to learn more, but the premise is that you have to tell me one thing. Qin Mo nodded. What is it? Vic asked. As Vic watched, Qin Mo slowly said, on your ship, the one that was intercepted by my people near Mandeville Point, where did Rena live on the ship? Vic thought about it carefully for a moment, and then answered where Rena was most of the time on the ship. However, Qin Mo didn't need Vic to provide Rena's location at all. With the ability of mimicry, he could even know what Rena was doing now. But Vic's answer showed that he had a special tendency. Qin Mo also had his own big plan. Getting rid of Rena was not a big deal. Vic and Call were the most important part of the plan. Chapter 123. Late at night, lying in her room, Rena told her 3 crew members about her plan. From how to leave the ship and leave the Tyrone system on the surface, and then find a way to come back and sneak in, to how to avoid the inspection of various drones in the Hive world. This elaborate plan has only one purpose, which is to kill the so-called Lord of Tyrone. Rena looked serious when she spoke, but she was telling a group of crew members about her plan to assassinate the master of the entire system, which was somewhat funny. However, the 3 crew members who listened to her plan did not have any fear or worry. They just listened indifferently and remembered every step in the assassination plan, as well as the experience that Rena had accumulated over such a long time. Fortunately, there is a group of people who specialize in assassination standing on the same front with me, otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Thank you. After Rena finished talking about all the steps of the plan, she stood up and saluted the crew members in front of her. Even if it was an informal judge like the torturer, it would be outrageous to salute the crew members. But Rena knew the identities of these people in front of her, members of the Assassin's Court. As far as Rena knows, about a month ago, these people came to her and wanted to cooperate with her, but the specific reason was unknown. Madam, I have a question. After Rena finished speaking, a fat middle-aged man with a full beard raised his hand to ask a question, but the voice he spoke was a female voice. Rena felt very familiar when she heard this female voice, and remembered that she was the first assassin who contacted her. This is a Calidus assassin. She can turn into a man or a woman, and the reason why she restored her female voice at this time may be to make herself pay attention to her problem. So Rena nodded without hesitation. Please ask. Do you think the governor of the Talon system is an illegal psyker? The assassin asked. Yes. Rena nodded. If no one else agrees with me, we could have tried everyone in the entire system for harboring illegal psychers. After receiving the reply, the assassin nodded silently, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he seemed to have figured out the result and asked the second question. Why are you so sure that the governor is a heretic? Premonition. My premonitions are always very accurate. Rena replied. Okay. The assassin nodded slowly, and she warned Rena again, things here in the Talon system are more complicated than we thought. We are going to carry out a very secret operation. If we fail, I want to make sure you don't tell us about us. I don't need to make any promises. I can only ask you to kill me if the mission fails. It's that simple. Rena responded very firmly. This attitude made the assassin very satisfied. The assassin nodded, looked at his colleagues, then looked at Rena, and continued to nod with satisfaction. For the Emperor. For the Empire. for the entire human race that survives in the galaxy. Reyna began to make a passionate speech to the 3 assassins in front of her. I will do what others dare not do at all costs, and kill those who others dare not kill. The assassin raised his hand to interrupt the passionate speech halfway through. Sorry, we still need some time to prepare, but your speech is really inspiring. Reyna was not angry because her speech was interrupted. She just nodded. Let's do more important things. The assassination plan will officially begin in 3 days. The 3 assassins nodded in agreement, and then disappeared in front of Reyna in an instant. 2 hours later, Reyna sat in her own cabin, kneeling on the ground to smear the fat of a state church priest on her weapon. This priest had fought side by side with Reyna 120 years ago. His noble moral character and loyalty made Reyna unforgettable to this day, and this piece of fat of a loyal believer was a farewell gift given by the priest voluntarily. The power sword smeared with it can even easily cut through armor. While preparing, some sounds and images flashed through Reyna's mind from time to time. The hive world was full of skeletal remains and a large number of evil marks, and a series of blasphemous rituals. He is a threat. A threat to the human species. You must get rid of him. Some stuttering voices echoed in Reyna's ears, accompanied by all the blasphemous images that kept flashing and replaying. This is why she was determined to kill Qin Mo. She firmly believed that she had received a sacred prophecy from some predecessors of the Inquisition or a sacred person, or even from the Emperor himself. This is an order that cannot be disobeyed, and a mission that must be completed. If we spend the next 3 days doing the ritual, we should be able to chop off the heretic's dog head with one blow. Reyna raised the power sword that had been wiped of fat and looked at it carefully. This power sword given to her by her mentor allowed her to complete her mission smoothly every time, and she could easily escape when facing a strong enemy. After admiring the power sword, Reyna stood up and walked to the table, took out a diamond-shaped box, and placed it flat on the table. This is another gift from her mentor. A device that can establish a mental link and record what the linker wants to record when the linker is in a completely different position. To put it bluntly, it is a recording device based on psychic energy. Reyna is not sure whether the action in 3 days will be successful. She wants to leave some traces so that there will be a successor to complete the great mission. After debugging the box, Reyna's work for the day is completely over. She drank a glass of wine, turned over, and lay on the bed and fell asleep. Reyna had a good dream. She dreamed that she successfully cut off the dog head of the heretic leader, and then carried the head and walked through every area of the Nest world, loudly preaching the various blasphemous behaviors of the heretic leader. The civilians stood on the roadside with their heads down and dared not speak. The nobles applauded, and the local planetary defense team escorted her through every street like a guard. This dream made Reyna sweat with excitement. She turned over in bed, panting, and continued to sleep. Soon the second dream followed. Reyna felt that she had come to a strange place. When she opened her eyes and looked around, she saw a very large metal hall. The whole hall did not seem to be on the surface of the planet, because when she looked out of the window, she could not see the moon and sky outside. But the palace was not dark. In the weak light, Reyna could still distinguish every object here. There were some huge steel pillars, on which were placed various photos and images, showing some heroic deeds. A young man with a square face, who looked far from handsome, was either standing in the middle of a group of soldiers and taking photos with them, or personally participating in the battle. Chapter 124. In the metal hall, Reyna carefully observed everything she could see, while moving forward slowly. Until she finally came to the end of the metal hall, there was an entrance to a large corridor, which was large enough for knights to pass through. And in the shadow of the entrance stood a person. At this time, the light was dim and Reyna could not see the man's appearance. She slowly approached and asked, "Who are you?" As soon as the voice fell, the weak light in the hall shone on the man, allowing Reyna to see his appearance clearly. He was wearing a guard power armor, holding a fat-covered power sword, and a bolter hanging on his waist. 2 of the 3 things were Reyna's own, except for the guard power armor. The moment Reyna saw the guard power armor, she tensed up and quickly took a step back, realizing that the person in front of her was a guard. As far as Reyna knew, the guard was a terrible warrior among the heretics, who could destroy an army by himself. "This is your dream. How dare you be so afraid of me?" the guard said in a cold tone. Reyna relaxed a little. She knew that it was not strange to see anything in a dream, but she was still alert and did not approach or attack rashly. "Your weapon." The guard threw the power sword he was leaning on to Reyna, and also threw the grenade hanging on his waist to her. "This is a grenade used by mortals. After reducing the power, the recoil is also reduced, so that the arm will not be shattered with one shot. With the blessing of the Inquisitor's psychic power, it is not a problem to use this grenade. Reyna caught her weapons one by one, holding the power sword in her left hand, and the bolter in her right hand, still ready to fight. She didn't mind practicing how to kill a guard in her dream. But the guard didn't mind practicing with her, just glanced at her and turned around to enter the corridor entrance. After walking a few steps, the guard realized that Reyna didn't follow him. He turned around and said to Reyna, "Come up, or get out." Reyna hesitated for a moment, but still followed. The two walked together in the corridor. It was a long journey, and it took nearly half an hour. Finally, Reyna and the guards came to another hall at the end of the corridor. This hall was covered with white carpet, and there was no other decoration. There was a throne made of pure gold under the wall in front of him, and the man seen in the photo in the hall before was sitting on the throne. In front of the man, the remaining 4 guards stood on both sides. Heretics! Lena pointed the power sword forward, and he recognized the identity of the man on the throne. It was the so-called Lord of Tyrone. Chin-Mo had no expression on his face when he was accused of heresy by the judge. He just stared at Lena until she realized her situation and calmed down. "Why are you targeting me so much?" Chin-Mo asked, and his voice seemed to echo throughout the hall. "Because you are a heretic." Lena raised her sword and answered, "I am not just targeting you, I am also targeting everyone in your galaxy. I want to see the entire galaxy burn in the flames of war, and all the heretics and traitors are burned to ashes. I want to chop off your—" "Wait a minute." Chin-Mo raised his hand to interrupt Reyna's impassioned speech, and then revised the question he had just asked. "What caused you to target me?" This question made Reyna stunned. She pondered for a moment before answering. "Because the various technological creations you use are blasphemous, it is difficult for me not to judge you as a heretic." "I understand." Chin-Mo nodded. "I will give you a judgment based on what you said, so that you can die clearly." Hearing this, Reyna sneered and disagreed. However, Reyna was not as calm as she seemed on the surface. She began to suspect that the dream in front of her was a little too real. But then again, if the other party was a powerful psychic, it would not be very difficult to create such a dream. He could even kill a person in a dream. And Reyna also had various ways to escape from the dream. "You planned an infiltration operation against the Hive world, you organized people to kill or kidnap my soldiers, and you tried to plan an assassination against me. You must die today," Chin-Mo said calmly. When she heard about the assassination, Reyna was very surprised, wondering how this matter was known, and the words "you must die today" proved her speculation in her mind, that is, the current dream was actually created by a powerful psychic. Reyna realized that she had to evacuate now, because if she really stayed here, the servants who entered her room tomorrow morning would find that she had become a corpse. Because the soul has died in this dream. This would affect the subsequent assassination operation. Lena could not accept dying before achieving her goal. She immediately began to chant the spell to break the dream, and use psychic power to try to counter the dream. Chin-Mo and the guards looked at Lena quietly. Lena wished they would watch her so that she could leave time to escape. Then she continued to chant spells, and use psychic power, and other means. About 10 minutes later, Lena found embarrassed that she could not escape. All her means were ineffective. According to the original assumption, she should be able to leave the dream and wake up in bed within 2 minutes. "You might as well run out from the corridor," Chin-Mo reminded. "This is not a dream." Lena didn't want to believe what a heretic said, but if this was really a dream, why didn't all her efforts to escape work? In the end, Lena had to make a judgment, that is, the place she was in was really not a dream. Considering that the other party had a strange teleportation technology, it was more likely that this was the real world. Lena used the only method she could use in the real world to escape. She quickly raised her bolter and fired at everyone present. The bolt that hit Chin-Mo was shattered in the air, and the bolt that flew to other guards was intercepted by the gravity shield and crushed on the ground. When she fired the first shot, Lena had already run towards the corridor behind, firing as she ran, and soon disappeared from Chin-Mo's sight. Lena walked through the corridor, and her footsteps echoed in the metal corridor. She ran to the hall outside, then quickly looked around, and rushed over when she saw an open door in front of her. The moment she stepped out of the threshold, Reyna looked back and found that no one was chasing her, which made her feel relieved. After one leg had stepped out of the threshold, Reyna turned her head and looked forward to observe the route that could be used to escape from the Nest world again. However, after turning her head, Reyna saw not the environment outside the building, but another hall. The hall where Chin-Mo and his guards were. Chapter 125. Fear spread in Reyna's heart. Thorough fear. This kind of fear had never appeared even when Reyna faced the most distorted mutants and chaos believers. The source of this fear was unknown. Why did she appear in the hall in an instant after she had clearly stepped out of the door? Reyna searched through everything she had read, learned, and even heard, but there was no explanation for this strange phenomenon in her mind. But Yaoan, one of the 5 guards present, knew that this might be the same phenomenon that occurred when they exorcised demons in the fortress under the glacier on the Tyrone too. To sum it up, the space in the current area is distorted. I need her to be alive, but only physically alive. Her soul can disappear. Qin Emo ordered Yaoan. Yaoan nodded, and then walked towards Lena. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Lena was forced to stay and fight. When the distance between her and Yaoan shortened, she immediately felt uncomfortable. The spiritual energy that she could mobilize was now unable to be mobilized, just like the feeling when she was taken away by the black ship and put on a collar. Not being able to use psychic energy is a minor issue. The key is the various uncomfortable feelings. Weakness, pain, nausea, disgust. Reyna resisted the discomfort and launched an attack. She fired 2 shots at Yaoan and then swung the power sword to chop. This time, the bomb was not intercepted and crushed by some invisible force, but was dodged by Yaoan. In Reyna's eyes, Yaoan's figure flashed twice, dodged the bomb to the left and right, and rushed to her, as if launching an attack. Reyna couldn't see clearly, but felt that the other party launched an attack, and then, there was a severe pain in her abdomen, and her already uncomfortable body fell to the ground because of the pain. How is it, Judge? Yaoan looked at Reyna, who was lying on the ground huddled in pain, and an analysis appeared in her vision. Reyna's condition was scanned, and it was shown that some implants in her stomach were severely damaged. Yaoan grabbed Reyna's hair and pulled her up from the ground, then threw her out. Reyna rolled on the ground twice before stopping, lying on the ground completely unable to move. Teleport her where she is. Qin Emo ordered. The main control intelligence immediately calculated Reyna's position and teleportation point. Since Reyna could not move, the calculation process was very fast even without the teleportation protection device to assist in positioning. Reyna was immediately teleported to a position 1 meter to the left. She lay on the ground with lifeless eyes staring at the top of the hall, without any reaction. This time, there is no one wearing protective equipment to carry her, Gray said. Reyna may have realized that this was not a dream when she died, but for the others present, they realized it from the beginning. In fact, this was a plan. Gray was first teleported to the ship where the Inquisition personnel were, and then sneaked into the room where Reyna was, knocked her unconscious, carried her up and teleported her back to the bottom nest. The barrier formed by the teleportation protection device protected Gray and Reyna, who was carried by him. Gray also took Reyna's weapon with him. This was a fair fight, not an execution. A judge died. And Rita looked at Qin Emo. This is likely to worsen the current situation, and we will eventually face an attack from the Empire. And Rita did not want to say discouraging words, but he thought it was necessary for him to express his opinion so that Qin Emo could have sufficient reference conditions when making decisions. He had said so before, but Qin Emo still decided to let Gray do it. She is not a formal judge at all. If the Imperial high-level officials decide to go to war, she, even someone like Vic, can't stop anything. If the Imperial high-level officials choose to compromise, they will not change their decision because of this woman's death. Qin Emo looked at Reyna, whose soul was torn apart during the transmission. She is like a stink bug jumping around in front of my eyes. Hearing this, Andrade nodded, and also thought that Reyna was indeed a stink bug. If she hadn't planned the kidnapping of the recruits before, she wouldn't have died here. Guys. Yaoan suddenly spoke. The name Reyna sounds familiar to me, and now I remember where I heard it from. When I was hiding from the mutant spiders with a group of bounty hunters, one of the bounty hunters was holding a bomb weapon named Reyna. She is also our weapon now. Qin Emo stood up and walked towards Reyna to check her current situation. Gray thought that Reyna's brain might still be valuable, and he could dig out intelligence from it. But Qin Emo wanted to do much more than that. Teleport us to the fortress. Qin Emo ordered. The protective barrier was deployed around Qin Mo's body. He had the authority to mobilize all computing power for teleportation, so he disappeared in the hall in an instant. Lena, who had lost her soul, disappeared immediately. The guard's mission was over. I don't think anything will happen in the short term. Gray turned and walked out of the hall. I'm going to Talon number 3. Remember to put on the protective device when you are sunbathing. Maybe you have to teleport back halfway? Yaoan smiled. It would be better if we could teleport back directly instead of taking a boat, otherwise I would suffer again. In a room filled with various instruments and equipment, Qin Mo placed Rina on the bed, fixed her body, and then began the operation. After implanting a chip into Rina's brain and completely healing her wounds, Qin Mo untied the straps that bound Rina and turned to another device nearby and began to operate the chip installed in Rina's head. The chip was activated and connected to the brain tissue, and finally one of the other 5 master intelligences created by Qin Mo entered the chip. Lena woke up from the bed and got out of bed immediately, but her body was not very flexible yet. She stood up after falling down. But this is normal, and she will soon become as agile as before. I need you to simulate the corresponding personality based on the memory in your head, Qin Mo said to Lena. Lena's face showed many expressions in succession, crying, laughing, angry, and angry, looking like a fool. But she gradually became normal. The intelligence controlling her body was familiar with this body and learned to play the role of Rina. What do you want, heretic? Rina asked. I need you to put on the protective device and teleport back to the ship, and then continue to be your judge. It's that simple, Qin Mo replied. Okay. Rina raised her eyebrows and nodded, then turned around and found the protective device placed next to her and put it on. The main control intelligence then teleported her to the ship parked in space. Rina came out on the apron of the ship. She walked towards her room and didn't have any good face to anyone she met along the way. Chapter 126. Morning. Master Chuck, you have a letter from Reverend Vic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I see. Chuck, one of the 3 inquisitors on the ship, took the letter from the servant, opened it, and read it carefully. This is a routine report about what Vic saw on the Hive world. Although this information is not important, the Inquisition can obtain this information that cannot be concealed by 100 means, but Vic's existence has greatly accelerated the speed of obtaining information. After recording all the information on the letter, Chuck walked to the porthole in the room and observed everything outside as usual. In front of the ship were 2 space fortresses. The appearance of these fortresses was not a bastion-like structure, but a very standard circle. A large number of black spheres were flying around the buildings, and there were many machines that looked like some kind of marine creatures climbing up and down the fortress shell. Chuck didn't understand why people in this galaxy liked spheres so much. The fortress in front of him was like this, and the man-made buildings on the orbit of the Hive world were also like this, just in different sizes. After thinking for a while, Chuck suddenly recalled a speculation that Vic had said to him. Perhaps the fortress we see now is not just a fortress, but a small-scale celestial system. Perhaps the 2 existing fortresses are satellites of some super-large planetary buildings in the future, just like artillery batteries. Chuck thought this was ridiculous. He just felt that these things in front of him had a unique beauty, giving him a solemn and majestic feeling. Don't you think this is fascinating? Chuck suddenly said to the servant. I just feel horrified. The servant replied, I can't imagine if those 2 fortresses were equipped with weapons and opened fire on us. Chuck is a good person, so the servant dares to tell the truth in front of him, and Chuck also likes to hear the truth. What he hates most is lies, and what he likes most is machines. Don't be so hostile and prejudiced. Chuck turned his head and looked at the servant. Don't be like Lena. Those conservative lunatics think everyone is a heretic, and she told me before that you might be a heretic. Nothing can shake my loyalty to you. The servant knelt down and said, I know. Chuck was just saying that. Both of them were silent. Until the slave on the ship brought breakfast into the room, walked to the porthole without looking up, and handed the plate to Chuck. Chuck picked up the bread and wine with nutritional paste, and ate while observing the construction of the fortress outside the porthole. When a machine controlled by a person did not firmly fix itself on the surface of the fortress, and drifted away from the surface of the fortress due to some bumps during work, Chuck would stop and watch nervously. When the machine used various methods to float back to the surface of the fortress and continue working, Chuck would clench his fists and cheer for him. After a happy breakfast, Chuck looked at the servant and asked, Have you seen Lena since last night? I went to look for her last night, and it seemed that no one was in the room. Yes. The servant replied respectfully, I saw the Inquisitor on the apron. Don't be the Inquisitor, she is just a torturer like me, not a formal Inquisitor yet, Chuck said as he walked out of the room. When the servant wanted to ask Chuck where he wanted to go, Chuck just said one sentence without turning his head. I have to keep an eye on that bitch, lest she secretly makes things worse. A moment later, Chuck leaned against the door frame of Rena's room, quietly listening to her explain why she believed that everyone in the Talon galaxy was a heretic. These reasons were similar to what I said yesterday, without much detailed evidence, all based on feelings and suspicion of various unknown technological creations in the Talon galaxy. The suspicion of unknown technological creations is also the focus of Chuck and another Inquisitor's investigation. They also think that these technological creations are strange, but they don't think that people who use them are heretics. After listening, Chuck said to Lena, "Have you ever thought that these things may be made of STC templates?" "Are you kidding?" Lena couldn't believe her ears. She stood up and yelled at Chuck. So many STC templates appeared in a remote galaxy that has not even been divided into star regions. "Do you think this is normal?" Chuck was used to Rena's attitude. He looked at Rena indifferently and said lightly, "What do you think is going on? A super powerful person appeared in a remote galaxy that has not even been divided into star regions. Is he the one who developed these technological creations? Are you kidding me?" Rena was speechless. She wanted to say something like these technologies might be alien creations, but she also felt that this was unlikely. In the end, she stopped arguing, pushed Chuck away, and left the room. Chuck watched Rena leave quietly. He was very suspicious about what this girl did yesterday, but now it seems that she did nothing, just left her room. Out of professional habit, Chuck even doubted whether Rena was still the same person, but based on her performance, it can be determined that this suspicion is completely redundant and unnecessary. After confirming that Rena did nothing last night, Chuck also walked out of the room. But just after Chuck walked a dozen steps, he suddenly thought of something. When Rena planned the kidnapping operation before, no one knew about it. Maybe she deliberately concealed something. After thinking about this, Chuck turned back to Rena's room and began to search everything there. After searching for a long time, Chuck's eyes fell on a diamond-shaped metal box on the table. He recognized that it was an item that Rena carried with her, which could be used to record things remotely. Chuck immediately opened the box and checked the contents. There was a note inside, and it was blank, with nothing on it. "Humph, you'd better not do anything." Chuck snorted and put down the box, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked back 5 steps, then moved 2 steps to the left, and finally took another small step back. After walking a few steps like a ritual, Chuck squatted down and lifted up the floorboards under his feet, and took out a very small bug from it. Chuck put the bug into his ear to listen to the recording, then closed the floorboards, turned around and left the room and closed the door. "I cut off your head, heretic. Witness my glory, my victory. Witness the death of your evil governor." At first, it was just 2 sentences of dream talk, which made Chuck frown. But just when he was about to take out the bug, he heard footsteps again. It was the sound of the power armor colliding with the metal floor. Chuck frowned and realized that things were not simple. His intuition told him that someone had entered Rena's room last night, and it was a person wearing power armor. The collision sound produced by this power armor was not loud, and it was different from the noise made by ordinary power armor, which made Chuck more suspicious. After listening to the recording, Chuck had already walked into his room. "The priest is waiting for you," the servant respectfully reported to Chuck, who entered the room, and then walked out of the room and closed the door. Chuck looked at the table and saw Vic sitting there. The priest of the Mechanicus had his neck turned behind his back and was staring at him. "Listen to this." Chuck sat down at the table and took out the bug and put it on the table. Vic stared at the bug for a while. His implanted hearing enhancement device had transferred the contents of the bug and played it. "It's a normal recording." Vic gave a cold response after listening. "Normal? No." Chuck lowered his voice. "Is it possible that someone teleported into Lena's room last night and carried her away? You have seen the capabilities of those teleportation devices and those advanced power armors. Don't you think it's strange?" Vic stared at Chuck with his only remaining flesh and blood eye, and after a moment of silence, he said in a commanding tone, "Destroy it." Chuck neither agreed nor refused, but just sat there silently. "Destroy it." Vic repeated his orders like a machine. Chuck was silent for a few minutes before he picked up the bug and crushed it in his hand. Vic's face, which was only a quarter of flesh and blood, had no expression, and his eyes were calm. "This is a troublesome matter. I hope you make the right decision, because if the matter is exposed in the future, we will be in big trouble." Chuck sprinkled the powder on the table and warned, "You'd better think it over carefully, Father." Chapter 127. This is the result of my precise calculations, and it is the best result compared to the possible consequences of other choices. When Vic said this, he still had no emotion, which made Chuck think that his father might be trying to reassure him with a firm tone. But Chuck was not reassured. On the one hand, he did not believe his father, and on the other hand, as an inquisitor, he liked to doubt. Suspicion, anger, hatred, suspicion. If you are swayed by these biological emotions, you will make mistakes. This is the truth I have concluded. Vic stared at Chuck. Just like me, 70 years ago, I was swayed by biological emotions, and made a mistake with a female fellow. If Vic hadn't said this, Chuck wouldn't have remembered that he was already over 70 years old. In various life extension technologies and heavy tribunal affairs, decades passed like a few years, and even his appearance and personality didn't change much. As for the father-son relationship, Chuck felt that the man in front of him was just a priest of the Mechanicus. He might have some relationship with him, but they hadn't seen each other for more than 60 years, so the relationship faded. Chuck didn't care about Vic's cold words, but nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you have thought it over. But I wonder, what benefit did Lord Tyrone give you? It can't be STC. As a member of the Inquisition, Chuck has read some information about the Adeptus Mechanicus. STC templates, such archaeological technological relics, are very precious. If Vic can get an STC template, he will have status and power. It's not STC. Vic replied calmly, you don't know what I found on that hive world, you don't know what secrets Lord Tyrone has, these are more important than STC, far more important than STC. Chuck was curious about what could be more important than the STC, but considering that the old man had even replaced his mouth with a titanium alloy voice generator, he probably couldn't get any useful information. So, based on the importance I mentioned, Vic said, as he slowly stood up, turned around and walked towards the locked door, saying the rest of the words as he walked, I can be sure that Inquisitor Rena must have encountered an accident, and it must have been done by someone from the Talon system, but it doesn't matter. I ask you not only not to report this matter, but also to discredit your colleagues in the next work. Chuck nodded silently, then suddenly asked, Is this your order or the order of the Mechanicus? Walker did not give an answer when he walked to the door. Instead, he turned his head back to face Chuck before pushing the door open and talked about another thing. There are 8 bugs in your room. I have deleted the content recorded in the bugs. You can record some nonsense and save it later. After that, the metal structure on Vic's neck quickly turned his head back, and pushed the door, and left with the tentacle-like mechanical arm connected to his back. Chuck watched Vic leave, then immediately searched the room. That shouldn't be the case. I found 9 before I went to bed yesterday. Did I miss the rest or did someone put them there? 1 week later. Hive World Spaceport. The spaceport is one of the orbital buildings built in the past year and a half. It looks like a bastion in space. All ships entering the Talon system must dock at the spaceport, undergo inspection and formalities before they can carry out commercial activities. Every day, a dozen ships jump out of Mandeville Point and then pass through the fortress defense line into the spaceport, but today there is a ship that is teleported directly next to the spaceport. This ship is different from the surrounding ships. It has no church and looks angular. A golden lion family emblem is hung on the hull. Although various large turrets attached to the surface of the ship can be seen from a long distance, it is indeed a merchant ship. After the merchant ship was teleported, it sailed towards the spaceport, and was guided by a small guide ship to dock under the holographic projection with the number 37 suspended. After the merchant ship came to a stop, 10 large transport planes flew out from under the hull and finally landed in the port area. The transport planes hatch opened, and Klein walked out of the middle transport plane cabin with his entourage, looking at a guard waiting in front of him, and the 1,000 soldiers armed to the teeth behind the guard. Are you Gray or Andrada? Or someone else? Could it be Groot? Klein looked at the guard, not knowing who was under the heavy mask. The guard walked forward and took off his helmet. You bastard are doing pretty well. Gray. Klein walked forward with a big laugh and hugged his old acquaintance. Then Gray looked at the entourage behind Klein. A very large Ogryn, wearing a handmade carapace. Behind Ogryn were some guards with scars on their faces. In addition to these people, there was another person. When Gray looked at him, he immediately attracted his attention. He was a strong man, with a height of 2.3 meters, a handsome face, and long golden hair. He was wearing yellow ceramic steel armor, and there was a red heart and red blood drop logo on the chest of the armor. It was obvious that this was an Astartes. However, there were many damaged places on the man's armor, and even the heavy shoulder armor on his shoulders was gone. When Gray stared at him, the man did not show any displeasure. He remained silent for a while, then nodded to Gray. Foros, an Emperor Angel. I don't know much about him. Anyway, I found him in a world with a harsh environment. Klein briefly introduced him, and then whispered, I have to say that they have strong vitality. When I found him, he and his subordinates had been eating poisonous animals for a month. Hearing this, Gray realized that there was not just one Astartes coming, but several. Seeing that Foros didn't look like a bad guy, Gray didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Klein had to meet the Lord of Talon later. I came back this time mainly to transport the goods that the governor wanted. Klein said, as he walked towards other transport planes. The doors of each transport plane were opened, and the mercenaries were armed with live ammunition to maintain order in the transport planes. The interior of the large transport plane was like a square, and the goods that Klein mentioned were in the square. Go up. Gray and Klein traveled together, chatting, while observing the cargo in each transport plane. The first transport plane was packed with ogrins. The second one was also packed. I haven't been back for several months. How is the governor? Klein asked with a smile. Very good. I spend most of my time in the institute every day. You know, the underground of the fortress where you used to be stationed. It's still the same as before. Klein sighed helplessly and asked again, You haven't found a governor's wife yet? The governor went to Talon too a few times during the day a few days ago, and went to a young noblewoman's manor to play for a few days. I saw them on the beach before my vacation ended, so... During the conversation, Gray finished looking at the cargo in the first 9 transport planes. Most of them were ogrins and ratmen, just like what other merchants would store in their transport planes. Finally, Gray walked to the door of the transport plane at the end, and he saw some civilians in the transport plane. These people were dressed in rags, sitting or lying on the cabin floor chewing food. There were adults and children. These people may have suffered a lot when growing up. When they saw Gray in power armor coming over, everyone shrank to the end of the cabin. After scanning, Gray found that there were more than 50 people here. When he saw these people, Gray felt disgusted, and everyone present cast unfriendly eyes into the cabin. This disgust was not discrimination, but instinct, because all these people in the cabin were untouchables. These people are much more miserable than Johan. Klein said helplessly, recalling the scene he saw when he found these untouchables. I can see it. Gray nodded. Klein was silent for a moment, turned his head to look at Foros beside him, and then looked at Gray. I want to meet the governor, can you? Of course, I take you there right away. Gray nodded in agreement. Chapter 128. In the research institute under the fortress, Chin-Mo adjusted the design of the original creation while waiting. In the open space of the research institute, the logistics machinery was printing a taller and heavier power armor. This power armor was obviously not for people to wear. It left a lot of space inside. It was covered with alloy armor from head to toe, and looked very bloated. After the logistics machinery printed out the shoulder cannons on the shoulders of the armor, and the 2 energy cannons on the left and right sides of the back, this power armor looked a bit like the dreadnought used by the Astartes. Ogren armor is complete. After printing out the power armor completely, the logistics machine floated to Chin-Mo's side and reported. Okay. Chin-Mo nodded and pointed to the screen with another design drawing. Print out the things on it as well. The logistics machine floated to the screen and observed it for a while, and the mechanical tentacles stretched out to enlarge or reduce the entire design drawing. This is a design drawing of a very short power armor, without any weapons attached, and it looks very thin. In addition to the basic function of enhancing the wearer's speed and agility, it only adds a cloaking device. The name of this type of power armor is as simple and direct as the Ogren armor, called the Liveling armor. After reading the design drawings of the invisible force field generator, the logistics machine floated to another open space and began to print. Chin-Mo walked to the front of the Ogren armor and observed it carefully, and considered whether he had missed anything. The purpose of buying Ogren in the Tylon galaxy is to arm it, and send it to the army. After a simple training, the Ogren will wear power armor and be assigned to the officers as guards, or assigned to each company as a support soldier. Considering the intelligence of Ogren, the power armor they wear will not have any complicated functions, just to turn them into killing machines on the battlefield. The right hand of the power armor is integrated with a chainsaw sword, and the weapon structure of the left hand is similar to the shotgun laser of the guard power armor. Then, there are 2 shoulder cannons and 2 heavy cannons on the back, all of which are energy weapons, and do not need to be loaded. Even Ogren does not need to learn how to operate multiple weapons in battle. As long as their hands can press the shooting switch in the hand armor, the heavy cannon on their backs will automatically fire. The shoulder gun can fire small lasers to intercept incoming missiles or shells. All these weapons have the function of identifying friend or foe, and will only fire when ensuring that friendly forces will not be harmed. That's about it. Chin-Mo turned his head with satisfaction, preparing to package the design of Ogren A and put it into production. You have a visitor. The electronic prompt sound echoing in the institute interrupted Chin-Mo's work, and then a holographic screen was projected in front of him, showing several people waiting in the hall inside the fortress. Chin-Mo didn't want to go over right away, but when he saw an Astartes among the visitors, he became curious and put down his work, walked out of the institute, and headed straight for the lobby on the first floor of the fortress. The people waiting in the lobby were Klein and Foros, of course, Gray who led them through the checkpoint outside the fortress, and the other 10 Astartes. When he saw Chinemo enter the lobby, Klein immediately stepped forward and saluted with the Sky Eagle. "Long time no see, Governor. I haven't seen you for half a year." Chinemo helped Klein up, looked him up and down, and found that he was doing well now. He was dressed very decently, with a row of cigars on his waist. Klein wanted to reminisce about the past, and talk about some interesting things he had experienced in the past 6 months, but there was something more important to tell Chinemo right now. So Klein took a step back and let Foros next to him step out, and then introduced, "He is Foros, the captain of the Weepers." Chinemo had already seen Foros when he was talking to Klein. After all, Astartes were very conspicuous wherever they went. Chinemo also saw from the emblem on Foros' chest that he was a member of the Weepers, but he didn't expect him to be the head of the war band. Former head of the war band. Foros bowed slightly. "I haven't contacted most people in the war band for 80 or 90 years, maybe 85 years. I forgot." Chinemo looked at Foros and recalled. The head of the Weepers was indeed Foros, to be precise, the former head of the war band. The Weepers were typical good people who didn't get good rewards. They could fight to death to rescue slaves, but they were very poor and very unlucky. They were on the verge of extinction from the moment they were born. When talking about the Weepers, we have to mention the Badab War. The Astartes chapter named Celestial Claws, and its chapter master Huron controlled a sector of the star system, and then they began to withhold gene seeds that should have been handed over to the Mechanicus, and went too far, even destroying the Imperial fleet that went to collect taxes. After a series of frictions, the war broke out. Several chapters that had good relations with Celestial Claws joined the war, and stood on Huron's side. Some of them were forced, some took the initiative, and some were confused. The Weepers were the kind who were confused. Anyway, Huron lost, and the Weepers were killed. The ship that the chapter leader Foros was on was destroyed by the warship of the Minotaur chapter, and Foros' whereabouts were unknown in the explosion. Chinemo was very surprised why Foros came with Klein, so he asked directly, "How did you know each other?" Klein then told him the whole story. 3 months ago, he was looking for the Untouchables and Ogren as usual, and went to the surrounding galaxies to explore the situation. After arriving at a galaxy without human colonization, he did not jump out immediately, but prepared to catch some wild animals on the planets here to sell, and ended up finding Foros on one of the planets. At that time, Foros and his 10 subordinates were eating a poisonous creature on the planet. After Klein finished speaking, Foros immediately added, "Before I met this businessman, I survived the disaster with 10 battle brothers. After waking up, I was on an industrial world whose exact location was unknown. I helped the governor there to eliminate the aliens, and then he gave me a ship. Then we left the system and encountered a subspace storm while sailing. After leaving the subspace, the ship was damaged. Finally, I and several subordinates took a transport plane and landed on a desolate planet in a system near Telone. The Badab War was a sensitive matter, and Foros still hadn't figured out the ins and outs of the war, so he just said that he had encountered a disaster before. TSK. Chinemo suddenly felt that the Weepers were really unlucky. Foros and his men were not the only unlucky ones in the war. Other Weepers were probably fighting in some unknown corner, and they didn't even know that Foros was not dead. Chinemo could also guess why Foros came, that he wanted to get some help. Chapter 129. You need help, and the Tyrone system will provide it. Chinemo spoke before Foros made his request. The Emperor bless you. Thank you very much. Foros breathed a sigh of relief. He came here to ask for help. Although Klein said that Lord Tyrone was a good man along the way, Foros was always worried about being turned away. But Chinemo was willing to lend a hand not only because of the tragic fate of the Weepers, but also to establish contact with an Astartes regiment. After all, no matter how unlucky the Weepers were, they were still Astartes. Even if Foros was so poor that he lost his shoulder armor, he was still a regiment leader, and had the necessary combat power. As long as you lend a helping hand to Foros now, the Weepers will definitely repay you in the future, and it is not a retaliatory return. In the Badab War, the Weepers got on the Huron chariots without knowing why, and there was a reason why someone later vouched for the Weepers, so that they could be pardoned. I don't produce the armor and weapons you use here. I need to study your equipment before I can produce and supply you, Chinemo said. Of course. Foros nodded vigorously. Is there anything we can do to help? Not yet. You just need to give me the weapons and equipment to study, and then you can go to the Tyrone 3 to rest during this time. Shin Emo smiled. If there is anything you need help with, we are always available. Foros saluted Shin Emo and thanked him again. Then Foros took off his armor and asked his subordinates to gather 2 more sets of armor and weapons. Shin Emo could see that Foros and his 10 men who survived the explosion of the battleship had suffered a lot. Some of them had lost their armor, leaving their arms bare. Some of them had lost the leg armor on one leg, and some even lost the entire armor on their lower body, leaving them only wearing the armor on their upper body. What surprised Shin Emo was that one of these people was wearing a Terminator power armor, and that person seemed to be Foros' guard. This set of Terminator power armor was also missing some parts, but now there was only one person wearing it, and there was no way to complete it with others. In the eyes of other Astartes, it is unacceptable to hand over power armor to outsiders for research, and it is difficult for the Weepers to accept it, but now there is really no other way. As long as he can get supplies and find the lost brothers, Foros is willing to pay any price and accept any request. In the end, Shin Emo got 3 sets of weapons and equipment that can be used for research, 1 set of fine armor, 1 set of mass-produced armor, and 1 set of Terminator armor. There are also weapons such as bolt guns and power spears. Klein on the side felt that it was indeed profitable to pull these people to the Talon system. At least Shin Emo could reverse engineer the equipment used by these Astartes. But in Shin Mo's opinion, this was not a good thing. The reason he asked for these equipments was simply to save some effort. He could directly reverse engineer the design drawings and then produce them, without having to figure out the principal structure of the Astartes' armor. Take them to the Talon 3. Shin Emo ordered Klein. Yes, Governor. Klein nodded, and then signaled to Foros that he and his men could leave. In less than 2 days, Foros, who was anxiously waiting on the Talon 3, waited for the news he wanted to hear the most. Armor and weapons have been produced. Foros and his 10 subordinates immediately took the ship back to the Hive world, then teleported into the hall of the Underhive fortress, and entered the room on the left side of the hall under the guidance of the drone. This is the armory, where power armor and weapons are stored, but these are not for Astartes, but just the equipment of ordinary soldiers that Foros saw in the galaxy. Your equipment is here. Shin Emo was waiting in the room. When he saw Foros coming, he immediately walked to a wall and knocked on the button on the wall. After the wall rose, Foros and his men saw a large compartment with a large number of neatly arranged armor racks, each of which was equipped with power armor. In addition, there were weapons such as bolters and power spears, which were displayed against the wall inside the compartment. Foros checked and found that there were 20 sets of ordinary power armor, 10 for wearing and 10 for backup, just right. However, this was not all the power armor placed on the armor rack. There were also 20 sets of Terminator power armor. Foros and the 10 Astartes could not believe what they saw. Terminator power armor was rare. There could not be 20 sets of Terminator power armor in the entire Weepers chapter. Even in other Astartes chapters, 20 sets of Terminators were a considerable number. Are these for us? Foros walked to each set of Terminator armor and examined them. These Terminator power armor were already painted yellow with the emblem of the Weepers chapter. It was obvious who their owners were. Foros felt shocked. He looked at the Terminator armor in front of him and didn't understand how they were made so quickly. Before, he didn't understand why there were people from the Inquisition in the Talon galaxy, but now he could roughly guess that it must be because of the terrifying productivity. I have slightly optimized the control method of the Terminator armor, but you still have to learn how to use and adapt to it. Shin Emo instructed. It's not difficult. Foros nodded a little confusedly. The biggest problem with the Terminator armor is not how to use it, but whether there is a Terminator armor in the regiment. After looking at the supplies he was about to receive in amazement, Foros looked at Shin Emo and asked sincerely, "What can we do for you? Are there any enemies in the galaxy now? You don't need to work for me. The reason I give you supplies is very simple, because I know that if there is trouble in the Talon galaxy, you will not ignore it. You can use these equipment to help more people in need," Shin Emo said righteously. That being said, it is impossible for Shin Emo to not need any reward. It is just that for kind people, giving them help but not asking for rewards immediately is the best way to get them to give the most rewards. If it is not the Weepers, but the Man-Eater Warband, then this method will not work. They will only say, "You are smart, mortal." Then take away everything, and take away everything you like before leaving. This was not a calculation. Shin Emo really intended to provide the Weepers with supplies for a long time, and the Weepers only wanted to participate in the war when the Talon system needed them. Let us do something. Foros insisted, We can't take these things for nothing. Chin Mo thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. If you insist, I just need your help with something. Please go ahead. Foros nodded. In the second system, Chin Mo snapped his fingers, and a drone flew over and projected an image. The image showed a galaxy, in which the Tylon galaxy was marked, and the galaxies around the Tylon galaxy were marked with numbers. People in these galaxies don't know what their galaxies are called, so Chin Mo named the galaxies around Tylon with numbers. The image zoomed in to the galaxy marked with galaxy number 4, showing a planet. A plague suddenly broke out in this world, and their governor asked me for help. I need you to go to this world to deal with the plague and extract virus samples from patients. I will send a regiment of troops to assist you. After Chin Mo finished speaking, he looked at Foros, paused for a few seconds, and then continued, As long as you help me with this matter, the supplies I give you are not gifts, but equal exchanges. Foros recalled the armed forces he saw in the Talon galaxy. He thought that such a small matter did not require help at all. Then there was only one reason why Chin Mo asked for his help. He just wanted to accept the supplies with peace of mind and regard it as a transaction. What a noble man. Thinking of this, Foros nodded and agreed. I will take care of this matter, but I know that this little favor is absolutely not equivalent to the supplies you gave us. As long as the Talon system encounters difficulties in the future, the Weepers will immediately come to support. This is a promise that will last indefinitely until our entire regiment is destroyed. Don't be too pessimistic. How could I let you be destroyed? Chin Mo said. Foros was indeed very pessimistic. He felt that he and his 10 subordinates might be all the remaining members of the Weepers. But now is not the time to complain. Foros immediately ordered his subordinates to wear weapons and armor, and then do what Chin Mo arranged. Chapter 130. Half an hour later. A warship suddenly appeared in the orbit of the second world of Galaxy Number 4. After the dimensional transmission state ended, many transport planes flew out from under the warship. The transport planes carried the army to the planet below the orbit. Foros and 10 Astartes were sitting in the fastest transport plane. If Chin Mo was here at this time, and asked Foros about his evaluation of the armed forces of the Talon galaxy, Foros would only say 2 words, efficient. After coming out of the fortress half an hour ago, Foros found that a regiment of people had assembled in front of the fortress, and then they were transported to the orbital dock one after another, and entered the cruiser docked in the dock. Then the cruiser prepared for 20 minutes, and directly transported to the number 4 system through unknown means. Now everyone is flying down in the transport plane. This is just a small-scale mission. If it is a large-scale war, the armed forces of the entire Talon system will be able to reach the battle site in a very short time, which is very efficient. Captain Foros, how do you feel about this journey? Gray, who was sitting opposite Foros, asked. There was a guard participating in this mission, but only Gray came. From the moment I entered your galaxy, a journey that shocked me began. Foros replied. This answer was expected. Gray nodded and stopped talking. Foros thought of something and suddenly asked, Is it really necessary for us to participate in this mission? To be honest, it's not necessary. Gray shook his head, because this mission is essentially an experiment, and obtaining plague samples is just one of the many benefits that this experiment can bring. Hearing this, Foros nodded and sighed. Your governor is a good person. Governors like him are very rare. He is unique. Gray said, It's hard to find a second governor like this. He is willing to give you supplies, and arrange a small task for you to do in order to make you feel better. Foros nodded silently. Gray did not continue to speak. The transport planes flew to the back of the planet, and finally landed in a canyon with very complex terrain. This is why transport planes are used instead of teleporting to the ground. All the transport planes that arrived at the target location were suspended 3 meters above the ground, and the crew members jumped out of the cabin one after another and landed on the ground. After Foros landed steadily, he turned his head and looked around. He found that the regular troops of that regiment were all wearing power armor, just like the soldiers he had seen in other places in the Talon galaxy before. Among these soldiers, there were several very strong ones, and several short ones. Although they were all wearing power armor, Foros still identified them as Ogrins and Ratlings. Soldiers of these 2 races were not uncommon in the Astra Militarum. They were humans who evolved in a special environment. They had the right to survive in the Empire, and of course, they had to join the army to fight. But it was rare to wear power armor for Ogrins. Those Ogrins were just like dreadnoughts. Foros suddenly sighed. What is fearlessness? Gray asked in wonder. He had never heard of this word. A war machine driven by the bravest and most tenacious people in our regiment. Foros explained. Gray was very interested in the lives and weapons of the Astartes, but now was not the time to focus on satisfying his curiosity. Gray found a huge rock and climbed up to observe the situation. There was a huge settlement in front of him, and all the buildings were built with metal plates and other miscellaneous items based on the terrain. There is a river on the left side of the settlement, and the dark green river is full of corpses. Obviously, the army of this world did not help them, but slaughtered them. Frost was very angry, and he could see what happened here at a glance. Obviously, in order to stop the spread of the plague, the governor of this planet issued some extremely cruel orders. But Gray didn't think so, he explained. The governor of this world didn't know there was a plague on the planet before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked us for help 3 days ago. Foros thought it was impossible at first, but then he thought of the working conditions of some governors he had seen, and then he felt it made sense. There is a plague not only in this galaxy, but also in other galaxies, but it is more serious here. Gray continued. Why is this happening? Is it caused by evil heresy, or is there any other reason? Foros had not obtained information for a long time, and he did not know why there was a plague in the nearby galaxy. Gray did not know either, otherwise he would not have brought people here. You said this was an experiment. What did you mean? Frost asked. According to the report from the world governor, all the people he sent to scout were killed, so there might be a fight here. We want to test the weapons and equipment of the Ogrins and the Lifelings, Gray said, waving to the captain behind him. The captain nodded in understanding, and walked to the 5 Ogrins who had gathered with his adjutant, ordering them to march in front as the vanguard. When can we fight? Lute wants to fight for the Emperor and the Governor. Then you move forward. Hurry up. The 5 Ogrins immediately rushed to the settlement in front. Compared to the Ogrins with low IQ, the Lifelings were obviously better at understanding orders. Although they were a little timid, they were now wearing power armor and accompanied by Astartes and guards, so there was nothing to be afraid of. 5 Ogrins and 10 Lifelings marched in front, with Foros and Gray walking on the left and right, and other Astartes scattered around the other soldiers. You can command all of us, Gray said to Foros. This is the governor's order, and I am willing to obey it because you have fought longer than I have lived. Hearing this, Foros nodded in agreement. As the team marched towards the settlement, they turned on the biological scan to detect the surrounding environment. As they got closer and closer to the settlement, Gray found a red mark and the outline of a person in his field of vision. The person stood by the window and placed his weapon on the windowsill. There are enemies ahead. Gray took off his visor and placed it in front of Foros. After looking at it, Foros ordered, "Let's go in and check the situation first." Okay. No. Why? Gray agreed at first, then felt puzzled. Why don't we let the Ogrins bomb the settlement? Foros looked at Gray seriously and immediately explained the reason. Because there may be civilians inside, we can't bomb directly. Chapter 131. Okay. Gray nodded helplessly. He really didn't think there were any civilians in the settlement. After all, there were enemies inside. These enemies might be people who believed in heretical sects, like the Lord of Wisdom. Even if the people inside were not killed by heretics, there was still the plague. How could they survive? But since Foros thought there were civilians inside, maybe there really were. After all, he was a war band leader. What are you good at? Foros asked. I'm good at destruction, Gray replied. Then don't go in. Foros turned around and waved to his subordinates. The subordinates were ready and gathered in front of Foros waiting for his order. Foros made a simple plan and ordered 10 subordinates to rush into the settlement, find civilians, and bring them out. After making the plan, Foros did not watch his subordinates carry out the mission, but took them with him. Facts have proved that Foros' insistence on rescuing civilians is not without confidence. 10 Astartes dispersed as they advanced, entering the settlement from all directions. Their speed was amazing, and they made little noise. Gray couldn't imagine how the Astartes could run so fast in heavy armor. In a blink of an eye, the Astartes arrived near the settlement and dispersed into the buildings in the settlement. This was not an infiltration, and Foros didn't intend to infiltrate. They rushed into the settlement at a very fast speed and exchanged fire with the people in the building. Foros climbed into a 2-story building and fired with the bolter in his right hand before the enemy could react. After killing the enemy, who couldn't be dealt with in close combat in an instant, he used the power spear to pierce the enemy, who was attacking at a closer distance. Foros is very agile, squatting and dodging, avoiding enemy attacks while stabbing the enemy. Each stab is not simply thrusting the spear with force, but the force and the angle of the spear tip are carefully calculated to ensure that the most enemies can be killed in a single attack. Every time Foros pierces an enemy with a power spear, several enemies behind him will also be pierced. The power spear is not very long, but the first person pierced will be pushed out by 4 arrows, and then strung together with the second person. After killing all the enemies efficiently, 4 arrows pulled the spear out of the last string of enemy corpses and took a look. This power spear was one of the supplies given by Chinemo, and it seemed to be made of a metal similar to adamantium. But unfortunately, he had not yet figured out how to activate the force field, and the power spear did not exert its due power in the previous battle. 4 arrows moved his eyes away from the power spear and looked out the window. A subordinate rushed out through the wall of the building, and immediately shook his head when he found that the warband leader was looking at him. 4 arrows understood what he meant without much communication. No civilians were found. 4 arrows sighed helplessly, and at the same time raised his bolter and fired at a building 200 meters to the right. The bolter passed through the barrel, and flames spewed out from the tail for secondary propulsion, flying forward at a very fast speed. An enemy who was walking through the building with a hot melt bomb on his back was hit in the torso, and his body was torn into pieces. After solving a threat, 4 arrows continued to move forward in the settlement, and walked through the building with his subordinate, who had searched a block. The two of them moved forward and shot any exposed enemies around them. Whether passing through windows or crashing through walls, what actions they will take depends on how to reach the center of the settlement as quickly as possible. In the end, 4 arrows and all his men converged at the center of the settlement. No one was accompanied by civilians, which proved that there were indeed no civilians in the settlement. 4 arrows and his men evacuated immediately. When they rushed out of the settlement, a larger number of enemies had just gathered. Amazing fighting power, Gray said to 4 arrows, who was walking towards him. He had heard Chinemo talk about how powerful the Astartes were before, and now, after seeing them, he found that they were really strong. They were not simply strong in terms of combat power, but their coordination and tactics were also strong. Maybe the plan that 4 arrows had just made was a bit reckless, but they still coordinated perfectly. Gray also speculated that if he entered the settlement by himself, he could kill everyone inside at a faster speed, but if he had to act with other guards, they would kill each other, and there would be no coordination between them. Gray thought that the guards were not able to cooperate as seamlessly as the Astartes, which was their shortcoming. There are no civilians inside. 4 arrows said the result and added some details. They are wearing bulletproof vests. They should be the local planetary defense team. They have strange runes on their bodies, and their bodies are ulcerated. The building in the center of the settlement is simply a morgue, with a large number of corpses inside, which appear to be civilians. Heretical sect? Gray immediately realized that the settlement had been occupied by heretics through the information described by 4 arrows. It's not strange that the planetary defense team becomes heretics. Wasn't it the case in the Talon system before? The plague is definitely related to heretics. After a simple judgment, Gray talked about civilians. See what I said? There are really no civilians inside, right? After verification, there are indeed no civilians. But what if there are? Suppose there is a child squatting by the window, and outside the door is a heretic who is yelling and knocking on the door. He is looking outside and hoping that someone will come to save him. If we attack the settlement fiercely, he will die faster than the heretic. 4 arrows said. Gray nodded and thought it made sense, but he then explained why he thought there were no civilians in the settlement. My power armor has scanned the settlement. It will present the form of each creature in its field of vision, and then analyze whether it is an enemy or a civilian, so 4 arrows did not blame Gray for not explaining it clearly. He still insisted on his opinion. Equipment is not always very reliable. If you make a mistake, you will regret it. Gray knew that 4 arrows would say that, and he did not argue whether the equipment made by Chinemo himself was reliable, but continued to carry out the task assigned to him by Chinemo. Ogrin, you come to me, face the settlement in front of you and clench your fist with your right hand wrapped in gauntlet, and then your weapons will fire. Lidlin, you snipe the enemies escaping from the settlement. Don't let anyone escape. After issuing 2 orders in succession, Gray turned around and walked towards the settlement that was about to be bombed, taking out a biological tissue extractor from his back as he walked. This thing is the same tool used to extract substances from the rebel patriarch when fighting in the bottom nest. Lute knows how to fire. Lute is not stupid. The largest Ogrin walked forward and clenched his left hand towards the settlement in front. Chapter 132. Left hand. Shoot with your left hand. No, it's your right hand. Shoot with your right hand. The leader walked to the Ogrins, and patted their left hands until the Ogrin, who claimed that he was not stupid, clenched his right hand, and the first round of bombardment began. The effect of the 2 heavy guns on the back of the Ogrin armor after firing was similar to that of the guard armor, but with a longer range and a larger coverage area. After each charging and firing, a building in the settlement was evaporated by the beam. The heretic enemies hidden in it could not react to what happened in the first round of bombardment, and were killed along with the buildings. After the second round of bombardment, many enemies felt that things were not going well, and quickly ran out of the settlement, but their bodies were severely rotten. Some lost their legs after walking a few steps, and some had their heads burst like a boil after running for a long time. As for those who could still walk normally, they were shot by the lifelinks with laser rifles. The lifelink armor can clearly mark the outline of every target in the field of view and enlarge it. The direction of the muzzle and the aiming point will also be displayed in real time in the visor. Their shooting skills were already good, and now they can hit the target every time. When the lifelinks were sniping at the fleeing enemy, Boros would shoot at the corpses again. His behavior immediately aroused the doubts of the lifelinks present. "Why do you waste bullets on corpses, sir?" A lifelink stopped shooting, looked up at Boros in confusion and asked. The height difference between the two sides made the lifelink have to look up hard, otherwise he would not be able to see Boros' head. Boros squatted in front of the lifelink and pointed out a corpse that had just been shot but not shot again. The corpse shivered twice on the ground, and then actually got up again. The corpse was fearless, and walked towards the Space Marines Ogren and Ratling who were firing at the settlement. Although it had no fear at all, it moved very slowly, making meaningless whimpers as it walked forward. "Ah. Ah. Woo. Plague zombie." Boros pointed at the corpse and said, "It's not common for people to come back to life, but this situation does exist. I have seen similar situations in some battles before." The lifelinks quickly raised their guns and shot through the zombie's heart, but the laser only passed through the body and did not knock it down. It was not until Boros raised his hand and shot the upper body of the zombie that the corpse slowly stopped and fell to the ground. "We need to use powerful weapons, preferably flamethrowers, to burn it cleanly," Boros said. At this time, Gray had returned with a tube of biological tissue in his hand. "Mission completed. We will go back after killing all the enemies here." "One tube is enough." Boros pointed at the biological tissue and asked, "Maybe they have a mutant plague or something in their bodies." Gray didn't say anything, turned around and opened a small storage compartment of the jet pack, which contained a large number of biological tissue extractors. Boros couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering when this guy extracted so many biological tissues. The settlement was flattened by Ogren, and the experimental data of Ogren A and Lifelink A had been stored in the database of the power armor. The mission was successfully completed, and everyone took the transport plane back to the battleship. 1 hour later. After Gray obtained the biological tissue, Chi Nemo immediately began to study it. Gray stood aside and watched Chi Nemo use the biological tissue obtained in the mission on various instruments and equipment. Those biological tissues exuded a strong stench, which was only slightly lighter than the smell in the cabin full of Ogren when he went to see Klein before. In addition to Chi Nemo and Gray, there were 2 other people present. They were Vic, a priest from the Mechanicus, and Chuck, an informal judge. Vic stood beside Chi Nemo, watching him conduct experiments quietly. Chuck hid far away from Gray, frowning and twisting his nose, as he watched Chi Nemo tinker with those biological tissues. When the research was about to wait, Chi Nemo stood in front of the equipment without changing his expression, looking at the screen. The screen was playing the scene of the battle between the Lifelinks and the Ogrens wearing power armor just now, which was what Chi Nemo cared about the most. "Your governor is a tough guy." Chuck suddenly whispered to Gray, "He can actually study such a dirty and smelly thing. I can't stand it anymore." "Since you can't bear to watch it, why do you still stay here?" Gray asked. Not only did he think that Chuck didn't need to stay here, he also thought that Chuck couldn't stay here. Only Vic was allowed to enter the hive world. "This plague is too sudden and too strange. We need to investigate the source of the plague, but I don't need to go deep into the place where the plague is. I just need to wait for your governor to share the plague research data with me," Chuck answered. "So your other colleague is responsible for investigating the plague in depth?" Gray continued to ask. As an inquisitor, Chuck showed surprising honesty on this issue. He said without hesitation, "There is indeed someone responsible for investigating the plague, and that is Lord Horst." Gray didn't know who Horst was. He looked at Chuck in confusion, not knowing why. "Lord Horst. Undead Inquisitor. I got the news that he was going to deal with the plague, but in fact, I personally think, that he is also here to deal with matters related to the Talon system." Chuck seemed to be leaking some information on purpose, as if he was giving Gray a hint, and at the same time, he glanced at Chi Nemo, and it was obvious that these words were also meant for Chi Nemo. Gray still didn't know who Horst was, but Chi Nemo knew. He turned his head and looked at Chuck. "Is there only one person named Horst in your court?" "Don't call him by his name, Governor." Chuck winked and shook his head, but then nodded. There is indeed only one person. Since you asked, you must know who he is. Chin Mo nodded and looked at Vic, whose electronic eyes also looked at Chin Mo. Chin Mo recalled why Chuck came here, because Vic made a guarantee. He guaranteed that the Inquisitor had no hostility to the Talon system, and was willing to reveal a lot of important information. Horst's arrival was one of the important information. Chin Mo frowned after learning the news, and carefully searched for information about Horst in his mind. Horst, whose original name was Ellen Brandt, was a senior Inquisitor of the Tribunal. He was once active in the Gothic War. He was one of the few people in the Tribunal who knew the existence of the Dark Hand device. He was simply a living secret information repository. He has lived for at least 1,000 years, and will continue to live if nothing unexpected happens. Even when the Primarch Gilliman is resurrected in the future, he will meet this Inquisitor, and discuss how to close the Eye of Terror. Horst, this is a tough guy. Chin Mo said to himself. Chapter 133. Can you explain it more clearly? Who is Horst? Gray still didn't understand the situation. However, it was not that Chuck wanted to be a Riddler. He just heard of this judge, and didn't know anything else. He didn't even know that Horst was not the real name of this immortal judge. Among the people present, only Chin Mo knew a little about Horst, and only knew what he had done. As for whether Horst would deal with the plague or the Tyrone Galaxy first after he came, and whether he had more good intentions or more bad intentions towards the Tyrone Galaxy, Chin Mo couldn't guess. After thinking for a moment, Chin Mo looked at Vic, hoping that the priest of the Mechanicus could give some useful information. Things have developed beyond expectations. Vic told the truth. The Inquisition is not a puppet of any imperial institution, but some Inquisitors are still influenced by other imperial institutions. The Great Sage calculated that 2 Inquisitors are most likely to come to the Talon system, and make a good or bad judgment on the Talon system. However, the Great Sage did not calculate that Horst might come, and there is no more information about him, so it is impossible to calculate what he will do after he arrives. After hearing Vic's ambiguous words, Chin Mo stared at the biological tissue that kept rotating on the equipment and fell into deep thought. Horst is different from informal judges like Jacqueline. He can really mobilize the army. Not to mention what to do if the Grey Knights come. Even if the Battle Sisters come, it will be troublesome enough. Do you know what the advantage of the Talon system is? Chuck suddenly asked. It's not your combat power, nor your witchcraft-like technology, but that you are very united. It is difficult for the Inquisition to divide you and others. Indeed. Vic nodded in approval. Even Gray beside him couldn't help but cast an admiring look at the young judge. When Horst comes, I will put the Tyrone Galaxy into a state of readiness. Chin Mo stared at the equipment in front of him, and made a certain determination. Vic originally wanted to remind Chin Mo that the Tribunal was not easy to deal with, but considering what he had seen and heard in the Tyrone Galaxy, Chin Mo might have some hidden things that he hadn't taken out. Then he thought of the previous matter about the Creator God worshipped by a small number of people in the Tyrone Galaxy. Compared to the Tribunal, Vic was more concerned about the Creator God. Although Chin Mo promised to explain the matter about the Creator God after being asked about Lena by Chin Mo, he has not fulfilled this promise so far. Who is the so-called Creator God? Why do servants who worship the Creator God appear in the Talon Galaxy? Why do they worship those black spherical robots? Vic tried to find out the truth himself, but he could only get the most basic things from the servants. These were things they showed goodwill, and took the initiative to reveal after hearing about the beliefs of Owen Messiah, and the God of all machines. Although they didn't reveal much, it made Vic realize that the servants and the Mechanicus had some similarities. It's over. Chin Mo suddenly interrupted Vic's thoughts. As Vic watched, Chin Mo took a tube of liquid out of the device, fiddled with it, and finally dripped the liquid on the biological tissue that Gray had extracted from the plague settlement. The green rotten biological tissue rotted faster, and bubbles appeared on the surface until it finally disappeared without a trace. What is this? Vic asked. A defensive weapon that can accelerate the death of those infected with the plague, killing the infected before the plague spreads. Chin Mo picked up the glass tube with transparent liquid and shook it twice. Vic was good at mechanics rather than biology. He didn't understand how this thing was made, but he had seen the production process of some drugs. It was definitely not a drug that could eliminate the plague by extracting and analyzing biological tissues, and then tinkering with it. Chin Mo then put the liquid into another strange device, which simply scanned the liquid and then dripped more liquid into a large number of empty glass tubes. Vic felt that this thing seemed to have scanned the ingredients of the liquid medicine made by Chin Mo, and then copied it and mass-produced them. Vic didn't know what this device was or how it was made, But he could see that it was not just ordinary efficiency, just like the difference between hate intelligence and humans. There are some subspace components in the plague. But as long as it is still spreading in the material universe, and it is not the kind of plague that can infect machines into living flesh and blood, this thing is still effective. Chin Mo took out a tube of liquid medicine and handed it to Chuck. Chuck hurried forward and took it with both hands. Thank you for your support for the tribunal. I asked you to keep it as an antidote. Chin Mo looked at Chuck and said. Chuck felt Chin Mo's gaze and looked at his deep eyes, which seemed to see through the past and the future. Through this gaze, Chuck at least got one kind of information, that is, the governor already knew his position and inclination. Thank you. Chuck put the liquid medicine into his chest, where there was a special metal bandage for storing medicine. Then Chuck wanted to ask Chin Mo to share information about the plague, but he immediately received an order from Chin Mo. Get out. Okay. Chuck had to give up the idea of sharing information and turn around and walk out of the underground cave. At this time, only Vic and Gray were left around Chin Mo. Vic turned his head to look at Gray, then looked at Chin Mo again, and the metal mouth did not open or close, but could make a sound. Can the governor fulfill his previous promise? You said that if I told you where Reina was on the ship, you could share some information about the Creator God with me. I would have forgotten it if you hadn't mentioned it. Chin Mo pretended to suddenly remember the promise he had made to Vic, but he didn't say it immediately. Instead, he asked Vic a question. Why are you so interested in this matter? Did your sage ask you to find out? No, the great sage and I are both mavericks in the order, and our goals are not the same. Vic answered. What is your purpose? Chin Mo asked again. Vic did not answer this question directly, but said something first. I have given everything for the great Om Messiah. I have been looking for traces of Om Messiah in the galaxy. I have even been deep into the Eye of Terror. Chin Mo was a little surprised. Om Messiah is the belief of the Mechanicus. Even Chin Mo does not know what Om Messiah is. It may be the Emperor who raised his hand to repair Titan in front of the Mechanicus on Mars, or it may be the fragments of the star god under Mars, or even an evil god named Vashtor. Most people in the Order have good intentions towards the Talon system, but that's because they think there are many STC templates in this system. The Talon system can be destroyed by the Empire, but the premise is that all the STCs are recovered. But I'm different. I care about something more important than STC. I want to find traces of the Om Messiah. Vic continued to elaborate on his thoughts. As a priest of the Mechanicus, Vic has always wanted to restrain his biological emotions, and he has succeeded in doing so, but he can't overcome his eagerness for quick success. He feels that he is very close to the Om Messiah, as long as the governor is willing to reveal more information. While Vic was anxiously waiting for Chin Mo to fulfill his promise, Chin Mo did not tell him about the Creator God, but suddenly changed the subject. I know there is a place in the bottom nest where the STC template is hidden. I can take you to find it. I don't care about STC. No, of course I care, but there are things that I need to find more quickly than STC. Vic said, tell me more about the Creator God you believe in, please. Why don't you go with me to dig that STC? Maybe you can find what you want. Chin Mo smiled. Vic immediately wanted to say that you can keep the STC and dig it yourself, but suddenly realized something, and finally suppressed his anxious mood, nodded silently, and decided to follow Chin Mo to dig the STC template. Vic even thought that he could do without STC. As long as this journey could really be as Chin Mo said, it would be enough for him to find what he wanted. Chapter 134. After agreeing to excavate the STC with Chin Mo, Vic was immediately taken out of the underground cave and boarded a transport plane. There were already 3 guards waiting in the transport plane. Vic sat in the seat, but because his body was large and uneven after many modifications, he could not use the fixing device, so he could only use the mechanical arm to hold the protrusions around to stabilize his body. Fortunately, the transport plane itself was very stable, and the anti-gravity engine changed from suspension to direct flight, and it quickly flew north in the bottom nest. When the transport plane was heading to the site where the STC was buried, Vic stared at the 3 guards. He admired the guards with an unreserved look, which made the guards feel uncomfortable. Is the guard's power armor also a product of STC? Vic asked. Yes. Chin Mo nodded and asked, do you think the 3 guards plus us can dig out the STC? Vic thought about it seriously, and gave a suitable answer. It depends on what kind of STC we dig out. Some STCs are blueprints, and some are other strange machines, and their functions are also different. If it is some very powerful STC, there will be security measures. Oh! Chin Mo nodded, looking indifferent. Vic felt that he was just asking for the sake of asking, and didn't want to get proper advice from him at all. Then Vic thought that he could only get more information about the creator god from Chin Mo, so he naturally couldn't let him get into trouble during the STC excavation operation, so he suggested, "I suggest that we don't rush. First set up a camp where there is STC, slowly inspect the environment, and consider excavation after confirming that everything is correct." Chin Mo leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. He certainly didn't take Vic's advice seriously. The transport plane quickly flew to the location where the STC was buried. After the transport plane changed from level flight to hovering, the hatch slowly dropped down, and Chin Mo and the 3 guards jumped directly to the ground. Vic was slowly falling down, and he seemed to have transformed himself into some kind of hovering prosthesis. Flames spewed out from under the iconic red robe of the Mechanicus, playing a role of reverse thrust. After the 5 people landed, Vic immediately observed the surrounding environment and saw a dark tunnel leading to the underground. Vic tried to give Chin Mo some advice and tell him what the standard STC excavation process of the Mechanicus was, but Chin Mo didn't give him time to explain and went straight into the tunnel. The 3 guards had already followed Chin Mo's footsteps, and the guards entered the tunnel together with him. "Go in front and turn on the gravity shield," Chin Mo ordered. Vic didn't know what a gravity shield was. He observed the guard in front, trying to see what he would do next. However, the guard did nothing, just kept a distance of 5 meters from the people behind him and continued to move forward. But Vic found that the guard's own energy readings were abnormal. When he moved forward in the narrow corridor, the surrounding walls were squeezed outward, presenting a distorted visual effect. Vic frowned and realized that things were not simple. The group continued to move forward in the tunnel. When they were still 40 meters away from a corner, the ceiling above the corner in front suddenly cracked, and a turret emerged from it and hung upside down, firing when it came out. Cannonballs like cannons flew out of the barrels in the narrow corridor and flew towards the guards in front. The guards' shoulder guns immediately smashed the turret, and those shells were squeezed to the ground after flying into the range of the gravity shield, without even exploding. Vic was shocked. He knew about the guards' power armor, but he didn't know that the guards' power armor had invisible shields. And this shield was not complicated. Vic quickly analyzed that it seemed to generate a gravity effect and squeezed and crushed the flying shells. The turret did not stop everyone from moving forward. After easily killing the turret, the guards in the front continued to move forward, and the others followed behind, keeping a distance of 5 meters. After turning the corner, they could see an open secret room at the end of the tunnel. A white sphere was floating in the secret room, which was only the size of a palm. "Let's be cautious," Vic suggested. He had participated in the excavation of STC before, so he had a hunch that the more straightforward the secret room was, the more dangerous it would be. When Vic finished speaking, the only way to the secret room suddenly broke, and the ground shrank to both sides. At first, Vic thought it was a simple security measure like a pit, used to temporarily block people from entering the tunnel, but he soon found out that it was not. After the floor shrank, a metal giant gradually rose from the dark pit. Vic immediately recognized that it was an Iron Man, 5 meters tall, with weapons on his left and right arms that he could not recognize. Its semicircular head was located on the right shoulder, and 2 small holes on the head released scarlet light. Obviously, the design did not allow its head to rotate to observe the surroundings. Vic thought that this was not a design error, but the person who designed this Iron Man did not want it to observe the surroundings at all. It only needed to move forward, use its hard metal body to resist the attack, and then slowly rotate its body to shoot and kill all living things it could see. The guard walking in the front immediately controlled the shoulder cannon to fire. The blazing beam instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters and hit the body of the Iron Man, but it only left a scorch mark on the alloy body. The Iron Man slowly and clumsily moved forward, releasing a beam of light from his right arm. The guard's gravity shield failed to intercept the beam and was hit in the abdomen. A small fusion reactor implanted in the body was destroyed, and the metal skeleton was dissolved into molten iron, flowing out through the hole in the guard's power armor. Vic, who was beside Chin Mo, was surprised to find that the guard was still fighting, and something was crawling in the horrible wound that was pierced from the front of the abdomen to the back, and the burned bones and the device used to produce energy were recovering. "Blow it up." Chin Mo suddenly stuffed a bomb and a detonator into Vic's hand, pointed at the Iron Man in front and said, "If you can blow it up, I will tell you about the Creator God, and if you die, I will tell these things to your colleagues who are looking for traces of Om Messiah." 7. The assistant of the ruler sage in the Agrippina Galaxy Forge world, find him and tell him. Vic took the bomb without hesitation, explained it, and ran forward, for Om Messiah. After hearing the sound of Vic running, the guard in the front immediately closed the gravity shield, then watched Vic run past him and rushed to the Iron Man, pressing the detonator in his hand. The explosion that Vic imagined did not occur. The Iron Man lost power and remained standing, but his upper body drooped down. Vic looked at the Iron Man, then at the bomb in his hand, and finally glared at Chin Mo. Did you arrange this? Yes, I just want to see how much you want to know about the Creator God. Chin Mo nodded in agreement. Chapter 135. Zzzz. Zzzz. Vic made some meaningless electric current sounds from his mouth, as if he was using these electric current sounds to express his indignation. Don't be angry, this STC is a gift for you. Chin Mo walked towards the secret room with a white metal ball. Tell me about the Creator God, that's why I came here. Vic followed and walked forward. When he passed by the Iron Man, he looked at it, and then felt that if he stood on the standpoint of the tribunal, the trial of the Tyrone Galaxy was not wrong. They even dared to use something like Iron Man. But Vic always stood on his own position. He wanted to know about the Creator God, so he didn't ask the Iron Man about anything. After entering the open secret room, Chin Mo picked up the metal sphere and handed it to Vic, and then said to a guard, the Iron Man's weakness is not in the head. You should adjust the shoulder gun to rapid fire mode and melt through its shell as much as possible to shoot its torso. The guard who was shot through the body by the Iron Man nodded. My biological processor failed to analyze its weakness, so not all enemies can be analyzed. You and the others should practice well. It will be good for you to learn how to fight against strong enemies. Chin Mo said. Yes. The guard saluted and accepted the order. In fact, Chin Mo's so-called excavation of STC was just to see Vic's determination. The real purpose was to train the guards with the Iron Man he created and to strengthen the Iron Man with the combat data of the guards. In the past year and a half, Chin Mo was not just waiting for the logistics machinery to build the space fortress and the transmission device. He did a lot of things. Keep your promise, Vic urged. Okay. Chin Mo nodded, stood up, and sat on the table where the STC was originally placed. Tell me what you know about the Creator God. Didn't you contact the servant? Vic nodded and explained the information he learned from the servant. I contacted the servant a month ago. They were curious about me, and I was curious about them. Then I told them about the Mechanicus, and they suddenly became friendly to me. They said that the servants also worshipped a Creator God similar to Om Messiah. The power of this God was machinery. It created a sacred creation called logistics machinery, which allowed the most humble people in the bottom nest to have food and water. But when I tried to ask for detailed information about this Creator God, they suddenly stopped talking. I followed them and worshipped the logistics machinery for 10 days and 10 nights, but didn't get any more information. After the explanation, Vic quietly waited for Chin Mo to add. Chin Mo thought for a moment and replied, if the worshippers' beliefs have not changed, then the Creator God they are talking about is me. After hearing this, Vic was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed like a gear turning, but he shut up after laughing for a few seconds, because he realized that this sentence might be true. Many creations in the Talon Galaxy are different from those in most parts of the Empire, more stable and more profound. The results of the servoskeleton's energy detection of the transmission device are obscure and difficult to understand. Of course, it is possible that all these things were made by STC templates, but if the Talon Galaxy really has so many powerful and advanced STC templates, then the Hive world will be the second Mars. In the end, Vic believed that these technological creations were all developed. After thinking for a moment, Vic asked, what do you mean? Are you the Messiah of OM? No, I didn't say I was, and I have never admitted that I am a Creator God in front of my servants. Chin Mo shook his head and denied, I answered whatever you asked, it's that simple. Vic nodded thoughtfully. Chin Mo finished what he had to do, stood up and walked out of the tunnel. Vic lowered his head to look at the spherical STC template in his hand, and then followed Chin Mo out of the tunnel. When they came to the open space outside, Chin Mo signaled Vic to use the STC in his hand. This is a reward for you. You have no hostility since you came to this galaxy. You also mediated between the Inquisitors, and let the Inquisitor named Chuck deliberately tell me that Horst was about to come. This is what you deserve. Hearing this, Vic nodded. The news about Horst that Chuck said was indeed revealed to him by himself. Otherwise, with his stupid kid's level in the tribunal, he would not know who Horst was. But Chin Mo actually saw it, which Vic did not expect. Thank you. Vic first thanked him, and then walked to an open space to use the STC in his hand. The STC template immediately detected Vic's physiological information, confirmed that he was one of the users, and then disappeared in his hand, and turned into a group of blue light spots, and finally gathered on the ground to form a square box. The box detected the presence of metal and immediately printed out a metal room in front of it, and printed out industrial equipment inside. Every time a metal room and industrial equipment were built, there would be less metal on the ground, but it stopped before it was completed. The spherical STC template projected a message, "Program error. Wait a moment while I fix it." Chinemo walked to the STC awkwardly and picked it up, sensing that there were some minor errors in the structure inside. This was something he made in his spare time. It was not very reliable and mistakes were inevitable. Chinemo closed his eyes and controlled the structure inside. After repairing the STC, he made it more reliable. STC continued to print rooms and industrial equipment until these two things were completely completed. This is the STC used to produce artificial crystals, the kind used in laser rifles. The general principle is to change the atomic structure of the material. The advantage is that it is convenient to mass-produce crystals. The disadvantage is that the quality of the produced crystals is related to the quality of the materials. Crystals made of materials, like the bottom-nest ground, can only be said to be makeshift. Chinemo explained and handed the STC to Vic. "Oh, OM Messiah. This is a miracle." Vic stretched out his hands, and all his mechanical arms steadily caught the STC and put it into his body. His heart was transformed into a compartment that could hold objects, and the STC was locked in the compartment, which was extremely safe and secure. After receiving the gift, Vic looked at Chinemo with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. "I can't accept this thing for nothing. Is there anything I can do for you? You can become a great sage of the Mechanicus, just like Belisarius Core. Although you are just a priest now, I will help you." Chinemo said with a smile, "The next time the Inquisition comes to my door, you can drive the mechanical arc over here to do what you can. For Om Messiah." Vic saluted, but the posture was the gear salute, which was different from the Sky Eagle salute commonly used in the Empire. Chapter 136. Night. Vic took the transport plane back to the ship as he did every time he completed the survey. Chuck just glanced at him and went to do other things. Vic recorded what he saw and heard in the Hive world after screening, so that the Inquisitors could understand the situation of the Talon system. In the past, things that were unfavorable to the Talon system would be screened out, including traces left by some heretics that were eliminated before, but this time Vic was very determined to screen, and he even beautified the situation of the Hive. After finishing the recording, Vic got up and left his room, heading to Chuck as usual. The space inside the ship was huge, like a small city. Some people even lived and multiplied on the ship for several generations, and they didn't know what life was like on the ground. Vic walked through the ship and gradually walked into a dark and deep corridor. The corridor was trembling slightly, and a sound came from the opposite side. These made Vic feel a little familiar, and he stood there, waiting quietly, until a giant walked out of the shadows, wearing a signature red robe, with a curved metal belly, holding a metal axe in his hand. "Great Sage." Vic immediately gave the giant a gear salute. "When did you come?" The person who came was the Mechanicus Great Sage Belisarius Call. Behind Call there was another person, an old man, whose body was completely blocked by Call, and because he wanted to ask Vic something, he walked out from behind Call. Vic didn't know the person next to Call, but he could roughly guess that this person should be Horus of the Inquisition. Call walked in front of Vic and looked down at this short subordinate. A cold mechanical voice came from his voice machine. "I had already set off when you set off for Talon." Vic was very surprised by Call's arrival. He thought that the Great Sage would not come to the Talon Galaxy in person, and he had never seen the mechanical arc before seeing Call. "I asked you to investigate this galaxy. What information did you get?" Call asked. Vic's electronic eyes flashed a few times, and immediately presented Call with a backup of the information he had recorded. The information stream was transmitted to Call, who continued to look at Vic, but was actually looking at the records. The record sent by Vic included today's content, but did not include the acquisition of the STC and the part about traveling with Governor Tyrone, because if the fact that he believed that OM Messiah was someone else was exposed, the consequences would be absolutely unbearable. "How many STCs did you find in the Hive world?" Call asked after reading the records. "None," Vic answered calmly. Call was not angry after receiving such a weak answer. He stared at Vic for a while, then nodded. "It seems that there is no STC in this galaxy. All they use is heretical technology." Vic did not rush to refute after hearing this. He stood in silence. Call did not say this to Vic. He turned his head and looked at Horst, who was silent all the time. "What do you think? Whether the people in this galaxy are heretics or not, I have to wait until I investigate," Horst said. Wick felt something was wrong after listening to the conversation between the two. If the great sage came alone, it would be easy to deal with, but Horst came so quickly, and his first stop was not to investigate the plague. It was obvious that he came specifically for the matter of the Talon Galaxy. While you are investigating, can I go to the Hive World to meet the governor? Ka asked. Why are you asking me? Horst asked back. Then I'd better go there myself. Ka glanced at Horst, then continued to walk forward. If the governor is indeed a heretic, he will definitely let the fortress and the fleet destroy the ship I'm on first, and you will get evidence. Horst silently watched Cole leave, then looked at Vic. Come here and explain the situation to me, Pastor. Yes. Vic nodded. After a while, Horst sat in Chuck's room, checking the records about this galaxy. Chuck, Rena and another Inquisitor have been transferred to deal with the plague. This is Horst's direct order, and no one can disobey it. But Vic is a member of the Mechanicus, and he will not be transferred. In addition, although he is very worried that he will be tortured by the Inquisition, Horst not only did not torture him, but let him sit next to him. A person who led the people to defeat the former governor and integrated the entire galaxy. He is also a dedicated soldier. Horst checked the records about Chin Mo. He had no expression or emotion when he spoke, which made Vic unable to tell whether he was praising or depreciating Chin Mo. Horst neither praised nor belittled, he just recalled something that happened a long time ago. In his childhood, there was a tyrant on his home planet. This tyrant was very cruel. All women and men had to seek his consent when they got married. His desire for control permeated every corner of the planet. All those who disobeyed him could only become a piece of meat torn by the Iron Hound. Then a man named Alan Brandt joined the Resistance Army. With his force and psychic talent, he finally killed the tyrant. Brandt also became a member of the Inquisition. Because the memory was too old, Horst remembered that he was the one who killed the tyrant the next second after the memory flashed through his brain. Horst told this memory to Vic, and then waited for Vic's evaluation. But Vic just said, "You have something in common with Governor Tyrone." No. Horst shook his head. How can I have something in common with an unscrupulous person who uses a lot of technology from unknown sources? The people of the Tyrone Galaxy knew that their governor was an uncertified psychic, but they still protected him and followed him. This is wrong. But, if you showed psychic talent when you were young, and then were taken away by the Black Ship or executed, would you still be able to lead the resistance to overthrow the tyrant? Vic asked in surprise. I've thought about it now, and I think I should have been certified at that time, and then returned to my home planet to overthrow the tyrant. Horst replied. This made Vic confused. Horst smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not insisting that the governor of this galaxy is a heretic. To be honest, I think he's pretty good. If the governor of my hometown is 1% as good as him, I will be a civilian. Vic heaved a sigh of relief. Horst sensed this mentality from his eyes and body movements and immediately asked, Do you seem to be intentionally protecting this governor? No, never. Vic shook his head. It doesn't matter if there is. Horst rolled up the parchment with the record and put it in his pocket. The whole human race will face a catastrophe, and we need the power of the Talon Galaxy. Vic was very surprised. What? Please wait a moment, You know the governor, right? Horst patted Vic's shoulder and continued, Tomorrow you will go to the Hive World with me as my entourage, and I have something important to talk to the governor about. Chapter 137. The next day, Horst and Vic flew over the Mandeville Point defense line in a transport plane and headed for the Tyrone Galaxy's main star Hive World. Since it was his first time in the Tyrone Galaxy, Horst looked out of the porthole curiously at the space outside the porthole, observing the Tyrone Galaxy's fleet and fortress defense line. Horst noticed that the Tyrone fleet was completely different from the Imperial fleet, and the warships they used were different. Compared to those mysterious witchcraft-like technologies, Inquisitor Horst, who was once active in the Gothic War, was more concerned about Tyrone's naval power. 10 cruisers, 5 destroyers, 27 frigates, and 3 battleships. Noticing Horst's curiosity, Vic took the initiative to explain the situation of the Talon Galaxy's naval fleet. Their warships do not use void shields, nor do they carry Geller fields, and do not enter the subspace. Horst is very familiar with fleet affairs. He found from Vic's explanation that the number of these warships was not right. They could not form a star zone fleet, or be divided into several cruiser squadrons and frigate squadrons, and they absolutely did not attach importance to the use of destroyers. This may be because the Talon system itself is not a star zone, and it cannot produce so many warships. It may also be because their warships are too different from the Imperial warships, so they adopted a completely different formation method. However, the explanation given by Vic later exceeded Horst's expectations. These are all warships built in a year and a half. The orbital dock is fully utilized. Whatever can be built, as many as can be built. A year and a half? Horst was surprised. How many slaves did they use? Even if the slaves or servitors, who have been fully transformed, work day and night to death, their production capacity cannot match the production technology they use. That technology is like witchcraft, which materializes an object in front of you. Vic replied. Hearing this, Horst nodded silently and stared at the battleships. The cruisers and destroyers of the Tyrone galaxy are about the same length, but the battleships are twice as large as the cruisers, carrying some larger particle-light spears. Vic did not introduce the fleet of the Tyrone galaxy in detail in the records, but he wrote down the battleship weapons commonly used by the fleet. The battleship is equipped with various closed defense turrets all over its body, and there is even a large hangar next to the tail. In simple terms, it is a larger cruiser with more powerful firepower. Horst had learned some things from the generals of the Imperial Navy during the Gothic War, such as using simple means to quickly test the size of a battleship. Horst raised his hand, closed one eye, and measured for a long time, then came up with a rough data. The battleship should be 25 kilometers long, or 27 kilometers, 22 kilometers. I haven't measured it, nor have I asked. Vic shook his head. Horst didn't want to ask how long the battleship was, so he asked another question. What are the names of their battleships? I mean, Moon Class, Storm Class, are there similar names? No, their battleships are named later. Vic pointed to the first battleship on the far left of the fleet. The front of the battleship was printed with a pattern of a man holding a chainsaw sword and pointing forward. The battleship Lord of Tyrone is the fleet's flagship for now. This is an honorary title, and is only used for battleships that the fleet's admirals are riding on, or the largest battleships. I heard that there is a secret weapon on it. The other two battleships are the Unyielding Loyalty and the New Cato. The former is to honor the merits of the Loyalist resistance on the Tyrone II, and the latter is the name of the new city that the Lord of Tyrone built in the bottom nest. I don't know the specific story. After listening to Vic's story, Horst was silent for a moment, and then turned his eyes to Vic, Lord of Tyrone. Typical personality cult. They should feel lucky because it's me who came instead of Karamazov. Vic didn't know much about the people of the Inquisition, but when he heard the name Karamazov, he immediately remembered who it was, and was a little scared. Karamazov was one of the most stubborn and radical senior officials of the Inquisition. There was once a man who led the Loyalists to defeat the heretics like the Lord of Talon, and then this man was captured by Karamazov, tortured and interrogated, and finally turned into a corpse. Vic felt that what Horst said was right, but he immediately said from the bottom of his heart, Karamazov will definitely be turned into scum by the particle-light spear when he comes. Indeed? Horst nodded, looking at the fortress outside the porthole, assuming that the person tortured by Karamazov has Tyrone's armed forces, and a large amount of unknown technology. The Inquisition will definitely investigate whether Karamazov is a heretic first. Vic did not respond and sat quietly. Horst was still curiously looking at everything outside the window. He saw two satellites rotating in space, and a large number of machines were under construction between the two satellites, as if they were going to build a larger creation. Horst didn't understand engineering, but he had a feeling that if the creation between the two satellite-like fortresses was built, the entire Tyrone would be impregnable, and Tyrone would continue to develop. But compared to the disaster that the entire race would face next, the matter of the Tyrone galaxy was nothing. When Horst was slowly flying to the Hive World in a transport plane, Belisarius Kor had already arrived in the Hive World. After discovering that Chin Mo was not surprised by his arrival, Kor did not explain anything and followed Chin Mo around the Hive World. Those logistical machines and drones might be able to fool Vic and the judges through some eye-catching tricks, but they definitely could not fool Call, a great sage who has been devoted to the study of technology for many years. After arriving at the fortress of the bottom nest, Call asked Chin Mo without hesitation, "You are using the Abomination Intelligence, right?" "Yes." Chin Mo nodded frankly and admitted without hesitation, "It is safer and bolder than the Abomination Intelligence you have already created or are studying." Cole looked down at Chin Mo for a few seconds, then laughed, "Haha. I haven't studied those taboo things. On the contrary, if you are exposed for using hateful intelligence, the entire empire will destroy you at all costs." Chin Mo shook his head nonchalantly. "Your real body is definitely not here. Let me guess, the one in front of me is a replica of a great sage with a pure girl personality, otherwise how can you pretend to be so pure?" At this time, other sages would definitely give Chin Mo a shot, but Cole is different. He belongs to a radical faction, and has a lot of technology that can be convicted by the Inquisition. Call has a bad reputation within the Mechanicus. People who want to kill him can line up from Terra to Mars, but he firmly believes that he is doing a great cause, and in fact it is true. The enhanced version of the Astartes, the Primaris Astartes. The Fate armor that can revive a Primarch sleeping in a static force field. There are a lot of other things that Call has researched. These things have not been revealed yet, but in the future Call will use these years of achievements to leave a strong mark in the history of the human race. Shin Mo knew that he didn't need to hold back when facing Call. If he also had the scientific research ability of a star god, he would definitely be more radical. Do you know me well? Call asked. He found that Shin Mo and himself were like old acquaintances from the beginning. I know him a little bit. Shin Mo answered calmly. Call knew that Shin Mo had too many secrets, so he didn't worry about why this guy was so familiar with him. He came here just to get technology. Any technology would be fine, as long as it was useful. Considering that the Tyrone Galaxy is not a no man's land, it is obvious that some price must be paid to obtain technology. I have made a powerful heat dissipation technology. If you are interested, I can give it to you, but you have to do one thing. Shin Mo said. Call nodded without hesitation and waited quietly for Shin Mo to tell his request. Don't let Vic run errands for you. Let him do some real work in your order. Shin Mo smiled. Call didn't understand what the relationship between Vic and Shin Mo was, and why he gave Vic a good future, but he felt that this was not a problem. Just let Vic cut off his relationship with me, then introduce him to a great sage, and give him some suitable non-heretic technology. After that, it all depends on Vic's luck. If he can be more diligent and have better luck, he may get an important STC template, and then ascend to heaven in one step, and it is also possible to become the ruling sage of the Forge world. Thinking about this, Call nodded. Take me to see the heat dissipation technology. Chapter 138. Shin Mo and Kor walked through the corridor of the fortress, heading towards the test site, where the heat dissipation technology was stored. Kor's huge body almost filled the entire corridor, but thanks to the various facilities and layouts when the fortress was built, he could still see some of the situation inside the fortress. There is a prison here, where a female gene stealer is imprisoned. Judging from her somewhat tattered clothes, her status in the gene stealer group should be quite high. The bishop of the rebels, she is no longer useful, but I still keep her in my custody. She is my trophy and collection. Shin Mo said. Call did not respond and followed Shin Mo to the outside of the test field. Shin Mo walked in easily. Call retracted his appendages and bits and pieces and squeezed into the test field. The facilities here are far inferior to my Explorer King. Call did not like crowds, so he complained after squeezing into the test field, and then he looked around. Here is a dreadnought similar to the one used by the Astartes, but with a similar appearance and general structure, it looks a little crude. This is a weapon I designed to control the dying, but it is a failed product that has been abandoned. Shin Mo walked to the device next to the dreadnought and put his hand on it to operate it. At the same time, he also explained it to Call. It is equipped with many powerful weapons and has strong performance, but I did not consider the experience and safety of the crew when designing it. I'm going to simulate a scenario where it overheats after a long battle. Hearing this, Call frowned slightly, feeling that the weapon similar to the dreadnought designed by Shin Mo was very similar to the dreadnought designed by himself. It's not that the appearance is very similar, but the defects are very similar. After Shin Mo adjusted the simulation scene, the dreadnought next to him overheated and caught fire, burning the dummy inside into charcoal. And my solution is very simple. Shin Mo picked up a tool similar to a flamethrower connected to a backpack, walked up to the dreadnought, and commanded with voice control, "Print a heat dissipation device." The materials in the backpack linked to the tool were extracted and used for printing. A part of the armor on the surface of the dreadnought was decomposed, and then many things that looked like electronic veins to Call were buried inside. After the things similar to electronic veins were buried inside the structure, the armor that was previously decomposed was printed out again, and then the tool printed a small box on the back of the dreadnought. Let's simulate it again now. Shin Mo walked to the front of the device and started simulating again. This time the dreadnought did not overheat, and it looked no different on the surface, but Call's eyes could see that the temperature on the surface of this thing was rising rapidly, but it maintained a clever balance. The heat is collected, and then you can connect it to energy weapons and input it into the power source, or connect it to a heating device. Maybe it can be used on the polar planet. Shin Mo said. Call watched the whole process, tilted his head and stared at the heat dissipation device on the beggar version of the dreadnought for a long time, and then asked, "How is this achieved? How is it possible?" Call designed a dreadnought called the Redeemer. This dreadnought is similar to the beggar version of the dreadnought designed and discarded by Chin Mo, but it is more refined. The defect is also that it is easy to overheat and burn the driver inside during long-term combat. Although the person put into the dreadnought is not a healthy person, he will still be burned to death. It is not that Call has not thought about designing a similar heat dissipation device, but the key problem is how to collect and conduct heat, and similar devices that can solve the heat dissipation problem are also difficult to miniaturize. Call approached the dreadnought with doubts, carefully analyzed and examined the heat dissipation device, and then he found that the focus of this thing is not miniaturization, but the use of an unknown metal. This metal is very sensitive to heat, can absorb and store heat, and even block the conduction of heat. This is an alloy made from refined gold. Chin Mo turned and walked to the corner of the test field, and took out a small square box-shaped STC with the word heat dissipation written on it. As long as you have this STC, you can print a large number of heat dissipation devices on various objects. What material did you use? Cal asked. Heat-absorbing metal, one of the industries of the Tyrone star system hive world. Considering that you are probably the only customer in the entire empire, I can give you a privilege of a simplified purchase process without formalities. Chin Mo said. Call was even more curious. He wanted to know how the so-called heat-absorbing metal was made, but after thinking it over again and again, he felt that it was impossible to get a result from such a question. He could only hope that Chin Mo would not ask for a high price for the raw materials. 100,000 throne coins per ton, but you can't settle with throne coins. You can buy it with population or other common trade items. Chin Mo opened his palms and told Call the price. In fact, this was already a high price, because the raw materials of the so-called heat-dissipating metal were stones, or any other atomic structure substances. The only cost of this thing is time, because only Chin Mo can use the power of the star god to process heat dissipation metal. This thing is not like the alloy used for shipbuilding, which can be made by getting equipment and finding a worker. However, with Chin Mo's current ability, it is not a problem to make a heat dissipation metal sphere with a diameter of 100 kilometers. The reason for doing business with Call is that this heat dissipation technology is not an investment, unlike giving Vic STC, but a gift, and it is necessary to have some benefits. Call nodded in agreement without bargaining. Okay. That's settled then. Chin Mo placed the STC on one of Call's appendages, then waved his hand, and the Beggar's Edition dreadnought immediately turned from an abandoned war machine into a pile of debris. Call suddenly thought that with the technical level of the Talon Galaxy, it would be no problem to perfect a dreadnought, and the dreadnought, he saw, might be a demonstration tool. This technology is of great value. I will fulfill my promise, sever my relationship with Vic, and give him a good future in the Order. Call put the STC into his stomach, and turned to squeeze out of the room. Call still had many doubts in his heart while walking in the corridor. The STC of the heat sink should have been made by Chin Mo. How did he make the STC template? Perhaps there is an STC that can make the existing technology into an STC. This is not certain. But Call did not intend to delve into it, because the heat dissipation technology obtained today can solve many difficulties. As Call walked in thought, a coded message composed of 0 and 1 appeared in his electronic eye field of vision. Call could read the content without translating the message. Hostra has arrived at the Nest City. The sender is Vic. After seeing the message, Call pondered for a while, and made up his mind that if Hor signed the extermination order or decided to wipe out the Talon system, he must take Chin Mo away as soon as possible. At least Chin Mo can have a place to stay on the Explorer King. Chapter 139. Compared to the meeting with Call, Chin Mo's meeting with Inquisitor Horst was much more formal. It was like a meeting. Chin Mo, Lord of Tyrone, Adam, Marshal of the Tyrone Fleet, and Gray, who represented the army and the guards, attended the meeting together. This meeting could not determine the fate of the entire Tyrone galaxy, but it would determine whether the 17.2 billion people in the three worlds would go to war with their own kind next. In the conference room of the command building of New Cato, Horst and Chin Mo sat opposite each other. I know that the Talon system had a brutal war a year ago between loyalists and heretics, and I know that most people in this system don't want to go to war. Horst's voice was calm. He lowered his head and looked at the documents on the table, and made a very plain explanation. But you still went too far. Of course, you can object to the investigation of the Inquisition, but you can't intercept the Inquisitors at the edge of the system, or even send a whole fleet to the ship they're on. Horst glanced at Adam as he spoke. Adam was extremely tough during the confrontation, and he issued a well-known order. If the target ship crosses the border, we must destroy the ship before the fortress. From the beginning of the investigation to now, everything you have done is adding fuel to the fire. At this point, Horse snapped his fingers at the attendant beside him. The attendant immediately took out a box from his waist and opened the box respectfully. Chin Mo saw that the box contained a revolver and 6 bullets with carved patterns. The pistol was a very delicate and beautiful but ancient revolver with a slightly sci-fi appearance, probably a collection. This was once the tyrant's weapon. I killed him and kept this weapon as a collection. Horse took out the revolver from the box, then pulled out the magazine and loaded it with bullets. Horst explained his reasoning while loading the bullets. What you do is like loading bullets into this gun. For example, intercepting the ships of the Inquisition, or taking in the people of the Weepers. The Weepers should have been on an expedition. Every excessive thing is like adding a bullet to this gun. Horst stopped when he loaded 5 bullets, then slid the magazine and swung the gun body. The magazine of the revolver returned to the shooting position, and the whole gun was ready to go. If I pull the trigger now, the bullet may be fired or not. Everything depends on the probability, and the probability of not firing when 5 bullets are loaded is very low. Horst raised the gun and pointed it at Chin Mo. Gray and Adam looked at Horst but did not stop him, because they knew that if the two sides fought, Chin Mo would not need anyone's protection. Chin Mo stared at the muzzle of the gun and understood what Horst meant. This is just like the roulette in ancient Terra. And the truth, Horst said, is that every time you do something to resist the Inquisition, you are filling the revolver magazine with bullets, and your survival rate will decrease until you are doomed to die. This pistol is for you. Horst's hand holding the gun loosened slightly, and the revolver slid in his hand, with the muzzle pointing down. Thank you. Chin Mo took the pistol and pulled out the magazine, then stood up and took the last bullet and stuffed it into the magazine. At this time, the magazine was completely full. Horst looked at Chin Mo in confusion, not knowing what he wanted to do. Chin Mo swung the pistol to return the magazine to its original position, and then put the muzzle of the gun against his head. I understand what you said, but I choose to bet that it will jam. No. This kind of weapon will not jam. Horst explained. Then I will make it misfire. Chin Mo pulled the trigger. Horst's followers quickly stood up and tried to stop him, but Horst was still as a mountain, but also slightly nervous. The revolver's trigger was pulled but no bullet was fired, as if it really misfired. Chin Mo pulled the trigger a few more times, but no bullet was fired each time. Horst thought that Chin Mo had used some kind of power to prevent the ammunition from being fired, and then realized that Chin Mo meant that he could make the tribunal misfire. This was a bit crazy, but Horst thought that if Chin Mo was wrong, he would not have come to the Hive World in person to announce the tribunal's verdict. You are lucky, the tribunal finds you not guilty. Horst took out a piece of parchment and handed it over. You are now the new governor appointed by the Empire. You are the ruler of the 3 worlds of the Tyrone system with a population of tens of billions, and you are the well-deserved Lord of Tyrone. Chin Mo took the parchment and put it down. Horst then talked about some things, such as what the obligations of the governor of the Empire to the Empire are, including responding to the call for war, sending people to form a corps of the Star Army, and tithes. The focus is on tithes. Horst participated in a meeting before he came. The senior officials of the Inquisition and the High Lords Council discussed the issue of taxation. The final result of the discussion was that tithes must be paid, but how to pay them can be discussed. Now there are new crises emerging all over the Empire. If the Talon system causes trouble, it will be difficult to suppress it. The Talon system only pays one kind of tithe, that is the dimensional engine. Chin Mo said. Are you talking about the new navigation technology that is not based on the subspace? Horst asked. That's right. Chin Mo nodded. After thinking about it, Horst felt that it was very feasible. This stable new navigation technology is very important, which can gradually free the Empire from its dependence on the subspace. At first, Horst was worried that Chin Mo was unwilling to promote the dimensional engine, but now this doubt has been dispelled. However, Horst still has a question. Why did you take the initiative to use the dimensional engine as a tithe? Because the subspace is a cesspool, humans can no longer dive deep into the cesspool and then bring their shit into the material universe. Chin Mo replied. Hearing this, Horst felt that Chin Mo was indeed on the side of all mankind, and whether he was on the side of the Empire remained to be considered. However, the dimensional engine cannot be promoted just by saying so. Most people do not trust your technology. There are many people in the Inquisition who think your technology is heretical and poisonous. The promotion progress may be very slow, but as long as your dimensional engine is really easy to use and has no private goods, it will eventually replace the subspace engine. Horst said. After talking about the tithe, Chin Mo said nothing more. He had said everything he wanted to say. But Horst still had something to say. I am investigating a strange plague, and need your help. The reason is that there are only two places where this plague is rampant. One is the hazy star field where Cadian is located, and the other is your Talon and surrounding galaxies. This is very strange. Chinemo frowned when he heard this, and a bad guess popped up in his mind. This is the result of my investigation into the plague by my colleagues and I. Horst took out a stack of documents he wrote from his entourage, and handed them to Chinemo. Chinemo immediately checked carefully, and found that the place where the plague was rampant had two characteristics. One was that there were plague zombies. The other was that new sects appeared in the place where the plague was rampant. These sects claimed that the Empire had betrayed the will of the Emperor, and that the plague was the Emperor's punishment. Before the plague began to rage, the number of space wrecks appeared more and more frequently, and there were also raids by alien and heretic ships. The Plague of Faithlessness. Chinemo put down the document, and stared at Horst very seriously. An expedition against the Cadian Gate is about to begin. Chapter 140. What is the Plague of Unbelief? Horst didn't understand why a plague had such a name. What does the spread of a plague have to do with belief? People who don't believe in the Emperor will be turned into zombies. It will be like this in the later period, but it is not like this now. Chinemo explained vaguely. Horst nodded, and then he was puzzled by another sentence of Chinemo. Expedition against the Cadian Gate? Chinemo then told Horst the information of the 13th Black Crusade. Compared to whether Horst would doubt why he could predict the future, Chinemo was more worried about the Cadian Gate's inability to defend. Another thing he was worried about was that even if he told Horst about the 13th Black Expedition, Horst would not believe it, or he would believe it but others in the Empire would not, or the Empire would believe it but could not make any effective response due to its low administrative efficiency. In any case, Chinemo informed Horst of the upcoming Black Expedition. The Plague of Faithlessness, frequent spaceships, and looting are just the beginning, and this may last for 5 or 6 years, 7 or 8 years. One thing that must be paid attention to is not to let small fleets deal with looting ships, especially the fleet of the Agrippina system, and not to let Quaron lead the fleet through any cloud, otherwise it will be ambushed. Chinemo talked about the troubles that the Empire might encounter before the Black Crusade began. Horst was even more surprised. He didn't know where Chinemo learned about Quaron of the Agrippina system, and he couldn't judge some of the information Chinemo said, because he only knew in general that the plague was breaking out in the Misty Star region and around Tyrone, and the specific investigation results had to wait for others to report. Furthermore, Horst himself was not the person who was solely responsible for investigating the plague. He just took time to come to Talon to investigate, when the Inquisition focused on investigating the plague in the Misty Star region. I will report what you said. Horst immediately stood up. You will solve the plague in the galaxies around Talon, and I will investigate the plague during this period. I have been doing this for a long time, Chinemo said. Previously, the task that Captain Foros was asked to participate in was related to the plague, and various requests for help from other nearby galaxies about the plague were also responded to and resolved. As long as there is subspace and chaos, there must be fleets and armies of the Tyrone people. That's it. Horst pressed Chinemo's shoulders. I hope you can save other galaxies around you like you saved the Tyrone galaxy. These galaxies have no value in the eyes of the Empire, but if you can unite to become a star zone. I know what I should do, but the premise is that no one else will stab the Tyrone galaxy in the back when it is doing its job, Chinemo said. Don't worry. Horst nodded and assured. Half an hour later, Chinemo stood in the metal hall. Every door and window in the hall was closed, creating an absolutely dark environment. At the same time, the holographic projection equipment in the hall showed a star map centered on the Tyrone galaxy. Although Tyrone and the surrounding galaxies have never been divided into star regions, Chinemo divided them himself. The divided star region is inside a cube with a side length of nearly 200 light-years. There are 19 galaxies including Tyrone. This star map was made with the help of mimicry, which saved a lot of time and saved Chinemo from having to send ships to explore various star systems and measure the distances between each star system. If it weren't for the fact that mimicry could be contacted sometimes, and not sometimes recently, the next operation would be much easier with the participation of mimicry. Show me all the star systems that have requested assistance for the plague incident before. Chinemo ordered into the air. The ubiquitous main control intelligence immediately followed this order, and marked 4 red dots on the holographic projection star map. A total of 4 star systems has sent requests for help to Tyrone, and the plague sources in all the worlds in each of these star systems have been temporarily cleared. But Chinemo is not optimistic. These 4 star systems are capable of asking for help. For example, they have their own ships, and can find a way to contact Tyrone. However, most of the star systems and worlds in the entire Nameless Star region do not have ships and cannot contact Tyrone at all. Now it is necessary to send a fleet to explore the situation of each star system in the star region one by one, and to conduct a detailed exploration in each world. This exploration plan should have been carried out long ago, but the affairs of the Inquisition have only just been dealt with, and the fleet has to gather together to deal with a war that may come at any time. Fortunately, the Inquisition that was looking for trouble has finally gone. Send an order to Adam, and let him formulate and implement a reconnaissance plan for every star system in the star zone. Sheen Mo ordered the main control intelligence. This order was immediately transmitted to Fleet Marshal Adam. Also, continue to produce the potion I made before. When the fleet detects a plague in a star system, release the potion to the large plague source, and send troops to clean up the corners and underground plague sources. If you encounter space wrecks, destroy them. After you have dealt with the affairs of a galaxy, you will find the governors of every world in the galaxy, and pass on my next order to them. This is a mobilization order. All adult males in this world must immediately register as soldiers, and use the light weapons sent by the Talon Galaxy for training. When I need them, I will recruit them. After issuing all the orders, Sheen Mo stared at the star map. He always felt that it was no coincidence that there was also a plague of faithlessness near Talon. Perhaps there were Nurgle believers wandering around Talon and spreading the plague. Out of habit, Sheen Mo also considered the worst. That is, the Tyrone system may have to face the invasion of the fleet of Nurgle believers, or even Nurgle demons, and Chaos Space Marines, so the mobilization order is very necessary. This series of orders is equivalent to sending out all the fleets and armies of the Tyrone system, but this is also because there is really no need to leave troops in this system. Just like fighting on the ground, when an army can instantly cross the distance that would otherwise take several months to travel to where they want to go, the enemy's tactics such as containment and sneak attacks are meaningless. As long as the Tyrone Galaxy is attacked, the fleet can jump back to defend at any time. Moreover, there is a space fortress in the Tyrone Galaxy. Sheen Mo also thought that there might be some cesspool worlds in each galaxy, where all the people in the world have become plague zombies, and even the soil has mutated. Sheen Mo has two ways to deal with such worlds. The first way is to use the superdimensional sky, but if there are too many cesspool worlds to be efficiently solved in the first time, there is a second way. Let Leviathan prepare to deal with those worlds that are hopeless and not worth my efforts. Sheen Mo ordered again. In the past year and a half, Sheen Mo made many weapons, and the weapon named Leviathan was the one he spent the most energy on. This is not the second superdimensional sky, but an army. Chapter 141. After receiving the order, Adam immediately planned a detailed exploration of the nearby galaxies. There are a total of 19 galaxies in the unnamed star zone, and some of these 19 galaxies are strategic points. The so-called strategic points are some galaxies with ships that can frequently contact the Talon Galaxy. The situation of these galaxies will be updated in real time, and they are very safe. And these safe strategic point galaxies are the core elements of a strategy based on the dimensional engine. This strategy is that other warships in the fleet do not attack immediately after discovering enemy ships, but jump to the strategic point to merge with the battleships, and then jump to the location of the enemy ships together to besiege them. The reason why the battleships did not move with other battleships was that the dimensional engine they carried took a long time to charge, which slowed down the entire fleet's movement. There are 3 strategic points in the star zone, and the 3 battleships are parked at these 3 strategic points. The other cruisers will be divided into 5 fleets as we trained before, and quickly explore each star system. If an enemy ship is found during the exploration, jump to the strategic point immediately, and then jump back to the place where the enemy ship was found with the battleships at the strategic point. Adam was giving a detailed explanation in the fleet communication channel. The maximum transmission distance of the dimensional engine is 500 light-years. It is not impossible to go farther, but there will be some unpredictable consequences. Under normal circumstances, such a long transmission distance is not used, but a galaxy jump is used. In the jargon of the Tyrone fleet, dimensional transmission is called jumping. Action. Adam ordered. The fleet immediately acted as Adam planned. 3 battleships jumped to 3 strategic points respectively, and the other battleships were divided into 5 cruiser squadrons, scattered throughout the star region to start reconnaissance. Galaxy 2 is the closest to Talon. Since only one of the 12 planets in the entire galaxy is habitable, it is very convenient to detect. Although the results showed that there was no plague in Galaxy 2, the mobilization order was still transmitted to the governor by the warship. Considering the Galaxy 2 is extremely dependent on trade activities with Talon, the governor immediately followed the mobilization order. Next, Galaxy 3 and Galaxy 4 were detected. There were very slight signs of plague in these two galaxies. 10 regiments and 1 guard were deployed to various worlds to clean up the underground plague sources, and the warship stayed in orbit to spray the surface with drugs. After that, the situation in most galaxies was not serious. Either the plague was very mild, or the world where the plague broke out was extremely backward and could not spread at all. Spraying medicine is not about spraying medicine on orbit like water, but putting medicine crystals and catalysts into shells and firing them down. The shells will explode in the clouds and create a rain, which will kill the plague virus and zombies on the surface. The 12th and 15th galaxies are the most severely affected by the plague. These two galaxies have also been explored. The warships also spray medicine on orbit, and then send the army down to the surface to clean up the plague zombies. Among the 3 worlds in the 12th galaxy, there is a world similar to Tyrone 3 before it was transformed by the super dimension sky. Almost everyone lives underground, and there are very few people on the surface. Spraying medicine on a world like this is not efficient, and sending people down is a bit uneconomical. The best plan is to directly bombard the surface with orbital bombardment in the hope of destroying underground buildings through vibration, but it may accidentally hurt civilians. The Weepers, who came to the 12th galaxy on a transport ship, opposed this plan. The commander of the chapter, Foros, said a few words to the captain of the cruiser in the communication channel. "Teleport us down. You continue your mission, and when everything is over, come back to pick us and the civilians up, and then conduct orbital bombardment. For the people we cherish, we will be with honor." In the dark corridors of the underground city, Foros led 10 Astartes to engage in a firefight with the Plague Walkers, shouting the iconic battle cry of the Weepers as they advanced forward. All those in the team who could use Terminator armor wore it, and those who did not wear Terminator armor were holding heavy bolts or flamethrowers specifically used to deal with Plague Walkers. Although the plague zombies coming from the front of the corridor seemed endless, they were still blocked. Behind Foros was a group of terrified civilians. They hid behind the majestic body of the Astartes, occasionally poking their heads out to look at the battle situation and calculate how much time they had left to live. Behind the civilians, there were also zombies coming out from various corners, but there were not many of them. A guard blocked the center of the corridor and used shoulder guns and shotgun lasers to block the rushing zombies. There must be a number of zombies in this world, but it is not possible for 11 Astartes plus a guard to kill them all. Everyone can only resist the zombies from the front and back while advancing. When they get close to the room, the civilians will enter the room with various crude weapons, search for other survivors, and bring them out if there are any, and move forward together. After advancing about 2 kilometers, killing and saving, Foros suddenly found a metal box of unknown function on the wall of the corridor. Foros judged the function of the iron box through experience, rushed over to tear it open, and hit the button hidden inside. Red light flashed in the corridor, and then heavy gates were lowered in the front and back directions to block the zombies out. Saved. May the Emperor bless you. The civilians finally had time to catch their breath, lying on the ground in all directions. Although they were responsible for searching the rooms, they did not have to fight, because the plague zombies had no brains and would rush out when they heard the sound. The zombies in every room were lured out and killed, and they did not need to deal with them. But civilians were civilians after all, and rushing 2 kilometers was nothing, but they were scared all the way. "Thank you for coming with us." Foros walked up to the guard and thanked him. This guard also insisted on coming to rescue the civilians. Foros thought he would not come, but he came anyway. We guards are not cold-blooded creatures with a heart of stone. The guard took off his mask and took out a cigar and put it in his mouth. "There is a plague here, brother," Foros reminded. "It doesn't matter, I have a reactor here." The guard grabbed Foros's hand and hit his lungs. "As for cigars, I have a habit of taking a puff when I have nothing to do before I was transformed." Foros breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the civilians. The Astartes were checking the condition of each civilian to confirm whether they could walk next. Although the civilians were tired, their morale was not very low. On the contrary, they became more energetic after taking a breath. Anyone who saw the arrival of the Emperor's angel would feel relieved. Foros noticed that a girl was squatting in the corner holding her sister, trembling all over and pale, so he walked to the girl, pulled out a dagger and handed it to her. "You need a weapon to protect your family." Thank you, sir." The girl took the dagger. Although she knew that she could not fight with this dagger that was extremely heavy for mortals, the feeling of holding the weapon still made her feel a little more at ease. Chapter 142. You're welcome. Foros squatted down and looked at the girl. What's your name? Tessa. The girl answered. Foros nodded. Okay, Tessa, we will do our best to keep those terrible monsters out, but you must take care of yourself and your sister and don't fall behind. I know. Tessa nodded vigorously, and a smile appeared on her little face that had regained some color. After a short rest, everyone had to move on. The front and back doors of the corridor have been blocked, but there is a secret door on the wall. Foros opened the secret door with ease and led everyone to continue to shuttle in another corridor. The entire underground city is like a maze. After walking a few steps, you will encounter a fork in the road. There is no sign at the fork in the road, but Foros can always lead everyone to find the right way. He not only rushes on the road, but also searches all the rooms where there may be survivors. In addition to Foros as a guide, another good thing is that no plague zombies come to attack. They may be isolated in the corridor. Captain Foros, you seem to be familiar with this place? The guard walked up to Foros and asked. I lived in a similar city when I was a child. Foros looked around. This underground city is like a huge dormitory built underground. I suspect that similar cities were large military camps a long time ago. Hearing this, the guard looked around and felt that it was really as Foros said. Although the surrounding environment has been corroded by time, and the walls in the corridor are full of patches, it can be seen that this is a structure like a military camp. There is an underground factory in the hive world of the Tyrone system. It seems to be a factory for building giant war machines. And this place looks like a military camp. The guard frowned and thought, feeling that the two places seemed to be related. Soon the howling of the plague zombies interrupted the guard's meditation, and more zombies poured out from all directions like a tide. Although there were 11 Emperor Angels and a guard protecting them, the civilians present were still trembling with fear. The girl named Tessa held the dagger tightly in fear, but the dagger used by Astartes was too heavy, and she couldn't keep it up at all, but this dagger did give her a sense of security. Keep going, I hold the line here. The guard shouted to everyone, rushing in the opposite direction of the marching route, which was also the direction with the most zombies. Foros wanted to stop them, but in a hurry, he could only escort the civilians forward. He and his men fired at the zombies in front to clear the way, and took the time to look back at the guards. The guards were already drowned by the zombies, and even zombies crawled out from under the floor and in the ventilation ducts. But these zombies could not rush to the guards because they were instantly crushed after entering the range of the gravity shield. In a normal battlefield, the enemy would not besiege the guards, but the zombies have no fear. Come here, all of you. The guard raised his hands and shot the zombies in groups, while his shoulder gun quickly turned and fired the guard beam to evaporate the mucus sprayed by some zombies. Finally, the guards broke through the wall and attracted the zombies to move towards another route. Foros turned his head and continued to focus on the battle, leading his subordinates to fight a bloody path and continue to move forward, while also searching the nearby rooms as before. The entire rescue operation lasted 4 days and 4 nights. The civilians' legs and physical strength were not as good as those of the Astartes, so Foros led his men to clear a safe area and asked all his men to stay behind while he continued to advance and search in the underground city, but he never met more civilians. Until 2 o'clock in the morning of the 5th day, Foros, who still had nothing to show for it, met the person he wanted to see the most, the guards, who had held back a large number of zombies for everyone. The guards came over from the opposite corridor. There was no blood on his body, but the shotgun laser weapons in his hands were slightly deformed due to continuous firing. There are no living people here anymore. The guard walked past Foros and turned off the gravity shield. I think we should. I have the battle videos of me searching every area of the city these days. Please check if what I said is true. The guard played the battle videos of these days, and took off his mask, and handed it to Foros, indicating that he could check if what he said was true. Foros believed the guard, he just found it a little hard to accept. There are at least billions of people in this world, but the number of people rescued by him is less than 1 in 10 million. Foros felt powerless, just like the feeling he had when he watched his flagship being destroyed by the Minotaur warband decades ago. You are an angel, not a god. The guard patted Foros' shoulder to comfort him. At least you saved more than 200 people, and these 200 people will pass on the story of the Emperor's angel descending from the sky to save everyone to future generations. After hearing this, Foros was silent for a while before responding. The Emperor's angel descended from the sky and saved more than 200 people on a planet with billions of people. Is this an honor or a shame? Is it possible that you didn't come to save billions of people, but to save the only 200 people left in a world ravaged by plague and unable to seek help? the guard said as he quickened his pace. Foros also quickened his pace, and the two returned to the Astartes and the civilians together. It was too easy for 10 Astartes, with sufficient supplies, to protect a group of civilians. The civilians could only hear gunshots and howling in the past few days, but could not see the zombies appearing in front of them. When Foros rushed back, people were imagining life after safety. Tessa and her sister were hugged by a very kind female priest of the Church of England. We may go to the surrounding galaxies to survive. But no matter what, I can't watch you sisters live on the streets. From today on, I have 2 people to take care of. May the Emperor bless us. The sister seemed to know the female priest, and other civilians were also very kind to this female priest. It can be seen that she is very prestigious, and has done a lot of good things for these civilians. You are probably going to Talon. Hurry up and pack your things and take your family away from this damn place. The guards walked up to the crowd and urged them. It must be the God Emperor who blesses you, so you have the opportunity to bathe in the mercy and grace of Lord Talon. Hurry up, guys. People happily packed up their things and took their families with them, leaving the underground city under the escort of the Astartes and the guards and returning to the surface of the planet. After the guards called for the transport planes, the warships parked in orbit. After completing the reconnaissance mission, immediately dispatched 10 transport planes. These transport planes passed through the atmosphere and came to the sky above the people's location, gradually landing in the hopeful and joyful eyes of the civilians. My lord, this is yours. Foros heard someone talking to him. He looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Tessa, who was holding the dagger with both hands and wanted to return the weapon. Thank you for keeping it. Foros squatted down and took the dagger that gave the girl a lot of security with both hands, then stood up and thanked the priestess. Thank you for taking care of them. Thank you very much. It is we who should thank you for your help. The priestess performed the Sky Eagle salute. I am not a very rich person, but I will make sure to give them everything I can. Thank you. Foros returned the greeting. The transport plane landed on the ground. Everyone entered the cabin after the hatch opened. Soldiers wearing power armor and holding laser rifles patrolled the cabin. A white drone began to scan everyone's body one by one to confirm that they were not infected with the plague. Foros looked at Tessa nervously, watching the drone stop in front of her and then release a green scanning beam. If the plague was detected in this girl's body, Foros couldn't imagine the consequences. But fortunately, the drone immediately flew in front of Tessa and her sister to scan the next person. Seeing this, Foros breathed a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye, the drone stopped beside the female priest and sounded an alarm. The soldiers immediately ran to the female priest and motioned her to go to a metal compartment in the corner of the cabin. The plague is not incurable, but you still have to stay in there, sorry, a soldier said. The priest reacted from his confusion, nodded calmly, stroked Tessa and her sister with a blessing gesture, and then walked calmly to the compartment. The guard looked at Foros helplessly. Maybe the governor will develop a more powerful medicine. If Foros gritted his teeth, if you don't have to worry about the hidden dangers of war that shouldn't exist, if those bastards who think everyone is a heretic can get out earlier, then our fleet won't have to be on high alert in a galaxy for possible enemies, and we can get here earlier. The guard was silent and didn't know what to say. Before the governor was appointed as the governor today, the entire Tyrone fleet had to be on high alert for a pessimistic but safe strategy, and could only do its best to defend Tyrone. Send me to another world in this galaxy, Foros said in the communication channel. This sentence was transmitted to the captain, and the captain immediately responded, we don't need to go, because the second world in this galaxy has been destroyed. Hearing this, Foros immediately walked to the porthole of the cabin. The transport plane has flown out of the atmosphere, and is getting closer and closer to the cruiser. At this time, another world orbiting around the star can be seen. This world is already green. I received an order to go to the next galaxy. Someone else will clean up this cesspool, the captain said. Chapter 143. The warships in the 12 galaxies have activated their dimensional engines to jump to the next galaxy. Not long after, a light flashed in the dark space, and a warship appeared out of thin air in the orbit of the second planet in the galaxy. This warship is different from other warships in the Tyrone fleet. It looks like a logistical machine that has been enlarged to the level of a warship. It has a diameter of 20 kilometers and is circular. Like the logistical machines, it also has a large number of tentacle-like mechanical arms. This giant logistical machine-shaped warship is called Leviathan. It is not responsible for combat. It has no other weapons except some small particle lance launchers. Before Leviathan was shipped today, people only knew that the orbital dock was building a new warship, which, like other warships, would be added to the Tyrone fleet. At this moment, Leviathan has been teleported from the orbital dock to the sky above the planet. Its mission is to clean up the entire cesspool world, but it did not release the transport plane that the landing troops took or directly teleport the troops to the surface, but first extended its mechanical arm to the planet below. These robotic arms integrate the most advanced detection and scanning devices, as well as a large device called a material extractor. The so-called material extractor is simply the reverse application of material printing technology, which was developed and widely used in mining activities in the world of Talon 3. The mineral veins under the planet were quickly scanned out and uprooted by the beams released by the robotic arms. Countless mineral deposits broke through the surface and rose towards Leviathan at an extremely slow speed. Even the natural gas contained in the planet was extracted. The natural gas that enters the Leviathan is collected and processed for use in making weapons. The minerals are immediately smelted and sent to the fully automatic alloy production line as metal materials. After being transformed into alloys, they are sent to the giant assembly plant that occupies 80% of the Leviathan's internal space. There is no light in the assembly plant, and there is no space for human activities. All you can see here are a large number of production lines that stretch as far as the eye can see. Large printing equipment is crowded on each production line, and above the printing equipment are hoisted drones. Even the corners of each production line were plugged with a transmission stabilizer to transfer the alloy directly to the inside of the printing equipment. After obtaining the materials, the production line started to operate. Under each lifting drone, materials gathered in the light out of thin air, and the printed things were bound and suspended by the force field under the drone. Soon, a complete Iron Man was printed in the force field under the drone. It was the tall Iron Man, with a head on shoulders, that Vic had seen before. There are many production lines in the assembly plant, and the Iron Men printed out by these production lines are all different. Some are tall Iron Men similar to infantry, some are Iron Men with 4 mechanical legs carrying giant cannons, and some are Iron Men with a spherical shape that can release drones to repair Iron Men. There are even large Iron Men as big as night mechas equipped with chain swords and many killing weapons. After these Iron Men are manufactured, the internal system starts automatically, and after a series of quick but detailed inspection procedures, the Iron Men are awakened. Scarlet light is released from the heads of the Iron Men, and their bent upper bodies stand up, and then they are teleported to the surface of the planet. Leviathan is absorbing and transforming a steady stream of materials. The production line can create thousands of Iron Men every 3 minutes. After these Iron Men are born and awakened, they are transported to the battlefield, and then the production line continues to print the next batch of Iron Men. This cycle repeats itself, and the Iron Men are multiplying at an astonishing rate until the resources of the entire planet are transformed into war machines. In just half an hour, tens of thousands of Iron Men have been transported to the surface of the planet. The atmosphere of this planet used for the Leviathan experiment has too high a virus content, causing the planet to even look like green from space. There is no doubt that there are no living people here, only endless plague zombies. Before the Iron Men were teleported down, the main control intelligence that controlled the Leviathan did not perform detailed calculations, but only set the planet's capital as the teleportation point, so some Iron Men merged with the stones or buildings on the planet after the teleportation, and even 2 Iron Men merged into one. This situation of overlapping with the original material of the teleportation point is fatal to living things, but it is not a big problem for the Iron Man. The Iron Man that merged with the building or stone automatically activated the escape process, analyzed the place where he merged with the debris, and then cut off his body with the most appropriate and precise energy beam. The Iron Men that escaped lost a small part or most of their limbs and could not balance. They crawled forward and fired at the zombies that rushed over. Soon, the released drones flew over to repair their bodies, and then they got up and continued to fight. All kinds of Iron Men played their designed roles on the battlefield, either finding a high point to bombard the zombies, or using their huge bodies to disperse the zombies. The Iron Men infantry fearlessly advanced against the zombies, until they were drowned by the zombies. The attacks of the plague zombies had no effect on the metal bodies of the Iron Men. They crawled all over the bodies of various Iron Men, and carried out useless attacks frantically, until the thermal weapons inside the metal bodies were fully charged and burned all the surrounding organic bodies into charcoal. This aggressive advancement strategy was formulated by the main control intelligence of the Leviathan after careful calculation. Its control over the Iron Men could penetrate into the smallest individuals among countless Iron Men. Every Iron Man executed the advancement strategy and advanced towards every underground entrance on the planet, while the plague zombies on the surface were actually skipped. They were only attacked because they blocked the route of the Iron Man's troops. Part of the computing power of the main control intelligence is used to transmit the printed Iron Man, and most of the remaining computing power is used to calculate the weapon effect model, and adjust the parameters, such as the weapon release rate and release frequency to make the weapon effect cover the entire planet. After the calculation is completed, the natural gas collected and made into weapons is released on the planet. They are installed in a tank-type device, and the tail of these tank-type devices is also equipped with a device for flying. Leviathan releases tens of billions of weapons, and accurately adjusts the flight device of each weapon so that it can adjust its trajectory during the fall and land at the previously calculated position. When all the weapons fall to the ground, the gases inside them that are catalyzed and fused with other chemicals are released and ignited, turning the entire surface of the planet into a sea of fire in an instant. Everything on the surface is burning, and only the Iron Man continues to move forward in the ashes and flames. They will continue to clean up the zombies underground on the planet until all the organisms on the planet are completely wiped out. Chapter 144. In the illusion created by the mimicry, all the scenes of the Tyrone 12 galaxy are being directly displayed. Chin Mo stood in the illusion, watching with the mimicry that was constantly changing its form. Chin Mo was still proud of the creation of Leviathan. It was a masterpiece, just like the superdimensional sky and dimensional transmission technology. It may not be perfect, but it is still a masterpiece. Why don't you just let this thing release the potion to eliminate all the plagues on the planet? Mimic asked curiously. Because this is an experiment, Chin Mo answered. Then he explained the reason in detail to Mimic. In short, the Leviathan, which took 2 months to design during the development period of the Talon galaxy in the past, is not just used to deal with the plague. The reason why it is not filled with a huge amount of medicine is to test whether it can adapt to changes, and use the resources on the target planet to solve the enemies of an entire planet. After listening, Mimic, who turned into a stone, shook up and down. I see. As expected of the caster, it took only a year and a half to make the galaxy occupied by the upright ape so powerful and advanced. Ha ha ha. Chin Mo accepted the compliment from another star god with a smile, and then the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He looked at the Mimic and asked, "Where have you been these days?" The Mimic has been out of touch for a while. It was clearly agreed that they would cooperate before, and the Mimic was responsible for providing intelligence, but it was out of touch from time to time. If the Mimic had not been out of touch frequently, there would be no need to send out a fleet for reconnaissance this time. After drawing the star map before, the Mimic could directly check the situation of each galaxy in the star zone where Talon was located, and after the people of the Inquisition left, they could directly set out to the galaxy where the plague was raging to eliminate the plague. You know, I am a fragmented person with incomplete memory and consciousness. The mimicry turned into a battleship when speaking. Memory is just some pictures of the past for other Catons, but for me, memory is a real reappearance of the scene. I don't even know whether I am in memory or reality now. Chin Mo thought for a while, and then said, "In the future, you must report your status to me regularly, whether you are immersed in the memory of the past or doing something else. You must report regularly." At first, Mimic thought it was a concern from a friend, but after thinking about it, he felt that Chin Mo spoke in a commanding tone, and he was dissatisfied. You control the lives of everyone in the Talon galaxy, control every one of your subordinates, and you still want to control me, the star god? Is your desire to control too strong? I really don't want to care about you, who made you and me a cooperative relationship. If you go crazy again, I can shock you back to normal. You don't want to immerse yourself in those memories that you don't know whether they are true or false, right? Chin Mo said, as he gathered electricity at his fingertips. He is no longer the same person now. When the electricity gathered at his fingertips, the mimicry illusion could no longer be maintained and began to flicker back and forth between the environment and the illusion where Chin Mo was originally. My real body is not in front of you. I just separated a part of my consciousness. But it is indeed useful. As long as I immerse myself in the true or false memory again, you can shock me. The mimicry swayed up and down, as if nodding. Report to me regularly what you are doing in the future. Remember? Chin Mo asked. Yes, I remember. The mimic nodded again. Chin Mo also nodded. He admitted that he was indeed a person with a strong desire for control, but he did not want to control Mimic as well. He was worried about Mimic's safety. If the little undead dynasty that imprisoned Mimic had a brain twitch and planned to exchange it for some benefits, or if it was found and eaten by other star god fragments scattered in the universe, it would be bad. These plagues. The Mimic turned into a woman, staring at galaxy number 12. Why are they raging around Talon? But there is no plague infection in the Talon galaxy. The illusion was switched to the Tyrone galaxy, and then narrowed down to the planet. The mimicry scanned the 3 worlds of Tyrone at an extremely fast speed and confirmed that there was indeed no plague. No need to look for it, there really is none. Qin Mo himself also felt strange. There was indeed no plague in the Tyrone galaxy. If there was, the main control intelligence would have cleared it and reported it as soon as possible. Is it possible that these plagues were spread when a ship passed by? The mimicry continued to control the illusion. The illusion showed the current scene of galaxy number 12, and then changed from clockwise to counterclockwise, just like a movie player playing in reverse. Qin Mo felt that the principle of this trick of mimicry was similar to the trace back he had used in the spire of the Tyrone hive. In this way, it kept going back at a very fast speed until tens of millions of years ago, when all the worlds in galaxy number 12 were still in a wild state. The only fleets that had come to this galaxy were the Tyrone fleet, the fleets during the Empire's Great Expedition, and the fleets that first came to colonize this galaxy tens of thousands of years ago. Well, my guess is wrong. Mimicry spread his hands helplessly. This is the Nurgle plague, which may not be spread by humans. It may suddenly appear in the universe. Qin Mo said. Then why is your Talon system not infected? Maybe it's because... Qin Mo thought carefully, and thought that it might be that his star god power was getting stronger and stronger, which may have played a role in isolating the influence of the subspace. For example, when using the subspace engine, it must go to the Mandeville point, as far away from stars and planets as possible, otherwise there may be extremely serious consequences. Star gods may also be equivalent to celestial bodies, and can directly avoid the influence of a large range of subspace. So there is no plague, and outside the Tyrone galaxy is the Mandeville point, and the plague of unbelief can spread outside Tyrone. Qin Mo told the mimic what he had come up with, and then asked it, "You should know more about this kind of thing than me? I was shattered countless years ago, and I don't even know what the Mandeville point you mentioned is." The mimic shook his head. "It doesn't matter." Qin Mo looked at the illusion. "Show me what every star system in the Tyrone star zone looks like." Tyrone star zone? Have you even thought of a name for this star zone? The mimicry showed the detailed status of each star system while speaking, allowing Qin Mo to see the situation of dozens of worlds in the Tyrone star zone. The Tyrone fleet has already cleared or is clearing the entire star zone, and the progress is very fast. In 3 days, the plague of faithlessness will be cleared from the entire star zone, and there will be a moment of respite. Qin Mo decided to register all the people in all the worlds in the entire star zone, and promote the management methods of the Talon galaxy. Those who resist, and the governor, will be eliminated by the army like a plague. Order will be spread to every corner of the Talon star zone. Mimicry didn't know what Qin Mo was thinking. It made the illusion show the situation of all the galaxies in the Talon star zone, so that Qin Mo could observe from a macro perspective. A moment later, in the 17th galaxy at the edge of the Talon star zone, some purple cracks appeared at the edge of the galaxy, and then 12 warships came to the material universe from the subspace. Are they enemies? Mimic asked. Qin Mo stared at the warships that suddenly appeared in the galaxy. These warships were similar in shape to the Empire's Moon-class cruisers and Storm-class frigates, but their appearance was twisted and weird. A huge amount of flesh and blood was attached to the metal shell of the ship. The surface of the flesh and blood had twisted and wriggling green tentacles or organs such as eyes, mouths, and teeth. "We just need to observe, and leave the rest to the fleet," Qin Mo said. Chapter 145. The plague in the 17th galaxy has just been cleared, and the ground forces have taken transport planes back to the 2 cruisers in the galaxy. Just when everyone thought the mission was over and was about to go home, they suddenly saw a purple light flashing in the distance. The captains of the 2 cruisers looked in the direction of the purple light, and the picture in their field of vision immediately shrank and enlarged to show the situation tens of thousands of kilometers away. 12 warships were heading towards their own fleet, which consisted of 2 Moon-class cruisers and 2 Storm-class frigates. Most of the captains and crew members in the Tyrone fleet had no actual combat experience, but they had received immersive training and simulated combat during their training, so the 2 cruiser captains immediately felt something was wrong. The enemy fleet was very strange, like bait for practicing tactics or sacrifices for testing the opponent's strength. However, no matter what the opponent came for, the warships of the Tyrone fleet in this galaxy would not fight back immediately, but would immediately jump to the strategic points of the entire star zone. So all the warships that were carrying out the plague cleanup mission started their dimensional engines, and disappeared immediately after the 10-minute charging time. This scene was also observed by the 12 warships that suddenly came to the galaxy. No energy signal can be detected. They seem to have left. In a Moon-class cruiser at the front of the fleet, all information was gathered to the captain in the bridge. The captain stood on the high platform and observed the space outside the large porthole. In his field of vision, the tentacles growing on the warship were swinging around, occasionally covering part of the porthole. The flesh platform under his feet was twisting and wriggling, and the big mouth full of fangs spewed out some green gas from time to time, making all the creatures in the bridge work harder. "Master, they seem to be afraid of us, so they ran away." A small green creature named Nerdling stuttered as it climbed onto the captain's shoulder. The captain nodded, turned around and looked behind him and asked, "So can we evacuate?" The man the captain was watching was huge and wearing power armor, holding a sickle in his hand, with a big mouth on the armor, with a bulging belly, and a tongue covered with foul-smelling liquid stretched out from his mouth and licked the floor. This is a Chaos Space Marine, and an elite called Death Shroud. The Death Shroud said nothing, but put the scythe on the captain's neck. "No, no, no, you can't do this," we agreed. The Nerdling on the captain's shoulder was a little angry, and its voice sounded sharp and weird. The captain gently stroked the Nerdling on his shoulder to signal it not to resist, then turned around and looked out the porthole. "It seems that this is our fate." "Oh no." The Nerdling hugged the captain's neck and cried, "At least we can be together anytime." The captain gently stroked the Nerdling, and then ordered the crew, "Keep moving forward." The fleet continued to move forward. From the moment these 12 warships appeared in the galaxy, the plague that had been cleared in the entire galaxy began to rage again, and a large number of people on the planet were turning into plague zombies. These situations were also detected by the plague warlocks on the ship, and reported to the captain. The captain, who heard the report, asked in confusion, "Why is the plague spreading so slowly here? It's much slower than at the Cadian Gate. I thought all places here were already full of plague." "For unknown reasons, the plague has been weakened here. It has lost some uniqueness. If we hadn't come, the plague would have been completely cleaned up." The plague warlock replied. "Oh." The captain nodded thoughtfully, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "This may be why we can't enter the Talon system directly. The entire star zone seems to be covered by the Geller field. In addition, I always feel that the entire star system is a bit weird and scary." The plague warlock nodded, then closed his eyes, and recalled and felt. When the plague began to spread throughout the galaxy again, the plague warlock felt as if his senses were magnified several times, and he could feel more things. After a moment, the warlock suddenly said, "The people in this galaxy have no firm faith. Their faith in that is as plain as water. If the people here have a firm faith in that, then the plague would not even have the current effect. No wonder, this is a remote galaxy after all." "That one?" The captain looked at the warlock and asked with a smile, "Which one are you talking about?" "That one, you know, that one." The warlock replied. Another crew member started to make a noise. "How do I know what you are talking about? The one that sits all day?" The warlock simply shut up. The whole bridge was filled with laughter. Until a crew member who was detecting energy signals suddenly shouted, "Extremely strong energy signals detected. The specific reading is..." Before he finished speaking, the device used to monitor energy exploded. Then, in front of the fleet, a series of lights flashed, and a large number of ships appeared in the galaxy. The captain looked straight ahead. Most of the warships looked like black dots at this distance, but there was only one warship. Battleship. The captain was stunned for a moment, then shouted to everyone, "We are going to die. Now the time has come. Prepare for battle." After hearing this shout, the sickle on the captain's neck was retracted, and the entire warship immediately entered combat status. The other 11 warships in the fleet also discovered another fleet that appeared out of nowhere in the galaxy, and all the warships were ready for battle. The cruisers that jumped into the strategic point before are now back, and they also brought many helpers. A total of 10 cruisers, 20 frigates, and a battleship named Lord of Tyrone. Adam was observing the enemy fleet in the Lord of Tyrone. Those disgusting-looking warships made Adam instinctively avoid them. He immediately formulated a tactic and told his subordinates, "Don't let them get close, concentrate fire and kill them." All the captains in the fleet followed the order, and the particle lances on each warship immediately opened fire on the enemy ships. The battleship of the Lord of Tyrone was not equipped with a single particle lance, but a particle lance array that could fire 7 beams at once. A large number does not mean poor quality. Each lance launcher in the particle lance array has a longer range and stronger power than the particle lances used by cruisers. The dense beams instantly crossed the distance between the two fleets, with a hit rate of 90%. After a round of salvos by the fleet, 8 of the 10 frigates in the enemy fleet were destroyed, and the void shields of the remaining 2 frigates and 2 cruisers were on the verge of overload. Chapter 146. Very good. Adam in the Lord of Tyrone was very satisfied with the results of the salvo. Enemy ships had not yet entered the battle distance, and his fleet had destroyed more than half of them. But Adam's satisfaction did not last long, because he saw that the destroyed warships released a huge amount of green spots after the explosion, and it seemed that there was gas leaking into space. Based on the various reports received during the operation to clean up the plague, Adam judged that these gases and spots were not as simple as just shining. Those gases were likely to be poisonous gases that were visible to the naked eye. As for what the spots were, it was still unknown. Reduce the power of the light spear to increase the range and accuracy, and fire at the engines and guard weapons of the remaining enemy ships. Also, prepare defensive torpedoes. Adam quickly adjusted his strategy. The light spear weapon controllers on each warship began to fine-tune the light spears, focusing a large amount of energy on the tail of the light spear launcher. The penetration and destructive power of the light spears fired later would be weakened, but the accuracy and range would be improved. In addition, the frigates prepared defensive torpedoes. This is a weapon designed in the past development period. Its function is to generate a one-way shield for the enemy ship. This shield cannot defend against attacks from the outside, but it can block the attacks of the enemy ship hit by the defensive torpedo. In addition, the torpedo also includes a teleportation positioning device, which can quickly teleport the enemy ship to another place. The biggest function of the defensive torpedo weapon is to teleport the enemy ship away when the enemy ship approaches and wants to use the ram, but now it is used to teleport the destroyed enemy ship to an uninhabited galaxy. After the defensive torpedoes were ready for use, the light spears began to fire again. All the light spear weapons targeted the enemy ship's engines and guard weapons. The dense beams penetrated the enemy ship's edge shell and finally hit the engine. After a round of salvos, the enemy's remaining 2 cruisers and 2 frigates were already incapable of action. Frigates, advance to the torpedo range and stop, use torpedoes. Adam ordered. All frigates moved forward and released torpedoes again after a moment. Adam watched all the more than 40 torpedoes flying towards the enemy ship. He also saw the green spots released by the previously destroyed enemy ship moving freely towards the torpedo. Most of the torpedoes slowed down, and then small guard weapons rose from the shell, and the weapons released beams to shoot at the nearby green spots. After seeing this scene, Adam realized that those spots might be creatures the size of airplanes, or green airplanes. The defensive torpedoes were large and flew slowly. In order to avoid being intercepted by enemy aircraft, they were equipped with guard weapons. The small intelligence inside the torpedoes that controlled the weapon system would only fire after detecting an enemy aircraft, which proved that Adam's speculation was very correct. However, due to the large number of green spots, the closed guard weapons were useless, and almost all the torpedoes were destroyed. Only one torpedo successfully broke through the interception and flew into a cruiser. After approaching the enemy ship, the closed guard weapons on the torpedo were raised, releasing lasers to cut the hull or obstacles in front, helping the torpedo to drill deeper into the hull. After the torpedo stopped, a shield rose around the cruiser. Focus on it. The power supply device inside the torpedo can only keep the shield for less than 7 seconds, so Adam immediately ordered to shift the focus of the attack to the enemy ship wrapped in the shield. The fleet fired another volley of light spears, penetrating the shield without any hindrance and tearing the warship into several pieces. As before, the destroyed warship also released gas and spots, but they were all intercepted by the one-way shield. The broken wreckage was sent out of the system 2 seconds later. The only remaining enemy ship was easy to deal with. The frigate fired another volley of torpedoes. All of these torpedoes activated their guard weapons when they flew out, and destroyed the spots that came to intercept them during the flight, and then penetrated into the enemy ship from all directions. More than 30 layers of one-way shields were generated around the enemy ship. Then the fleet fired a volley, and each beam of light could penetrate the layers of shields and hit the hull. The unfortunate ship was split into 20 pieces, and teleported out of the galaxy. Launch the melted torpedoes and light spears to clean up the poisonous gas, and then we will kill the plague that appeared in this galaxy. Adam gave the order to deal with the aftermath, and then stored the information of this battle, and prepared to report it after returning. Chin-Mo had already watched the entire process of the battle in the illusion. Thanks to the ability of mimicry, he even saw the situation inside the enemy warships. Those 12 warships are just sacrifices. The mimicry's gaze turned from the illusion to Chin-Mo. The enemy may just want to test the force of the Tyrone fleet. Hearing this, Chin-Mo recalled the scene he saw in the bridge of the enemy fleet just now, as well as the words of the captain with the nurgling standing on his shoulder, and finally believed that the mimicry's speculation was most likely correct. Think about it from another perspective. If you were the commander of the Nurgle fleet, you would only be able to send a team of sacrifices without knowing the Tyrone fleet at all, so as to avoid being beaten by various weapons you have never seen in the next large-scale fleet battle. We have lost our information advantage, the Mimic said. Yes, but what else can I do? Can I avoid the battle until those 12 enemy ships enter the Talon system? Chi Nemo asked. The Mimic nodded in approval. It was just explaining the situation instead of commenting on it. Chi Nemo stared at the illusion in front of him. He felt that the Mimic's ability was quite reliable, at least when it didn't go crazy and lose contact. This was equivalent to opening a god's vision. No matter where the enemy was, or what they were doing, they would be seen, and even their words would be heard word for word. How is the fleet I built? Chi Nemo asked. This question was a bit sudden. Mimicry thought for a moment before answering. This kind of fleet would be a civilian fleet in the War of Heaven. Chi Nemo nodded helplessly, thinking that this is the truth, but it is still a bit blunt to say it. But don't forget that you had nothing at the beginning, and now is not the War of Heaven, and your enemy is not the ancient saint. Mimicry is now in human form, smiling at Chi Nemo, and said approvingly, it really deserves to be Caton who specializes in casting. If it were me, I would just rush over and bite the fleet. Chi Nemo and Mimicry smiled knowingly upon hearing this. Mimicry smiled until the smile disappeared, and it forgot what it was doing and what it had done. Chi Nemo noticed that something was wrong with Mimicry, and asked it what was wrong. Mimicry did not react and remained standing there, but the illusion it created had changed greatly. Chi Nemo saw that the illusion changed from the 17th galaxy of the Talon galaxy to the entire Milky Way. Chapter 147. The Mimic looked at the illusion he had created. The Milky Way was divided into two parts, north and south, by a blue line. This blue line was not a territorial boundary, but a visible psychic barrier built by the ancient saints in the Milky Way. The Mimic looked up and saw a void dragon floating on the black stone floor, with a bent metal skeleton standing beside it. The Mimic turned his gaze to the side, and saw another star god with a blue living metal body. Forger, I need you to forge a new weapon with me. The void dragon pointed to the blue line that divides the Milky Way. This psychic barrier is built on planets, and we will use weapons to erase the corresponding structures of these millions of planets in the subspace. The blue star god immediately responded, yes. But I don't know anything about the subspace. I can teach you. The void dragon turned his head to look at the metal skeleton beside him, and ordered it, Shalek, I need you to launch an attack immediately after the psychic barrier disappears. The metal skeleton named Shalek saluted, and immediately went to arrange the attack. Finally, the void dragon left. Mimicry saw the void dragon leave before he dared to speak to the caster. Why do we have to participate in this war? Because we are weak, so we will be dragged into it. The caster replied. Mimicry heard that the caster was talking about us, and he was referring to all the star gods, who worked together because of their weakness, but were still dragged into it. Mimicry wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Everything in front of him quickly turned into endless darkness. After noticing the abnormality, Mimicry was terrified, because this change did not come from its own power, as if some existence had torn the illusion apart. I know where you are. The Mimic heard a voice, and it looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a Caton suddenly walk out of the endless darkness. Night Embracer. When this name appeared in the Mimic's mind, it was so scared that it trembled all over. Although I am also a fragment, you are still far worse than me. The broken body of the Night Embracer stopped in front of the Mimic, and then looked at his hands and said, you are imprisoned, but you can still separate a part of your consciousness and run around in the galaxy. This is your talent, but also your flaw. The Nightbringer likes to talk nonsense just like in the Mimic impression, but it still understands. Although separating a part of its consciousness can gain limited freedom, this part of consciousness is not imperceptible to its peers. The fragments of the Nightbringer are about to find itself. How many slaves are imprisoned in you? If there are few, I can save you, my fellow Caton. The Nightbringer suddenly became concerned, as if he had forgotten what his attitude was just now. This is normal in the eyes of Mimic. As fragments, they all have incomplete or erratic memories. I am imprisoned by the Silent King, Mimic replied. The Night Embracer was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Ha ha! The only difference between you and the trickster is that you don't deceive others with malice, so your words can be heard in reverse. Mimic felt scared and tried to escape, but soon it felt something electrocuted, and the darkness in front of it disappeared instantly. When he saw Chi Nemo again, the Mimic realized that he was not in an illusion again, but had returned to reality. Forger, you are finally awake. help me plan a route to Cadian. After waking up, the Mimic was about to tell Chin Imo about seeing the Night Embracer just now, but Chin Imo interrupted him. The Mimic felt like a tool, and began to suspect that Chin Imo didn't want to help him at all, so it was useless even if he told him that he was found by the Night Embracer. After realizing this, the Mimic was angry at first, and then suddenly calmed down. He did not get angry or continue to talk about the Nightbringer finding him. He just responded calmly, "Okay, I will help you plan it now." The Mimic recalled the appearance of the Milky Way and expanded the content of the illusion to the entire Milky Way. Then he asked where the so-called Cadia was, and then marked the location pointed out by Chin Imo. The Nurgle fleet is likely to attack us. The Talon sector is facing an upcoming war, so I plan to send a ship to Cadia before the war starts. Go and warn the Cadians to be careful of the Volscani Iron Cavalry, because they will rebel in the future. Actually, I wanted to go to Cadian right now, but Creed is not the Lord yet, and he can't make important decisions. If the fleet goes there, I'm afraid the Cadians will think we are invaders. As for whether they will listen to my warning, the Volscani Iron Cavalry can't blow up the Blackstone Obelisk. As Chin Imo spoke, the Mimicry silently planned the route to Cadian according to the characteristics of the dimensional engine. It didn't understand what Rebellion and Creed were, and didn't know what Chin Imo wanted to do, but it still silently planned the route for Chin Imo. Because this might be the last time. What's wrong with you? Chin Imo noticed that the Mimic was not right, thinking it was hallucinating again. The Mimic silently planned the route, and then said, "At least you won't be eaten by the Nightbringer. We weak star gods are not completely extinct. There will always be a time for revenge." Chin Imo didn't understand this, but he saw that the Mimic didn't have hallucinations. After a little thought, he realized what the problem was. What did you see in the hallucination just now? Mimicry wanted to tell him that the Nightbringer fragment was targeting him, but then he thought that Chin Imo probably hadn't fully recovered his strength yet, and he would be dead if he ran into the Nightbringer fragment. So Mimicry shook his head. "Nothing, just an illusion. Go ahead." Chin Imo was tough. Mimicry hesitated for a moment, but finally told him frankly. After hearing this, Chin Imo asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Mimicry spread his hands helplessly. "I wanted to tell you." "Forget it. Let's think about what to do first." Chin Imo lowered his head and thought. The 12 enemy ships were used as sacrifices to test the Tyrone fleet. Now that the enemy has found out the result, they should invade in large numbers soon. Add to that the matter of Mimicry. It's really a double whammy. Thinking of this, Chin Imo looked up and asked the Mimicry, "If you are released, what is the chance of us fighting against the Nightbringer together?" "I don't know. It's a fragment that may be strong or weak, but I think no matter what, we can't defeat it with just the two of us." Mimic shook his head. Chin Imo felt helpless when he heard this, but then an idea came to him. "Do you know what the strongest point of the forger is?" Mimic suddenly understood what Chin Imo meant. "It's casting." "So?" Chin Imo nodded. "It's not the two of us against the Nightbringer. It's the two of us plus a bunch of war machines against the Nightbringer." "No, it's against the fragments of the Nightbringer." Chapter 148. War machines plus us. The Mimic pondered for a moment, and felt that it was feasible. The thought of the Nightbringer Mimic made him feel terrified, but after all, it was broken, and it was not a whole but a fragment. If he thought that the war machine built by the forger could not defeat the fragment of the Nightbringer, it would be too pessimistic. "Tell me your location," Chin Imo ordered. The Mimic immediately changed the illusion, and showed the galaxy he was in. This galaxy is 700 light-years away from the east of the Talon star zone. There is only one such galaxy within 700 light-years. It is possible that the dormant Necrons here wiped out the nearby galaxies before falling asleep. The illusion also showed all the conditions of this galaxy. This galaxy has only one planet, which looks black. There is no sign of Necrons activity on it, so the Necrons dynasty that imprisoned the Mimic has not awakened yet. "Which Necrons dynasty imprisoned you?" Chin Imo asked. "Necrons are not a group of weaklings. They must also be considered as participants in the war. Maybe I can remember it after a while, but now I have forgotten the name of this dynasty," Mimic said very confusedly. Chin Imo suddenly felt helpless. Mimic's memory and unstable state are its biggest weaknesses now, but this is inevitable for a piece of Star God fragment. The only solution is to find and merge each of its fragments together, but this method is not feasible. It is still unclear whether all the fragments of Mimic are in the Milky Way. After taking Mimic's situation into consideration, Chin Imo asked again, "Are you sure you can participate in the battle? Don't forget everything or lose contact when the Night Holder comes to your door." "I can fight," the Mimic said firmly. Chin Imo nodded, but still took into account the possibility of the mimic going mad in the battle, and finally made a decision. You should stay as normal as possible during this period, and always monitor the situation in the nearby galaxies. Report to me whether the Nightbringer or the Nurgle fleet comes. Predict the arrival time of the Nightbringer fragments for me later. Before the Nightbringer comes, I will prepare all the weapons as much as possible. If the Nightbringer comes late, I can design several more weapons, but if it comes early, then the only thing I can use is the Iron Man Force's Transdimensional Sky and another trump card. The Tyrone fleet will not participate in the battle, because mortals can't participate in this battle at all. Mimic listened to Qin Mo's strategy quietly, and after thinking about it, he felt that it was feasible, but there was still a very important problem. I am imprisoned in a hypercube maze on this planet. Mimic pointed to the black planet. My consciousness can penetrate the maze, but my body cannot. What if the Nightholder kills through the army of the Necromancer dynasty that imprisoned me, and then eats me immediately? The so-called hypercube maze is a peculiar space Necromancer creation. It is only the size of a fist, but it contains a huge space. When the prisoner is in the maze, as long as he tries to destroy the maze with force, the force will be used to strengthen the maze in turn. The mimicry can't actively break the maze and run out, but it's not difficult for a Star God fragment to open the maze from the outside, which means that the mimicry will always be in a passive state, and it is impossible for it not to be obtained by the Nightholder fragment. If the Nightholder wants to eat you, you must break the maze first. I need you to delay as many seconds as possible after you come out, and release an energy signal at the same time. I can lock this energy signal and teleport you over a long distance to teleport you to me. Qin Mo answered. Hearing this, the mimic felt that it was not very reliable, but there was no other way, so he could only nod and agree. Okay. Now there is one last thing. Predict the future for me. Qin Mo ordered. The mimic immediately did it. It turned into a smooth, transparent sphere, and the Milky Way inside it rotated a circle. Finally, the mimic opened its eyes, turned into a human, and a look of astonishment appeared on its face. The fragments of the Nightbringer will reach my galaxy within 7 days. Then I saw it fighting with a fleet, and every warship in this fleet was covered with flesh and blood. Those flesh and blood warships. Their purpose seems to be to break into inhabited galaxies, then self-destruct, releasing a highly toxic plague to kill every living thing in the galaxy. Are you sure you saw flesh and blood warships, not my Tyrone fleet? Qin Mo was very confused as to why the Nightbringers would fight with the Nurgle fleet. Mimic nodded vigorously. I am sure. Those flesh and blood warships seem to have chosen my galaxy as the assembly point. Great. Qin Mo was delighted. Now we have one less big trouble. 2 days later. In a galaxy 700 light-years away from the Tyrone star zone, and with only one black planet, a large number of space wrecks covered with flesh and blood were docked near the Mandeville Point. These wrecks were originally unable to move, but after part of their structure mutated into dirty, rotten flesh and blood, they became able to sail. More than 70 wrecks of different sizes had different degrees of mutation, but they had one thing in common, that is, the wrecks were dragging expanding pustules at the tail. The arrival of these wrecks was just the beginning, and many warships with normal combat capabilities entered the galaxy one after another. In one of the huge cruisers covered with appendages and wrapped in corrupt flesh and blood, the undead Inquisitor Horst was lying in the pipe recording his investigation of the plague after leaving the Talon system. The plague around the Talon system is similar to the plague in the Cadian Gate, but not exactly the same. The plague here seems to be weakened. When I heard that Governor Talon had cleared the plague, I ended the investigation and returned. We encountered an extremely blasphemous warship, which sank our ship in less than a solar hour. Before that, I organized a boarding operation, and those heretics failed to eliminate me. I hid. Horst wrote down his experiences of the past few days on parchment, and after thinking for a while, he changed I hid to I conducted a covert investigation on the enemy ship. After recording, Horst put the parchment away and stuffed it into his leather coat. This time, he brought everything he could bring. A leather coat from a state priest, who had a fanatical belief in the Emperor. This priest had led his followers to fight in an environment full of plague on the planet where he lived. This priest was not only immune to viruses, but also could not be hit by guns and cannons, and could smash an armored vehicle with a flail. A set of Emperor Tarot cards, the oldest and most precious Emperor Tarot cards that can be found now, more complete than any other Emperor Tarot cards available. A painting depicting the Emperor's heroic appearance in his heyday. Any of these three things is a treasure of endless value, and even their collection value is far less than their practical value. Horst breathed in the air full of viruses without any discomfort. After a rest, he continued to crawl in the abandoned pipes. The battleship itself is equivalent to a big city, with a complex pipeline network, but Horst felt that something in his heart was guiding him forward. He just needed to believe in this feeling and continue crawling. Finally, Horst came to a fork in the pipeline network, and he heard a group of people talking. I have been dreaming about a guy in a black robe holding a sickle these days, and I am almost driven crazy by nightmares. I also have nightmares, and it seems that I also dreamed about a person in a black robe holding a sickle. Is it the death shroud? Wait. The nightmare you are talking about. Does the person in the black robe look like the god of death in ancient mythology? Horst was confused after hearing this conversation. At first, he didn't understand what the point of listening to this chat was, but after listening, he recalled something. I also dreamed of a strange man in a black robe holding a sickle when I was resting these days. It is not strange to have nightmares, but it is strange that many people have the same nightmare. Horst immediately recorded this information and continued to crawl forward. On the way, he could always hear the crew members discussing nightmares, discussing the strange man in a black robe holding a sickle in the nightmare, and this strange man completely matched everyone's impression of the god of death. Horst went forward for a while, and he heard that a crew member committed suicide. I heard that some people on the ship saw a vision of a monster holding a sickle slaughtering the entire ship, and they couldn't bear the torture so they poked their eyes out. I even heard that some people on the ship drew pictures with blood, using the thickest black blood to draw the monsters they saw in nightmares. Anxiety and panic are spreading throughout the battleship. There is no fighting now, but a large number of weak-willed crew members have committed suicide and self-mutilation, resulting in a loss of personnel. After staying on the ship for another 2 days, Horst found that the situation was getting worse, and he began to feel despair and fear. Horst had to think that there was a third trouble coming in addition to the plague and these fleets, and this third trouble was definitely more terrible. Before taking the next step, Horst decided to do some calculations. Great Lord of humanity, please guide me. Horst took out the Emperor tarot cards, prayed and murmured while closing his eyes to shuffle the order of each tarot card. While the shuffling process was going on, 5 tarot cards fell out of Horst's hand. Emperor, is this your revelation? Horst trembled as he stretched out his hand and turned over the 5 fallen tarot cards one by one. When he began to try to interpret them, a vision appeared before his eyes. A terrifying existence that is always hungry and likes to slaughter living beings. It is the embodiment of death. Its mere existence can bring despair and fear to living beings, so that in the impression of humans and most alien races, the image of the god of death is wearing a black robe and holding a sickle. And part of this entity is approaching. The vision showed Horst this information, making him immediately understand that everything that happened on the ship was a sign, and something more terrible than the plague was about to come. This is a sign of the coming death. I have to leave quickly. Horst muttered to himself and looked around, his eyes looking at the entrance of the pipe on his left hand. Even though he had never made a plan and didn't know what was on the other side of the pipe, he just knew where he should go. Chapter 149. 5 days later. All the crew members of the Nurgle fleet in the entire galaxy were increasingly terrified and desperate. Some tried to escape from here, but found desperately that the subspace engine could not be started. Even near the Mandeville point in the galaxy, there was interference similar to the gravity of celestial bodies, and this interference was getting more and more serious. All warships had lost their combat capabilities, and no one noticed that a cloud of black fog was flowing on the dead surface of the black planet, and finally condensed into a 10-meter-tall metal entity on the equator. One of the fragments of Nightbringer Azagora descended. This fragment, who stubbornly believed that it was the Nightbringer's true body, looked around and was a little surprised after taking a look at the situation on the scene. Because it was empty here, and no enemies could be seen. In Nightbringer's speculation, when it appeared on the planet where the Mimic was, there must be armies all over the planet arranging their troops and preparing to capture it, but it was not known whether they were negligent or what. Anyway, no enemies appeared now. Maybe the mimicry is not on this planet at all. When the Night Holder thought of this, it immediately closed its eyes and sensed. A certain star god that it devoured many years ago had a strong sense of perception. When it was on this black planet, the Night Holder was absolutely sure that the mimicry was on this planet. It even knew where the mimicry was in the gap between dimensions. Pathetic slave race, pathetic weak fellow. Why are there no pathetic metal slaves here? I will kill all those bastards who betrayed me. Isn't it good to have no enemies? Look, there is a fleet in the galaxy. The Night Embracer muttered to himself somewhat crazily, his mind filled with many star god's thoughts, and these thoughts would speak in his own voice when he spoke. But sometimes he would provide some hints. After saying that there was a fleet in the galaxy, the Night Embracer looked up at the sky, and his sight fell on a fleet that was extremely far away from his own planet. The warships in this fleet were not able to move normally, but the flesh and blood that merged with them gave them the ability to move. This fleet was too weak to be considered an enemy by the Nightbringer. He did not care when he came out, and thought that his hatred and disgust came from the tombs where the metal slaves slept underground on the planet. Disgusting things, the Nightbringer said. The flesh and blood that merged with the warships was not disgusting. The Nightbringer had seen more disgusting things in a long time. In his eyes, those metal skeletons were much more disgusting than these flesh and blood warships. What really made Nightbringer feel uncomfortable was the subspace energy attached to these warships. This is a blasphemy. No, it should be a provocation. It is a provocation, kill them! The space around Nightbringer was echoing with these different voices, but these voices had a common purpose, which was to clean up the fleets of unknown origin in the galaxy. Nightbringer raised his hand, and made a gripping motion. The charred soil around him was transformed into metal, and gathered into a sickle. When it had the idea of approaching, it instantly came from the surface of the planet to the vicinity of the Mandeville point of the entire galaxy, which was right in front of those hateful fleets. A lot of them have died. Fragile creatures, we can make them feel fear and despair just by approaching this galaxy. The Nightbringer looked at the fleet in front of him. These warships could no longer operate normally. The crew members in the warships had begun to commit suicide before he arrived. When he appeared in the galaxy, there were only a few determined people left in the ships. But these people who survived could do nothing. When the Nightbringer scanned each ship with his eyes, the weak creatures inside were already screaming and dying, and their dirty and smelly souls left their bodies. The Nightbringer immediately devoured the souls of the dead. Although the taste was not very good, he thought that he had fallen to this point, and there was nothing to complain about. Hundreds of thousands of crew members of the entire fleet were deprived of their lives by the Nightbringer's gaze. Perhaps other star gods would have to release a small lightning bolt to annihilate a large group of mortal armies, but the Nightbringer did not need to. It could deprive countless mortals of their lives in an instant. Let's do something good for this universe. Destroy their warships. The Nightholder waved his arms, and a giant black vortex emerged above the entire fleet, with countless black tendrils extending from it to pull the warships into it. After banishing the dirty warships into his own unique dimension, the Nightholder immediately returned to the surface of the planet to do his business. Everything in this galaxy was displayed in real time by the Mimic's illusion ability. The Mimic didn't think the Nightholder was that strong. This could only be said to be normal. But Chin Mo felt that it was reasonable and unexpected. The Nurgle fleet was in a state of panic. The Nightbringer could kill the crew of the warship with a single look. Just approaching the star system could cause the crew of the fleet to have nightmares and commit suicide. This was the characteristic of the Nightbringer. If it was not the fragment of the Nightbringer that came today, but the fragment of another star god, it would take some effort. While observing, Chin Mo was also analyzing the strength of this star god fragment in his mind. The strength of different fragments of a star god varies greatly. The weakest Nightbringer fragment could be frightened by an Astartes captain of the Ultramarines holding a Melta bomb. The strongest ones can even control the Necrons, making these enemies help them find sickles. Some star god fragments can even destroy the Necrons' world engines, and turn mountains and rivers into lava. The Nightbringer fragment in front of me should be of middle-class level. I feel like I'm done. The mimicry turned into a shield, and said tremblingly. Its fear is not without reason. The Nightbringer fragment has penetrated deep into the underground of the planet. It is using a unique method to find the tombs where Necrons are dormant. These tombs are not just buried underground, but are supported by a lot of black technology, such as static force fields and dimensional gaps. These can delay time a little. I just don't know what the situation is with the dead spirits in the tomb. The fragments of the star god have destroyed the Nurgle fleet in the galaxy, and these idiots are still not coming out to do anything. Don't worry, you can't be finished. Chin Mo confidently comforted the Mimic. Even if I go into space and fight the Nightbringer fragment face to face, I may not be defeated by it, not to mention that I have deployed all the best weapons in the bottom of the box. Hearing this, the Mimic waved his hand to change the illusion, changing the content of the illusion from the Nightbringer fragment to the space in the Talon galaxy. Far away, two satellites called space fortresses were orbiting a metal planet that had just been built. This thing is obviously not built, right? Mimicry was not reassured. Of course it's not built, otherwise it wouldn't be called a fortress, but a celestial engine. Chin Mo nodded, but believe me, with Leviathan, the super-dimensional sky, and other miscellaneous things, it won't be a problem to kill the Night Embracers. Chapter 150. It's coming. The Mimic pointed to the illusion he had created. The Nightbringer had gone deep into the planet's underground, and entered the tomb, where the Necrons were sleeping. This tomb seemed to have been destroyed long ago. When the Nightbringer entered the tomb, it saw ruins everywhere. All the protection measures in the tomb were sometimes effective, and sometimes not. The Nightbringer's body turned into a black shadow, and moved forward in the tomb, without any hindrance. It saw some Necrons wandering in the tomb, just wandering, and it was indifferent even when it saw the fragments of the star god it had defeated. The Nightbringer flew past every Necrons, and then the Necrons' mechanical structures were damaged and shattered. The living metal that made up their bodies still had the ability to reassemble, but it seemed that the rebirth protocol was not activated, so they just kept trembling and could not merge together. The long years are the enemy of the Necrons. Some tombs were not dug by the Mechanicus, nor were they taken by other races. They were just eroded by time, and could not function. Some dynasties even forget who they are after waking up. Ha ha ha, you are not Caton, you cannot resist the erosion of time. You despicable slave race, you want to compete with us? Don't be too arrogant. Fortunately we are lucky, otherwise if we met a dynasty like Manak, we would have been taken down by them long ago. The Nightbringer continued to perform a one-man show, quickly shuttling through the tomb, killing every undead he met, and neither the walls nor the ruins could stop him. Finally, the Nightbringer came to a stasis device that had stopped working in the deepest part of the tomb, and looked at the hypercube maze floating on the device. The hypercube labyrinth looks like a green sphere, not even as big as the Nightbringer's finger. The Nightbringer controls the hypercube labyrinth to float towards him, and then uses his past experience to remove the labyrinth from the outside world, eventually causing the labyrinth to break and release strong energy. It cannot trap the fragments of the star god imprisoned in it. The mimic is free. Eat it. We need its ability. Rather than talking nonsense, why not do it quickly? What if it runs away? The Nightbringer's actions are always faster than words. The sickle at his hand has already chopped towards the mimic, and it is only a few millimeters away from its ever-changing appearance. Hurry up! The mimic shouted. The Nightholder thought this guy was crazy and wanted to die, but the mimic's body disappeared in the next second. The moment the mimic disappeared, the Nightholder saw a blue crack. It immediately recognized that this was a dimensional teleportation technology. The real mimic had been transferred through the dimensional channel. In addition to recognizing the dimensional teleportation technology, the Nightholder also felt that the dimension of the torn space was a little familiar. Blue crack. It's the casting dimension. The caster is still alive, great. I can still sense the location of the mimic, hurry up and chase him. The Nightholder flew upwards, piercing through the tomb and the crust to reach the surface of the planet, and then looked towards the South Pole and the North Pole. Even though he was on the surface, he could see the situation at both ends. Several soft and long metal mechanical arms were printing two giant buildings at the South Pole and the North Pole at a very fast speed. The Nightholder looked up and saw a satellite-like thing floating in the orbit of the planet. The giant building was soon completed, and the atmosphere of the entire planet began to be surrounded by rapidly spreading blue energy. Inside Leviathan, Chin Mo was concentrating on controlling the superdimensional sky, and the body of the mimic was beside him. You can't use this thing to erase the fragments of a star god. The mimic saw the operating principle and function of the superdimensional sky, and immediately reminded Chin Mo. I know. Chin Mo nodded, just like the Nightbringers can't kill us with one glare. That being said, Chin Mo still tried it, closing his eyes, and sensing everything on the planet through the hyperdimensional sky. Even a few stones on the planet could be sensed, but the existence of the Nightbringer fragments could not be sensed. Chin Mo opened his eyes, and stared at the surface of the black planet. He could see the 10-meter-tall Nightbringer, but he could not sense it. Mimic looked at Chin Mo helplessly, feeling that he would not turn back until he hit the wall. It doesn't matter, I just want to use the hyperdimensional sky as a battlefield. Chin Mo withdrew his hands from the surface of the superdimensional sky, and then ordered to the air, send the celestial engine over and bomb the Nightholder. At this time, all the main control intelligences have reserved computing power for standby, and immediately started the transmission device to calculate the transmission point with all their strength after receiving the order. The next second, the celestial engine was teleported outside the planet. Two metal satellites with a diameter of 500 kilometers revolved around the unfinished planet, and shot at the Nightholder on the ground at the same time. There are tens of thousands of particle light spear arrays on the two satellites of this celestial engine. Dense beams of light are emitted from the surface of the satellite and converge into a larger beam. This larger beam merges with the beam emitted by another satellite and bombards the surface of the black planet. The Nightholder, who was just about to fly out of the planet, was covered by the giant light spear. Qin Mo and Mimic could only see the Nightbringer's sickle evaporated in an instant, and its body was covered by beams. It was not known whether it was dead or alive. It's still alive. Mimic could sense the existence of the Nightbringer's fragments. Qin Mo stared at the hyperdimensional sky and waited silently. The bombardment of the celestial engine lasted for 10 minutes. The giant particle light spear melted through the planet's crust and mantle and shot into the core during the continuous shooting, and the entire planet was torn apart in an instant. The attack of the celestial engine ended here, and the beam turned into dots of red light and dissipated. Send the celestial engine to the vicinity of the star to recharge. Qin Mo gave the order while manipulating the hyperdimensional sky to restore the planet that was originally torn into pieces. The Night Holder was still alive. Its body structure had been broken, but it was like being bound by a force field and could still roughly form a human shape. Forger! The Night Holder roared at the Leviathan in space. I'm here. Qin Mo nodded, and then pressed the switch next to the hyperdimensional sky. The countless Iron Men stored in the Leviathan were immediately teleported to the surface of the planet, covering the land plate where the Night Holder was located. The infantry Iron Men surrounded the Night Holder and advanced while shooting. The Iron Men and giant Iron Men responsible for providing fire support bombarded without distinguishing between enemy and friend. Seeing this, the Mimic can guess Qin Mo's tactics. That is a war of attrition. The celestial engine bombards, and after all the energy is consumed, go to the star to recharge. During this period, use the Iron Man to entangle the Night Embracer, and then send it back after the celestial engine is fully charged. The function of the superdimensional sky is to create a battlefield that will never be destroyed. Why don't you let me recharge in the celestial engine? The Mimic asked. You have been locked in the maze for countless years, and have never sucked a star. You are very weak now, and you have more important responsibilities. It is useful to save your strength, Qin Mo said. Chapter 151. The sea of people formed by countless Iron Men is restraining the Night Holder, but the Night Holder does not look like it is at a disadvantage. It once again condenses its sickle to slaughter the Iron Men. This is purely to satisfy the desire to kill, but after shuttling back and forth across the entire land plate and slaughtering countless Iron Men, the Night Holder feels bored because these Iron Men have no souls and no emotions. After easily splitting a giant Iron Man in half from the middle, the Night Holder looked at the Leviathan in the sky and leaped into space. But just as its body left the ground, it was caught by a giant Iron Man. The Night Holder looked back and was surprised to find that the Iron Man could catch him. Then he was pulled back and smashed to the ground. The head of the giant Iron Man on his shoulder turned, and the weapon on his arm changed from an energy beam to a gravity generator. This is a new weapon first used in the Iron Man force. Its function is to generate a gravity field stronger than a gravity shield within the target range to crush the target. The gravity generator carried by the giant Iron Man is larger and stronger. The Night Holder was crushed by gravity, but did not break. Instead, it was smashed into the ground. The Night Holder tried to make his body virtual to avoid the attack, but it didn't work no matter how he tried. He felt that the blue dome covering the entire planet had the function of anchoring matter in another dimension. The Night Holder's predicament was fully displayed on the superdimensional sky. Qin Mo stared at the superdimensional sky and observed all the reactions of the Night Holder. At the same time, he asked the Mimic, "Do you think it will be useful to fight like this?" "It will be useful." The Mimic nodded. Before this fragment came, it must have absorbed the energy of the star to make itself stronger, but fragments are fragments. Sooner or later, it will be defeated by a star-shattering attack. After saying that, the Mimic thought for a while, and then said, "Fortunately, this is a fragment. If it is a complete star god, regardless of whether it can be intercepted in the superdimensional sky, even if it can be successfully intercepted, it will take until the universe is destroyed. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it." Qin Mo nodded in agreement with what the Mimic said. If it is really against a complete star god, then the battle should be fought in a star region, and both sides will modify the laws of physics and create black holes, and use stars as firecrackers. It is also difficult to encounter a complete star god. There are only 2 complete star gods in the Milky Way, Mimicry said. Qin Mo thought of the Outer One. The Outer One was also a complete star god, who was tricked by the Eldar's god of laughter to eat his kind, and then turned into a ball, and shut himself up in a corner of the galaxy. Even the Zerg had to go around the Outer One, and they had to go around a long way. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be difficult to provoke the Outer One. When Qin Mo talked to Mimicry, the celestial engine had finished charging and returned to the galaxy, and Leviathan immediately teleported the Iron Man troops on the ground back to the interior. The celestial engine quickly charged, and then fired a particle light spear that was enough to destroy the entire planet as before. As the planet was gradually destroyed by the particle light spear, Chinemo suddenly asked, "Do you think it's better for me to lock it up in the hypercube maze or eat it? Do you want to become as crazy as it?" Mimic pointed at the night holder floating in the wreckage of the shattered planet and asked back. "Then I'd better lock it up and use it as a battery," Chinemo said as he stood up and walked to the cabinet next to him, rummaging through the boxes. Finally, Chinemo found a fist-sized sphere in the corner. This is a hypercube maze, not much different from the maze used by the necromancer. What makes the Mimic feel strange is that the paint of this hypercube maze is different from the black that Chinemo usually uses. This is a red and white sphere. Teleport us to the Nightbringer. Chinemo ordered the main control intelligence. Then he and the Mimic were sent to the Nightbringer. The entire planet was blown to pieces by the celestial engine. Countless planetary plates floated in space, and the entire area was subject to strong electromagnetic interference. The Nightbringer was floating between the two plates. It had not completely lost its resistance, and was still struggling. "Forger." The Nightbringer stared at Chinemo floating towards him, and gritted his teeth. "You are responsible for the slave race being able to create a weapon that kills the gods. You should have come down and knocked down this fragment a long time ago. Why are you still so cautious after so many years? You are still alive? Do you remember me? Separate me from it, you promised me." Voices with various attitudes and emotions echoed in Chinmo's mind, and he didn't know which of these voices was the Night Holder. Some were kind voices, while others were full of malice. Chinmo was very confused, but he decided to do the most important thing first, and slowly lifted up the hypercube maze. When the Night Holder saw the hypercube maze, he became uneasy and quickly turned his body and flew back 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, but the distance between the two sides did not change. The Night Holder knew that Chinemo had modified the space, but as a fragment, it could not win in this Star God basic ability competition, and could only struggle in vain to try to avoid the fate of being included in the hypercube maze. After escaping from the control of the Necrons before finding the Mimic, the Nightbringer absorbed stars to increase its strength, but the previous preparations were all exhausted in the battle just now, and now it only has the most basic strength. "Wait until I catch you. You have plenty of time to answer my questions." Chinemo threw the hypercube maze out. The hypercube maze painted red and white hit the head of the Nightbringer, and then sucked it into the maze. Then the maze shook a few times and projected. Successful capture. For character projection. What's the use of this projection hint? The Mimic couldn't understand. It's just a fragment. Once it is locked in the maze, it will definitely not get out. Heh, what do you know? Chinemo controlled the hypercube maze back to his hand. In any case, the Nightbringer fragment was captured, and the Mimic was relieved, but it remembered that it had heard Chinemo say in Leviathan before, "You have more important responsibilities." But now that the Nightbringer fragment has been captured, what use can it have? Thinking of this, the Mimic immediately asked, "You said before that I had an important responsibility." "Not anymore." Chinemo shook his head. "I have thought of many plans to deal with the fragments. The main plan is what we have already implemented, and there are more than a dozen backup plans. One of the backup plans is that you and I will come down together to deal with the Nightbringer, but now the backup plan is not needed." The Mimic turned into a person, breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "You are really cautious enough." Chinemo did not respond, and teleported back to Leviathan with the Mimic. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and Leviathan and the Celestial Engine have all returned. After seeing the Celestial Engine being teleported away, the Mimic suddenly asked, "Why did you make this weapon?" "I am happy to do so," Chinemo said. Chinemo was just too lazy to explain. In fact, this Celestial Engine was originally prepared for an imaginary war. That is, the Inquisition ruled that the Talon system was a heresy, and the Empire began to attack Talon with all its strength. The role of this Celestial Engine is to fight to the death, with the Mountain Phalanx. This is not a complete Celestial Engine yet. Chinemo excitedly described, "A complete Celestial Engine will be a combination of planets and satellites, with thousands of light spear arrays and oversized shields, and the planet will be filled with troops. And many complete Celestial Engines will be manufactured and then combined into a star system." Mimicry listened silently and felt that it was really unnecessary to build a war machine on the scale of a star system. If it did not enter the Eye of Terror to fight, then this war machine would at most satisfy Chinmo's desire to forge. Chapter 152. The next day, Chinemo studied a piece of meat torn from the Nightbringer fragment. The essence of all star gods is a cloud of energy that knows nothing. The Necroner who first found the star gods used a material called living metal to shape the body of the star gods. Chi Nemo was studying a piece of living metal. A moment later, Belisarius Call squeezed in like last time and slowly walked to Chi Mo's side. Call was found by Chi Nemo. During this period of time, Call had not left. He gave a light cruiser he was riding to Vic, and then asked Vic to take his letter of recommendation to the Agrippina sector. After that, Call stayed in the Talon system, visiting every corner of the planet to observe all the technologies. He also tried to crack some technologies for his own use, but it would take more than 10 years to crack them. Come, take a look at this living metal. Chi Nemo made way and motioned Call to come to the observation equipment. Call could tell at a glance that this was a piece of living metal. As a great sage who dared to take risks to gain knowledge, he was very familiar with the creations of the Necrons. However, Call still moved to the observation equipment, took out a slender telescope-like thing from under his robe and put it on his head, then connected it to the observation equipment for observation. This is a very special living metal. Call said, as he observed, it's different from the common living metal. Of course it's different. Chi Nemo was not surprised. Call stood up and suddenly asked about something else. I found that the two spherical fortresses that were originally in the galaxy disappeared for a while. Chi Nemo knew that Call was curious about what the celestial engine was doing, but he did not answer, but continued to focus on observation. Call did not continue to ask, silently waiting for Chi Nemo to tell the purpose of looking for him. Chi Nemo observed and asked, "What's the situation of the Lamenters recently?" Captain Foros has found every merchant who travels to the Tyrone system and asked them to spread the news that he is still alive and in the Tyrone system. Several monks of the regiment have already come to Tyrone. Call had gone to Foros before and asked them why they had so many Terminator power armors, and then he knew that Chi Nemo had supplied the Lamenters. Then Call speculated that material printing technology can ignore the problems of manufacturing process and processing level. As long as there are reference objects and drawings, things can be made. This is his favorite technology. Is it possible for Foros and the others to be upgraded to Primaris Space Marines? Chi Nemo asked. It depends on luck. Call answered subconsciously, and then looked at Chi Nemo with great surprise, wondering why he knew about the Primaris Space Marines. Call felt that he should not stay in the Talon system anymore. He felt that there must be devices that can read people's minds hidden everywhere in this system. Upgrade the Weepers to Primaris, and then I will sell you living metal. Chi Nemo took out the living metal from the observation equipment and handed it to Cole. Cole looked at the living metal in silence. He did not immediately agree to the deal like last time. After staring at the metal for a while, Cole said, "Do you know what the biggest danger is for you and me? It is that there is no one with a very high status to endorse you and me. The very high status I mentioned refers to our status in the entire empire. Even if you are the governor of the Talon system and I am a great sage, the Inquisition Mechanicus or the state religion can judge us as heretics, and we will instantly become the enemy of the empire, who is condemned by thousands of people. How could I possibly reveal the Primaris technology in this situation? I can't mobilize tens of millions of troops and fleets with just one sentence. The Lamenters were supposed to fight to the death. You made a big mistake by protecting them. Fortunately, Horst left quickly otherwise." When Call spoke, his tone was cold and calm, as if it came from a radio, but Chi Nemo still heard that he was very angry. "You can drive the Explorer King, which you are riding, to Talon. I will use living metal to reinforce the structure of the Explorer King," Chi Nemo said. "Didn't you understand what I said?" Call remained unmoved. "You better be careful, and don't bring out things that others think are very heretical. I give you another printing device that can make printing devices," Chi Nemo said again. Call was silent. He didn't really want to upgrade the Weepers to Primaris, but he couldn't do it now. When he completed a great cause in the future, the Weepers would have to upgrade even if they didn't want to. But Call thought about the benefits of the Explorer King's living metal upgrade and the printing device that could make printing devices. Call thought about it and wanted to agree, but there was still a question in his mind. Why do you have to help the Weepers? Because they are fighting against the enemies of the material universe, whether they are the Inquisitors, the Astartes, or the Astra Militarum. Anyone fighting against the enemies of the material universe can get help from me, Chi Nemo replied. Call nodded silently, but what he was thinking was that I was also fighting against the so-called enemies of the material universe. Why didn't you help me learn and apply the technologies you developed? In short, Call agreed to upgrade the Primaris for the Weepers. Chi Nemo originally wanted to upgrade the Weepers himself, such as a complete and thorough mechanical transformation like the guards, But considering that the Weepers were so miserable and had not been destroyed, there must be some metaphysical reasons in it, and it was really difficult to carry out materialistic transformation. Prepare what you promised me. Call turned around and walked away slowly, but I can't guarantee that the Primaris will be upgraded successfully, and they may not be willing to accept the upgrade. I have a way to screen out those who can't be upgraded successfully, Chinemo said. Call left in silence. When he squeezed out of the door, he saw a young man walking down the corridor. He looked like a real human, but the energy readings detected from him were about to explode. Perhaps a guard. Call remembered that the energy readings he had detected on the guards were also very high, so the question was, why would a boy be transformed into a guard? Call was just confused but didn't think about it, and continued to walk to the end of the corridor. The boy watched Call leave, then turned into another Call, and walked towards Chinemo. Who is that machine? Chinemo took a look at the mimic that turned into Call, and answered vaguely, It's not a machine, his name is Belisarius Call, he is a person. Human? The mimic was very surprised. Cal is indeed a human being. Even a long time ago, he was a person who didn't like mechanical transformation. I really don't understand what mortal creatures are thinking. The mimic no longer bothered whether Cal was a human or a machine. After thinking for a while, it asked, Is there anything I can do? Stay by my side and don't walk around. Also, help me predict the future when I need it. Chinemo was thinking about the next plan while improving the living metal. If Foros and the others are willing to accept the Primaris upgrade, they have to let the mimic predict who can upgrade successfully and who can't. After all, the Primaris upgrade is not 100% successful, and the mortality rate is not small. Plague, Nurgle fleet, Nightbringer fragments, these troubles have been dealt with. In the future, more Nurgle fleets may attack Talon, but definitely not in the short term. The most important thing is to integrate all the star systems in the star zone, so that each star system can develop like Talon and have the ability to mobilize. Another thing is to wait for Klein, who went to Cadia to deliver a letter to return. I don't know if this guy can meet Creed smoothly. Chapter 153. Klein did not go to Cadia. As a roving trader who was very good at building relationships, Klein established friendships with many governors along the way, and thus learned one thing, that is, Creed was not in Cadia at all. In order to find out where Creed was now, Klein found some powerful people, and gave them a lot of benefits, and then he learned that Creed was on a transport ship called the Path of Faith, so he went to the supply system that the Path of Faith must pass through to wait. After a lot of trouble, Klein finally arrived at the Path of Faith. The merchant ship approached the Path of Faith, which was receiving supplies. Klein boarded the ship under the pretext of selling power armor, asked his deputy to sell the power armor, and searched for Creed in the ship. Finally, in the bar on the ship, Klein's eyes fell on the counter. The person sitting there was wearing the standard power armor used by the Tyrone Galaxy Army. This alone was not enough for Klein to judge that he was Creed. After all, there were many wandering merchants who were dealing in power armor. But the man's neck was short and thick. Creed? Klein walked over and called out. The man sitting next to the counter immediately turned around and looked at Klein, looking very surprised. Klein, the commander of the 47th Regiment? Klein left a deep impression on Creed. He still remembered that Klein went with him to inspect the soldiers of the 47th Regiment. Creed even remembered that he knocked down one of Klein's men. How did you find me? Creed asked his men to find another seat, and motioned for Klein to sit next to him. It was the Emperor who guided me to find you. Klein glanced at Creed's iconic short and thick neck, then sat beside him, and handed the handwritten letter written by Chin-Mo to Creed. Creed immediately accepted the letter, and ordered a glass of wine for Klein. After the wine was served, he asked, What is the current situation in the Tyrone system? Since he left very early, Creed only knew that the Hive world was taken down, and he had no idea about the situation of the other two planets in the Tyrone system. After you leave, we will continue the war until all the heretic rebels in the entire galaxy are cleared out. After saying this, Klein took a sip of wine and sighed, but we were targeted by the Inquisitor. Fortunately, we were not convicted of heresy in the end, and the governor became the true lord of Talon. Cheers to him. Creed raised his glass and drank it all. Klein wanted Creed to open the letter written by Chin-Mo, but he was interrupted by Creed before he could say anything. Creed began to talk about what he encountered after leaving the Talon galaxy. In short, it's all about fighting in all parts of the Empire. The power armor we got when we left the Talon system was indeed very useful, but due to various reasons on the battlefield, only 5 of the Cadians who had strayed to the Talon system and left survived. Creed was one of the 5 people who were still alive. I'm sorry, man. Klein patted Creed's shoulder, and then said some words to comfort him. Finally, at the end of the topic, Klein still talked about business. You have to read the letter from the governor. What's so important? Cred thought the content of the letter was not important, just a reminiscence, but when he saw Klein's serious expression, he immediately took out the letter and looked at it carefully. In the envelope was a small chip-like gadget. When Creed took the chip out, it first scanned his iris and then projected words on his eyes. A typical product of Tyrone technology. Cred smiled as he looked at the words in his field of vision. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he finally felt confused and shocked. The letter mentioned two things. The first thing was the plague of unbelief. Creed knew this very well, because when the plague of unbelief spread in Talon, the plague of Cadia Gate had been raging for a long time. Creed even heard about the plague from his elders when he was very young. The second thing was that the Volscani Iron Cavalry would rebel. This matter was very vague, only saying that when the Cadian assault force was recalled to Cadia in a few years, the Volscani Iron Cavalry would rebel, and after arriving in Cadia, they would kill all the governors and some high-ranking generals. Then this incident will become a landmark event for the enemy to officially start the expedition. Creed had fought side by side with the Viscani Iron Cavalry in the previous war. He felt that there was something wrong with these people, but it was just a feeling. He did not think that they would do such a crazy thing as rebellion. Perhaps the future predicted by Lord Talon is correct. Creed took out a cigar with worry and lit it, and then burned the chip with a lighter. Klein looked at Creed in confusion, but did not stop him. Creed frowned as he smoked a cigar and drank. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, "Even if I knew about this, what would happen? Can I use one sentence to make Cadia be on guard against this prophecy, or can I persuade the governor of Cadia?" Klein was confused when he heard this. He had not read the contents of the letter, and had no idea what Creed was mumbling. Cred continued, "It took me 40 years to become a general, but I can only mobilize my subordinates. I have no power over others." In Creed's opinion, the letter sent by Chin Mo was not very useful. Saying that a certain army would rebel was an extremely serious accusation. Someone would investigate the accused army, but if no results were found, the person who made the accusation would be severely punished. And this incident would trigger a series of conflicts within the Star Army, which would definitely lead to war. Creed simply couldn't imagine the consequences of finding his superiors and telling them about this prophecy. After thinking it over, he didn't think he had the ability to stop the rebellion of the Viscani Iron Cavalry, provided that they really would rebel. Lord Tyrone thinks too highly of me. I'm not an important person, I'm just a fighter, Cred said helplessly. Klein still didn't know what Creed was talking about. After thinking for a while, he conveyed to Creed a message he heard before he set out. The governor said he will fully support you. Just remember the previous agreement. Support me in fighting in various parts of the Empire? I don't understand why he values me so much. Cred began to ponder again, while holding a cigar in his mouth. It was not until he exhaled a puff of smoke for the 50th time that Creed suddenly realized that Chin Mo wrote this letter to him not to ask him to stop the rebellion of the Viscani Iron Cavalry, but to ask him to prepare early. I understand. Creed nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Klein. Please convey my words to Lord Talon. I don't know what my responsibilities will be in the future, but I will prepare for any disaster that may come. May the Emperor bless you. Klein completed his mission, and stood up to leave. After being watched by Creed, Klein met up with his men who had sold their equipment and were about to leave, but they were surrounded by a group of officers. The officers asked Klein how long it would take for him to come back, and whether he could order the next batch of power armor. Klein took a lot of effort to persuade the officers to leave, and when he turned around to get on the transport plane, he heard footsteps getting closer. Sorry, we've sold out our power armor. Klein walked towards the cabin without looking back. I'm not here to buy power armor. A pleasant female voice sounded behind Klein. Klein's body trembled, and he turned around to look at the person who spoke. He found that it was Vanessa, who suddenly disappeared in the fortress. At this time, she was wearing an officer's uniform, the officer uniform of the 8th Regiment of the Cadian Assault Army. Vanessa took off her military cap and saluted Klein. Can you take me to see the Lord of Talon? Chapter 154. Inside the merchant ship Gift, Klein and Vanessa walked out of the transport plane together, and took the high-speed train to the bridge. Klein did not want to bring Vanessa with him, but everyone who saw Vanessa was affected by her psychic power, and it was difficult to refuse the request of this psychic. When the two of them walked into the bridge together, all the people who were working saluted Klein. Klein nodded silently, and then gave the order, return to Talon. The people in the bridge immediately followed the order. Some people went to broadcast the news of the upcoming dimensional transmission to the entire ship, and some people went to the engine room to monitor the status of the dimensional engine. Take me to the engine room, okay? Vanessa asked. No. Klein was very resistant, but he still took the initiative to walk towards the engine room. The engine room was just behind the bridge. When Vanessa followed Klein through many inspections and entered the engine room, she saw a spherical device with a diameter of 100 meters. Electric light flowed on the surface of the device, and it made a violent roar when it began to charge. Vanessa walked to the window of the engine room and saw a cabin that looked like a factory outside. The nearly 10,000 square meters of space was occupied by the energy supply device, which accounted for 80%. What is this? Vanessa asked. I don't know. Klein shook his head at first, but then he couldn't help but give an answer. Fusion reactors can automatically generate energy and never consume fuel. Oh. Vanessa nodded thoughtfully. Just as she was about to ask again, the broadcast sounded. We are a total of 121 jumps away from the Talon system. The first jump begins. Vanessa then saw a layer of blue energy spreading outside the merchant ship through the porthole. Then the whole ship shook violently, and Vanessa felt her body shaking as well. She was surprised to find that she could actually see her body, and when she turned her head to look at the space outside the porthole, she could see the energy channel formed by blue lines. Everything in her eyes was made up of lines. The next second, everything returned to normal, and the merchant ship arrived at another galaxy. The exit location was not at the Mandeville point, but near the star. The first jump is over, and the second jump will be carried out in 30 minutes. The broadcast sounded again. The fusion reactor began to charge. Vanessa looked at all this in amazement. She opened her mouth for several seconds before asking a new question. What is the principle of this? Go to hell. Klein cursed, but as before, he couldn't help but tell the truth. I have lived to this day, either fighting or selling goods. How can I know the principle of the dimensional engine? Oh, it's called the dimension engine. Vanessa nodded. The second jump started 30 minutes later. Vanessa and Klein returned to the bridge, and an ogring guard came forward with a silly smile and handed Vanessa a piece of garo meat and a cup of tea. Vanessa immediately accepted it with a smile. Thank you. All these abnormal behaviors can prove that Vanessa used psychic power to interfere with the thoughts of the people around her, so that they would not be hostile to her. What exactly do you want to do? How did you escape from the fortress before? Why do you want to see the governor now? Klein asked a series of questions. Vanessa only gave one answer. I have always been following instructions. I helped you kill the leader of the Genestealers, and I protected Creed. This is because there is a voice that told me to do this. The owner of that voice protects my soul in the subspace, and I should serve it. After speaking, Vanessa looked at the holographic projection in the center of the bridge. A route back to Talon has been marked on it. Delete this route and follow my instructions. Vanessa stood up and walked to the holographic projection to give orders, as if she was the captain of this merchant ship. We will bring some Astartes that your governor wants when we return. The merchant ship took 5 months to return to Tehran. It didn't take long to find Creed and give him the letter, but it took a long time to return. According to Vanessa's instructions, the merchant ship sometimes moved forward normally, sometimes jumped to a farther place, and sometimes even had to fight. At first, Klein didn't understand the purpose of Vanessa's guidance. It was not until he met more and more Weepers Astartes, who were separated from the regiment, that he realized that they were looking for and gathering Foros as subordinates. When the merchant ship docked at the starport of the Tyrone Hive world, Klein, Vanessa, and more than 100 Weepers Astartes wore teleportation devices and entered the bottom nest, heading to the fortress where Chin Mo was. Everyone waited in the hall for a while, and then Chin Mo walked out of the corridor. He looked unhappy. Klein? Chin Mo forced a smile and glanced at Klein and the group of Astartes behind him. It's you. I suddenly felt bad and thought it was a psychic. After saluting, Klein looked at the Astartes behind him. I found them on the way back. An Astarte immediately stepped forward and asked, is our chapter leader really in Tehran? On the way here, these Astartes had already seen the evidence given by Klein, including Foros's handwritten letter, Foros's video and photos in Tehran. Otherwise, they would not have followed, but now they just want to ask. Instead of asking me, why not go and see it yourself? Chin Mo glanced at the Astartes, then ordered Klein. Foros and the others are in the number 19 military camp in the lower nest. Take them to find them. Yes. Klein responded first, then looked at the Astartes hesitantly, but Governor. In addition to them, there is another person who came back with me. As soon as the voice fell, Vanessa walked out from behind the Astartes, and saluted Chin Mo respectfully. See you again, Legion Commander. No, it's the Lord of Tyrone. Qin Mo's smile disappeared instantly. I'm sorry, but I can't control myself. Klein wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Qin Mo. Qin Mo knew that Vanessa had the ability to use psychic power to influence the thoughts of people around her. She must have used psychic power to let Klein bring her back, just like she used psychic power to influence Groot. Take them to find Foros. Qin Mo gestured to Klein to do the real work. Klein saluted again, and left the hall with the Astartes. After watching Klein leave, Qin Mo looked at Vanessa. With just a thought, Vanessa was instantly brought to him from 10 meters away. Vanessa was a little scared and glanced at Qin Mo. Qin Mo still had the same square face, no change, but his eyes were a little deeper. Tell me why you are here, Qin Mo said coldly. Psychic. Chapter 155. I help. Vanessa bowed her head and answered respectfully. Qin Mo waited in silence. Seeing that he didn't ask, Vanessa took the initiative to tell him, I know the actions of the High Lord's Council, and I also know some retired Imperial guards. I can help you contact the top leaders of the Empire. That voice told me to do this. Qin Mo frowned and thought for a while after hearing this. When Vanessa was fighting against the Gene Stealers in the bottom nest, she helped kill the clan leader, and then served as an experimental subject for a while. At that time, Qin Mo was still unsure of who Vanessa worked for. When he met Thrall, who was helping the resistance, he thought Vanessa was an Eldar disguised as a human, and the reason she was in the nest was to find technological relics. But now it is 100% certain that this woman should be a great demon of the Emperor, just like Celestine, a living saint. Thinking about this, Qin Mo said, You also said last time that there was a voice guiding you. I need you to convey something to that voice. Without waiting for Vanessa to agree, Qin Mo said what he wanted her to convey. Just put it this way. If there is something, send the Imperial Guards over, don't send psychics to Tehran. I hate psychics the most. Sorry, I can't. Vanessa was very helpless, and began to explain why she couldn't. She could hear the voice, and see some images in her ears, but these were intermittent. Vanessa also knew some knowledge that ordinary people didn't know, which was explained by the voice. She couldn't actively convey information to the voice, but could only listen and analyze. Vanessa called the period of hearing the voice and seeing the images the revelation period, which happened once a year. For her, the revelation period was simply a cruel and ruthless torture. Every word of the voice in her mind gave her a headache and made her want to commit suicide. After hearing this explanation, Qin Mo thought for a while and asked, Why were you chosen and not someone else? Because I have the ability to influence other people's thinking. Vanessa said, I can make the most irritable people calm down and listen to me, and I can drive the most cold-blooded and selfish people to sacrifice their lives. Qin Mo nodded thoughtfully, thinking that Vanessa's psychic power was really useful. If he wanted to choose a messenger, he would choose someone like Vanessa. It's also a good thing to have such a person as a messenger. What is the attitude of the Terran High Lord's Council towards the Tyrone system? Qin Mo sat down on the governor's throne and asked Vanessa. There are people with all kinds of attitudes in the council. The Mars casting general thinks that you have many STCs that cannot be dealt with forcefully. Some people really think that you are the Emperor's messenger. Vanessa carefully recalled the situation on Terra, but most people still think that the Tyrone system can be used but cannot be moved for the time being, at least not now. Qin Mo nodded. What Vanessa said was similar to what he had calculated. After finishing speaking, Vanessa hesitated for a moment and whispered, What are your plans? I won't tell you. Qin Mo refused just like he refused to tell him about the means of superluminal navigation last time. You told Creed before that you would fight for humanity? Not at all. You are only fighting for yourself. Otherwise you would tell me your ideas. You would tell me how to make a dimensional engine. Vanessa suddenly became excited. Qin Mo responded calmly, It will take thousands of years for the people of the Mechanicus to learn the technology of dimensional engines. I am talking about the cramming of knowledge, not the kind of learning where I write on the blackboard and they listen below. If the Empire cannot learn to manufacture dimensional engines at all, then I can only hand over the dimensional engines as tithes, instead of handing over the blueprints and printing equipment to the people of the Mechanicus and letting them make them in a weird way. After hearing Qin Mo's reason, Vanessa didn't believe it at first, but then she thought about it and realized that it was true. With the industrial production technology of the Talon Galaxy, everyone can have a piece of power armor, so naturally there are as many dimensional engines as they want. But even if the Imperial Navy suddenly wakes up and is willing to use this dimensional engine that is of unknown origin and suspected to be heretical, will the Navigator family accept being replaced? This universe is too dangerous and cruel. The entire human race is like a frightened cat, and will bite and howl at anyone or unfamiliar things without distinguishing good from evil. Chi Nemo slowly stood up and walked towards Vanessa. If I were not the Lord of Talon, and I had no army and fleet, the first one to kill me would not be the Inquisition, but the Navigator family and the Mechanicus. Vanessa nodded silently. Chi Nemo stopped in front of Vanessa and changed the subject. But these have nothing to do with you. You are here to serve as a bridge of communication, so do your job well. Vanessa nodded helplessly. What can I do? Chi Nemo really didn't know what to ask Vanessa to do. After careful consideration, he decided to give her a small task to test her ability. From now on, the Tylon Galaxy will form a star zone with more than 10 nearby galaxies, called the Tylon Star Zone. I don't need to say who the governor of the star zone is, right? I understand. After the star zone is formed, let the Ministry of the Interior send someone to be the governor of the star zone. Vanessa smiled and made a joke. When she found that Chi Nemo didn't laugh at all, she immediately became serious. I remind you that you must really be able to control this star zone, and don't let any nobles and governors oppose you. You don't need to tell me, I'm already doing it. Chi Nemo nodded. Chi Nemo hadn't seen the guards for a few months, because the guards were doing one thing. Eliminate all stumbling blocks. Tyrone Sector. Star System number 15, Industrial World number 7. In the capital of the Industrial World, everyone lined up on the side of the road. The team composed of the governor's guards and the planetary defense team was slowly marching on the street, and the governor of the Industrial World stood on a high platform carried by slaves and waved to his people. The mechanical servants whose heads were half converted into speakers followed the two sides of the platform, preaching the governor's achievements as they moved forward. When plague and the living dead appeared in our Industrial World, it was our governor who solved all the problems. He protected the lives of each of you and prevented you from becoming food for the living dead. Praise the governor. On the top of the capital's clock tower, Gray, who was fully armed, stared at the governor, who kept waving his hands, and quickly calculated the plan in his head. A plan of execution rather than assassination. The execution should be carried out in the most fair and above-board way, with the most cruel and horrifying means, in the most crowded place in the center of the capital. Then the other governors in the 15th galaxy, who are either wavering or bargaining, will know one thing. That is, refusing to acknowledge the help given by Lord Talon, refusing to execute the mobilization order issued by Lord Talon, and even reselling the weapons provided by the Talon Galaxy. What are the consequences of this series of provocative actions against Lord Talon? Chapter 156. Praise the governor. Praise the governor. The governor smiled proudly and waved his arms as the servitor preached. He could see the civilians on both sides of the street responding to him with enthusiasm. They jumped and waved their hands vigorously and uttered a series of praises. These praises gathered into waves that shook the governor's skin. The only flaw was that the civilians had no expression on their faces. They looked like ruthless servitors. In the eyes of the governor, this was normal. His people were just such lowly people who couldn't even laugh. Sir! A female slave wearing a collar ran from the back of the team to the governor. After being inspected by the guards, she came to the platform and presented a piece of parchment with both hands. The governor was not angry because he knew that this female slave was familiar with him. Unless there was something urgent, she would not dare to bother him now even if she had 100 lives. The governor picked up the parchment with his left hand and continued to wave to his people with his empty right hand. He continued to listen to the praises and stared at the parchment to examine it carefully. The letter only stated one thing. A governor named Ode hoped to purchase weapons and power armor provided by the Talon system as quickly as possible, and not with thrown coins or credit points, but with physical objects such as population, materials, gold and silver. The governor recalled that the Talon system provided a lot of weapons and equipment last time. The so-called Lord of Talon, who was born of a lowly race, issued a mobilization order and sent weapons for the people on the planet to train. Among them were laser rifles, enough power armor to arm officers, and a large amount of ammunition. Of course. The governor put the parchment away, preparing to ship the weapons to Governor Ode after returning. But now there is something more important. Praise me! The governor shouted to the crowd, and his roar was instantly drowned out by the praise. The whole team gradually marched to the square in the center of the capital, where the golden statues of each generation of governors stood. There were the most people near the square, and various giant tourist buildings and large open spaces were crowded with hundreds of thousands of people. The holographic projection could show everyone the heroic appearance of the governor. Gray, who was standing on the bell tower, watched coldly as the governor's team marched to the center of the square, and then he jumped from the top of the bell tower 40 meters above the ground. Without turning on the jetpack, the buffer system of the guard's power armor, or even mobilizing the biological processor in the brain to turn on the weak body buffer, Gray remained standing and hit the ground hard. His body trembled violently, and then stood up straight. Gray pulled out the double-headed eagle scepter from his back and leaned on it with his hand. A replica of the scepter that Chin Mo used at the beginning was obtained by each guard, which was a symbol. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the governor, his guards, and nearly 10,000 Planetary Defense Force soldiers. The guards surrounded the governor, and the Planetary Defense Force soldiers formed a human wall on the road 100 meters away from Gray, holding laser rifles provided by the Talon Galaxy, and ready to fire at any time. Gray said nothing and just stared at the governor, but he was controlling the biological processor in his brain to invade the equipment on the square. After the invasion was successful, all holographic projections showed everyone the appearance of a guard instead of the governor. Such a high-profile behavior can make everyone present who has a little knowledge of the Tyrone system realize that this is a guard or a messenger of Governor Tyrone. The important thing is that he can represent Governor Tyrone. Governor of the industrial world of Star 3 of the 15th system, I hereby declare your crime. You ignored the mobilization order issued by the Lord of Tyrone, and privately resold the military aid given by the Tyrone system. In the name of the Lord of Tyrone, I declare that you have been sentenced to death. Thanks to the generosity of Lord Talon, you are allowed to speak your last words. I will record and spread your last words throughout the galaxy. Gray's voice was carried far away by the loudspeakers in the square and the iron mouths of the mechanical servants. Then he took out a recorder and really began to record the last words. The governor who was sentenced to death opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, because he had too much to say and didn't know where to start for a while. The governor of the Talon Galaxy has no power to manage other galaxies. He issued a mobilization order for no reason before, and asked all governors to comply. In theory, everyone is still equal. Why should they listen to him? Besides, the guards were sent here to assassinate. Why did they do it so openly? Is this a bit too much? In addition, the governor's brain quickly went through all the reasons, and finally thousands of words converged into one question. Isn't this your fault? You know that this galaxy is not actually controlled by you, but you still send me weapons. What's the difference between this and giving it to me for free? Gray's face with a mask on showed a smile that others could not see. In fact, even the workers in the rifle factory on the Talon 2 could think that someone would definitely resell the weapons and equipment privately, but in the end, these weapons and equipment were still sent out, because some gun muzzles needed someone to hit them. The last words have been recorded. Gray threw away the recorder. The Planetary Defense soldiers, who formed the human wall, immediately pulled the trigger and fired in unison. Gray activated the bullet time and raised the double-headed eagle scepter to aim at the enemy in front. The replica scepter was equipped with a small gravity generator. When Gray pressed the button on the handle of the scepter, a square strong gravity area with a side length of 30 meters was immediately generated at the location of the human wall in front, directly crushing a gap in the human wall. The bullet time was still continuing, and the other people who were still alive in the human wall had not even noticed that their comrades had been crushed to death. Gray quickly passed through the gap in the human wall and rushed to the guards, who were protecting the governor. He punched the head of the guard facing him into his chest. At this time, the bullet time just ended. The Planetary Defense soldiers felt that a figure had just rushed past them. When they looked around, they found that someone in the team was crushed by something and turned into a disgusting mixture on the ground. The governor's guards reacted quickly. After discovering that Gray had rushed to the platform, they immediately opened fire on him, but were then killed one by the lasers fired continuously by Gray's shoulder gun. Don't! The governor fell on the platform and kept backing away. Gray said nothing, grabbed the governor's leg with his left hand, and pulled him back in front of him, while raising the scepter and smashing it down. There were sounds of bone cracking and screams, and then Gray walked to the governor's arm and swung the scepter again, and then other parts. When this public execution was over, everyone could see the governor's distorted and horrible corpse on the holographic image. Gray scanned the governor's body with his electronic eyes, and found a letter in his clothes, so he immediately took it out and checked it. Governor Ode. Gray read the name of the sender. Chapter 157. Planet number 3, Galaxy 12, Hive World. The governor of this Hive World, Ode, was sitting in his study, watching a video with a guest from the Inquisition. There were 5 videos in total, and the contents of all the videos were mostly the same, except for the scenes and characters. In every video, a guard suddenly appeared in front of the governor, and then directly said who sent him, and what he was here for. In the name of Lord Talon, I declare that you are sentenced to death. So simple and straightforward, without any disguise. In each video, the guards will take action after the announcement, and knock the owner of an entire planet to death in the most crowded place. Even in a backward agricultural world, the guards will leave drones that play holographic images, letting them fly back and forth on the planet to convey the whole story of the incident. This is too outrageous. I thought that the guy from the Talon system would at least be more secretive, such as assassination. This kind of behavior of knocking people to death in public without even leaving a decent corpse is really... Ode had a complicated expression, and looked at the Judge Alan sitting beside him for help. Alan's expression was also complicated. It was obvious that such an undisguised act of excluding dissidents was far beyond his expectations, and even far beyond the expectations of some senior officials in the Court of Justice. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Alan said, "The sky is high and the Emperor is far away, man. Would he not be punished by the entire Empire for this?" Ode pointed to the guards in the video, and the he was talking about was naturally Chin Mo. "Why else am I here? Why am I here beside you?" Ellen asked with a smile. Ode suddenly smiled and nodded silently. Ellen had already confessed his identity and purpose to him. He naturally trusted Ellen immensely. Ellen came to the vicinity of the Tyrone Galaxy after Horst and the other 3 judges left. He fully learned the lessons of his predecessors and did not go directly to the Tyrone Galaxy, but waited for an opportunity as a lurker. People in the galaxies around Tyrone, who have a little understanding of the current situation, know that the Lord of Tyrone intends to extend his hand to the Tyrone Galaxy. Ellen's mission was simple, which was to destroy the Lord of Talon's strategy as much as possible. However, even though Odd knew the purpose of the Inquisitor, he did not understand what the Inquisitor was thinking, and what kind of disagreements there were within the Inquisition. In the end, Odd used a tactful question to seek an answer. "Inquisitor Ellen, can you tell me who sent you here?" "Lord Karamazov." Ellen was blunt. "Ah." Ode suddenly realized, and nodded with his chin up. No wonder. Ode knew very little about the Inquisition. He only heard about several Inquisitors, who went to the Talon system from a side story. Another Inquisitor he had heard of was Karamazov. This was a very extreme character, who dared to confront the state religion. After seeing Ode's face, as if the word reassurance was written on his face, Ellen thought about it, and finally made up his mind to remind him. "When I received the order, I was clearly told one thing, that is, to prevent Governor Talon from integrating the surrounding galaxies, but absolutely not to actively provoke armed conflicts." "I understand, Judge Allen, I understand." Odd interrupted Allen's warning. "I have 100 ways to pretend to obey, but I'm afraid that Governor Tyrone will not follow the rules, and kill me like he set people to kill others." Ellen raised his hand to signal Odd to listen to him first, and comforted him after he calmed down. "Your life will never be taken away by others. The guard force I can provide for you is..." Ellen originally wanted to mention all the people he brought with him, but he felt it was unnecessary, and finally only said part of the guard force. 10 monks from the Minotaur Regiment, you know, they have a good relationship with the High Lord. "Then I'm relieved." Ode let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest, while also thinking about the next plan. After thinking for a long time, Ode said the plan in a deep voice. "I plan to respond to Governor Tyrone on the surface, and then privately send a letter to the governors, who are opposed to integration like me, and then invite them to find a safe place to negotiate in secret. There is no future in fighting alone." A wise move. Ellen smiled and nodded. 3 days later, while the guards were removing obstacles to the plan to integrate the Tyrone Star Zone, Chin Mo was carrying out the most critical step of the plan. More intelligence was mass-produced, and then put into the living metal body made for it, and then covered with a layer of bionic skin. The name of these artificial people is Stone People, which is the same name as the biochemical artificial people in the golden age of human species in the past. In the Tyrone Star Zone, the role of Stone People and Iron People is similar to that in the Golden Age. The Stone People will be assigned to a total of 55 worlds in the entire Star Zone to manage all the population and everything on the planet. For the governor, who obeys the integration plan of the Tyrone Star Zone, the Stone Man is an assistant, a humble assistant, who is responsible for handling all matters. For the opponents, the Stone Man is the new governor who will replace them. Just when Chin Mo was making the Stone Man himself, Gray suddenly came to the underground cave. Gray saw that Chin Mo was busy, so he did not disturb him, but waited silently. These creations will make the 55 worlds in the entire Star Zone the same as Tyrone. Chin Mo said, while manipulating the metal to gather together to shape the body of the stone man. Gray thought for a moment and said, "That means the existing military force and productivity will increase by more than 10 times? More than 10 times? Dozens of times." Chinemo was very excited. It's not the Tyrone Galaxy plus the Tyrone Galaxy, but the Tyrone Galaxy multiplied by the Tyrone Galaxy. This is not an arithmetic problem of 1 plus 1 equals 2. Gray nodded silently, but was not very excited, because he had another thing to report. There is a governor named Ode who is secretly disobeying you and buying up arms to assist other galaxies. Because he had a good attitude before, I and other guards did not list him as a target for execution. He had a good attitude before. How did you find out that he was pretending to obey but actually disobeying? Chinemo asked. I found a letter on a governor who was executed before, a letter about buying arms. But this is not enough to prove that the governor was guilty. Maybe he just didn't feel safe, so he bought weapons. Then, I went to the hive world ruled by Ode to investigate. Gray said, as he handed the letter, and a few photos to Chinemo. The content of the letter was about buying weapons. The content of the photos was more interesting. A bald middle-aged man in coarse cloth, who looked like a civilian, was arranging 10 Astartes to defend the manor. The bullhead logo on the power armor of the 10 Astartes indicated that they were from the Minotaur regiment. Alas! Chinemo sighed after reading the letter and the photo, and thought for a long time with some tiredness, and finally made a decision. If we had just left the bottom nest, I might have bargained with these people, but now I really don't have the leisure to do so. Gray nodded, turned around and left. Give me 2 hours. Chapter 158. 1 hour later. Gray had arrived at the hive world where Odd was. He was teleported directly to the top of the tower. After the teleportation, he rushed to the manor where the governor was at a very fast speed. He had quickly thought of a strategy on the way. Rush directly into the manor where Odd was and kill him. As for those Astartes, whose chapter symbol was a bull's head, unless it was necessary, they should not be killed. Maybe they were like the Astartes of the Lamenters, with noble character, and they came to protect a governor just to complete the mission. Gray had almost reached the outside of the manor where Ode was, and then conducted a detailed scan. There were more than 1,000 people in the manor, and the 10 Astartes seen before were scattered in the manor. They stood at the entrance and exit of the building fully armed, motionless like statues. Ode was sleeping soundly on the 3rd floor underground of the manor. The bald man in the photo was next to Ode, and he was looking through the documents. In addition to the Astartes, the entire manor also had various garrison forces, guards wearing force feedback armor, and sentry logging guns connected to human head wetware. There are all kinds of weapons hidden in the walls and mezzanines inside and outside the building. After observing, Gray chose to sneak in. He quickly entered the manor and nimbly avoided every patrol. The 10 Astartes guarding the entrance and exit were alert to everything in front of them. Their vision was analyzed and marked by Gray's biological processor. There was no blind spot. There was no choice. Gray could only turn on the bullet time and try to sneak in at a very fast speed, just like he had avoided the patrol when he went to the nest before. At the moment the bullet time was turned on, the spine released chemicals that stimulated the nerves. The biological processor in Gray's brain entered an overloaded state to process the surge of nerve signals in a short period of time. Everything in his vision became extremely slow. Gray rushed to an open window at full speed, which was considered anxious even in bullet time. He jumped into it and rolled on the spot. After successfully entering the building, he immediately rushed to the underground part where Ode was. At this time, an Astarte guarding the main entrance turned his head and looked at the fighting brother beside him. The two of them understood each other's thoughts in an instant. One thought he saw a shadow rushing over, and he couldn't be sure if it was an enemy, but he felt it was based on his experience. The other naturally thought that the battle brothers would not look at him for no reason. Considering the current mission and environment, there must be something wrong. Come and guard here. The two Astartes ordered the patrol team that just passed by, and then turned around and rushed into the building together. Half a minute later, Gray moved quickly in the corridor, and the perspective model of the entire building was displayed in his field of vision. The biological processor marked the only entrance to the underground in the field of vision to save Gray the time of finding the road. The bioprocessor was still scanning and hacking every weapon in the surrounding area. When Gray passed the walls quickly in the corridor, some walls would open and push out the sentry logging guns controlled by wetware, but all of these logging guns were facing down and were not activated. Including some hidden detection devices in the corridor were also not activated, watching Gray pass. When Gray could see the entrance to the underground, he stopped. After another scanning wave spread out, 10 tall and strong silhouettes appeared in Gray's field of vision. He saw 10 Astartes approaching him quickly from all directions of the building. The next second, a string of explosives shot out from the right wall. The gravity shield was instantly activated, intercepting and crushing the explosives. Then came more explosives, sometimes shot out from behind, sometimes from behind the wall, and sometimes even from the ceiling. Every explosive was intercepted, but the 10 Astartes continued to shoot, continuing to circle behind the wall or various obstacles. Gray instantly recalled that when the people from the Inquisition had not left yet, he had asked Foros how to fight the Astartes. Foros said that if it were him, he would definitely test you first to see what weapons and equipment you have, and what trump cards you have. In short, remember one sentence: the longer the time drags on, the more dangerous it is. After a flashback in his mind, Gray immediately took action. He raised his right hand and released a shotgun laser towards the surrounding rooms, and raised his left hand to pull an Astarte down from the ceiling. The Astarte, who was pulled down, found that there was no ice around, and the temperature did not drop at all, which means that the power that pulled him down from the air was not psychic power. He finished unnecessary thinking in an instant, and then took out a hot melt bomb from his back. Gray immediately clenched his left hand, and twisted, and squeezed the Astarte's helmet until he fainted silently, and the hot melt bomb in his hand fell to the ground. After paying the price of one person being injured, the other 9 Astartes had almost finished their attempts, and quickly adjusted their combat strategies. This time, no explosive bombs flew out from behind the wall. Gray saw 4 enemies running in an interlaced manner, and approaching him quickly. When he was about to use the shoulder gun to shoot, 3 grenades flew out from behind him. The shoulder gun quickly rotated towards the grenade, and fired 2 of them in succession, and the 3rd bomb fell to the ground. Gray and the shoulder gun turned back together, and a line of prompts immediately appeared next to the grenade in his field of vision: electromagnetic pulse bomb. The bomb instantly released a strong electromagnetic pulse, and various electronic devices on the first floor were instantly damaged. Gray, who was at the center of the explosion, was naturally hit by the strongest electromagnetic pulse, but fortunately, the guard's power armor and various modified parts of the guards were designed with the ability to defend against electromagnetic pulses, and all were equipped with anti-interference coatings. Gray's bioprocessor and other modified parts were not affected. The HUD on the faceplate of the Guardian power armor flashed a few times, and the integrity of the power armor displayed in the field of vision fluctuated, but soon returned to normal. That's enough. It's not worth getting hurt for this governor, Gray shouted to the Astartes. Gray's only response was the explosive bombs flying from all directions, and more electromagnetic pulse bombs. The shoulder gun quickly turned and fired a few bursts, but still failed to prevent more bombs from exploding. Electromagnetic pulses swept towards Gray one after another. Then the 9 Astartes in the battle saw from various positions or heard from their battle brothers that the gravity readings around the guards were normal. More bombs flew towards Gray, and 4 Astartes charged alternately in the corridor while shooting, and 2 Astartes crashed out of the wall behind Gray, stabbing with daggers while rushing forward. Gray controlled the shoulder cannon to shoot a torrent of energy at the legs of the 4 Astartes rushing in front of him, and then turned around to deal with the 2 behind him who were preparing to stab at close range. The gauntlet of the guard's power armor hit one of them in the head, and the other had both arms torn off by the shotgun laser. Chapter 159. Come out, Gray said to the remaining 3 Astartes. He could see them hiding in the room on the right. One of them took out an electromagnetic pulse bomb, and the remaining 2 took out a thermal bomb. My mission is not to kill all of you. You see, I didn't kill your battle brothers either. Gray continued to persuade. His eyes swept over all the Astartes around him. Everyone's vital signs were still there. Although some were missing arms and legs and some fainted, no one was dead. These guys were really strong. Even those with missing limbs were still holding their bolt guns and shooting. But all these shots were blocked by the gravity shield that was activated again. As if they felt that there was really no need to fight to the death, the 3 Astartes still walked out of the room, but they did not raise their hands to surrender. I remember you. You are a guard, and you attacked us, one of the Astartes said. There is no need to waste brain cells to remember this. If Lord Talon does not execute you, but lets you go, your relevant memories will definitely be replaced. Gray shook his head. Do you want to fight to the death for the governor of this world, or do you want to get rid of this shitty thing completely? The 3 Astartes looked at each other and fell silent. Send down 10 teleportation protection devices, Gray ordered into the communicator. Then 10 teleportation protection devices were sent down by the cruiser in orbit. Gray put the protection devices on the Astartes, and then ordered into the communicator, teleport them to the prison. After that, Gray turned and walked towards the passage. Ode and Ellen, who were hiding on the third floor underground, already knew what was happening on the ground. They saw it clearly from the monitor. Inquisitor Ellen was not the calmest one now, but Ode was. Because Ode had already accepted his upcoming fate, he sat in a chair drinking his treasured wine, ready to die generously. Ellen was so anxious that he turned around in circles. He was not sure whether the guard, who suddenly rushed into the manor, would kill him as well. He could only hope that he would not. If someone like Governor Tyrone were in a more peaceful period in the Empire, he would definitely be surrounded and killed, right? Ode took a sip of wine, his tone light, as if he was not Governor Allen. Absolutely. Allen nodded in agreement, but he just found this opportunity, and you can't do anything to him at this time. Ode took another sip of wine after hearing this, and sighed. The sky is high and the Emperor is far away, man. Allen wanted to say something else, but then he saw a beam of light coming out of the gate, and this beam of light gradually cut a hole in the gate that could be entered and exited. The two saw a guard coming in through the hole. In the name of Lord Tyrone, No need to announce, just execute it. Ode looked at Gray calmly with a bottle of wine. Gray was stunned by his heroic attitude of dying. After the two looked at each other for 2 seconds, Odd's head was blown up by a shotgun laser. Gray turned to look at Inquisitor Allen. There was nothing on him to prove his identity. I am an Inquisitor. I am investigating the plague in this world. None of this is my business. Allen explained nervously. Okay. Gray nodded and put down his hand and ordered on the communicator, I have another person here, teleport us to the cruiser together. Also, the cruiser should be ready to return. The teleportation device detects that the person in front of you is not wearing a teleportation protection device. Do you want to continue the teleportation? Yes, continue the teleportation. Received, the teleportation begins. 1 hour later. In the Talon Galaxy, a cruiser docked in the starport. That hive world had no orbital defense weapons or warships, and I successfully reached orbit on a cruiser. Then I had to engage in a firefight with the 10 Astartes, but I didn't kill them. I locked them up in the prison on the ship. There was another Inquisitor, and I knew his body was still useful, so I didn't kill him. I just teleported him unprotected. Gray followed Chin Mo to the prison on the cruiser, recounting the details of his actions as he walked. There was another person beside the two of them, Chapter Master Foros of the Lamenters. Foros listened to the details of Gray's narration, with a complicated expression and remained silent. When I entered the building and was discovered, my first reaction was to kill these Astartes, but I didn't do it. Gray explained why he didn't kill those Astartes. After all, they are Astartes, people like Chapter Master Foros, they all fight for humanity. It would be a bit of a pity if they died in this matter. When he heard this, Foros rolled his eyes at Gray. Chin Mo shook his head and said, they are Minotaurs, different from Foros's commander. What are Minotaurs? Gray asked in confusion. The Astartes of the Minotaurs. Their symbol is a bull's head. Chin Mo said. Hearing this, Gray looked at Foros, and seeing that he was in a bad mood, he immediately guessed a possibility, that is, there had been a conflict between the Minotaurs and the Lamenters. Chin Mo's trip was not to help the Lamenters take revenge, nor did he want to be a peacemaker. He just wanted to know why the Astartes of the Minotaurs appeared in the Star Zone. The three of them arrived in front of the prison soon. 10 Astartes, who had been treated, were imprisoned in a metal prison blocked by lasers. They sat together in a depressed mood and looked a little dejected. After hearing the footsteps, these Astartes looked in the direction of the sound, and then they were stunned. Froze. Why are you here? Have you surrendered to these heretics? What benefits did they give you, assholes? Why are you in Talon? I thought you were all dead. Foros was silent, and he couldn't help but recall some things in his mind. In the Badab War more than 80 years ago, the entire regiment was tied to the chariot by Huron, and then fought a great battle with the Minotaur regiment. The result was that the Minotaur won. When he thought of this, Foros felt that he was about to get angry, but he couldn't say anything to those who had a grudge against him, because the Weepers were in the wrong in the Huron incident. Foros was in a very complicated mood and just kept silent. Although you cursed defectives are poor and unlucky, you still have some wealth. We gained a lot after that war. And Astartes stood up and grinned at Foros. Your weapons and warships are quite comfortable to use. Don't worry about them. They are in good condition with their new owners. Chapter 160. Gray was furious at the taunts and insults from the 10 Minotaurs. He didn't understand why Foros didn't yell at the bastards. Foros wasn't a very good-tempered person. He wanted to scold them, but he didn't know what words would break the defense of the Astartes of the Minotaur. The Weepers are in the wrong. You can ridicule them as much as you want. Sheen Mo stepped forward and spoke to the Astartes. Don't worry about the Weepers taking revenge on you in private. They can't do that. Gray was extremely surprised when he heard this. He didn't understand why Sheen Mo was speaking for the Minotaur instead of showing these guys a lesson. Foros remained silent without any reaction. The Astartes behind the laser net were even more surprised than Gray. I don't know much about you, Minotaur, but I feel that you are similar to the gang thugs in the Hive world. I just happen to need to hire thugs to do something. How much does it cost to use you once? Sheen Mo continued. After saying this, Sheen Mo himself felt that these words were too one-sided and excessive. Although the Minotaurs did temporarily pledge allegiance to the High Lord, it did not mean that they really became shameless thugs. They still valued honor, and still had some good qualities. However, this was not the time to make an objective evaluation of the Minotaurs. These words made the hostility of the Astartes in the prison shift to Sheen Mo. They were stunned for 2 seconds, and then became excited. They cursed all the dirty words they had learned in their long lives while attacking the laser net to try to break out of the prison. Sheen Mo glanced at them, and turned to go outside the detention area. When they reached a place where the Astartes could not see, Foros frowned slightly and reminded, after all, they are Astartes monks, and they are from the Minotaur chapter, which has a close relationship with the High Lord. Foros' words were not very direct, but Sheen Mo understood what he meant as soon as he opened his mouth. It's very simple, release them. Based on their attitude, it is impossible to release them. Gray's attitude was completely opposite to Foros's. Sheen Mo, who was caught between the two, did not think about it carefully. He shook his head and said, I just want to know why they appeared in the Tyrone Star Zone. Did the High Lord change his attitude towards us, so he sent the Inquisitor and the Astartes to test the waters? Maybe they came for us, Foros said. He always felt that the Minotaur came for the Weepers. After all, the entire Weepers War group was gathering in the Tyrone Star system. Maybe the High Lord couldn't stand it anymore? No need to guess. Sheen Mo looked at Gray. Next, let's dig into their memories. Do you remember the equipment I used last time? Use that thing. Yes. Gray bowed and accepted the order, then turned around to execute it. Seeing that Sheen Mo had made a decision, Foros didn't say much. Anyway, he just thought about the whole thing from his own perspective and gave suggestions. You are indeed wrong about the Badab War, but you have been pardoned. It doesn't mean that you will be shorter than the Minotaurs in the future. Sheen Mo suddenly said to Foros. Foros was stunned. The events of the Badab War are all secrets, and no one other than the participants should know about it. But considering that Sheen Mo was originally a mysterious governor, Foros nodded. I understand, but I really don't want to take revenge in this matter. For the people of the entire Star region, it is definitely better to keep them alive than to kill them. I don't think so. Sheen Mo shook his head and turned to leave. After a while, Gray quickly got the memories in the brains of the Astartes, sorted them out, wrote a report, and sent it to Sheen Mo. He didn't go to see Sheen Mo in person because Vanessa was confined in the fortress, but no one could lock her up. It was hard for Gray not to worry about the psychic's trick of reading the brain. And this precaution is indeed useful, because Sheen Mo is now sitting face to face with Vanessa, talking about the governor of the Star region. I can really play a role in communication and coordination. As long as you give me a ship, I have 100 ways to make you get the title of the Ministry of the Interior within a month. 1 month, one more day, and you can kill me. Vanessa was full of confidence, but she found that Sheen Mo suddenly stopped responding. He stared at the table, and was obviously looking at something. Vanessa realized that Sheen Mo might be using special means to check the information, but she couldn't get into this person's head, and after coming to the Talon Galaxy, her psychic power was inexplicably weakened a lot, so there was really nothing she could do. Sheen Mo read the information sent by Gray, which was projected on the retina by the device worn on the side of his eyes. The captured Minotaur came with an Inquisitor named Alan. This Inquisitor was a subordinate of Karamazov, but he did not become a person like Karamazov. He was more flexible, so he had a wide network of contacts. The High Lord was still not very confident about the Tyrone Galaxy, but he did not want to tear his face and start a war directly, so he contacted the extremely hostile Karamazov and asked him to send Ellen to the Tyrone Galaxy, and also arrange 10 Minotaurs as accompanying thugs. The High Lord's order was to let Ellen be a spy, and Karamazov's order was to let Ellen be a martyr, becoming the first judge killed by the Tyrone Galaxy, and then trigger a war. Ellen was flexible, and chose to be a spy, and take advantage of opportunities to cause trouble. This is why Ellen did not act radically after coming here, and did not even come to the Tyrone Galaxy. He just wanted to stop the plan to integrate the Star Zone. The position of the Minotaur in the whole thing is pure thugs, and they are like innocent people who are caught in the crossfire. This may be the first time they have bad luck. Gray added a question at the end of this information. How do we deal with the 10 Astartes? Gene thought about it carefully and finally decided to lock them up first. When they are useful, they can be implanted with intelligent personalities, just like Reyna at the beginning. Aaron, whose soul has been cleared, will also end up like this. In any case, the entire star zone must be integrated at this point, and it is time to test Vanessa's depth to see if this guy can really play a role in communication, or if what she said is all nonsense. 1 month and a ship? Okay. When Vanessa was looking around in boredom, Gene suddenly spoke. 1 month is too long. I don't need to go to Terra. I just need to find the nearest messenger, Vanessa said with a smile. I will let a soulless guard and a warship accompany you, Gene added. Vanessa still looked very confident because she was telling the truth. You just need to be patient. Chapter 161. The next day. Hive Starport. Vanessa was teleported to the starport, and then saw the ship she was going to take. It was a large cruiser, painted in gold, with 4 logos printed on the left side of the hull, 2 of which were Moon-class cruisers, and the other 2 were Storm-class frigates. Vanessa could tell at a glance that the 4 logos were used to show off the record, representing that this cruiser had fought against the Moon-class cruiser and the Storm-class frigate, and won a complete victory. This made Vanessa feel a little uncomfortable. After all, the logo looked like a warship of the Imperial Navy. This is the Glory Road. A voice sounded behind Vanessa, and she turned around and saw Yawen among the guards. Yawen was an untouchable, and it made Vanessa uncomfortable just to get close to him, and she naturally couldn't use her innate abilities to interfere with Yawen's thinking and mind. Yawen walked up to Vanessa, pointed at the logo on the cruiser's hull outside the porthole, and said, We have never fought with the Imperial Navy, but it was the first cruiser to fight the first naval battle and smash the broken ships of the rebellious governor in the Talon system. Oh, that's how it is. Vanessa nodded, then smiled at Yawen, with an innocent look on her face. You are the soulless guard that the governor mentioned, right? Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to protect me. Protect? Yawen shook his head slowly. If it is really for your safety, then some of the army plus the Glory Road are enough to take on the responsibility of protection. Vanessa smiled and said nothing. She knew that this soulless was not here to protect her. This time, she was arranged to apply for the governor of the Star Zone as a test. If she could not prove that she could really play a role in communication, she would be suspected of coming to the Talon system with bad intentions. What would happen? Be prepared to be teleported. Yawen contacted the people on the warship and then reminded Vanessa. Vanessa nodded, but she didn't need to prepare because she was used to the feeling of traveling in the dimension. Then the two were teleported to the bridge of the Glory Road together. Vanessa looked around and found that the Tyrone military ship was different from the civilian ship. The bridge was not so lively. After the crew was teleported to the bridge, they got into a can. Vanessa walked over curiously to check these cans. She found that these were used to protect the crew and had the functions of generating shields and escaping. Get into the jar. Yawen reminded again, and then he entered the jar in the corner. When Vanessa lay in the jar, she found a cable with a plug for connecting the brain-computer interface. These cables were useless to Vanessa because her body had not been modified in any way, and she didn't even have a brain-computer interface, which was very common in all nests. Vanessa, who could only lie like a prisoner, was not idle. She took out a feather pen and a piece of paper, and took out a pair of glasses with a double-headed eagle logo from her pocket, and put them on her head. The cruiser began dimensional navigation. The entire warship entered the dimensional channel, traveled through the channel, and then drilled out and arrived at another galaxy. The whole process took only 5 seconds. The glasses Vanessa wore analyzed the whole process and automatically produced an analysis report, and then she copied these things down. The automatically produced analysis report had a lot of unable to analyze marks, and those that could be analyzed were also a bit messy. The only useful thing was that the report said that the dimensional transmission process actually took thousands of years, but the people in the transmission could not feel it, and the warship only took a few seconds in the universe before and after the transmission, and there was no situation where the warship drilled out during the subspace navigation and found itself in the past or future. Vanessa still recorded the analysis report. She knew it was useless. On the one hand, there was really no useful information to analyze, and on the other hand, the Tyrone galaxy was producing dimensional engines for the tide at full capacity. But Vanessa was still recording it, because the voice had issued such an order a long time ago. After 40 jumps, the cruiser had already left the Tyrone Star Zone. Vanessa found that her psychic power was useful again. She used psychic power to control the person in charge of operating the dimensional engine in the battleship, and finally let the battleship dock in a remote small galaxy in the hazy star field. The cruiser stopped at the orbit of the hive world in the galaxy. Vanessa and Yawen teleported down together, and went directly to the governor's residence. When they met the planetary governor, the governor served Vanessa like a mother, preparing the best accommodation and food for her, and preparing hundreds of servants. The two had never met each other. Vanessa used psychic power to turn a governor into a servant. The next daily work was to wander around the hive. Vanessa and Yawen circled in the lower and lower nests together. Those vicious gang members and bounty hunters would obey Vanessa's orders, and even the vicious dogs would lead the way for her. Finally, on the fourth day, Yawen followed Vanessa to a ruin in the bottom nest. This is a temple-like place. Yawen walked in the vast hall, his eyes swept over every pillar and every kind of decoration, but he was not interested in these. So we have been in the bottom nest and the lower nest for several days, and your purpose is to come here to open the treasure chest? What is opening a treasure chest? Vanessa asked as she walked. Bounty hunters call going to the ruins of the bottom nest to find good things opening a treasure chest. The important thing is, what are you doing here? Yawen had always wondered why Vanessa came here. Shouldn't she go to Terra or a planet in the solar system? Vanessa did not respond. She took Yawen to the end of the temple, and stood facing the empty wall. 2 seconds later, a man walked out from the shadows on the left. Yawen saw that the man was wearing a black robe and was tall and strong. The black-robed man walked over silently, and Vanessa silently handed him a piece of parchment. That's it? After reading the contents on the parchment, the black-robed man looked up at Vanessa with some doubts. Why would the Lord of Talon ask for a position as a Star District Governor? What's the point of this? This is a test. Vanessa smiled helplessly, and turned to look at Yawen. The man in black nodded and took the parchment, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he said one thing: Admiral Quarren was ambushed near Agrippina. The Navy suffered heavy losses, and is no longer able to protect the forging world. Please find a way to get the Tyrone fleet to support it. Admiral Quarren? Vanessa frowned, and was very dissatisfied. I told him to be careful before. Why didn't he listen? Knowing the prophecy doesn't mean you can avoid the disaster in the prophecy. Some things are forced by the situation, causing people to watch themselves slide into the abyss and be powerless. The black-robed man said. Okay. Vanessa felt helpless and had a headache. It was conceivable how troublesome it was to persuade the Tyrone fleet to protect the Forge world that had nothing to do with them, but she had to do it. Thank you for your efforts, sister. The black-robed man respectfully performed the Sky Eagle salute, then turned around and entered the shadows. After watching the black-robed man leave, Yawen looked at Vanessa. Is that it? It's over, but I have new things to do. Alas, things are so unpredictable. Vanessa sighed. The two also turned around and left, preparing to take the Glory Road back to Tyrone. Chapter 162. From the time the Glory Road cruiser set off with Vanessa and Yawen, to the time it returned to the starport, it took less than a month. Vanessa returned to the Underhive fortress of the Hive world to see Chin Imo again. Yawen was beside Chin Imo, reporting all the events of the journey, including Vanessa's use of psychic power to influence the planetary governor and then rampage in the Hive city, and every word said by the strange black-robed man. Vanessa waited quietly until Yawen finished everything and showed the records in the power armor, and asked, Have I passed the test? Approved. Chin Imo nodded in acknowledgement. It was obvious that Vanessa had not lied all along. What she said was true. She had a way to contact the top officials of the Empire. The man in black robe might be a retired Imperial Guard engaged in intelligence work, which could prove many things. Is there anything else I can do for you? Vanessa asked. No, at least not for the time being. Chin Imo shook his head. Vanessa actually hoped that Chin Imo could give her another task, so that she could go with the flow and make a request to support Agrippina's forging world. But now Chin Imo did not make any request, but he could not help but talk about the Forge world. I am ready to take your orders at any time, but I would like to ask you to send a fleet to protect a Forge world. Vanessa took the initiative to speak, and then told about the defeat of the Imperial Navy. Chin Imo fell silent after listening. The Agrippina Forge world is located near the Eye of Terror, and is responsible for supplying weapons and equipment to the army stationed at the Cadian Gate. The 13th Black Expedition is coming, and the importance of the Agrippina Forge world is needless to say. As far as Chin Imo knows, on the eve of the 13th Black Crusade, in addition to the plague of unbelief that has been raging for a long time, there are also looting and harassment from various enemies in the Eye of Terror. Admiral Quarren of the Imperial Navy will fight with the Plague Fleet, and the result is that Quarren will suffer heavy losses in an ambush. The victorious Plague Fleet will be able to run rampant in many star regions including Agrippina, either spreading the plague or looting the population. These things are happening, and Admiral Quarren's experience was also told by Vanessa. But what puzzles Chinemo is why these things happen so early. Too sudden. Chinemo, who had been silent for a long time, spoke irritably. I thought I had at least several years, and I could make full preparations before getting involved in these things. Vanessa was stunned when she heard this, wondering if Chinemo had known everything that might happen now. I didn't even have time to remind Quarren, Chinemo said. In his plan, he would send prophecies to everyone who fought on the eve of the Black Crusade. Although Chinemo had never met Quarren, he thought that at least Quarren should have a general understanding of what would happen next. Whether he believed it or not, he had to know this information. I went to remind Quarren, Vanessa said, but it was useless. Some things are bound to happen. Even if a person knows what will happen in the future, he will still be pushed by various things step by step towards the predicted future. But it seems to be true. Chinemo had to admit it. The elves like to make all kinds of predictions, and then try to change what happened in the predictions. But the result is often that nothing can be changed after going around in circles, and the result is even worse. Instead of thinking about the future, it is better to think more about the present. Do you think this Forge world needs to be defended? Vanessa began to ask Chinemo indirectly, trying to test his thoughts and infer whether he would agree to the request to protect the Forge world. Chinemo did not answer, but he thought it was necessary. The Forge world itself is of great strategic value. If we want to avoid Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade from destroying Cadia, the Forge world must be protected. In addition, the Mechanicus priest Vic, who followed the Inquisitors to the Talon Galaxy, was arranged by Call to the Agrippina Forge world. Giving Vic the STC template, and making a deal with Call so that Vic can have a better future. This series of investments is not because Vic is a good person, or because he is extremely fanatical about his belief in Oem Messiah and the God of all machines, so he is given benefits for free. Chinemo considered Vic's position in his long-term plan, and believed that Vic was even more important than the Forge world. The Forge world must be protected. After careful consideration, Chinemo said to Vanessa, I will defend the Forge world, but I can only defend the galaxy where the Forge world is located. Don't expect me to directly annihilate all the enemy fleets that are raging in a large number of star regions. The Talon Galaxy has only been developed for 2 years, and the entire star region has just begun to integrate. That's enough. Vanessa let out a long sigh, very happy but also a little surprised. What kind of reward do you want? I haven't decided yet. Chinemo shook his head slowly. Vanessa was confused. She felt that Chinemo had already considered supporting the Forge world and had no intention of asking for compensation, otherwise he would have made an offer right now. Combining some of the previous things, Vanessa suddenly realized that everything Chinemo had done so far was not all for profit, but might be for a more ambitious goal. Vanessa originally thought that Chinemo just wanted to be a warlord, with more power, more money and women, but now she thinks that he may be fighting for the entire race or even the entire physical universe. You can go now. Chinemo motioned Vanessa to leave. Vanessa stood up and saluted, then walked towards her residence in the fortress. After Vanessa left his sight, Chinemo began to make the next plan. The Tyrone fleet remained in the Star Zone to prevent the entire Star Zone from being invaded next time without a fleet available for defense. The only thing that can be sent to defend the Forge world is the Celestial Engine. There is another benefit to sending this killer weapon there, that is, if Abaddon starts a full-scale attack on the Cadian Gate in the future, the Celestial Engine can jump directly to the planet Cadia. Of course, it is impossible to orbit Cadia like a satellite, otherwise the planet Cadia will collapse without Abaddon's help. The Celestial Engine can orbit the star, and as long as it exists, no fleet can cross it to attack other targets. The effect of sending the Celestial Engine to the vicinity of the Forge world is the same. As for the entourage, Chinemo thought for a moment, and made a decision to let Gray and Yao In, 2 guards, take 100 regiments. The organization of these regiments is similar to that of the Astra Militarum, not just a few thousand people but hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people, plus the Crusaders of the Forge world. It is completely enough. Chapter 163. The next day, Chinemo stood in the lobby of the fortress, viewing the situation inside the Celestial Engine through the holographic image. Gray and Yao In stood behind Chinemo, watching with him. The Celestial Engine was just half built, and from the outside it looked like 2 satellites orbiting a relatively small planet. The core of the planetary part of the Celestial Engine was the maze that held the Nightbringer fragments, as well as the device that used the energy of the Nightbringer fragments to supply energy and generate gravity. The outer circle is the barracks for the army, the warehouse for military supplies, and the giant dimensional engine plus 10,000 shield generators. This is just an unfinished stage, which is equivalent to a planet with only a core and mantle, and a larger crust is still under construction. The celestial engine has no crew. The only person responsible for controlling the celestial engine is a stone man, who always stays in the core of the celestial engine. One stone man is enough to complete a series of tasks such as controlling the celestial engine, deploying drones for maintenance, and dimensional navigation. In this unfinished celestial engine, there are troops from 2 worlds in the Tyrone galaxy, totaling about 70 million people. Only the personnel have arrived, and other weapons, equipment, and supplies have to wait for the transportation. Everything is very efficient. There is only one thing that slows down the mobilization, that is food, because food must be transported from other agricultural worlds in the star zone. The existing food in the Tyrone galaxy is not enough for 70 million people to consume in the long term. I have something to tell you. Qin Mo turned his head and looked at Gray and Yao In. The two nodded immediately and listened quietly. When you arrive at the forging world of Agrippina, you will not only be responsible for defending a forging world, but you may not be able to come back for several years. Don't do anything irrelevant. As long as you can follow my orders step by step, you can win. Don't let anything distract your attention. After giving these 2 instructions, Qin Mo was silent for a few seconds, and then said to Gray alone, "You will be teleported to the celestial engine now, and meet the soldiers you will command." "Yes." Gray nodded, and turned to leave immediately. When Yao An was the only one left in the hall, Qin Mo told him something that only the Solus could hear. "You may encounter a plague fleet, which is the kind of fleet that looks green and smells. Don't fight them in close combat. The Nurgle plague is not a joke. It is possible that your metal bodies will be transformed into rotten flesh and blood by the virus." "I know." Yao En nodded. In the past 2 years, he did not stay in the Talon system all the time. When corrosion occurred in other surrounding star systems, he also led the Solus soldiers that Klein had searched from various places to clean up. However, as time passed, the corrosion in the entire Talon star region became less and less. Yao En already has experience dealing with chaos. "I haven't finished yet." Qin Mo thought for a moment and continued, "It's possible to run into another kind of enemy, among which there are traitorous Astartes. Their symbol is 2 long helmet decorations that look like rabbit ears. They are called World Eaters, and are extremely good at close combat. If you want to fight them, you'd better get Gray and the others out of the way." Yao En nodded again. He guessed that the so-called World Eaters should be the same as the brave champion believers who appeared in the Hive world before. All of them are a group of war-crazed lunatics. "Then there's nothing more to say, let's go." Qin Mo patted Yao En's shoulder. "Yes." Yao En nodded and turned to leave, but he came back after a few steps. "We don't have the means to communicate across galaxies for the time being. What if there is something to report? Let's use the messenger ship for now. I will come up with the means of communication as soon as possible," Qin Mo said. The research and development and use of cross-galaxy communication technology is also in Qin Mo's plan, but time is too tight, and he has to send people to protect the Forge world and Vic before he can build it. By the way, do you remember the Mechanicus priest Vic? You must ensure his safety. His safety takes priority over the Forge world. When Yao En was about to leave, Qin Mo suddenly gave another instruction. Yao En did not understand why Vic, the Mechanicus priest, was so important, but since this was an order, he would do it at all costs. At the same time, Agrippina Forge world. The entire planet was transformed like a factory. The sky was always filled with a thick black fog. The world was full of huge factories, like mountains and rivers, and molten iron flowed on the continental plates like rivers. In every corner of the planet, binary hymns to Om Messiah, the god of all machines, and the original power could be heard. In the foundry named Om Messiah's Glory, tens of millions of crusaders were deployed. Vic walked between the positions with a gear scepter in his hand, heading towards the top floor of the foundry. "Good evening, Sage." "Praise Om Messiah." Sage Vic. Whether it was the crusader soldiers, priests, or others, whether they were subordinates or peers, everyone gave a gear salute and greeted Vic when he passed by, and Vic nodded to them. After countless greetings and nods, Vic came to the top floor of the foundry, and met the ruling sage of the foundry world. "You are late, priest." The ruling sage looked at Vic. His voice was electronic and his entire face was transformed without any flesh, but Vic could hear the dissatisfaction in his words. Vic was indeed still a priest. He would only hear the honorific title of sage from his subordinates or colleagues, while his superiors still called him priest. The reason why Vic could be respected by his colleagues and subordinates was that he was selfless and shared the STC template for batch printing crystals in the name of sharing the gift of Om Messiah. Vic even shared all his research results on artificial crystals. Anyone in the Mechanicus could obtain this knowledge for free and get answers from Vic when they had questions. So although Vic was still a priest, he was already a sage in the eyes of others, a selfless and great sage. The Imperial Navy has withdrawn. The Sage of Domination stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the holographic device on the table. If nothing unexpected happens, we may have to face the coming invasion on our own. This holographic device was a personal gift from Vic, and it showed all the situations inside and outside the Forge world. We are not alone, Om Messiah is with us, Vic said. The Sage of Domination rolled his eyes at Vic, then pointed to the southern end of the Forge world shown in the holographic image and ordered, I need you to go to the foundry here to select a group of guards and send them to us. Now the entire Forge world is in danger. They may not be willing to send people, but I believe you can do it, and you can do it with your good reputation. Yes, Sage. Vic nodded. Chapter 164. After leaving the most magnificent foundry in the Forge world, Vic boarded an ancestor transport plane and headed for the place where the Sage of Domination asked him to go. The ancestor transport plane is a transport plane with a heavy armored shell and an intelligent heavy machine gun. This type of transport plane is very useful in the Forge world because it can adapt to different atmospheric environments. When Vic slowly boarded the transport plane, the pilot immediately greeted him. With you here, we will definitely reach the target location smoothly, Sage. Vic nodded helplessly. If it was 2 months ago, he would have told the pilot that he was not a sage, but since so many people said so, there was no way to correct it. Vic continued to go deeper into the transport plane and walked to the position where his body was fixed. Then he looked around and saw the passengers traveling with him. 12 Rangers. A team of Skitarii Vanguards. There were 10 people in this Vanguard team, 9 Vanguards and 1 Vanguard Alpha. They all wore the iconic red robes and solid armor, holding radiation carbines in their hands, but the degree of mechanical modification was different. Alpha's modification was more complete and more expensive than others. Vic noticed that the radiation levels of themselves and the surroundings were off the charts, so all 10 pioneers gathered in the transparent glass cover at the end of the transport plane to prevent them from contaminating the cabin of the transport plane. Maybe this transport plane is not specifically used to transport armed personnel, but also serves as a transport Forge world visitors, so these pioneers cannot be allowed to stand directly in the cabin. If this is really the case, then the current situation of the Forge world is already very serious, and they have to use whatever they have. While Vic was thinking about this quickly, the Pioneer Alpha saluted him, and Vic nodded in response. The transport plane took off quickly, and flew towards the southern part of the Forge world. Pilot. Vic walked to the cockpit, who is in charge of the southern part of the Forge world. Father 7. The pilot answered respectfully. Vic was relieved when he heard the name 7, because this person was his old friend, and he was like-minded. 7 was a technical priest, which was an extremely broad title. A technical priest might do a variety of work, from commanding operations to maintaining forges to archaeological excavations. 7 was responsible for commanding the army. Since 7 is in charge of the war in the southern part of the Forge world, it should not be difficult to complete the task of controlling the Sage. However, we can't just think about controlling the Sage. After long-term consideration, Vic believes that 7 is more important than controlling the Sage. This is the conclusion drawn from the perspective of a firm believer of the Om Messiah. The plague is raging. The pilot suddenly said, while controlling the transport plane. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. The fleet is gone, and I don't know when the reinforcements from the order will arrive. In addition, the plague that has been raging for a long time. May the God of all machines bless us. Vic wanted to say that the pilot was a little too optimistic. If orbital control was lost, there would be a massive invasion of the Forge world. In comparison, those plague zombies were nothing. As Vic was thinking, the transport plane crossed the factories that were scattered all over the land and slowly flew to the southern end of the Forge world. From the sky, it seemed that there was no war at all. It was quiet, but for a Forge world, quietness was the biggest problem. Vic knew that 7 and his army were fighting countless plague zombies under the factory. This war against zombies had been going on before the Imperial Navy lost control of the Agrippina system, and it had recently intensified. As the transport plane flew toward a tall tower in the factory complex, the mechanical device implanted in Vic's brain received some distress signals. These distress signals were marked in the electronic eye's field of vision, and the signals were sent from below those large and ancient factories. In addition to the distress signals, Vic received a communication signal, and a person with a mechanical face appeared below his field of vision. It was the technical priest Severn. "Should I call you a priest or a sage now?" Severn's cold voice rang in Vic's ears. "Call me Vic, just like I call you Severn," Vic responded coldly. Neither party had any emotion in the communication, and there was no tone in their words, but they were indeed very good friends, and both felt that the other's words were very kind. During the conversation, Vic sent a message to Severn, informing him of the order of the ruler sage. "I understand. I will try my best to send some people to the ruler sage," Severn replied after reading the order. After finishing what he needed to do, Vic looked at the old factory where the distress signal was sent, and forwarded the signal to Serwin. "Why didn't you respond to the call for help? The plague has been raging throughout the star field for decades, and those corpses can't be cleaned up at all. Instead of wasting manpower to respond to the call for help, I might as well keep some manpower to strengthen the defense and prepare to resist the enemy forces that may fall from orbit next," Serwin said. Hearing this, Vic calculated and felt that his old friend's decision was really the best choice at this moment. But calculating the result is one thing, and what to do is another. Since the trip to Tyrone, Vic has always believed that he has a mission, which is to save everything that can be saved, keep everything that can be kept, and prepare for a big event. After thinking for a while, Vic ordered the pilot, "I'm not going to the tower, take me here." While speaking, Vic sent a public coordinate, and the pilot knew where Vic was talking about. He immediately drove the transport plane to the location of the nearest distress signal. Vic turned his head and looked at the others in the cabin. "Where is your destination?" "It's the tower, we are going to guard it," Pioneer Alpha responded, but he paused for a few seconds and said, "But now our destination is the same as yours." Vic looked at the Rangers again. "Same as you," the Rangers said in unison. Vic nodded and waited quietly for the transport plane to arrive at the destination. The Pioneers and Rangers in this transport plane can't go wherever they want. If they want to follow Vic, they must get permission from Severn. And Severn readily granted them permission. "Is there also a plague in the Tyrone system?" Severn suddenly asked. When Vic came to Agrippina from Tyrone, he told Severn what happened there, and Severn was not surprised to be very interested in it. "Yes." Vic gave an extremely brief answer. Severn was silent for a moment, and asked hesitantly, "What kind of enemy will we face? Have you received any revelation?" "The revelation I received is that the Agrippina Forge world will survive, because the God of all machines and the Olim Messiah are with us," Vic responded. "I will continue to consolidate my position. If you have trouble dealing with those plague zombies, call me." Severn wanted to hear these words from Vic's iron mouth, and he closed the communication with confidence. Chapter 165. The transport plane stopped outside the factory, and the pilot said hello and drove away. Vic led a team of Rangers and a team of vanguards into the factory, and took an elevator that could carry hundreds of tanks to the underground. As the elevator fell at high speed between the floors, Vic quickly checked the equipment on each floor, and found that this was a factory that produced automatic guns. Vic had no good feelings about this factory. In his opinion, the entire Agrippina should mass-produce Agrippina laser rifles, although these automatic guns were considered special products of this forging world. "The gunshots are getting closer. Please stand behind us after the elevator goes down." Pioneer Alpha walked up to Vic and reminded him. When the Pioneer approached Vic, snowflakes appeared in his electronic eyes. The radiation readings he saw were even higher than those in some factories. But Vic had been transformed, and he would not be killed by radiation. "I am not a weakling." Vic did not stand behind the Pioneers, but turned around and signaled the Rangers to stay away from the elevator door. The Rangers knew that their combat power could not compare with the Pioneers and Vic, who had undergone deep transformation, so they all retreated obediently. The elevator stopped with a bang 3 seconds later, and the heavy alloy door slowly opened. Vic saw that the entire bottom of the factory had become a battlefield, with thousands of servitors and more than 100 Rangers fighting against a large number of plague zombies. Among those zombies, there were some people with festering bodies. They were called people because they could still use weapons, but they looked not much different from zombies. These zombies in the Forge world were different from those in other worlds. They had a large number of cheap and crude mechanical modification parts on their bodies, which could help these zombies survive for a while longer under the continuous firepower. Cover their retreat. Vic gave the order while walking out of the elevator. The Pioneers rushed out of the elevator first, forming a human wall to shoot at the zombies. These radiation carbines would not only easily destroy biological tissues after firing, but also leave radiation on the battlefield. Vic's body was still standing in a hunched posture, but his 8 servo-mechanical arms had already taken out various weapons from under his red robe and fired at the enemy. Various live ammunition, lasers, and blue radiation ammunition were densely fired at the enemy, easily suppressing their momentum of charging. Vic's firepower alone can match that of hundreds of people. "Get closer to me." Vic issued a binary command. All the people fighting at the bottom of the factory received this order no matter where they were, and began to move closer to Vic's position. Vic's goal was simple: to retreat with everyone. The reason why the Skitarii in the factory were left behind might be because they were needed to protect most of the factory's production equipment, but now there was no need for this. The Forge world was about to face a more terrible attack. One more person survived now, and one more person could be put into battle in the future. When Vic was personally at the front to cover the retreat, a video of Serwin's communication suddenly popped up in his field of vision. "I thought you were going to help them kill all the zombies instead of retreating. I need them to stay and clean up the zombies," Serwin said. "Clean up the zombies or protect the production line?" Vic asked. Serwin was silent for a while. Vic was very familiar with this old friend. In Serwin's eyes, the production line was the most important. This importance was not only to protect the production line at all costs, but also to make ineffective investments at all costs when the production line was bound to be lost. The lives of these Skitarii soldiers were a waste of investment, because they simply could not clean up the plague zombies. Those were not just zombies of the flesh, but zombies of the civilians of the Forge world who had been transformed and strengthened after being infected with the plague. Some of them were so deeply transformed that they could even withstand 2 rounds of the rifles in the hands of the vanguard. You don't understand the value of those production lines, because you can even give STCs to others for free. Severin said, "This is not a waste of investment. These production lines are more valuable than life. It is an honor to die to protect them. Do you want to debate with me?" Vic asked. Severin turned off the communication without saying anything. More and more Skitarii and servants poured into the elevator, and Vic and the vanguard stayed at the end. When the last servants limped into the elevator, Vic turned around and looked at Alpha. A binary command was transmitted between the two. Alpha immediately looked at his subordinates and got on the elevator with them. Vic was not a person who was willing to sacrifice himself for others. The reason why he stayed was because he calculated that staying behind was the best option, and the survival rate of this option was 100%. More and more zombies rushed towards Vic, and he fought and retreated, and the Skitarii in the elevator also covered him with firepower. During the battle, Vic glanced at the elevator starter, and the starter automatically opened, and the elevator door began to close gradually. Vic retreated to the elevator and continued to suppress the zombies, who wanted to rush into the elevator with others, while waiting for the elevator door to slowly close. Just when everyone thought they could evacuate safely, the ground suddenly shook. A fat monster with bared fangs and claws, and an irregular shape crushed all the blockers along the way, and rushed straight to the elevator. It was the first time that Vic had seen such a strange creature, but part of his brain tissue had been modified, so he was not afraid. "Focus on it," Vic ordered everyone. The Skitarii and the servants all focused their fire on the monster, even if some zombies got into the elevator. The weapons in the hands of others could only leave big holes on the monster. The radiation carbine in the hands of the Pioneer easily pierced the monster's body, but it could not stop it from stopping. Pioneer Alpha stepped forward and raised his right hand, bending his forearm downward, and fired a high-explosive grenade from the hole in his elbow. The violent explosion only made the monster tremble, and the shrapnel produced by the explosion flew into the elevator, and shot several unprepared servants to death. The monster was getting closer and closer to the elevator entrance, and the zombies that were also attacking the elevator were crushed by its fat body. Faced with this situation, Vic had to pay out his family's money. He opened the storage compartment at his heart, took out a fist-sized bomb from it, and threw it out. When the bomb was thrown out, it automatically scanned the most dangerous enemy on the battlefield, then automatically attached to the monster's abdomen and exploded, blowing the flesh of this terrifying creature into a fluorescent liquid that splashed all around. A few seconds later, the heavy metal door slammed shut, and the elevator began to rise. At this time, a few faint thunders reached everyone's ears or hearing devices. As the elevator got closer and closer to the ground, the sound of gunfire and whistles could be heard. Obviously, it was not thunder but cannon fire. When the elevator stopped, Vic was able to see the situation outside the factory, and he felt as if he was in another world. The outlines of various warships were faintly visible in the sky. They had just arrived at the orbit of the Forge World, and were exchanging fire with various weapons used for orbital defense in the Forge World. Vic saw farther than anyone else. His electronic eyes not only magnified the image, but also analyzed the data. It was only a matter of time before the enemy seized control of the orbit. The devastating orbital bombardment and airdrop pods seemed to have appeared in front of Vic. Compared with these invaders, the plague zombies in the underground were just ants. No one would fail to realize their own insignificance in such a situation. Why did they come so quickly? Asked Pioneer Alpha. Vic didn't know how to answer the Alpha's question. He was also surprised at how quickly the enemy arrived. The invasion had already begun, so it was better to do something right instead of analyzing the cause. We must hurry back to the tower, Vic said, and immediately led everyone forward through the gap between the giant factories. Chapter 166. Outside the Forge World. The Conqueror battleship is sparring with the largest orbital defense platform. This is a void battle without any skills. The orbital defense platform fired torpedoes, light spears, and macro cannons, and the Conqueror battleship's void shield withstood these attacks, and then fired torpedoes, light spears, and macro cannons, and these attacks were also intercepted by the void shield. But the result of such a sparring will only be that the Conqueror will be blown to pieces after a few rounds of attacks. But the Conqueror is not alone. Behind this giant ship are more than 30 cruisers of different shapes, which can open fire on the Conqueror when the orbital defense platform focuses its fire on it. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the Conqueror and the 30 cruisers behind were ready to board the platform, using various methods to send the Chaos Space Marines into the defense platform. After entering the defense platform, the Chaos Space Marines went straight to the weapon platform, or the command node. They were not familiar with the internal structure of the defense platform, but they always had a way to go where they wanted to go. Soon, the void shield of the defense platform was paralyzed by the Chaos Space Marines, who boarded over. Although the defense platform, which was completely exposed to the firepower of the warship, had not been destroyed, many of the weapons on it were being destroyed one by one. The Forge World of Agrippina does not have only one defense platform, but the other defense platforms are facing more warships, so they are either paralyzed or on the way to being paralyzed. From the moment this large fleet entered the galaxy, the Forge World was destined to be passive. Inside the bridge of the Conqueror, Oathbreaker Thorax sat on the throne, enduring the torture of the Butcher's Nail, suppressing the desire to participate in the boarding battle. Thorax's eyes fell on the brass blood pool in front of him. The living people hanging by hooks on the top of the brass blood pool wailed in pain, and their blood was slowly dripping into the blood pool. These drops of blood represented warships, fighter planes, or any other things on the battlefield, showing the entire battlefield situation to everyone in the bridge. Thorax looked for a while, and then concluded that he would definitely win, and he began to laugh. Not only Thorax and other members of the World Eaters War Band were in the bridge, but also the top leaders of other war bands under the Thousand Suns, Night Lords, and Death Guard, and they were also very satisfied with the current situation. This is a battle without any skills. A woman's voice echoed in the bridge, and then a woman in a white navy uniform appeared next to Thorax. Hearing this, Thorax frowned and glared at the woman, expressing dissatisfaction with her evaluation but unable to kill her directly. Because this woman is too weird, she can control many things on the Conqueror, and her authority is even higher than Thorax, the owner of the Conqueror. The Conqueror really can't operate without her. I planned all this, Thorax said. I united the other war bands, and I made a deal with Huron. This battle should not have been so easy, and I came up with a way to make it easy. This war to attack the Forge World of Agrippina was planned long ago, but it has not been executed until now. In Thorax's plan, several war bands will unite and fight side by side. If the Red Corsairs can be brought in, it will be safe. The Red Corsairs are a war band composed of Chaos Space Marines. This war band has a large pirate fleet, and their leader is Huron. However, Huron was a steady man. He did not want to participate in the plan to invade the Forge World. When Thorax wanted to give up persuading him, Huron suddenly proposed cooperation. The conditions for cooperation were: the Red Corsairs fleet could help contain the Imperial Navy near the Agrippina system, allowing the joint fleet formed by Thorax and other war bands to move unimpeded, and the Red Corsairs would not ask for any spoils obtained from the Forge World. As long as Thorax could do one thing for the Red Corsairs in the future: assist the Red Corsairs in seizing several warships of an insignificant force after the war. Thorax believed that his planning was the key reason why this void war was easy. Oh, sooner or later you will find out how stupid the conditions you agreed to Huron were. The woman disappeared in front of Thorax after saying that. Thorax was a little worried that the elusive woman had given up. If she really didn't want to work, the entire battleship would not be able to continue fighting. But it turned out that this worry was unnecessary. The Conqueror was still firing at the defense platform in front, and gradually blasted the defense platform in half. The last obstacle has been cleared. Thorax raised his hand, and kneaded the skin around the butcher's nail, then turned to look at the blood shadow, the brass blood pool in the center of the bridge. The blood had filled the entire pool, and there were still drops of blood dripping into the pool, but the blood would not overflow from the pool. The blood pool was still showing the battle situation of the entire galaxy. Our warships had already dealt with the orbital defense platform one after another, and were rushing to the location of the Conqueror. These warships have different degrees of mutations, because they originally belonged to different war bands. Since the Great Heresy, each war band has different beliefs and goals, and conflicts and mutual slaughter are common. But at this moment, these conflicting war bands are fighting side by side for the plan formulated by Thorax, which makes Thorax very satisfied. Next, it is only necessary to carry out orbital bombardment and then use decapitation tactics on the top leaders of the Forge world. Shalak. Thorax looked at one of his subordinates. Shalak, wearing a red power armor and holding a long axe, immediately stepped forward and waited for Thorax's order. In some rumors in the Eye of Terror, Thorax had a 4-man adjutant group. Each of the adjutants had different expertise, and Shalak was known as the master of beheading. He was naturally the best at fighting among the 4 adjutants. Get ready, you will lead the first wave of attacks, Thorax ordered. Sharlok nodded without saying a word, turned around and walked out of the bridge. But before the Sharloks left the bridge, a Chaos Space Marine spoke up to express his objection. We will divide the spoils according to merit. Why can your people participate in the first wave of attacks? The opponent was a guy who smelled bad all over. He didn't need to introduce himself to others. Others knew who his Gene father was, and which faction his warband belonged to. Thorax looked at the Death Guard and realized that although the warbands fought side by side in this invasion of the Forge world, this temporary unity was very fragile. After careful consideration, Thorax issued a more equal strategy. Select the elite warriors from your warbands, and everyone will have a share in the first wave of attacks. Chapter 167. A moment later. On the Conqueror, the slaves of the Oathbreakers were preparing the Dreadclaw drop pods. Some mortal warriors, who obeyed the warband, had been forced to complete their preparations, and entered the rows of drop pods one after another. The beheading master Sherrick led the 50 berserkers in the warband forward in the corridor. The nearby mortal slaves immediately fled in all directions after hearing the heavy footsteps and breathing. Some mortals who reacted slowly, or were unfortunate enough to run into Sherrick and other Chaos Space Marines, would be caught and pressed on the weapons, and their necks would be cut like sharpening the weapons. After using a mortal to sharpen the blade, Sherrick felt that the torture brought by the butcher's nail was slightly relieved. He continued to stride towards the hull, where the Terror Claw was. Sherrick. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Sherrick's ears. He panted impatiently, but did not directly express this anger in words, because the person who called him was Thorax, the leader of the Oathbreaker war gang. You will be divided equally in each airdrop pod. Don't squeeze together, because you will land in different places. Solax continued to instruct through the communicator. Don't forget that you are executing the decapitation tactic. Don't just focus on killing those ants. Hum. Shalak's panting was very heavy, and Solax heard it clearly on the other side of the communicator. But Solax would not say anything, because he knew that Shalak would definitely obey his orders, but he was just very impatient at this moment. This was normal. The battle was about to begin, and the butcher's nail was torturing Shalak, making him want to start harvesting lives immediately to relieve the pain. I planned such a large-scale operation and agreed to Huron's inexplicable conditions, not just for the purpose of invading the Forge world. I have a bigger plan, which is to integrate the various war bands that originally belonged to the World Eaters Legion. Shalak continued to listen to Thorax's plans. As an adjutant, Shalak always felt that the butcher's nail had little effect on Thorax. Even the people of the Prodigal Son war band were puzzled by this matter, and said, Kozarax is more like a wise man among a group of bloodthirsty lunatics. Of course, he is also bloodthirsty and crazy, but compared with you who have been nailed, he is too rational. Keep going, brother. Thorax gave his final instructions, and cut off the communication. Shalak entered the first Terror Claw airdrop chamber he saw, and the other Chaos Space Marines in the warband also entered other prepared airdrop chambers. The door slowly closed. Hum. Shalak took a long and intense breath, which sounded like a hum. After Shalak waited patiently for a while, he suddenly heard a very strange voice echoing in the airdrop chamber. This is a joint operation. Should we contact other warbands after we are ready, and then airdrop together? The machine soul of the Terror Claw drop pod is very special, especially the machine soul of the drop pod that Sherlock often uses. No, we have to land before other warbands. Land now, Sherlock roared and ordered. The drop pod was immediately launched and headed straight for the southern end of the Forge world. Although the drop pods thrown by the fleet were colorful and varied, these drop pods unexpectedly maintained the same horizontal line and the same speed at the beginning of the descent, and then they were different speeds. On the ground. Beta Fortress. Vic, who had rushed back to his friend, was in Beta Fortress, standing on top of a high tower covered with various anti-aircraft weapons. He did not command the Skitarii who were running back and forth on the scene, but looked up at the sky. It was night, and from time to time a glowing spear would fall from the sky to the ground. Vic saw that the giant fortress he was in was regarded as a key bombing target by the warships in orbit, but the void shield protecting the fortress deflected the attack on the fortress into the subspace, and the attack of the enemy fleet had no effect for the time being. Just when the Skitarii in the fortress felt lucky to have the protection of the void shield, something happened that suffocated them. A large number of meteors were falling, and the entire night sky was lit up by them. Wit, who witnessed this scene, knew that it was not a meteor but an airdrop capsule. Out of the rigor and curiosity of a member of the Mechanicus, he even began to speculate what type of airdrop capsule each meteor belonged to based on the performance parameters of various airdrop capsules. Severn did not have the leisure time of wit. He was quickly issuing orders to the troops stationed in various important factories or energy facilities, asking the Skitarii marshals in various places to prepare for the airdrop capsules. The airdrop pod is a rather disgusting thing for the party that has lost orbital control. The airdrop pod will be filled with various powerful warriors, and will land on the surface of the planet at a very fast speed. For it, various defense lines, fortresses, and war situations have little meaning. No matter how perfect the defense line is behind a high-level person whose position is speculated, the airdrop pod will fall near him, and then the warriors inside will rush out and kill. 010111010. Seven raised his head and glanced at the sky. The implant in his brain instantly calculated the position of the airdrop pod from the ground, and then conveyed the order for the anti-aircraft weapons to fire. The anti-aircraft weapons on the ground immediately opened fire, forming a dense anti-aircraft fire network in the air. Even some wild donkey mechas that Seven could mobilize began to fire into the air. In Vic's eyes, these anti-aircraft fire networks were simply impossible to break through, but he knew what probability was. From the moment he lost orbital control, being attacked by the enemy in the airdrop cabin was a high probability event. Where is the support of the Imperial Navy? Where is the Agrippina fleet? Why can the enemy fleet directly enter our galaxy? Severn walked up to Vic and complained in a cold and mechanical voice. There were some crackling sounds in these complaints, which meant that Severn, who had been specially modified for military command, did not delay issuing orders while complaining. You are a priest, who are you asking? Vic asked back. I am also waiting. Severn was halfway through his words, and suddenly changed his words. I just received a message that our fleet was intercepted in a nearby galaxy, and they are fighting pirates. After hearing this bad news, Vic said nothing and silently stared at a piece of open space under the tower. Perhaps Seven had calculated the landing points of the airdrop pods, and a large number of crusaders poured out from all parts of the fortress. The vanguards and rangers hid behind the bunkers and set up various weapons. The heavy armored servitors served as bunkers and prepared to shoot. Some soldiers such as rust seekers and electric priests also went over. You could even see a data craftsman and the Castellan robot he was controlling. The various heavy firepower weapons on the fortress walls also turned their muzzles and aimed at the open space. The crusaders surrounded the landing point of the airdrop pods, isolating a hollow area with a radius of about 200 meters, and prepared to launch an attack after the airdrop pods landed. All this was done silently. Father Seven, who commanded the army, was able to convey his orders to his subordinates in an instant, which was very efficient. Chapter 168. The Terraclaw airdrop pods roared down to the ground. Under the gaze of Vic and Severn, the airdrop pods began to ignite the recoil rockets to slow down. Some of these airdrop pods were destroyed after slowing down, but most of them still penetrated the void shield. One airdrop pod hit the western wall of the fortress, one airdrop pod hit the center of the fortress and directly penetrated the building and fell into the ground, and the other airdrop pods fell farther away or out of sight. Vic didn't know what modifications Severn had made to accurately calculate the landing points of these airdrop pods, and arranged troops to defend them, but he knew it was useless. The reason was simple. The airdrop pods that fell on the fortress were all Terror Claw airdrop pods. These airdrop pods, painted red and decorated with brass on the surface, sprayed flames, and fired hot melt weapons in all directions after landing. The infantry of the Skitarii who were waiting for the opportunity were burned by the flames, and those heavy servitors and vehicles were destroyed by hot melt weapons. Only the heavy weapons on the city wall could fire at the airdrop pods. The Mortal Chaos followers, who emerged from the airdrop pods, fell in droves. Blood sacrificed to the blood god. A terrifying roar sounded, and some executioners and berserkers rushed out of the airdrop pods. These Chaos Space Marines killed the people nearby at a very fast speed. The Rangers and Vanguards would be beheaded by the executioners swinging their giant axes as soon as they met, and the berserkers would disrupt the formation of the Skitarii on the scene. Only the Rust Seekers could fight against these bloodthirsty lunatics, but they were few in number, and would be beheaded after killing a few people. The Oathbreakers accept everyone, even the heads of robots. Vic calmly withdrew his gaze, and continued to observe other places. The battle situation just seen was still good, and the battle situation in other places in the fortress was much more severe. Those airdrop pods that hit the city walls or some buildings have the terrain advantage. They will not be exposed to the muzzles of various heavy weapons after leaving the airdrop pods. Some enemies went to attack the Void Shield. Seven's eyes flashed as he spoke. He was obviously checking the situation in other places in the fortress. If they paralyze the Void Shield, the consequences will be disastrous. As before, Seven gave orders during the conversation and quickly mobilized people to defend the Void Shield. Seven continued to observe the situation in other places. Through the eyes of a Skitarii Vanguard, he saw a Chaos Space Marine with the strongest body. He was holding a huge axe and killing people in the corridor. Wherever he passed, blood flowed like a river. The blood of various colors gathered together and flowed forward in a way that was completely inconsistent with the laws of physics, as if pointing the way. The fortress was very large. If Seven saw this enemy somewhere else, he would not be nervous, but the person he used to observe the environment was the Skitarii marshal stationed in the tunnel at the bottom of the tower. The next second, Seven saw a huge axe sweeping towards him. Seven's body trembled, the light in his eyes disappeared, and he looked at Vic helplessly. "You saw it, they are coming." Seven had transmitted the picture he just saw to Vic. Through this extremely efficient communication method, Vic could instantly learn Seven's thoughts and everything he knew. Then both of them realized that they could not stay on the top of the tower, and had to move, so they walked towards the secret room under the tower together. "We can kill it." Vic took out a melt-a-bomb from under his robe as he walked. "Not that bad." Seven stuffed the melt-a-bomb back under Vic's robe, then patted his back. "With all the modifications I've made, it's no problem to kill the one with the axe." This sentence is not to say that he is still holding on when he is about to die, but that Seven is really confident. He is the most fanatical and radical person in mechanical modification. He can do things like using STC to exchange mechanical prostheses. It is not difficult for him to kill a space marine. But just when Seven thought he had a better chance of winning, he saw the situation in another passage of the tower. 5 executioners were walking in the corridor. Trouble. Seven suddenly felt bad. It was unlikely to win against a total of 6 space marines, and now the fortress was attacked by airdrop pods everywhere, and it was impossible to mobilize troops to defend a tower that only served as a residence and observation. Finally, Seven made up his mind and continued to rush to the secret room with Vic in silence. "We may not be able to hide in the secret room," Vic said. "There is a door in the secret room that is difficult to open. I can give orders to the marshals of the Skitarii inside and ask them to continue fighting. At least I can't die before the orders are given." As Seven responded, he thought about a strategy that can run automatically. Through a large number of rules, these Skitarii at the southern end of the Forge world will not be in chaos, but can still form a force to block the enemy's attack. Seven and Vic gradually came to the front of the secret room. Seven entered the biometric verification password to unlock the door of the secret room and walked in. Vic did not follow. Seven stared at Vic. This time, he did not send any communication or speak with his iron mouth, but just looked at Vic. Severn's face had been metallized or electronicized after excessive mechanical modification. Vic could not read any biological information from his expression, but Vic, who still had half of his face and one biological eye, could still convey some biological information to Severn. Severn read the expression and eyes of Vic's half-face, realized what he was going to do, and then turned around and entered the secret room and closed the door. Vic stood in front of the closed door, stretched out the mechanical arm holding various weapons from under the red rope, and aimed it at the corner of the passage in front. Seven in the secret room began to make the final deployment, while Vic stood outside the door waiting. A trace of blood could be seen gathering at the corner of the corridor, and this blood pointed the way for the enemy looking for the commander. Vic detected 6 biological signals getting closer and closer to him, and he realized that there would be a big battle next, and he would definitely lose. Maybe he would be beheaded, maybe he would be tortured to death. Vic felt terrified and trembled when he thought of these things. When he realized that he was afraid, he remembered that he forgot to shut down some physiological functions. After shutting down the fear mechanism, Vic waited calmly, ready to fight and die. When the footsteps and panting were getting closer, Vic suddenly remembered something. He reached out and took out the STC template he had obtained in the Talon Galaxy from the storage compartment in the heart. If this STC template fell into the hands of the enemy, Vic felt worse than death when he thought of this. He would rather destroy it himself than let it be defiled by the enemy. Chapter 169. Forgive me, Vic murmured, stretched out his hand, and rhythmically tapped the bottom of the spherical STC 44 times. He never stopped studying the STC, and gradually discovered that it had a backdoor. It could not be destroyed by ordinary means, but it could be destroyed with the backdoor. After the tapping, the STC projected a holographic menu with 2 options. Emergency destruction. Emergency function. One of Vic's mechanical arms extended from his back to the top of his head, and he rubbed his hooded head, feeling very puzzled. After thinking for half a second, Vic tried to click on the emergency mode. There was only one prompt left on the holographic menu: speak. Vic first prayed in binary language, and then asked, "I need to deal with the incoming enemy." The STC template immediately projected a blue beam to scan the surrounding environment. The metal that made up the wall was rapidly decreasing, and something was being printed in the center of the channel. The mechanical arms and various weapons on Vic's body were also scanned by the beam and then disappeared. All of these things were used to quickly print things. Finally, an Iron Man was built. When Vic saw the Iron Man, he suddenly remembered that this was the Iron Man that he was ordered to blow up with a hot melt bomb when he was tested in the Tyrone Hive that day. The only difference was the weapons. One hand was an energy weapon, the other hand was a blade. The color scheme was also different, and the appearance was slightly different. It looked like an enhanced and improved version. While Vic was thinking, the 6 Chaos Space Marines of the Forsworn Warband had come to him. They also saw the Iron Man in the center of the passage and thought it was a Castellan robot, but it didn't look like one from the appearance. In the end, they didn't think much about it and immediately launched an attack. The Iron Man moved forward slowly and clumsily, and the weapon integrated in his hand shot out a beam. 6 Space Marines used various postures to dodge the beam and approach the Iron Man. The giant axes in their hands chopped on the metal shell of the Iron Man, but only left a scratch. The infantry model of the Iron Man was very clumsy, but the energy beam it emitted could melt a passage through the metal wall for people to walk through. It had strong defense and a large size. It blocked the center of the passage, and no one could get through. The Chaos Space Marines had to fight with it. Amid the angry roars and complaints of the Chaos Space Marines, the Iron Man was attacked again, and more slash marks were left on its shell. Vic thought that this battle would continue, but in fact the Iron Man was analyzing and learning the enemy's attack pattern. After dozens of slashes, the Iron Man stopped firing. It turned its body and stretched its right hand to the trajectory of the enemy in front of it, making an enemy's chest hit the blade, and then split the unlucky guy in 2. The next battle suddenly became much faster. The Iron Man is indeed clumsy and slow. At least the Iron Man that has not been upgraded is like this. But every time it attacks, it seems to be able to predict the future, and the blade or energy beam can always appear in advance on the enemy's trajectory. After quickly killing 4 executioners, only the last Chaos Space Marine holding a giant axe is left. This Space Marine's power armor is thicker than others, unlike the executioners, who have exposed thick arms. The Iron Man tried to kill him by analyzing his trajectory but failed. No matter how narrow the passage is, this guy can always dodge the attack with amazing skills and chop back. After repeating this several times, Iron Man realized that he could not win by analyzing and learning, but there was another battle plan with a success rate of more than 80%. Go to hell. Vic saw the Chaos Space Marine roaring and swinging the giant axe at the deepest chopping mark on Iron Man's shell, while Iron Man took 2 steps back and lifted the shell of his chest to reveal the fusion reactor inside. The reactor released a torrent of energy in front of it, melting the giant axe and the Space Marine holding the weapon into ashes. The battle is over. The chest shell of the Iron Man closed, and it turned around and walked towards Vic. Praise the God of all machines, praise Om Messiah, praise the original power. Vic praised everything in surprise, and at the same time, the STC template in his hand released a beam of light, transforming the Iron Man into materials, and then into Vic's mechanical arms and various weapons. As for the metal materials obtained from the wall, they were printed into a cube and fell in front of Vic. Vic pounced on the cube, thinking of various ways to take this thing away. This is just a cube, and it has no other function, but in Vic's view, it is a holy relic, and can be named the Holy Cube. Its existence alone has great significance. Deployment is over. For Om Messiah, for the God of all machines. Vic suddenly received a non-encrypted communication. This is an open message sent to everyone in the war zone, not a secret order given to a marshal or an officer alone. Even the most rudimentary communication device can transmit this voice. The door of the secret room opened immediately, and Severn rushed out with 4 power swords and 4 ancient technology pistols ready to fight to the death. But he did not see the enemy, only Vic staring at a metal cube in a daze. Vic quickly encrypted the video he had just recorded and sent it to his friend. After receiving it and watching it quickly, Severn fell into deep thought. We don't have time to think now. You have to find a way to drive out the invaders, at least drive out the invaders in the fortress. Vic said. You are my reminder. Severn turned around and returned to the secret room, closed his eyes, and began to make more detailed deployments. His consciousness shuttled through the bodies of each of his subordinates, helping those soldiers, who were fighting the remaining enemies, to make the best choices in the battle. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Severn and Vic did not die in the previous raid, and they also destroyed other enemies who arrived in the airdrop capsule after paying a heavy price. The only flaw was that the Terrorclaw airdrop capsules took off and returned to the warship. But this was also a good thing. After all, such blasphemous creations must be wiped out with great effort. The invasion has been going on for a whole month. Severn still clearly remembered that 700 solar hours ago, the enemy's attack on the Forge world changed from a small-scale assault and decapitation to a large-scale invasion. More and more transport ships arrived in the orbit of the Forge world, and then used blasphemous creations to transport troops to the surface for combat. The war intensified. On this night, Serwin still closed his eyes and concentrated on commanding the battle as usual, and possessed the frontline troops to control his subordinates to fight. Vic was chanting binary prayers around the metal cube and applying holy oil, and then walking around with incense. This ceremony was not pleasant. From time to time, the roar of the Titan's whistle could be heard in the secret room, as well as the sound of the general cannon firing, the sound of the macro cannon and the light spear bombing the ground, and the sound of gunfire and artillery when the ground troops were fighting never stopped. What's the situation now? After the ceremony, Vic asked his old friend. Severn opened his eyes and told him the truth helplessly. I controlled a data craftsman to use observation equipment to check the orbit, and saw that more and more enemy warships were converging on the orbit. The hulls of those latecomers were printed with red. It was obvious that the Void War in the surrounding galaxies was not going well, and the enemy could free up more warships for orbital bombing. Without Severn saying anything more, Vic realized that the situation was not good. It's not that the Forge world didn't have a preset defense plan. The defense plan did take into account the possibility that the traitors roaming in the Eye of Terror might launch a joint attack. But who could have thought that the Red Pirates would intervene? They were like angels on the enemy's side, joining the war without even considering any benefits. Vic didn't understand what they were thinking. Even if they took over the Forge world, how much benefit could they get from the various traitor groups? Was it worth it? In short, the Red Pirates' fleet unexpectedly intervened in the war, turning the preset plan into a joke. How many satellites and planets are there in our galaxy? What did you say? Vic was still communicating with Severn without any emotion, but he was very surprised. After Severn asked a question that was irrelevant, he opened his eyes and looked at Vic, and directly shared what he saw. Vic's electronic eye saw the scene outside the secret room. On the battlefield where the infantry of both sides were dying in large numbers, a soldier accidentally glanced at the sky while charging. 2 black satellites and a smaller black planet were looming in the dim sky of the forging world. After reading it, Vic said calmly, Om Messiah is with us. Chapter 170. The celestial engine has arrived. In the planetary structure, Gray and Yowen stood in a vast space with the function of a bridge and viewed the holographic image. The satellite structure of the celestial engine was constantly releasing detection waves that spread throughout the galaxy while rotating, transmitting the situation in the entire galaxy to the super-large holographic projection device. The crew members rode the suspension train in the bridge and sent the status of various structures, and weapons of the celestial engine to the departments that needed to know this information. Intelligence or Stoneman can complete this task, but it is now applying its computing power to more important things. Report to the Marshal, the army is ready. The weapon array and shield are in good working condition. The celestial engine has entered the star orbit. Various messages were sent to Gray. In this operation, Gray was assigned as the Marshal. Even though he didn't know where the people he was fighting came from, he could realize that he was nothing compared to the leaders of the war gangs who had fought for thousands of years. But he is the one who has the most combat experience in the Talon system, and has undergone the most virtual war training. Fortunately, Gray knows that some existence that maintains the normal operation of the celestial engine will calculate the best war strategy, and others just need to execute it. The regimental commanders, who arrived by train, gathered next to the holographic image. The war officially began only after more than 1,000 regimental commanders arrived. Obviously, we can't send the army directly to the surface of the Forge world, at least not before gaining orbital control. Gray stared at the strategic plan that was automatically generated next to the hologram. The others nodded and continued to stare at the hologram. Fleets throughout the galaxy noticed the sudden appearance of the celestial engine, and because the celestial engine did not launch an attack immediately, the enemy fleet began to boldly try to take the initiative. The fleet entrenched in the orbit of the Forge world fired while sailing towards the celestial engine, and then maintained maximum shooting distance and concentrated fire when the first warship was sucked towards the celestial engine by gravity. The firepower of more than 200 warships of all sizes looked truly spectacular. Countless torpedoes, macro cannons, light spears, and all kinds of strange ship-based weapons. These strange weapons carried out very supernatural attacks. The flesh and blood mouse attached to the periphery of the ship spurted out plague viruses and released psychic lightning. In short, they all showed their magical powers. When a large number of attacks swept towards the celestial engine, a satellite was accelerated and blocked between the celestial engine planetary structure and the fleet, using its shield to withstand most of the light spears and macro cannon shooting, while those psychic attacks such as lightning disappeared halfway without even hitting the shield. A small amount of attacks that were not blocked by the shield of the satellite structure hit the shield of the planet structure, but the shield of the planet structure was stronger, and a small amount of attacks could not do anything to it. The torpedoes followed, and the closed defense array on the satellite released a firepower net that could be seen on any planet in the galaxy to intercept all the torpedoes. After encountering a wave of attacks, the celestial engine continued to operate as usual, accelerating in the orbit around the star, and at the same time, the two metal satellites turned the side loaded with weapon arrays towards the fleet. Why don't they leave? Yaoan asked in confusion. If he were the leader of the enemy fleet, he would run away the first time he saw the celestial engine. The battleships and defense platforms were at a disadvantage in the bombardment. Could it be that the enemy hadn't seen the weapon arrays on the satellite that were charging? At this time, the weapon array began to charge, and the huge number of particle light spear launchers and other various super heavy turrets condensed various colors of light, making the satellite structure look as dazzling as a light bulb. The enemy must have a reason for not being able to evacuate. Gray frowned and thought for a moment, and could probably guess why the enemy fleet did not evacuate. I guess their ground forces have all been deployed. For example, if our guards are all fighting on a planet, and our fleet in the void finds that the enemy's fleet that suddenly arrived is very powerful, will they abandon us and withdraw immediately? We have to try to maneuver. Yaoan thought about it after listening and felt that this was the truth. From a rational point of view, they should withdraw immediately, but who can be rational forever? During the conversation, the array of weapons on the satellite began to fire. Countless particle light spears, material bullets, and the latest developed arc weapons all hit the enemy ships directly. A light spear hit the void shield and was deflected, but more light spears followed. The frigate's void shield could not last even a second. The hull was pierced by the light spears at the moment of overload. The arc jumped back and forth between the ships, just like electrocuting fish in the river. The ships without void shields were electrocuted in large numbers, and those with void shields could barely hold on. After one satellite finished shooting, it accelerated to the back of the planet, and the other satellite circled around and opened fire immediately after most of the weapon arrays entered the hit angle, and another round of devastating attacks covered the enemy fleet. After the 2 rounds of attacks, a report appeared on the holographic image. Shooting ended. Efficiency rating, poor. Gray raised his eyebrows and looked at the report. After thinking carefully, he felt that the efficiency was really not high. Because the enemy warships did not have time to adjust from the orbital bombing formation to the combat formation, they were not far apart from each other. The first wave of attacks destroyed a large number of warships in front of the fleet, but the second wave of attacks that followed mostly hit the wreckage. The light spears penetrated a section of the abandoned hull and hit the warships further back after the power was reduced. However, this efficiency rating also depends on who you are comparing with. The 2 rounds of attacks by the weapon arrays on the 2 satellites destroyed about 40% of the enemy fleet's warships. In this kind of void battle between the celestial engine and the fleet, it is meaningless to calculate the loss of a single ship. The fleet can only be calculated as a whole. The celestial engine continues to accelerate around the star orbit, and the weapon arrays on the 2 satellites begin to charge. In addition to supplying the energy normally consumed by the celestial engine, the fragments of the night holder imprisoned in the core of the planetary structure of the celestial engine must also charge the weapon array. This is simply exploitation. It's a pity that the Nightbringer fragment is locked in the hypercube maze, otherwise the whole galaxy would be able to hear its screams. The celestial engine is getting closer and closer to the Forge world, and closer to those fleets. The weapon array is still not fully charged, but another weapon is waiting to be used. The transmission device transmits a large number of bombs stored in the celestial engine planetary structure warehouse to the location of the enemy fleet. Because there are too many bombs, it is impossible to perform accurate calculations on each bomb, so the error of this transmission is relatively large, but there are still more than a dozen enemy ships superimposed with the bombs. Chapter 171. The bomb is a weapon called Void Mine, which can be simply understood as a mine, but this mine can be teleported. The structure of the Void Mine is extremely simple, just a cube with a side length of about 1 kilometer plus explosives. Without any spray paint decoration, it looks like a building block, and the cost is not even as high as the torpedo, and it is also used to cast a wide net. In any case, the cost is low and the materials are small, and a hit rate of 5% is enough to make a profit. In the enemy fleet, there are a total of 12 warships superimposed with the suddenly teleported Void Mine, almost all of which are cruisers. This may be because the cruiser is larger than the frigate. These unlucky warships were stacked with the Void Thunder, and the adamantium armor, and the outer shell of the Void Thunder fit together so tightly that they seemed to be born as one. In the internal structure of the warship, some people were trapped inside the Void Thunder, some were fused with the outer shell of the Void Thunder, and there was even a subspace engine that was split in 2 by the outer shell of the Void Thunder. Those who rushed over to check the situation could only stare blankly at the metal shell full of people and objects. They wanted to dismantle this damn thing, but they didn't know where to start. The warships that were still able to operate after being hit by the Void Mines either tried to leave the fleet or rushed directly to the warships of other war bands with which they had conflicts. Those that could not operate stayed where they were, and could only wait for the surrounding friendly warships to move away. The situation in the fleet was very chaotic. Until 10 minutes later, the Void Mines exploded, destroying a total of 17 warships. Everyone in the bridge was very happy after witnessing this victory on the holographic image. Although this weapon was not as effective as the weapon array, it always gave people a feeling of winning a prize. Don't pay attention to the situation in the void. Our mission is to fight on the surface of the Forge world. Gray reminded everyone loudly, staring at the planet marked with the Forge world on the holographic image. The celestial engine is still accelerating around the star. Various large and small devices on it accurately control the environment of the artificial celestial body to ensure that it will not affect the people and objects inside when accelerating or approaching the planet. The celestial engine is getting closer and closer to the Forge world, and when it passes by the inner Forge world in orbit, it will slow down. This is the time for the army to carry out large-scale transmission. The holographic image also shows the teleportation location of each regiment and the strategic goals they want to achieve. Prepare for battle. Gray put the helmet of the guard's power armor on his head. Other officers recorded the strategy, and then teleported to the location of their own regiment. The fleet is evacuating. In the bridge of the Conqueror, Thorax sat on the throne and looked at the brass blood pool blankly. This thing called the blood pool imager was still working, showing the situation in the galaxy. The largest drop of blood sometimes condenses from the blood pool, sometimes falls back into the blood pool, and sometimes even runs out of the blood pool. It is obvious that it cannot stably detect the celestial bodies that suddenly appear in the galaxy. Something is interfering with the blood shadow instrument. The woman in a white uniform suddenly flashed next to the blood shadow instrument, and then carefully inspected the witchcraft creation. After confirming the situation, the woman looked at Thorax and said, "Not only the blood shadow instrument, but also the subspace engine has been interfered. The gravity of the celestial bodies in the entire galaxy seems to have been amplified several times. Simply put, the Mandeville point is farther away from us. Thorax said nothing, still silent, staring at the blood shadow. He was not looking at the metal celestial body, but at the Forge World. A large number of the Oathbreakers were left there, including the adjutants. Although Sherrick from the adjutants disappeared inexplicably a month ago, the other three were confirmed to have all stayed. As for the mortals, and the people from other war bands, Thorax didn't care at all. We have to leave this system quickly, the woman reminded Thorax. At this time, the weapon arrays on the surface of the two metal satellites began to charge again, and the dazzling light on the surface of the satellites illuminated the bridge of the Conqueror. Aren't you already evacuating? Solak said. It was not him who gave the evacuation order, but the woman who could control the entire warship. But it was you who ordered them to deal with it before, the woman said. When those celestial bodies appeared in the galaxy just now, Solax did not think they had a terrible attack capability, but only thought they should be a troop transport, so he insisted on staying to pick up his subordinates. Thorax didn't even act arbitrarily, he was unsure, so he asked the woman. The woman's answer was, such a huge creation energy is a problem. The weapon array on it may severely damage the fleet, but it should only be able to launch a small number of attacks or only one attack. Besides, most of the warships belong to other war bands and red pirates, which is much better than leaving immediately and abandoning the World Eaters. The woman also thought that the people of the Oathbreaker warband were still part of the World Eaters Legion. Maybe she remembered it wrong. How can it work? The woman complained. This doesn't make sense. Is there a star inside that small planet to provide energy? I've seen similar artificial celestial bodies, but I've never seen one with such abundant energy. This doesn't make sense at all. If there wasn't this weird interference, I would be able to read its energy source, and it wouldn't be so passive. What about the other warships in the fleet? Thorax suddenly asked. The fleet as a whole suffered 40% damage. I'm not asking about our entire fleet, but about the warships of the Oathbreakers. I advise you to listen to the overall damage of the fleet, otherwise you will find it hard to accept. After asking twice, Thorax fell silent again. It was obvious that the plan had failed. In order to use this plan to reunite the broken World Eaters, Thorax had spent countless efforts. When Huron agreed to participate in this plan on the condition of helping to obtain the warships of an unknown small force, Thorax had already seen hope. Because as long as Huron joins, the execution time of the entire plan can be advanced by several years. There is no need to wait for that bastard with a pigtail to contain the Empire. It can be transformed from plundering the Forge World to conquering it. Boom. While Thorax was thinking confusedly, the bridge suddenly trembled. Our hull is damaged. The woman eagerly told the situation of the battleship. The starboard side was hit. Thorax could instantly imagine what happened. It must be that the celestial body started the second round of attack, and then a small part of the attack penetrated the fleet and hit the Conqueror, which was the fastest to evacuate. The void shield was overloaded, and the hull was hit. Thorax said nothing. The battleship finally arrived at Mandeville Point, and began to sail in the subspace. After entering the subspace, the shadows of terrifying creatures were everywhere on the ship. At this time, Thorax was still silent. Chapter 172. The Conqueror jumped into the subspace and escaped. The main battleships of other warbands also quickly entered the subspace, avoiding the end of annihilation. But there were still hundreds of warships in the galaxy. The fleet that Thorax had spent countless efforts to organize lost 80% of its ships. Gray was watching the holographic image in the bridge of the celestial engine. The war had already reached the second step. Will we be teleported to the war zone? Yawen asked. No, we will first teleport to the location of the top leaders of this world, and participate in the command as the top leaders of the Tyrone army. Gray shook his head and replied. Yawen felt very strange. Why don't we fight with the army? Orbital bombardment, bombing and propulsion, and then continue to defend in the galaxy, isn't that enough? It's not that simple. Gray shook his head helplessly. The Forge World has accumulated industry for thousands of years. We can't just go down and fight with the army. Yawen still couldn't understand. He felt that Gray was considering too many things, and could even be said to be indecisive. Before leaving the Talon system, everyone received the order to defend the Forge World, not a factory in the Forge World. However, after a lot of calculations and deductions, the Stone Man in the Celestial Engine gave a strategy that was exactly the same as Gray's. That is, first teleport the army to the battlefield to participate in the existing battle, rather than immediately letting the army launch a full-scale attack on the remaining enemies on the planet. As for the two guards, they were arranged to meet the top leaders of the Forge World. The Celestial Engine continued to operate in the star orbit, getting closer and closer to the Forge world that was still at war. Soon the celestial engine covered the sky of the Forge world and slowed down. Under the control of the Stone Man, this huge miracle creation accurately maintained its distance from the Forge world, ensuring that the unfinished planetary structure of the celestial engine would not be affected by the gravity of the Forge world. The detection array located on the planetary structure released detection waves sufficient to cover the entire Forge world, and the situation of the entire world was intuitively displayed on the holographic image. Gray observed the image for a while, then breathed a sigh of relief, because compared to the situation in the entire galaxy, the situation on the Forge world was not that serious. The flames of war spread across the entire Forge world. The enemies fighting against the Skitarii included infantrymen of various heretical sects, renegade space marines and knights, and even titans. But the Skitarii still had an absolute advantage. The Skitarii were only forced to fight in a place protected by void shields by the orbital bombardment carried out by the previous fleet. Except for the lack of space marines, the number of infantrymen, knights, titans, and other types of war machines was absolutely far greater than that of the enemy. Now that the enemy fleet is gone, it is not difficult to kill the remaining enemies on the Forge world. It is estimated that the battle will end soon. We only need to stay in the Agrippina system for a while. Gray is very optimistic about the progress of the next battle. Yes. Yao En nodded in agreement, but his expression was solemn and obviously not optimistic. Yao En's memory went back to the time when he fought in the hive a few years ago. He knew a secret that only 2 people in the entire galaxy knew, that is, the heretics of the Lord of Wisdom performed a ritual and summoned demons before being driven out of the hive world. The number of enemies remaining in the Forge world is 100 or even 1,000 times the total number of the Lord of Wisdom sections. They are also likely to summon demons or perform blasphemous rituals. While Yaon was thinking about the difficulties he might face in the future, the army in the celestial engine had been teleported to the battlefield one after another, and the particle light spears began to bombard the hostile knights and titans detected on the battlefield. It's time for us to be teleported down. Gray withdrew his gaze from the holographic image, and the teleportation protection device on his body was releasing an energy barrier. In the open space of the fortress where Vic was, a crack tore open the barrier between the dimensional space and reality. Gray and Yoan's bodies quickly condensed outside the crack, and the energy barrier that wrapped them shattered and disappeared after completing the task. Gray looked around and found himself in an open space in a fortress. The Skitarii in the fortress immediately surrounded them after discovering them. Because the intergalactic communication method used by the Tyrone army was completely different from that of the Skitarii Astrales, there was no communication from the time the celestial engine arrived and began to deploy the army. Although the Stoneman thought that the guards should be sent to meet with the top leaders of the Forge world, it did not know where these top leaders were, so it could only send the guards to the most heavily guarded position on the planet, because the top leaders of a world should be located in the most heavily guarded position. They are not enemies. Zizizizi. Gray heard shouts and signal transmissions, and then saw 2 Mechanicus members walking towards him and Yaon, and one of the Mechanicus members released a signal for all soldiers to lift their alert. Gray and Yaon looked at the 2 people who were approaching. Their body images were recorded and stored in the database. One of them was not yet identified, and the other was Vic, whose information was already stored in the database. Praise the OM Messiah. Vic's words and actions were neither hurried nor slow, just like Severn beside him. Gray had met Vic when he was investigating the Hive world, but now was not the time to reminisce. Where is your ruling sage or forging director? There are no more ruling sages. Severn said, there are still many technical priests like me in this world. We are the current high-level people in this world. Your army is larger and stronger than the enemy. The void shields deployed in various places on the surface are still running. Did your ruling sage commit suicide? Gray did not believe what Severn said. After we lost orbital control, no matter how many defensive forces were deployed around the ruling sage, it would be useless. Severn patiently explained, I just received the news a few days ago. There are more than 20 airdrop pods landing around the ruler sage. I understand. Gray thought that the ruler sage was really unlucky. After letting the visitor briefly understand the battle situation, Severn said the most important thing. Please do not conduct orbital bombing, because the industry accumulated by the Forge world for thousands of years is the treasure of the entire human race, and they cannot be turned into ruins. Gray nodded without hesitation. That's what he thought. The most important thing in a Forge world is the industrial facilities. If the safety of the industrial facilities is not taken into account during the war, it is equivalent to destroying the logistics of the Astra Militarum. A Forge world that cannot continue to produce weapons is worthless. The replicas of the priests are already coming to us. Seven's eyes flickered, and he was communicating with others remotely. Then we will command the battle together. Okay. Gray nodded. I will not participate in the discussion. Yuan turned to look at Gray. I will fight at the front line and find out where the enemy's top brass are. Gray nodded again. The royal guards are good at decapitation tactics. As long as Yuan can find out where the enemy's top brass are, they will be killed in less than a day. But Yuan's real purpose is not to prepare for decapitation tactics. He wants to perform his real duty in this war. Chapter 173. After the enemy fleet was expelled from the galaxy, and no longer had any enemy orbital bombardment threatening the area outside the Void Shield, the Skitarii, which already had an advantage, was finally able to leave the protection of the Void Shield and engage in normal warfare. The Skitarii's ground forces charged the enemy positions under the cover of Titans and Knights, while reinforcements from Tyrone appeared behind the enemy positions and joined the battle. On some battlefields where the enemy already had a great advantage, the situation did not change much. The Skitarii built positions for defense, while the enemy attacked while drawing personnel to deal with the Tyrone army that suddenly appeared from the rear. Only in the Arctic region of the Forge World, there is a different war. The priests responsible for defending the Arctic region entrusted the Tyrone army to send the Freedom Crusaders to other battlefields with higher intensity. The 44th Regiment is responsible for the war in the Arctic region. The 1st Company, with a total of 30,000 people, is responsible for retaking the western region controlled by the enemy. In addition to fighting, they have another task, which is to test a new tactic. The entire company's forces were not concentrated together to attack positions or fortresses, but were dispersed into skirmish lines. Grot, who had become the captain of the 1st Company, was riding a command-type Lehman Russ tank. Through the holographic image, he saw that his subordinates were scattered everywhere, and there were often only a few hundred people in a large area. Grot got out of the car and looked around. 2 ogring guards wearing power armor walked on both sides of the tank, and the 500-man captain's guards also followed the tank. They were in groups of 3 or 5, and looked very loose. The entire company was moving forward on the battlefield in a loose manner. Although the battlefield is located in Antarctica, there is no ice or glacier here, and all kinds of industrial facilities, large or small, are scattered in the field of vision. Grote feels that this place is more like a city, which is completely different from the battlefield environment he imagined when he was preparing for the war on the Celestial Engine. From time to time, a few fighter planes flew over in the sky, and then a few flashes appeared on the horizon in front. The artillery unit of the 44th Regiment was bombing at the edge of the battlefield, and Grote didn't know what they were bombing. "Captain, what are we doing?" The driver who was operating the tank turned around and asked. "I don't know," Grote answered. This was not an impatient excuse, but a true statement. Grote himself didn't know what he was doing. He only knew that he had received an order to advance, but he had never fought a decent battle. Compared to fighting, the infantry of the entire company was more like a picnic. Grote knew that the other infantry in the company, who were out of his sight, were also on a picnic. When Grote was looking around, he suddenly heard a roar. He and his men turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. This sound was not the sound of soldiers from other areas encountering the enemy and exchanging fire, but the sound of giant war machines called Titans from the Mechanicus. There were several mountains moving on the distant horizon. These were Titans. The Titans were carrying out the transfer order issued by the priest and marching towards the high-intensity battlefield where they were more needed. They just saw the friendly forces from the Talon system when they passed by, and then greeted them in the Titan way. When Grote saw these Titans, he felt that what he was doing was not much different from what they were doing, just moving forward. After observing for a while, Groot's body shrank into the tank and continued to stare at the holographic projection. Although everyone seemed to be on a picnic, the war was indeed going on. The holographic projection showed all the detected positions, or fortresses, that had been captured by the enemy before. Although they had not been attacked by infantry, they were still decreasing rapidly. The benefit of the new tactics that the 1st Company was experimenting with was obvious, that is, the ground forces could advance very quickly. Groot took a quick look at the overall situation, and looked at a patch of red dots scattered in front of the infantry. "We are about to face a battle, so cheer up," Groot reminded the entire company in the communication channel. The command-type Lehman Russ tank drove forward for about 10 minutes, and Groot saw a warehouse in front of him. This warehouse had been cleaned by artillery and fighter planes, and the left half had collapsed, with fortification wreckage and corpses inside and outside. The most difficult thing here had been dealt with before, and only a small number of enemies were left in the warehouse. After discovering the Lehman Russ tanks outside the warehouse, the survivors in the warehouse rushed out with various weapons. Grodd observed them carefully and found that these enemies had various degrees of mutation, holding a variety of weapons in their hands, and even some were bare-chested and holding 2 axes. Their equipment was not even as good as that of the militia. The only advantage was that they were all very angry, and were being driven forward by anger. They were not afraid even when facing tanks and infantry wearing power armor. While Grodd was observing, the tanks and the surrounding infantry had already opened fire. In just 5 seconds, more than half of the enemies rushing out of the warehouse were slaughtered by heavy bolts and laser rifles, but the remaining enemies were still charging forward. This was a battle without any suspense. If the various artillery and fortifications in the warehouse had not been destroyed by the fighter planes that flew here before, it might have taken some effort, but unfortunately there was no if. The scanning device integrated into the power armor worn by each infantryman was still working during the battle. After the latest scan, a red mark appeared on the map in the HUD. This mark was approaching from the east, very fast. Grodd immediately assigned people to defend the east, and all the weapons on the tank were turned over. After making all the preparations, Grodd put his eyes on the observation mirror to check the situation in the east. Soon, a space marine wearing red power armor and holding 2 axes appeared in Grodd's field of vision. He shuttled back and forth between various objects that could be used as cover, approaching at a very fast speed. The heavy bolters on the tank and the surrounding infantry opened fire. The space marine continued to move between the cover, quickly rushed to the vicinity of the tank, chopped off the heads of 2 infantry with an axe, and then raised the corpses to use as shields to approach the tank. Loot! Grodd called his ogring guards. The man named Loot had already rushed forward with his arms raised. His heavy body was assisted by the transmission device of the ogre armor and rushed forward. The space marines, who were targeted by him, did not avoid, but immediately swung their axe. When the axe blade broke the power armor, Loot's arms also smashed down. The sound of the power armor breaking was heard. The space marine's head and helmet were smashed to pieces, and even his shoulders were smashed to the same level as his waist. His body and power armor were severely deformed, and it was simply horrible. I killed 3 big guys. I'm the best. Loot raised his bloody arms and cheered loudly. Grodd wanted to remind Loot that he killed not 3 but 1, but just as he was about to speak, he found that the blood on the battlefield gathered and gradually disappeared. What's going on? The blood? The infantry who had just annihilated all the enemies noticed this strange situation. The blood was flowing and gathering, and then disappeared as if evaporated. We have to report this situation. Grodd filmed the strange phenomenon in front of him and transmitted it to the guards. Chapter 174. Blood was flowing out of each corpse, from organs such as the eyes and mouth, and even from the pores of the skin. This kind of bleeding on a corpse, whose heart had stopped beating, was obviously abnormal. The blood gathered on the ground and evaporated. This was the video footage sent by Grodd. Yoan, wearing the Royal Guard's power armor, was squatting in a factory in the enemy-occupied area, carefully checking the footage and then analyzing it. But because this phenomenon was so strange, Yoan didn't analyze anything after watching it for a long time, only knowing that it was supernatural and abnormal. This phenomenon also appeared in the war with the heretic sect Lord of Wisdom a few years ago. Almost all the guards had witnessed similar phenomena, but only Yoan knew what this phenomenon represented. Ritual. Yoan looked at the image and muttered to himself. This should undoubtedly be a blasphemous ritual, which may be used to strengthen the isolated heretic armies on the Forge world, or to allow demons to break through the curtain between the subspace and reality and come to the material universe. Grodd was not the only one who discovered the strange phenomenon of blood. Many people in the Tyrone army fighting in the Forge world also witnessed it. Yoan then checked these images. Some images showed that the blood of all enemies and allies on the battlefield gathered together and rose to the sky to form a blood ball with a diameter of about 8 meters. Some images showed that the blood gathered together to form a blood man, and then this blood man yelled at the soldiers who filmed the images, saying various spells that people could not understand but could sense the hideous and terrifying concepts from them. There were also various other images. These images were uploaded to the guards by the soldiers who filmed them. Yoan believed that Gray should have seen these images, but Gray would only feel weird and ask the soldiers to be more vigilant, because he did not know the knowledge about the subspace and the evil gods. A single image analysis can't tell you anything useful, but when many images are added together, Yoan realizes that these strange blood phenomena are not without rules. The biological processor installed in Yoan's brain is different from that installed by other guards. This special biological processor can handle information about chaos corrosion more properly. When the biological processor senses the idea of rules that flashed in Yaoen's mind, it immediately pursues this idea and assists Yaoen in analysis through technical means. First, a map was shown to Yaoen, and then the location of the soldier who sent the video data was marked on the map, and the content of the video data was also highlighted with the most important sections. Yaoen stared at the map and analyzed it. He found that the strange blood phenomenon captured by people at the southernmost and northernmost ends of the Forge world was the mildest, at most a bit supernatural. The phenomenon captured by people close to the center of the Forge world was the most serious. The image of the bloodman formed by blood and roaring at the photographer occurred here. When Yaoen thought of this, the biological processor marked a large circle on the map, which was the location near the equator of the Forge world, and all the information about this location was also displayed. The area included in this location: Engine Foundry Giant, while Donkey Foundry Large. The ruling sage of the Agrippina Forge world once deployed defenses in the Engine Foundry. Information source: Number 1 Guard Gray. 2 days ago, there were still a small number of troops in this area that could contact the priests of the Forge world, but there has been no new contact signal for 50 hours. Information source: Number 1 Guard Gray. Some of this information was known by Yao when he first came to the Forge world. Some of it was found out by him in the past few days, and some was shared to the database by Gray after he learned more details from the priests. The biological processor also conducted an assessment based on conjectures and information. Possibility of chaos corruption source: 83%. 83%. Yaoen looked at the assessment results with some embarrassment. The biological processor has also conducted a lot of analysis and assessments in recent days, marking many areas in the Forge world that are believed to be the source of chaos corruption, but the assessment results are not high. The processor is not an oracle. It can only assist in analysis based on existing information and then make an assessment, so the areas marked now are also likely to be misjudgments. However, considering that the probability of 83% is the highest in the recent evaluation results, Yaoen thought it would be better to spend some time to investigate. If it is false, it would be a waste of time, but if it is true... Yaoen, what's the situation on your side? As Yaoen frowned and thought, Gray's voice sounded in his mind. The area occupied by the enemy was strongly interfered. The communication array of the Crusaders could not send the communication into the enemy-occupied area at all, but the communication between the guards was not interfered. Yaoen would regularly report to Gray what he had discovered these days. Today, he was a little late in analyzing the video data, so Gray took the initiative to contact Yaoen, fearing that something might happen to him. The enemy's high-ranking officials are hiding very well. Yaoen was somewhat helpless. Next, I plan to use some other means to find them, and then kill them. What means? Gray asked. Special reconnaissance means. Yaoen's words were vague, but he already had a detailed plan in mind. Although we don't know what kind of ritual the enemy is performing, one thing is certain, that is, this ritual also consumes life. Perhaps you can disguise yourself as a civilian, be kidnapped by the enemy, and then take it away. Although this may not necessarily be sent to the enemy's high-level officials, you will definitely be sent to the enemy who is performing the ritual. In Yaoen's opinion, stopping the enemy's ritual from continuing is more important than implementing a decapitation tactic. Don't take too many risks. Although we are guards, we will die if the reactor in our body is destroyed. Don't waste your life in a war that is bound to win. Gray instructed. In Gray's opinion, this war will definitely be won, because the celestial engine controls the entire galaxy, and the ground forces of the Skitarii are already strong. With the addition of the Tyrone army, victory is inevitable. But Yaoen doesn't think so. He believes that if the enemy's ongoing ritual succeeds, it will definitely turn the tide of the war, which also strengthens his determination to stop the ritual. I will go here and disguise myself as a civilian or a prisoner of war. Yaoen transmitted the coordinates of the foundry marked on the map to Gray. This is the foundry that the sage of the Forge world once defended. If the war goes well, I hope to focus on attacking here. Gray checked the mark. He didn't know what Yaoen was going to do, but he knew Yaoen must have a reason, so he immediately agreed. I will negotiate with the priests and give priority to attacking the foundry you marked. Even if the Mechanicus won't go there, the Tyrone army will go there. Seeing Gray agreed, Yaoen was completely relieved. Letting a large force attack the foundry is actually a backup measure. In case the ritual succeeds and brings terrible consequences, at least there will be troops to start attacking the foundry, so there will be no need to waste time assembling and deploying the army. Communication ended. After saying what he needed to say, Yaoen turned off the communication function of the Guardian Power Armor, then closed his eyes, and thought about removing the armor 3 times in a row. The Guardian Power armor on his body immediately opened and fell off his body. The biological processor still maintained the connection between Yaoan's brain and the Guardian Power armor. He could remotely control the Guardian Power armor, call and drive away the Guardian Power armor, and of course, there were unique functions prepared for covert operations. After Yaoan seriously thought about driving away 3 times in a row, a dimensional crack appeared under the Guardian Power armor, and the entire Power armor fell into it. The Power armor will always exist in the dimensional rift, unaffected by time and space. As long as Yaoan needs the Power armor, it will appear immediately. After removing the armor, Yaoan looks no different from an ordinary person except that he is stronger. Although he has undergone many mechanical modifications, there are no marks left on his body. Yaoan ran to the foundry area number 4 further north, where the biological processor detected a large number of creatures. Chapter 175. Forging District Number 4. Since the death of the Sage Ruler, more and more enemy forces have poured into the engine foundry and other nearby forging districts and eventually controlled these areas. Some civilians died at the beginning of the war, and some died in the looting. The remaining few people were scattered in various industrial facilities in the forging district, either hiding in places where they thought others could not find them, or taking up arms to resist. The resistance in Forging District Number 4 was the most serious. 3 Oathbreaker Chaos Space Marines and a lieutenant named Quinn were withdrawn from the front line and led 100,000 mortal servants to exterminate the resistance forces in the entire Forging District. When the Oathbreakers led by Quinn entered the foundry area, ready to fight a bloody war with the resistance, they could only see the ruins of industrial facilities everywhere in the foundry area. Neither the Chaos Space Marines nor the mutated mortal servants believed that there were living people here, because the air quality in this foundry area was even better than other foundries. But Thorax's lieutenant, the Dark Apostle Quain, didn't think so. As an apostle who spread the dark faith, Quain could receive evil revelations and take action based on these revelations. At the entrance of the forge, Quain held up the scepter with the symbol of corn and ordered the Oathbreaker Space Marine beside him, "Go and bring the prisoner here." The Space Marine didn't like to follow orders from Quain, but after seeing the scepter in his hand, he obeyed. He returned shortly after leaving and brought the prisoner that Quain asked for. Quain walked up to the prisoner and looked him over. The prisoner's head was held by the Space Marine's big hand, and his legs, which had been transformed into machines, hung weakly on the ground. Mechanical modification parts can be seen everywhere on the body of this prisoner, including the nose and iron lungs, and the modified pliers that are more suitable for industrial production. The quality of these mechanical modification parts is so poor that even an amateur like Queen despises them. "Look at you." Queen looked at the prisoner with disdain, and a low voice came out of his mouth. "The pseudo-emperor's lackeys I saw were miserable enough, and you, the shitty Wanjishan lackeys, are even more miserable. You are simply slaves. I am worse than a slave, but I know that if I fall into your hands, I will most likely be tortured to death, and I won't even be qualified to be your lackey." The captive glanced at the mortal servants of the Oathbreakers war band. Through his life, as a captive these days, he observed that these servants were already high-ranking people among the traitors. Those thin and weak ones would most likely be skinned and hung on the iron pole. "What do you know?" Queen looked down on the captive with disdain, as if he wanted to recruit him. "Wouldn't it be great to become servants of the blood god together and kill those bastards, like priests, who oppressed you on the battlefield?" The prisoner opened his mouth and spat at Quinn. This spit was more like a lubricant used to lubricate mechanical respiratory tracts, emitting fluorescence in the dark environment, and burning Quinn's eyeballs after falling on his eyes. "Give me a quick death, coward." The prisoner continued to provoke Quinn, and shouted loudly that made these traitors feel unbearable to hear, "For the god of all machines, for Oim Messiah." Quinn wiped his face, and complained helplessly while working. "I really don't want to waste my energy on the ritual here. If you were smart, I would give you a quick death." The captive watched Quinn's every move nervously. This guy was waving the scepter in his hand, and he didn't know what he was doing. After a while, the captive found that his body was suspended, a lot of blood was pouring out of his pores, and the skin attached to his limbs fell off like soul. The intense pain made the captive want to scream, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't scream. Many horrible and terrifying scenes flashed before his eyes, torturing his spirit. The blood flowing from the captives was suspended like a thread, connecting to various places in the number 4 foundry. Without Quinn's order, the people of the Oathbreakers knew what to do. They divided into small groups, and followed the bloodline to various places in the foundry. When the first person reached the end of the bloodline, he found metal tiles on the ground that could be moved. Others gradually discovered the pipelines connecting the industrial facilities, and the channels used to transport molten iron under the foundry. These discoveries meant nothing to Queen. Everyone knows that the forge world is full of pipelines and underground buildings. Just a glance will show thousands of pipelines connecting industrial facilities together. The key is where these chaotic pipelines will eventually lead to. The bloodline continued to extend to point out the way for everyone. Queen ordered everyone to move forward along the bloodline. These pipelines are more maze-like than a maze. Some places are large enough for tanks to walk through, some places can only be crawled, and some places even require all the decorations on the body to be removed to squeeze through, which makes people feel upset. But fortunately, this was not in vain. When a group of people led by Quinn followed the bloodline into the underground cave, he saw many people resting or training here, some of whom were Skitarii soldiers, but most of them were civilians. Quinn looked at these civilians and smiled, holding up the scepter and ordered, "Kill the Skitarii and those who have been transformed to a large extent, and take away all the rest." The Chaos Space Marines and mortal servants charged at the survivors, and easily eliminated the Skitarii soldiers and mechanical servants before they could react and organize resistance. On the way, they also affected some civilians whose mechanical transformation was not large, but it was not important. "Go and pile up the heads of the dead." Queen gave the order again. The mortal servants immediately did as they were told. They took the heads of the dead and piled them together. This pile of skulls is not a random pile. If you want it to have some effect, you have to meet some hard conditions. So when the number is insufficient or the shape of the skull pile is not perfect, you need to fill it with the controlled civilians. In the end, these skulls piled up into a small mountain. When the people of the Oathbreakers saw it, they would feel full of fighting spirit in their hearts. When others saw it, they would either rush towards the Chaos Space Marines with bare hands, or they would only feel fear and be so scared that they had to breathe carefully. All those who suddenly became furious were slaughtered. Queen looked at those who were too frightened to move and gave them orders, "Don't move. Wait for us to come back." These civilians had participated in the resistance, but now suddenly lost all their fighting spirit. They knelt like slaves near the skull pile. After hearing Queen's wishful thinking order, they nodded tremblingly, unable to think of any resistance. "Keep going." Queen nodded with satisfaction, turned around and led the others to continue moving forward. Chapter 176. The Oathbreakers quickly cleared the resistance in the fourth forging area, and they made sure that there would be no omissions from the branch routes scattered in all the pipelines. Everything was carried out efficiently. Even though Quinn, who organized this operation, left halfway, the others continued to clean up the forging area according to his orders. No one slaughtered the prisoners wantonly, unless it was really necessary. The 3 Space Marines of the Oathbreakers suppressed their anger throughout the whole process, because they knew that these prisoners were of great use in turning the tide of the war, and indiscriminate killing would only lead to the inevitable death of everyone in this war. The cleanup operation lasted for 3 days. After the operation, the 3 Space Marines and the mortal servants took all the prisoners back to the foundry. A total of more than 100,000 prisoners were tied up in chains and marched on foot under the supervision of the enemy. Yaon had already mixed in. Like the others, he was chained and marched silently, only occasionally observing the surrounding situation. After a day and a night of continuous travel, the prisoners were getting closer and closer to the foundry. Yoan observed everything here while passing through the outer wall of the foundry. The walls were covered with blasphemous brass marks. Chaos Space Marines of the Oathbreakers were stationed on the walls, about 300 of them. The rest were an army of mortal servants, and those half-flesh, half-machine freaks. All this puzzled Yoan, because he could not find Chaos Space Marines and servants from other war bands. With such doubts, Yoan continued to move forward, gradually approaching the core area of the foundry. A moment later, Yoan and other captives were taken into a building that looked like an arena. Some of the captives were escorted to the foundry, and the rest were taken to the cell area and imprisoned. The Space Marines and mortal servants of the Oathbreakers locked the adamantine door and left. They did not want to miss the fight. Yaoan saw that there were many prisoners in this dark cell. The cells opposite were not just mortals, but some Chaos Space Marines. These betrayers looked strange. Some were covered with pustules, and pus flowed out of the gaps in their power armor. Some wore blue power armor, and had serious mutations in their limbs. Yaoan was wondering why he could not see Chaos Space Marines from other war bands. Now he had the answer. Apparently, the war bands have already started fighting among themselves. However, Yaoan thought it was unlikely, because he saw Space Marines from different war bands fighting side by side on the way to the number 4 foundry area. Of course, It is not ruled out that the internal fighting is only happening in the foundry. They are used for rituals. A deep voice sounded behind Yao En. Yao En turned around and saw a man standing up in the dark corner of the cage and walking towards him. It was a 2.2-meter tall muscular man, much bigger than the others. Space Marine. Yao En immediately recognized the identity of this muscular man. This Astartes had no mutations. He had an Imperial double-headed eagle badge on his waist. He did not look like a Chaos Space Marine, but an Astartes monastic. The Astartes walked up to Yao En and squatted down, staring at the cell opposite, and said in a low voice, "Most of the war bands should still be fighting side by side, but this group of Oathbreakers stabbed us in the back. They captured some people from other war bands who were alone." "You said they were performing a ritual?" Yao En asked in confusion. "Yes, a gladiatorial ritual." Astarte nodded. "They will let mortals fight with mortals, Space Marines fight with Space Marines, and then the blood will gather and be absorbed by a statue. I think this is a ritual." Yao En thought about it and nodded in agreement. After the two observed for a while, Yao En suddenly asked, "You look different from the Space Marines in those war bands." "It's a long story when a child has no mother." Astarte said a very rare sentence. Yao En searched his memory in his brain, and suddenly remembered that Qin Mo had said this when he was alone, like a philosophical saying, like a proverb. "White scars, Chen Yi." Astarte said his name, and then began to explain to Yao En why he was here. Chen Yi is an Astarte of the White Scars, serving for 100 years. He and another battle brother named Barutai came to the Forge World, hoping that the technical priests here would help repair the Terminator power armor. The Sage of Domination received Chen Yi and Barutai, and the two waited in the foundry. Then the invasion began, the engine foundry and the surrounding area fell, and the two were captured and forced to fight. Barutai is dead. Chen Yi clenched his fists. "I have to avenge him." "What's the point of you telling me this? I'm just a mortal." Yao En didn't tell his true intention. In his opinion, Chen Yi, the Astartes, might not be a friend. Maybe he is part of the conspiracy. The blue-armored Space Marine imprisoned in the prison opposite is a believer of a chaos god who likes to play tricks. "Because you are different from others," Chen Yi said, glancing at the other people shivering in the corner of the prison. "We have to cooperate." Chen Yi did not avoid anyone when he said these words. Although there were no people from the Oathbreakers warband guarding this side of the prison, there were Space Marines from other warbands in the prison opposite. However, after Chen Yi finished speaking, the Space Marines in the prison opposite looked at him and nodded. Obviously, under the current circumstances, the people in the prison have reached a consensus. "I have to escape and tell my brothers about the situation here," the blue-armored Space Marine said, "but we really don't need to bring a dirty and smelly Solus with us. Don't think so far ahead. If we can escape, we have to fight each other to see who is the winner." The Space Marine covered with pustules interrupted. Chen Yi held the railing made of adamantium tightly with both hands, and said angrily, "If you bastards hadn't invaded the Forge World, how could I have fallen to this point? If I can escape, I will definitely hang your corpses on the motorcycle and drive around the foundry 100 times. I feed you a mouthful of venom after we get out, but don't worry now, young man. Go to hell." "Stop!" Yao En interrupted the quarrel and asked everyone, "Who is responsible for the ceremony?" Yao En came here to stop the ceremony. He planned to kill the person in charge of the ceremony directly, otherwise he would not be caught unless he wanted to. Dark Apostle Quinn, a bastard holding the scepter of the Blood God's mark. The blue-armored Space Marine replied, "It's useless to ask this. Why not ask me, the master of psychic energy, if there is any way to get us out? Fuck your psychic powers. You guys who play with witchcraft are always talking nonsense, prophesying and psychic powers, but your warband didn't even notice that one person was missing, and your battle brothers are still foolishly serving as thugs for Koselex. I don't want to talk to a guy with pustules all over his body, sorry." Yao En felt that these Space Marines really had no other choice but to get together. Such a team could not survive the fight outside, let alone escape. Yao En didn't want to get involved in this matter either. He silently remembered the appearance of the Dark Apostle described by the blue-armored Space Marine, and was ready to kill him as soon as he appeared. Chapter 177. The gate of the cell area suddenly rose, and then a Chaos Space Marine holding a huge axe walked into the cell area. When they saw this guy coming in, Chen Yi and the other two Space Marines immediately stopped arguing. Although they had conflicts with each other, they all had reasons to survive, and they also knew that they could not escape alone. In the case of not being able to die, cooperation is the best way. The executioner of the Oathbreakers war gang walked slowly in the cell area with a huge axe. His axe scratched on the adamantine railing, and the sparks and the creepy friction sound reached the ears of every prisoner. The executioner's eyes swept through every cell. He passed over the captives kneeling or huddled in the corner, and his eyes inevitably fell on Qinyi. "Let me play." Qinyi looked at the executioner provocatively. "Does a butcher's nail have the ability to pick people?" Qinyi's sarcasm was undoubtedly harsh to the Space Marines of the Oathbreakers, because it was a very common and powerful sarcasm. Every Oathbreaker had a butcher's nail on his head, and was controlled by the murderous intent and pain brought by the butcher's nail. That was the truth, but calling someone a nail was a bit too much. "I chop your head off." The executioner gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, but he still had to finish his business first. His eyes swept over Qinyi, and finally landed on Yaoen. You all." The executioner pointed at Yaoen, and then at everyone in the cell, selecting Yaoen and other prisoners as well as Qinyi, the Space Marine. "Count me in, a nail." The blue-armored Space Marine in the cell opposite stood up, stretched out his arms that had mutated into tentacles, and hooked the executioner twice. "Since you want to die, okay, Rhodes, then add you." The executioner hit the adamantine railing with an axe, and in his rage, he still counted the blue-armored Space Marine named Rhodes. Rhodes winked at Qinyi, and then turned to the executioner and asked, "Don't let that bug go on stage." The executioner followed Rhodes' gaze, and saw Yaoen. He also recognized that this was a soulless person, but in his opinion, this was just a mortal captive, nothing more. In addition, the executioner didn't know whether the soulless person's blood and soul would be useful for the ritual, and Quinn was not in the foundry, and couldn't go to consult, so in short, let the soulless person participate in the gladiatorial contest and die early. "Count me in." The Space Marine covered with pus stood up and asked. The executioner didn't even look at him, and designated hundreds of captives in the cell, then turned around and walked out of the cell area. Soon, more than 10,000 mortal servants of the Oathbreakers warband rushed into the cell area, holding keys to open the doors of the adamantine cells, releasing all those who were selected to participate in the fight, and then forcing them to line up in a long line. Most of the captives didn't know what they were facing. They thought it was a punishment, and trembled with fear, and refused to leave the cell. "This is not a punishment, this is a fair fight." The mortal servants waved axes, intimidating the captives who dared not leave the cell, forcing them to get up and leave the cell. After all the temporary gladiators lined up in a long line, Yaoen turned his head and took a quick look. His bioprocessor immediately calculated the number of people. Including the 2 Space Marines and Yaoen himself, there were a total of 8,888 people. Yaoen recalled that Qin had once told him how to use numbers to distinguish chaos sections. Those who insisted on adding 8 must be Blood God followers. This group of people has a prominent preference for close combat. Just like Groot's brother who believes in the bravery champion. Since most of the captives are civilians in the Forge world, they are naturally accustomed to queuing, so they quickly lined up, and were led by the war gang servants to the outside of the cell area. The closer he got to the outside of the cell area, the more intense the shouting and screaming became. When he reached the door, Yaoen saw the arena. This was a giant furnace used to store molten metal in the engine foundry. It was half dismantled and decorated with various blasphemous marks. It looked like a giant indoor swimming pool on the world of Talon Galaxy No. 3, but without water. Many people were tied to the thorny pillars decorated with the Blood God's mark around the arena. They all looked like high-level people in the forging world. Only half of the ruling sage's body was left, with a metal hook piercing his head and hanging on a pillar, but he was not dead. His 2 electronic eyes were rotating to observe the surrounding situation. The arena was surrounded by the Oathbreaker Space Marines and a large number of mortal servants, all of whom were attracted by the fight. It seemed that this ceremony needed an audience. "Get your weapons." A modified red transport plane covered with spikes flew in front of 8,888 people and stopped, and the people on it immediately threw down piles of weapons. There was nothing good in these weapons, not even guns, only axes, sticks, long swords and the like. "Follow me closely later." Qinyi turned back and whispered to Yaoen, then picked up 2 long swords. "Don't take other people's weapons." The servant on the transport plane scolded. The servant's upper body was cut in half just after he finished speaking. Others didn't see clearly who killed him, but only saw some blood on Qinyi's 2 swords. When they saw their own people being killed, the nearby mortal servants and space warriors didn't react at all, they just glanced at them. "Then I take it from you." Qinyi took out the servant's knife and handed it to the mortal captive behind him. Rode picked up 2 sticks and handed one to Yaoen. "It seems that you are not a particularly powerful soulless person. At least when I stand next to you, I just feel like I am in a pile of ant cow dung, and I am not unable to use my spiritual power. Although he was not convinced, Yao En admitted in his heart that Road was right, that is, his soulless characteristics were not strong. If his wife or daughter were here, it would be strange if Road didn't vomit. Yao En glanced at Rhodes and picked up a weapon at random. The team slowly moved towards the arena, and everyone who passed by the transport plane picked up a weapon. Everyone continued to move forward and entered the battlefield in the center of the arena. The gladiators sent by the Oathbreakers also arrived. There were 888 of them in total. Except for about 100 Space Marines, the rest were all mortal servants. Some of the Space Marines of the war gang advanced with their giant axes held high, and some took off their power armor, as if they wanted to win the fight in a more glorious way. The battle was imminent. Qin Yi excitedly raised his two swords and prayed to the Emperor. Rhodes spoke very intimate words to the air. The captives prayed to Om Messiah. Yao En picked up the black pendant given by Qin Mo a few years ago and put it on his forehead. Guide me, my god. Chapter 178. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The members of the Oathbreakers war gang roared and began to charge. The whole fight started very suddenly. Yao En originally thought that these guys would perform some rituals or something. Follow me. Don't let me fall into rage. Qin Yi said something that surprised Yao En very much, and then he held the two swords and took a fighting posture. In this situation, Astartes was simply a banner. All mortal captives subconsciously gathered around Qin Yi. Even Rhodes was no exception. The key is to protect me. Rhodes shouted at Qin Yi hurriedly, and then threw the knife aside. Just when Qin Yi and Yao En thought that this guy was scared, a blue scepter appeared out of thin air in Rhodes' hand. The mortal servants of the Oathbreakers were slow, but their space warriors were so fast that they rushed over a distance of 100 meters in a blink of an eye. Rhodes slowly walked to the front of everyone, and when he estimated that the distance was about right, he slammed the scepter into the ground. 10 lightning bolts were released from the scepter and rushed towards the enemy along the ground, instantly turning the 3 Space Marines holding double axes into ashes. When Rhodes saw that the 10 lightning bolts only killed 3 people, he was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and glared at Yao En impatiently. Yao En thought that Rhodes was not far away from him, and could kill 3 people with psychic spells. His psychic talent must be very high. After Rhodes turned his head, 2 executioners rushed to him and swung their giant axes at him. At this time, Qin Yi flashed out from the side and swung his double knives, ready to cut off the hands of the 2 executioners in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Qin Yi lacked combat experience. One of the executioners switched from chopping to elbowing and hit Qin Yi on the head, while the other switched from swinging to chopping. When his head was about to be chopped off, Qin Yi turned back to avoid the chopping. This large movement did not affect his speed and accuracy. He left blood marks on the arms of the 2 executioners with 2 backhanded slashes. This situation was within reason and beyond expectation. Qin Yi had no time to think about whether the weapon in his hand could have a killing effect. Rhodes knocked Qin Yi away and released lightning at the 2 executioners in front of him. The bodies of the 2 executioners turned into ashes in an instant, and only the accessories and the giant axe fell down. Qin Yi took 2 steps back and looked at the knife in his hand. These 2 knives were obviously too low quality. The 2 executioners in front of him did not wear armor at all, but the knives could only leave 2 blood marks on their arms. Keep fighting. Rhodes stretched out his tentacles and controlled the giant axe to fly towards Qin Yi. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment when he saw the flying axe, then looked at Yao En behind him and caught it. Qin Yi and Rhodes dodged and counterattacked with superb skills, while the other released psychic energy in a safe environment and occasionally hit the enemy close to him with the scepter in his hand. Yao En was fighting with another enemy near the 2 of them. The trio was doing well, but the situation of the other captives was not good. For mortals to fight against the Space Marines of the Forsworn War Band with melee weapons was not a battle, but a slaughter. The executioner's axe could chop off a row of heads with every swing, and the berserker could chop or swing his double axes in the crowd and split a person in 2 with every chop or swing. The captives either shouted for the god of all things and rushed forward to die meaninglessly, or were so scared that they squatted on the ground and dared not fight at all, and could only sit and wait to be killed. There was even a teenager who participated in the battle. He was completely frightened by the situation in front of him, kneeling on the ground and holding his father's head and crying. A berserker ignored him and fought around him as if to protect him, wielding double axes to slaughter adults. But the young man was targeted by the Oathbreaker mortal servants, who came later. A ripper with an arm transformed into a chainsaw sword was approaching him. Come at me! You cowards! Qin Yi roared and slammed the giant axe into the chest of the enemy in front of him, and then pulled out the giant axe to block the attack from the side. While fighting, he tried to keep the enemy as far away from the mortals as possible. While fighting, he attracted the attention of the Oathbreaker Space Marines. Your Gene Father, where's the object called Butcher's Nail? By the way, has your Gene Father changed the wetware? Qin Yi was very angry, but he still said sarcastic words in a playful tone, and these words were indeed very effective. The enemy hated Qin Yi even more than Rhodes, who used witchcraft. They roared and gathered together, ready to chop up this bastard who insulted the Gene Father of the World Devourer. But a momentary verbal quickness could not turn the tide of the battle. Qin Yi fought and moved while observing the situation around him. Rhodes, who had been following him, was stopped, and his figure was gradually covered by a red. Yao En also changed his weapon to a giant axe. He stood in front of the mortal to contain the various enemies rushing over. That was probably it. Qin Yi felt helpless. This was a dead end. How could the Oathbreakers really fight a fair fight? Given the huge gap in strength between the two sides, they would definitely lose. The only thing they could do was fight to the death. Buzz! A roar suddenly sounded. Qin Yi looked in the direction of Rhodes, and found that he had used a psychic spell that could knock all nearby enemies away. Rhodes' tentacles had been cut off, and his armor was full of holes. He could only lean on his scepter to avoid falling. However, Rhodes was not fighting alone. There was a much taller alien with female features beside him. The alien held a bone blade in both hands, and supported Rhodes with its slender tail. This alien looked so evil that Qin Yi felt from the bottom of his heart that she was not an alien, but a more bizarre and terrifying creature. Rhodes glanced at Qin Yi, said a few words to the alien intimately, and then the two of them cut a bloody path straight to Qin Yi's side. At this time, Yao En was not around, and Rhodes could even release lightning to help Qin Yi while clearing nearby enemies. That soulless man! Qin Yi shouted, and rushed to where Yao En was. Ignore that soulless man, okay? Rhodes followed Qin Yi helplessly. Yao En, who was fighting, suddenly found that his pendant flashed, and then a long sword with flames condensed out of thin air in his hand. This miraculous phenomenon made Yao En realize that the god he believed in and followed had already set his sights on this arena. Yao En swung the flaming long sword to chop at the enemies approaching him, and all of them, whether they were space marines or mortals, were cut in half. Even those enemies standing outside the attack range of the long sword were suddenly pulled into the attack range, and cut in half when the blade passed through their bodies. Yao En felt that the pendant was not only helping him fight, but also giving him guidance. That was to kill as many enemies as possible, and kill them personally with a weapon in his hand. Chapter 179. The 3 fusion reactors in Yao En's body were overloaded to provide energy for various mechanical transformation parts, which made him burst out with amazing power, killing any enemy he saw with extremely fast speed and strong power. The pendant hanging on his neck floated upwards, and the physical laws around his body were distorted. The distance covered by each step of the enemies surrounding Yao En was not fixed. They might be farther away from Yao En, or they might cross hundreds of meters in an instant and come to him. The flaming blade that was swung might only kill a group of enemies in front of Yao En, or it might kill someone outside the arena. Yao En chopped the 2 space marines in front of him into pieces, and their bodies were instantly burned to ashes. As a guard, Yao En could not be defeated in the arena even without armor, but there was no more efficient way to kill the enemy. The star god power that Qin Mo transmitted through the pendant made up for this shortcoming, allowing Yao En to achieve his goal faster. Those killed by Yao En would not even shed blood. Even Qin Yi and Rhodes found that those they killed would not bleed. They had no time to think about the strange situation, and could only focus on fighting side by side with the remaining more than 1,000 mortals. Although the combat power of the 2 sides in the arena was still very different, and there would still be oath-breaking space warriors slaughtering mortals, who could not be protected in time, the battle had become easier. Moreover, there were some additional benefits for a soulless person to go on a killing spree with the blessing of the star god, that is, this arena was gradually losing its use as a ritual venue. At the same time, Queen was traveling on the battlefields in a transport plane, thinking about how to perform the ritual more efficiently. If other battlefields could be turned into ritual sites, and the arena could be added, the ritual that could turn the tide of the battle would be completed faster. Queen closed his eyes, and held a brass scepter with the blood god's mark in both hands, searching for battlefields suitable for the ritual according to the instructions. After a period of perception, Queen suddenly discovered a strange situation, that is, the ritual effect on the arena had weakened. Quinn quickly opened his eyes, and contacted Magloa and Lorkai, who were stationed at the arena. These two people were from the adjutant group, Dr. Tu and Blacksmith, and the affairs at the arena were fully entrusted to them. The communication was quickly connected, and the images of Magloa and Lorkai appeared in Quinn's vision. What happened at the arena? Quinn asked hurriedly. Nothing, the ceremony is going on, Magloa said. It's just that there is a soulless person who is killing people. Lorkai added, a soulless person who doesn't have a strong inhibitory effect on psychic power, and psychic power can even release psychic power around him. Shouldn't it have much impact on the ritual? Queen was very confused when he heard that the soulless people were killing people. He had told Magloa how to deal with the soulless people who were captured on the Forge world for the ritual, that is, to send them to the arena. Civilian soulless people have no psychic power, and will not be transformed into space marines. They are very weak, and will be killed quickly. How could a soulless person kill people in the arena? And even if he kills people, the ritual cannot be stopped. The blood god does not care who the blood used in the ritual comes from. If a captive can kill many people in the arena, he will even be blessed. Queen became more and more confused and finally decided to go back to the arena to see the situation. I will go back now. Send more warriors to the arena to kill the soulless person. You said before that we should not interfere with the fight no matter what. Even if the captives kill all the people we send to the arena, we cannot intervene and try to reverse the result, otherwise the ritual will have the opposite effect. Magloa said. Yen wanted to explain the current situation, but there were too many things to explain in a short time, so he could only utter a tyrannical order. Snapshot, do what I say. Okay. Magloa nodded. Yen was responsible for the ceremony, so he was naturally the highest ranking person in the adjutant group for the time being, and everyone else had to listen to him. After giving the order, Yen immediately looked at the pilot, wanting him to drive the transport plane back to the arena, but he regretted it as soon as the words came to his mouth. Who knows what the soulless man in the arena is? It might even be a trap. After thinking it over, Quinn decided to think about it carefully. If the force displayed by the soulless man is still controllable, then he will go back, otherwise he will not go back. Whether the ritual can be completed will determine the fate of the Oathbreakers, and even if it fails temporarily, as long as he is still alive, he can perform another ritual, which is better than death. After thinking about it, Quinn asked, what kind of weapons and equipment does the soulless man have? Is it possible to kill me? He's wearing nothing, and holding a sword that can pull people from far away to near, but the range of this move is not large. As a blacksmith, Magloa used his professional knowledge to analyze. Assuming the situation is not right, we still have the possibility of evacuation. I go back now. Queen made up his mind to return to the arena. The battle in the arena is still going on, and more enemies are pouring into the arena. Yao and Chainai, Rhodes, and the female alien are the main forces in the battle. The other captives who were forced to participate in the fight can't help at all, so they can only gather together to avoid being killed alone as much as possible. However, the four main combat forces were not enough to protect the rest of the people. From time to time, there would be crazy enemies jumping into the crowd and slaughtering crazily. Rhodes did not want to protect others, and the female alien did not care. Rhodes was protected in the arms of the alien. Her tall and strong body was like a tank. Any enemy who dared to approach would either be killed by psychic power or by bone knives. Only Qinyi and Yao and were still trying to take others into consideration when fighting. Qinyi was thinking while fighting. He believed that the soulless person named Yao and had the ability to kill his way out of the arena directly, but he did not leave. He definitely had other purposes in coming to the arena, and this purpose was more important than protecting others. Otherwise, he could help everyone escape from prison when he was in prison. The purpose must be to stop the ongoing ceremony in the arena. Rod. Qinyi roared at Rod, who was held in the arms of the alien. Where is that bastard named Queen, the apostle you mentioned before? Rod glanced at Qinyi, and his answer rang directly in Qinyi's brain. Even the people in the adjutant group only know that Queen is running around all day. How can I know where he is? Qinyi sighed helplessly, and also knew why Yao was forced to disguise himself as an ordinary person and come to the arena. Yao continued to fight and wait until his eyes swept across the high platform in the north of the arena during the battle. The biological processor in his brain captured a frame and analyzed the person on the picture. The biological processor compared the scepter in the man's hand with the appearance of the Dark Apostle Yao had heard before, and evaluated that the possibility of this person being the target was 90%. The person on the high platform was Quinn. After he personally visited the arena and sensed it, he immediately confirmed that this soulless person was the key reason for the interruption of the ceremony. Quinn opened his eyes and glared at Yuan. After their eyes met, Yuan immediately took action, leaving the others behind and running straight towards Queen. Just when Rhodes wanted to scold Yawen for abandoning his teammates, a crack suddenly opened up in the arena. The guard power armor that Yawen had sent into the dimensional channel before appeared and fought automatically without anyone controlling it. Chapter 180. When Quain saw the Solus rushing towards him, he was still very calm. The Space Marines and the army stationed in the fortress were gathering towards the arena. It was a bit unrealistic for a person without heavy weapons to use decapitation tactics. Quain had seen opponents who were more terrifying than the Solus in the arena and more adept at close combat. That was the competitor that the leader of the Oathbreakers had dealt with before. That competitor was able to clear out everyone on a frigate in 5 months. He was amazingly strong in speed, endurance and skills, but he was still killed. Queen didn't think the Solus in front of him would be stronger. This thought was maintained until the moment when the power armor suddenly appeared in the arena. This power armor was killing everyone as soon as it appeared, slaughtering any enemy it could see. It released an overwhelming rain of beams and shotgun-like lasers, killing with extremely amazing efficiency. It released beams that could easily penetrate armor and penetrate the attack aircraft flying above the arena. What's more terrifying is that all these attacks are carried out at the same time, with both arms firing shotgun lasers straight ahead, and the shoulder cannons rotating rapidly to release beams or light balls. Magloa, who was standing next to Queen, thought more. He believed that the designer of this power armor must have given the highest expectations to the work. For example, one person controls a battlefield to win a battle, or ensures that the success rate of the most dangerous and difficult decapitation tactics is more than 95%. Queen regretted his decision to return to the arena. If this power armor had appeared before, he would never come back. Magloa. Quain turned his head. You might kill me. Magloa remembered that he had analyzed the Solus' strength and made Quain determined to return. He didn't want his brother to die here, but he really didn't expect that a power armor would appear out of thin air in the arena. Leave here. Magloa took off the melta cannon he made from his own hands from behind, and then blocked Quain, ready to stop the Solus before the power armor arrived. At least this Solus didn't wear power armor. Queen endured the torture and fighting spirit brought by the butcher's nail, and quickened his pace towards the transport plane. At this time, the enemies surrounding Chen Yi and others in the arena had been cleared out. The Guardian power armor sent a signal to the celestial engine, and then rushed to Yaoan's location. After receiving the signal, the celestial engine launched a teleportation device to the arena. All the people still alive in the arena were wrapped by the large barrier generated by the teleportation device, and were teleported hundreds of kilometers away in the next second. Yaoan was getting closer and closer to the platform. The Guardian power armor caught up with him, and opened the shell, arming him while Yaoan was still running at high speed. When the shell of the Guardian power armor closed, the jetpack started, helping Yaoan jump over a height of 50 meters to the platform. Why does the galaxy have such a perfect killing machine like you? Magloa stared at Yaoan and asked. Yaoan thought about this question for half a microsecond. The Guardian should not exist. No species in the galaxy can create a super soldier equal to the Guardian through scientific means, because the transformation process of the Guardian is based on the physical laws that are severely distorted in a small range. Living things are immortal, machines and flesh are not mutually exclusive, and souls will not dissipate. I just received a baptism, Yaoan said. After getting the answer, Magloa immediately raised the melta cannon and fired at Yaoan. At the moment the weapon fired, Yaoan activated bullet time, then instantly went behind Magloa and stabbed his abdomen with a flaming long knife. Quinn, who was running towards the transport plane, heard the sound of the sharp weapon piercing the flesh, and looked back at Magloa, who was only 50 meters away from him. His body was burning in flames, and even his armor became flammable. Qian simply didn't run to the location of the transport plane, but walked through the various narrow roads in the foundry, hoping to get rid of the Grim Reaper behind him. But Qian didn't know that he was within the range of the biological scan, and his various methods of hiding his body along the way were meaningless. Qian began to try to stop Yaoan with his subordinates, who had just arrived, but Yaoan fired while running to eliminate those who blocked his way, and the attacks from all directions could not hurt him at all. No matter how many explosive bombs flew towards him, he would be crushed. After trying various methods to get rid of Yaoan, Queen had no choice but to give up. He finally stopped at a fork in the road. Yaoan did not intend to kill Queen and others with long-range weapons. He still held the long sword that had just condensed out of thin air in the arena and approached Queen quickly. Do you know what you did? You prevented the birth of a miracle. Queen roared furiously, venting his dissatisfaction. Assuming that the ritual can succeed, a great demon and a large number of bloodletting vampires will be summoned to the forging world, which will directly turn the tide of the battle. The ritual was about to succeed, but now it was all in vain. This feeling of powerlessness and frustration made Quinn even start to complain to the enemy. You stopped the ritual. You wasted countless blood and countless days of my preparation. I didn't learn to perform these rituals after coming to the Forge World. I prepared for a long time. These complaints made Yoan stun for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and nodded in confusion. Thank you for the compliment. For Yoan, these complaints were compliments. He did stop the ritual, making the enemy's preparations for witchcraft completely useless. Next, he had to kill the Dark Apostle who knew how to perform the ritual. Yoan couldn't imagine what kind of praise he would get when he returned to Tehran. Queen continued to complain, occasionally saying some obscure and vicious curses, until his mouth was pierced by the long knife, and the flames on the blade quickly burned his entire body. These flames can even kill demons, and of course they can also burn Queen's soul. And Yoan retracted the long knife with satisfaction. At the moment of killing Queen, Yoan felt that the eyes that were watching him moved away. The floating pendant on his neck fell down, and the flaming long sword in his hand dissolved into countless atoms and gradually dissipated. Yoan looked around and saw that the army in the fortress was surrounding him, but he didn't need to deal with these people, and the encirclement formed by these people was meaningless. Yoan activated the teleportation, and when his body was wrapped by the energy barrier, he was teleported to the prison, released all the captives, and sent a signal to call the teleportation device, and then killed the space marine covered with pustules. After doing what he should do, Yoan teleported out of the foundry, and the enemy didn't even know that he had walked around the foundry. Chapter 181. Night. More than 500 people gathered around a bonfire. They were all people who escaped from the arena. Yoan, Chani, Rhodes, the female alien, and other captives. 8,888 people were killed, and only less than 500 people were left. In this situation, except for Rhodes and his alien who were present, everyone else was in a heavy mood and couldn't extricate themselves. So, Rhodes was exhausted, leaning on the female alien's arms, and looking at Yoan with his chin raised. You are a tough guy. This sentence was incoherent. Rhodes said this because he recalled what happened in the arena, and sincerely felt that Yoan was a tough guy. If Yoan wanted, he could just rush into the foundry and rescue everyone. He and his power armor could fight alone, equivalent to 2 main combat forces. Rhodes was also a smart man. After a little thought, he knew why Yoan deliberately let himself be captured, and why he didn't immediately call out the power armor to participate in the battle. This was actually a trap designed for Quinn, to make him come back, then kill him and stop the whole ceremony. Yoan did not respond, as if he did not hear what Rhodes said at all. Since you are so strong, why don't you protect everyone and fight your way out of the arena? Rhodes asked with a smile. The 8,000 people who died can't have nothing to do with you, right? He knew why Yoan didn't fight his way out of the arena, and why he didn't get the power armor out at the beginning. Rhodes liked to stir up trouble, and if he watched such a good opportunity to stir up trouble slip away from his eyes, he would feel uncomfortable all over. The enemy is conducting a ritual. If this ritual succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. Yoan raised his head and looked at Rhodes, answering the question directly. Between the lives of more than 8,000 people and stopping the ritual, I chose the latter. As soon as the voice fell, all the captives present looked at Yoan, and then lowered their heads. Chinyi also looked at Yoan. After careful consideration, he thought that this was the right decision. If he were to make the decision, he would definitely choose the latter. The gladiatorial fight was not just held once, but was carried out all the time. Every solar hour, thousands of people died, and their lives and blood were used as sacrifices. If a ritual of this scale succeeded, the entire Forge world would be in danger. Aren't you using everyone? You are so strong. Can't you just find Quan's location and kill him? Rod asked again. Chinyi rolled his eyes at Rod, thinking, what did you say when I asked you where Quan was in the arena? I can't find Quan, so I can only use this method to lure him out of his hole. Yoan answered frankly again without any hesitation. Yoan made a plan from the beginning, which was to pretend to be a prisoner of war to interfere with the ceremony, and then lure out the person in charge of the ceremony and kill him. That's why we didn't use the Guardian Power armor from the beginning, because Quinn hadn't come back at that time. It's meaningless. Rhodes felt that Yoan was stubborn and didn't show any guilt, so he stopped this moral torture. Rhodes used psychic power many times under the suppression of the soulless. He felt exhausted and fell back into the arms of the female alien, communicating with the alien in a strange language. Yoan looked at the alien behind Rhodes. He thought it was definitely not an alien, but a demon. The reason is very simple. Yoan recalled that he had heard about the Chaos War Band, in which some Chaos Space Marines could summon demons for their own use. Rhodes was obviously the one who could summon demons. Ahem. Chinyi cleared his throat and looked at Rhodes. Do you think we have forgotten you? You damn traitor heretic. Don't you think that you will not be regarded as an enemy by performing well in the arena? Hearing this, Rhodes sat up straight and looked at Chinyi with some surprise. I thought we were already friends. In the Eye of Terror, people's relationship is that they don't know each other until they fight. We may come from different war bands, but as long as we work together, we will become friends. When Rhodes said this again, he was not ordinary sincere, and it sounded a little aggrieved, as if he really regarded Chinyi as a friend, but Chinyi did not regard him as a friend. Yao En originally wanted to remind Chinyi not to believe anything a Chaos Space Marine said, but Chinyi seemed to know better than him. They treat their words as farts, don't believe them. Chinyi frowned and warned Yao En, then turned his head and stared at Rhodes. Don't pretend to be innocent. You are not an easy person to deal with. You must have been thinking about how to kill us, right? Rhodes was silent for a moment, and shook his head very seriously. I did want to kill you before, but now I don't want to. Listening to the conversation between the two, the others present felt that their breathing became heavy, and they didn't know whether the filter in their lungs was not working or what. The air in the forging world still smelled of iron even if it was filtered, but at this moment, the smell of gunpowder could be smelled. The crisis that Chinyi and Rhodes had to face together had been resolved, and now the two of them were back to the state they were in the cell, that is, they wanted to cooperate with each other, but they were also planning to kill each other after leaving the arena. Let's put an end to it. Chinyi slowly stood up and walked to the open space next to the campfire, staring at Rhodes. Yao En stood up and walked to Chinyi's side. His position was already very clear. The captives who had just been rescued saw Rhodes fighting the enemy in the arena. They didn't really want to kill Rhodes, but as Imperial people, they still had to make a choice between the enemy and us. This has nothing to do with you. Chinyi shouted to the captives, signaling them not to come over and retreat as far as possible. Yao En stared at Rhodes. His shoulder gun had locked and was ready to fire. He saw the alien that looked like Rhodes' girlfriend. No, it was a demon. The demon also sensed that the atmosphere was not right, holding the bone knife and getting ready for battle. Rhodes did not stand up. He was still sitting by the campfire, just raised his hand to signal the demon not to interfere in this matter. Get up and fight. Chinyi clenched his fists. I will not kill those who do not resist. Don't be too anxious, young man. Rhodes laughed under his helmet. He did not get up to prepare for battle, but still sat by the campfire. Chinyi was very dissatisfied with the young man. I have been serving for 84 years. Huh? Yao En was stunned. Rhodes did not take off his helmet. No one knew what he looked like, but everyone thought Yao En and Chinyi looked the same age. 84 years? Ha. Rhodes suddenly raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. How long ago did I leave my home planet? It seems to be 129 years in the 30th millennium, or maybe 140 years. Chapter 182. Being a traitor for 10,000 years? Well done. In Chinyi's eyes, Rhodes was just a traitor who had lived for 10,000 years. He shouldn't have lived this long. Someone should have ended his life long ago. Rhodes didn't care about Chinyi's hostility. He looked up at the starless night sky of the Forge world, as if he had returned to his beautiful home planet at this moment. I don't seem to have aged much. I'm the same age as you guys, and my mentality is the same. I haven't participated in many wars. This time, I came to the Forge world purely to repay a favor. Rhodes spoke to himself. His voice was light and long. Chinyi was in no mood to listen to the nonsense of a traitor, and it was even more impossible for him to let him go just because the traitor said some soft words. The survival of an outer space marine who betrayed the Empire was a threat in itself. They may have killed thousands of people in their long lives, and the people they killed seemed insignificant compared to the damage they might have caused. I want to die with dignity. Rod had been prepared for the current situation, and he did not expect to be let off. Although they had fought side by side in the arena, it was just a matter of mutual benefit, nothing more. Okay. Chinyi nodded in agreement. Rod nodded and looked at the demon behind him, talking to it in a language that neither Chinyi nor Yao En could understand. The demon was very excited, shaking his head vigorously at first, then standing up and staring at Yao En and Chinyi, waving his bone knife and baring his fangs. Yao En and Chinyi thought that the demon would do something out of the ordinary, so they immediately prepared for battle. Chinyi threw away the brass axe before leaving the arena, so he was now unarmed, but he was confident that he could cooperate with Yao En to kill this strange and terrifying creature. But Rhodes said a few more words. He appeased the demon and chanted a spell to make the demon disappear in front of everyone. How did you do it? Yawen was surprised to see the demon disappear. He felt that Rhodes used a special exorcism method. If he could learn this method. How I did it has nothing to do with you, a soulless person, don't worry about it. Rhodes easily saw through Yawen's thoughts. He had never had a good impression of the soulless. After finishing what he had to do, Rhodes stood up from the campfire and subconsciously reached for his grenade pistol, but suddenly remembered that his weapon had been confiscated after he was captured by the Oathbreaker. With no other choice, Rhodes could only ask for help from Yawen. Use your shoulder cannon, hurry up. Yawen did not respond, but his shoulder cannon had already begun to charge. After only 1 second, Rhodes was annihilated by the beam fired by the shoulder cannon. Yawen was calm at this time. He thought that if Rhodes had the ability, he would kill him and Xinyi without hesitation. When the captives saw Rhodes' death, they felt that they were truly rescued, because among the people who captured them, there were people who looked similar to Rhodes. They even worried that the Emperor Angel and the unknown warrior would make some kind of deal with Rhodes and send them out as a condition of the deal. Yawen sent a signal to the celestial engine and waved to everyone. We should leave here, come here. Just like in the arena, the teleporter was launched by the celestial engine, creating a barrier and teleporting over a large area. The people present were teleported to a safe place along with the entire teleporter. Inside the fortress, Gray was discussing the attack on the foundry with Vic and Severn. I don't understand what's so important about the engine foundry. Almost everyone there is dead, and the industrial equipment is probably destroyed by the enemy. I think the foundry still has value, but not as much as the other areas we are attacking. Severn was using gentle and tactful reasons to oppose Gray's plan to attack the engine foundry, and he always glanced at Vic to see how he would react. Gray also knew that the reason for attacking the engine foundry was not sufficient, because he only negotiated with Severn because Yawen had asked to attack the foundry before. You can choose not to participate in the offensive, but we will attack, and the army is ready. Gray did not try to persuade Severn. However, Severn was a little panicked. He thought it was better not to leave a bad impression on the marshal of the Tyrone army in front of him, so after thinking it over again and again, he came up with a more compromising plan. How about this, I let. Gray suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. I take a call. Severn nodded and waited silently. While Gray was communicating, Severn turned his head to look at his old friend Vic, and then found that Vic rolled his eyes at him with his only remaining biological eye, obviously dissatisfied with his decision not to attack the foundry. Severn was also helpless. He knew why Vic was so eager to the Talon people, because he believed that the mortal incarnation of the god of all machines, Om Messiah, was in the Talon system, and the Agrippina Forge world had never asked for help from Talon, but received help. It would not be good to refuse their request. But Severn didn't understand the point of attacking the engine foundry. If there was a whirlwind torpedo buried there, or a guard was trapped, he would send all the chaplains there without hesitation. The plan to attack the foundry can be cancelled, Gray suddenly said. Severn was even more confused. He didn't know why the plan was cancelled again. The communication just now was sent by Yawen. Gray contacted him, and learned that 2 high-ranking members of the Oathbreakers were killed, and there was no need to attack the foundry immediately. As for the reason, Yawen was a weird guy, but he was not stupid. He must have sufficient reasons for doing things. A wise decision. We really don't need to rush to attack the foundry, because we are sure to win this war, Severn said. Gray nodded in agreement. Severn began to calculate and estimated the time of victory. We will win in about 3 months, but we can't eliminate all enemies in the war. The Forge world is huge, and they have plenty of places to fight guerrilla warfare. Anyway, we have plenty of time, Gray said. Forge world and Vic are both safe. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Even if the enemy can toss around in the Forge world for decades, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they can't kill Vic and occupy the Forge world. The next task is simple, which is to continue to defend the Agrippina galaxy where the Forge world is located, and then wait for Talon to establish a communication channel with the Celestial Engine, and report all the current situations. Wait for the communication channel to be established. Gray looked at Vic, who had been silent. You should be able to get in touch with the Talon galaxy. That's great. Vic was very excited. Praise Om Messiah. Chapter 183. Tyrone Galaxy. Planet number 1, Hive World. Qin Mo was still in the fortress he had built himself, still doing research in the underground cave. In front of Qin Mo was a surveying device, which displayed images from another dimension and recorded and stored astronomical amounts of information. Qin Mo was multitasking, staring at the screen while using his hands to make a device with a microphone. Not long after, Call suddenly squeezed in and reported something. There are a total of 20 people in the limiters who cannot upgrade to Primaris. According to my prediction, they will die in the near future. After he finished speaking, Call's body shrank and changed instantly, turning into a bolt gun floating in the air. It was obvious that he was not Call, but a mimic. Don't turn into Call or other conspicuous people, and don't turn into a weapon or tool. Chinemo stared at the screen, and said the rules he had set. No one knows you are a star god except me. If others see a talking bolt gun, what will they think? The mimic was a little helpless. Although he was reluctant, he still did it. His appearance changed from a bolt gun to a human male, and then to a human female with long bright silver hair. Both images were designed by Chinemo for mimicry. The male image is used to disguise as the governor's guard when going out, and the female image is used to disguise as an ordinary person when not going out. Does this image need a collar? Mimicry asked. Chinemo turned his head and scanned the surrounding environment, and finally fixed his eyes on Mimicry. In an environment where we are doing serious work, what do you think? Mimicry nodded, walked straight to Chinemo, and checked the device screen with him. What is this? Mimic asked. My dimension? Chinemo stared at the vast space composed of countless lines on the screen, and then focused his attention. There were a few fluctuations in the dimensional space. These fluctuations seemed to be nothing big, but only Chinemo knew that each fluctuation represented countless changes in time and space. A week ago, I found that this dimensional space would be affected by me, Chinemo said. The star god power contained in Chinemo's body has been slowly recovering. Before, this dimensional space has always been in a state of being known and available, but not being interfered with. But now it can be interfered with, but it is not so stable yet. What does this mean? The mimic was very confused, and couldn't figure out what it meant to be able to produce unstable fluctuations in the dimensional space. What does it mean? Chinemo raised his hand, and placed it on the mimic's neck, allowing her to observe the dimensions displayed on the screen more closely. This means that it was born because of me, not that it was born naturally after the Big Bang like the star god. The reason for this conclusion is that Chinemo thought of the Void Dragon can create dimensions, other star gods and himself can do it, but they can't create infinite dimensional space like the Void Dragon. What surprised Chinemo was that Mimicry didn't know about this. Very impressive, something a star god like me can't do. Mimicry clapped his hands expressionlessly. Then may I ask Castor, what is the use of slightly interfering with your dimension? The material universe is not in your dimension. It is very useful. Chinemo immediately controlled the device. The device was connected to a drone that was floating in the dimensional space at this time. It began to rotate slowly, and finally faced a high tower-shaped building composed of countless lines. Mimicry didn't know why the lines in the dimensional space formed the building, but Chinemo knew that it was not made of lines. But everything in the dimensional space looked like a line, including matter. This is a communication facility I built myself. Its function is to send and receive messages, nothing more. Chinemo proudly introduced this masterpiece to Mimicry. I tried it. In the material universe, it takes hundreds or thousands of years to send a message to another galaxy. It is the same in the dimensional space. But I can generate. Let's call it a wave for now by interfering with the dimensional space during the signal transmission. In short, this wave will distort time and allow the signal to be transmitted faster, which is similar to the principle of dimensional transmission. After listening to this explanation, even if the dimensional space is not created by Mimicry, it can still be understood. Time will be accelerated in the wave you create, which is equivalent to accelerating the signal transmission, right? Correct answer. Chinemo smiled and nodded. I will reward you with an hour of free time. You can change into anything at will. I thought you would build a planet-sized communication array, and use a more complex method to achieve superluminal communication. The mimic kept changing his appearance while speaking, fearing that this hour of free time would be wasted. That's what I had planned, if the celestial engine didn't have to go to Agrippina. But now I'm in urgent need of communication technology, so I could only make a simple one for use first. Chinemo said, as he walked to a table and sat down, designing something new on something like a crystal plate. Mimic walked over and sat beside Chinemo, watching quietly, and then found that he was designing a humanoid body. This body was about 5 meters tall and looked black, just like the living metal bodies of other star gods. Your flesh and blood body is not unable to accommodate you. Why do you need to design a new body? Mimic asked. Chinemo stopped and looked at Mimic seriously and said, This is not my flesh and blood body, this is my body. I'm sorry. Mimic immediately changed the question. What is this new body used for? An avatar that can be controlled remotely. Chin Mo lowered his head and continued to design. The avatar made of living metal is of great significance to Chin Mo. Chin Mo realized a long time ago that the most difficult problem he faced was only one. He could not split himself into two. That's why he created a pendant for Yao Un to transfer power, and other guards also have modified parts with the same function in their bodies. But these are just creations for transferring power. They have a carrying limit, and exceeding the limit will have terrible consequences. In order to solve the problem of not being able to split himself, Chin Mo started to build a body when he took the living metal from the Night Embracer's body. It's a pity that the Night Embracer fragment is not here, otherwise I can use it to test the effect after I design this thing. Chin Mo suddenly sighed. Hearing this, Mimic thought for a while, and suddenly had an idea. The Night Embracer fragment is not here, but there are other Star God fragments in the galaxy, that is me. You'd better forget it. Chin Mo has also thought about discussing with Mimic to see if he can use it to test the effect, but Mimic is not a Star God who is good at fighting after all. No matter how weak I am still a Star God. The Mimic turned back into a human, holding his head high and chest out with full confidence. Although I am just a fragment, and can't deal with the Nightbringer fragment, let alone you, it's impossible that I don't even have the ability to help you conduct experiments. Chin Mo listened to this and thought about it carefully, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I start preparing now. Chapter 184. After the Star God's body was designed, the experiment began immediately, and Leviathan was teleported to the lonely galaxy outside the star zone. This is the galaxy where the Mimic was originally imprisoned, and it is also the galaxy where the Nightbringer fragments arrived and were imprisoned. Since there are no other galaxies around this galaxy, it is also named the Lonely Galaxy. The only planet in the galaxy was destroyed during the battle with the Nightbringer, and it has not been repaired since then. If you want to find a deserted place for the two Star Gods to fight, the Lonely Galaxy is the best arena. Chin Mo and Mimicry were both riding on Leviathan, and they were standing on the platform used to stack Iron Man and preparing. Mimicry tried to change into the most suitable appearance for battle. Chin Mo was debugging the living metal shell lying in front of him. This shell was not easy to make. The enhanced living metal used to build the shell has a stronger self-healing ability, and has the ability similar to brain-computer interface to recombine each atom according to ideas, and can even grow like a flesh and blood body. More importantly, if you want to control the shell, you must let your consciousness pass through the dimension of the forger and enter the shell. Other Star Gods cannot use the shell to revive. Are you ready? The Mimic's appearance was changing constantly, ready for battle. Wait a minute. Chin Mo sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and controlled his consciousness. Chin Mo saw himself detaching from his original body, entering the dimensional space, and looking for the beacon in the world composed of countless lines. The beacon is a device built into the body, which can release a light that cannot be ignored in the dimensional space. After locating through the beacon and entering the body, Chin Mo opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and moved around, gradually adapting to controlling the new body of 5 meters tall. Are you ready now? Mimic asked again. Chin Mo nodded and twisted the space law of the current location. The next second, he and Mimic left Leviathan and came to the largest piece of planetary debris in space. This debris is a relatively intact continental plate. Before the entire planet was devastated by the celestial engine, the continental plate became like glass. Before testing the body, Chin Mo asked Mimic a question. How do Star Gods fight each other? Should we use various laws of physics to fight, or should we fight hand-to-hand with sickles, like the Nightbringer fragments before? Each Star God has its own characteristics. How to fight is not the key, but how to kill the enemy quickly is the key. The Mimic suddenly raised his hand to release the attack. Chin Mo could only see a ball of energy flying towards him. This energy attack seemed transparent and varied in shape, but it gave him the feeling that this energy had countless colors and shapes at the same time. The laws of physics became distorted wherever the energy attack passed, just like a ball of energy flying by, leaving a trail of high or low gravity behind. Chin Mo felt that the Star God was simply the spirit of the laws of physics, and the attacks he released will had such strange effects. Just as Chin Mo was observing and thinking, his body was hit by the energy attack, and his limbs and body were twisted to varying degrees. The arms were gradually dispersing, and the abdomen was collapsing and shrinking. The Mimic, who was about to continue attacking, stopped immediately. Why don't you fight back? This is an experiment, not a battle. I am testing the body's ability to withstand injuries. Chin Mo replied and began to feel the damage caused to the body by the attack released by the Mimic. Some of the wounds on the body were pierced by pure energy attacks, and some were squeezed by gravity. These injuries are ever-changing, and there are all kinds of situations. Mimicry is like cinch in the material universe. Its appearance is constantly changing, and even the effect of the attack is constantly changing. If the body is damaged by ordinary physical or energy attacks, the living metal will repair the wound in an instant. But the mimicry attack is different. Qin Mo can only gradually restore the distorted physical effects on each wound to normal, and then the living metal will instantly repair the body. The repair speed was so fast that even the mimic was surprised. They are all living metals. Why do you feel that the one you use is better than the one we use? This is the living metal that I personally rubbed with my hands. Every atom was shaped or changed by me. How can it not be much stronger than the mass-produced ones used by the Necronter? Qin Mo knocked his arm twice, and the knocking sound spread intermittently in the wake left by the energy attack just now. There is a law in this universe that even the Star God may not understand, that is, things rubbed by hand are definitely stronger than mass-produced ones. Mimicry really didn't know this rule, and it didn't care, and immediately released a second attack on Qin Mo. It was still an energy attack. Just like the Nightbringer used a sickle to chop, Mimicry's attack method was almost all long range. Qin Mo didn't test the body's ability to withstand injuries again, and immediately raised his hand to fight back. The moment his right hand was raised, it turned into two 5-meter-long cannons, and fired a fireball in the shape of a cannonball. Qin Mo didn't deliberately think about turning his right hand into a cannon, but his arm still turned into a cannon when he launched the attack. This may be because in his subconscious mind, if he wanted to make a long-range attack, he had to use a cannon. When the fireball flew over 1,000 meters to the mimic had already turned into a sphere that could withstand the maximum damage. The fireball exploded the moment it came into contact with the mimic's body. Qin Mo could only see the tsunami-like flames spreading all around, including himself, within the attack range. If you look from directly above the continental plate, you will see that the area of 10 kilometers around the mimic is instantly engulfed by flames. Although the material that constitutes the continental plate has been burned to the point where it can no longer burn when the planet is destroyed, it is still burning now. The flames burning in space were also a spectacle. The mimic was not killed, but had some scars. It immediately turned into a factory that kept producing living metal to repair its body, and at the same time gave Qin Mo another evaluation. It's enough that a shell instead of the main body can have such destructive power. Just like every conversation before, the message was transmitted to Qin Mo's mind through the stellar magnetic field. Qin Mo was silent and thinking. The fireball just now was the limit attack that the shell could release. Even if it was replaced with lightning or cautious melee, it would not be stronger than the fireball just now. This is because the power of the Star God that the shell can withstand is already the limit. It is not impossible to release a stronger attack, but the entire body will be disintegrated and destroyed by the power of the Star God before releasing the attack. The power that the body can contain is only about 60% of the body, which does not surprise Qin Mo. After all, the body is only a prototype version, and can grow and improve in the future. The focus is on the body. In terms of containing, and using the power of the Star God, the flesh and blood body is much stronger than the body. What is the reason? Chapter 185. Your flesh and blood body has been reshaped. I don't know why it was reshaped, but it is obviously better than this living metal body. The mimicry suddenly spoke while Qin Mo was thinking, which made Qin Mo stunned for a moment. He didn't remember telling the mimicry what he was thinking about. You will ask me questions about the body. I predicted it, so it will save time for me to answer you first. The mimicry explained. But what you said is also ambiguous. Qin Mo thought that what mimicry said was right, but it could not answer the question in his heart. The flesh and blood body had indeed been reshaped, as evidenced by the black lines. In addition, 1 year after crossing into this universe, he could only release 2 lightning bolts and spray fire, but the toughness of his body was already very high. Qin Mo recalled that when he was still a prisoner, he sat in a trench and wrote and drew in his diary, and then he was blown away by a shell that fell in front of him, but did not die. When Qin Mo was thinking, mimicry was also thinking. It felt that whether Qin Mo thought of himself as a person or a god was not quite appropriate. He was not completely a star god or a human being, but a new life form. A flesh and blood star god. This is not just a new life form. Qin Mo may be able to do many things that star gods cannot do. Thinking of this, the mimic suddenly had an idea and asked, "Are you soulless?" Qin Mo thought that this question was equivalent to, "Do you have a soul?" After thinking about it, he shook his head and replied, "I haven't tested whether I have a soul or not. Maybe I don't have a soul at all, Or maybe my soul is different from other creatures. Assuming you have a soul, do you know what benefits it will have? Mimic asked again. What's the benefit? Can my strength be enhanced when mortals worship gods? Chi Nemo just answered casually without thinking about it. You may be able to enter the subspace. Mimic turned into a human and looked at Chi Nemo very seriously, repeating the words again. You may be able to enter the subspace. Chi Nemo raised his eyebrows and pondered, while Mimic continued to talk about the benefits of being able to enter the subspace. Catons cannot enter the subspace. No Caton has ever tried it. Maybe they can enter the subspace, but their strength will definitely be greatly weakened. During the war in heaven, we studied the warp and tried to understand this mysterious thing. The Void Dragon had a guess that if we, Caton, had souls, we would not be isolated by the warp. This is just a guess, an unconfirmed guess. Chi Nemo listened carefully to the knowledge told by the Mimic. He did not want to try to confirm the Void Dragon's guess, or whether the Star God could enter the warp. After all, the cost of trying such a thing was extremely huge. Chi Nemo was more concerned about the disadvantages of the Star God when facing the warp, so he immediately asked, You have participated in the war in heaven. How big a threat is the psychic power based on the warp to the Star God? The Mimic lowered his head and remained silent, not knowing whether he was recalling or thinking. Chi Nemo continued, Is there a restraining relationship between the Star God and the warp? The warp will not restrain us, otherwise the end of the war in heaven would not be the extermination of the ancient saints, but our extinction. The Mimic thought and answered, For us, the biggest threat of the warp is only one, that is, it is unknowable and uncontrollable. Chi Nemo nodded, fully understanding what the Mimic meant. The material universe is the home field for the Star Gods. In this home field, the Star Gods are the masters. They know everything about the material universe. Even the physical laws of the universe are tools that can be used and changed at will. But when facing the subspace, the Star Gods are like the young species born in the universe. They are completely in the dark and don't understand anything. But then again, the Star Gods have the home field advantage in the material universe. It doesn't matter if they don't understand the subspace. Anyway, there are ways to isolate the subspace. I'm not an expert on the warp. Mimic predicted that Chi Nemo would ask more about the warp next, and spread his hands helplessly. Why don't you ask the Void Dragon? Didn't you support a Mechanicus priest named Vic? He has gained a lot of benefits from you, and it's time to use them. Let him find a way to take you there. Chi Nemo shook his head in silence. Supporting Vic is not for a way to go to Mars to see the Void Dragon. The Void Dragon on Mars is also a fragment, and it is hard to say whether it knows who it is. All the support for Vic is to control the Mechanicus through him. It doesn't matter if you can't control the entire Mechanicus, as long as you can control most of the Mechanicus. The Mechanicus is not a subordinate of the Empire. One head of the Empire's double-headed eagle symbol represents the Empire, and the other represents the Mechanicus. With the endorsement of the Mechanicus, the dimensional engine can be promoted more smoothly, so that the entire human race will contribute less to the warp. Another benefit is that it will be difficult for some people in the Empire to find fault in the Talon sector. The experiment of testing the body ends here. Chi Nemo turned around and prepared to leave the lonely galaxy. Then I will teleport this body to the celestial engine, and then use this body to meet with Vic. 4 days later. Agrippina Galaxy, on the celestial engine. Vic and Seven, 2 heavyweight Mechanicus personnel, were invited to the celestial engine and walked in the mantle of the planetary structure of the celestial engine. Yalan was traveling with the two. He walked with Vic and Seven in the steel corridor. Among the 3 people, only Yalan knew the purpose of this trip. Where are we going? Vic asked as they walked. You know when you get there. Yalan did not answer Vic's doubts, and continued to walk in front. Before being teleported to the celestial engine, Vic and Severn were only invited, and did not know what they were going to do on the celestial engine. Severn thought that the Talon people wanted him to visit the celestial engine, or perhaps to discuss how to proceed with the next war. Vic and Severn had the same guess, but he vaguely felt that this trip should be very important, perhaps related to the previous trip to Talon. The 3 walked in the corridor for half an hour, passed through many security procedures, and finally came to a tightly closed alloy door. Yalan put his hand on the door, and the alloy door opened immediately. Inside the door was the Agrippina Galaxy scaled down in equal proportion, like a fantasy. A 5-meter-tall giant in the galaxy stood in front of the forging world, observing the entire planet at close range. The giant's metal body was suspended, with burning flames in its eye sockets and electricity surging on its skin. Severn and Wick stared at the giant for a while, then looked at each other. Although there was no expression on their faces, The tacit understanding of many years of getting along still made them realize that each other was surprised. When the two were stunned, Yaowen stepped forward and knelt on one knee. They are here. Chapter 186. Vic. The giant's body slowly turned, and its voice bypassed the auditory receiver and rang directly in Vic and Severn's brains. The voice sounded very ethereal and holy, but Vic still recognized the identity of the giant in front of him from the distinctive High Gothic pronunciation. Vic performed a very standard gear salute. Praise the Messiah of Ohm, praise the Lord of Talon. Severn, who was next to him, was stunned for a moment after seeing his friend's reaction, and then also performed a gear salute. The giant in front of the two was the body controlled by Qin Mo. Qin Mo had teleported the body to the vicinity of the celestial engine a day ago, but this was an ultra-long distance teleportation. Even though the celestial engine far exceeded the positioning capability of the teleportation beacon, there was still a mistake when the body was teleported. It did not appear directly in the Agrippina galaxy, but appeared in the ES galaxy 500 light-years away. When the body controlled by Qin Mo emerged from the dimensional channel, a fleet battle was erupting in the galaxy. A small number of Imperial warships and Eldar warships fought against the raiding fleet together. Qin Mo controlled the body to become a frigate and blew up the raiding fleet. Although the process was full of twists and turns, it finally arrived at the destination. You shared the STC template I gave you with the entire forging world? Qin Mo floated in front of Vic, looked down at him and asked. Yes. Vic didn't really want to admit it, but he knew he couldn't hide it. The STC template was not discovered by me, but a gift I received. It is blasphemy to take it for yourself and then make a profit. You really have the potential to be a saint. Qin Mo didn't say this, but just thought about it in his heart. Vic's behavior of sharing the template brought him great prestige, and he was even called a sage. There are almost no such stupid good people in the Mechanicus. The advantage of this is that if Vic wants to tell others that he has found the Messiah of Ohm, the others who benefit from it will not beat him up, but will sit down and listen to what he has to say. You have your ideas, I understand. Qin Mo nodded and looked at Seven on the side. I heard what the guards said about you. You are a very powerful commander. The Tyrong army did not play a big role in the ground battle. It was just a ground battle. Seven responded calmly. If it weren't for this planet-like miracle creation that arrived in the galaxy to regain orbital control, it would only be a matter of time before the entire Forge world fell. Qin Mo nodded in approval. After arriving at the celestial engine and hearing about the course of the war, he was very confused. The Chaos forces that originally attacked the Forge world could not have so many warships, and the entire invasion process would not have been so smooth, and Thorax would eventually be repelled by the Blood Angels Astartes, who came to support. All this has changed. But fortunately, the Forge world was still defended. How many industrial facilities did you lose in this war? Qin Mo asked. Vic wanted to answer this question, but Severn got there first. The engine foundry has been destroyed, and various other ancient facilities that have been passed down for thousands of years have also been destroyed in the war, and until now there are still enemies scattered in the corners of the Forge world who are constantly wreaking havoc. This forging world needs to be repaired. Qin Mo nodded and stretched out his hand in front of the two people. A black sphere suddenly appeared in his hand. Is this STC template? Vic asked. A STC template that can repair the forging world. Qin Mo replied. This STC template was made in less than half a day. It integrates Qin Mo's Star God power. After use, it will trace back to a spherical area with a radius of 500 meters. It is similar to the scene when Qin Mo used the trace to trace back to restore the Chaos Egg and the Wizard when they were still alive in the nest, except that the STC template will restore the trace seen using printing technology. Thank you for your gift. Vic stretched out his hands and all his mechanical arms to catch the sphere, and then admired it carefully. The method of use is no different from the previous STC template. Qin Mo told Vic, use it to repair your world. Vic quickly put the STC template into the storage compartment at the heart. He was so excited that his whole body trembled, and he looked up at Qin Mo. How should I repay? How should the entire forging world repay? This is a gift, not a transaction. Qin Mo said, if you want to do something for me, then become the ruling sage of this forging world and wait for my order. I will do this at all costs. Vic nodded vigorously to make a promise. Vic's status in the forging world is only slightly higher than that of Seven. It is indeed not easy to make him a ruling sage, but now the original ruling sage of the forging world is dead. When Vic took the artifact given by Ohm Messiah and walked in the forging area destroyed by the war and restored everything, No one would not think that he was the messenger of the god of all machines and OM Messiah. After that, it doesn't matter whether Vic will be recognized by the high-level Mechanicus on Mars, because he will definitely hold the real power of the entire Forge world. I will do my best to help Vic. 7 on the side suddenly said, anyone who opposes him in the Forge world will die quietly. Although 7 and Vic have different responsibilities, they are the same kind of people. Regardless of whether they make a guarantee or not, 7 will definitely help Vic, but he feels that he should say it now. Chin Mo turned his head to look at 7, then raised his hand to him. 7 didn't know what this was for until he found that all the mechanical transformation devices implanted in his body were being transformed. This was a subtle transformation down to the atomic level that 7 had never seen before. His vision became clearer, his hearing became more sensitive, his communication device could transmit information to any place in the Forge world, and he could even sense the location and vital signs of each of his subordinates. The energy source that powered the mechanical devices throughout his body was refurbished into a fusion reactor that could generate energy continuously. 7 was strengthened to be more suitable for commanding combat, and then his personal strength was strengthened. After some living metals were separated from Chin Mo's body and attached to 7, each of his mechanical arms could be turned into a tool or weapon at will. When the transformation process was over, 7 felt that he became more like a machine, with only a small amount of flesh and blood left on his body. If he wanted to use normal transformation methods to strengthen to this point, it would cost an astronomical amount of money and resources. This is simply a rebirth. 7 uttered a binary ode to express gratitude and joy. Go do what you should do. Chin Mo signaled that the two could leave. Yao En, who had been silent from beginning to end, stood up and led Vic and 7 out of the celestial engine after they saluted again. Chin Mo pulled his consciousness out of his body, returned to his flesh and blood body, and carefully thought about what to do next. The Agrippina Forge world has been defended. There is still a lot of time from now until Abaddon starts to attack Cadia, which can be used to manage the entire Talon Star Zone. Build more warships, recruit more soldiers. Chapter 187. 2 days later. Chin Mo stood in the control room of the orbital dock, checking the situation in the dock factory displayed on the screen. The orbital dock was expanded a year ago, and can produce 5 warships, with a length of about 40 kilometers at the same time. At this time, a factory was producing a 37-kilometer-long warship with the Mechanicus logo on the side, and another factory was producing a large warship of the same 37 kilometers in length. The logo of the Weepers chapter had been printed on the outer shell of the warship. The remaining 3 factories are producing 1 battleship, 10 cruisers and 20 frigates, which are standard Talon models. The production plan will be completed within 3 years, and then the orbital dock will continue to print more warships to expand the size of the Talon fleet. Amazing productivity. Vanessa stood behind Chin Mo, and she was also looking at the screen in the control room. The two met before the celestial engine set off. At that time, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Empire sent someone to issue Chin Mo a letter of appointment as the governor of the Star Zone, and thanked the Lord of the Talon Star Zone for supporting the Agrippina forging world. Since then, Chin Mo has been busy with his own affairs, and he has not met Vanessa until now. Have you thought about the reward for supporting the Forge world? Vanessa thought Chin Mo called her over to discuss the reward. When he agreed to support the Forge world, Chin Mo did not ask for the reward immediately, but just said that he would think about it, and he has been thinking about it until now. I haven't thought about it yet. Chin Mo shook his head in response, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, what do you think of the Tyrone army? The reason why Chin Mo raised this question is because he felt that the development of the army had reached a bottleneck. Previously, a part of the army tested the new tactics on the Agrippina Forge world, and the results showed that the new tactics were very good. With information advantages, a large number of fighters and artillery can accurately strike high-value targets, and then let the soldiers form a skirmish line to advance forward. If the teleportation assault tactics did not exist, the value of this new tactic would still be quite valuable. The Tyrone army that can teleport assault does not need to consider supply lines, front line support and defense. Even if the troops are far above the celestial engine, they can instantly reach the battlefield in a corner of the Forge world. It is wisest to continue to study how to better apply teleportation technology. Chin Mo knew that Vanessa could hear the Emperor's voice at certain times, and the Emperor should be able to know the situation of the Talon system through her, so Chin Mo wanted to consult the Emperor, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and experienced countless wars. Your army is too sophisticated. Vanessa said seriously, I have heard that voices judgment on your army before. Your individual soldier cost is too high. The supplies consumed by an ordinary infantryman in the Talon army are equivalent to a company of the Star Army. The threshold for joining the Tyrone army is not physical fitness and intelligence, but the ability to remember the various functions of the power armor. This alone prevents many people from joining the army. Your warships are too focused on single ship force. Even if you can print out a warship-like drawing, the cost is very high, and the manufacturing time is also very long. The celestial engine is indeed very powerful. It is so powerful that when using it, you don't need to consider how many enemies there are in a galaxy. As long as you send it over, the control of the entire galaxy will be yours. But the problem is that a war often has to be fought in an entire star zone, or even a star field. There may be hundreds or thousands of star systems in a star zone. Chin Mo turned his head to look at Vanessa, frowned and said, "There are less than 60 inhabited worlds in the Tyrone star zone. Even if all men, women, old and young are used as cannon fodder, it is not enough to fight an apocalyptic war. Besides, even if the celestial engine can only control one star system, at least I can ensure that the enemy will never be able to besiege the Tyrone hive, and I don't have to fight the enemy in person. I didn't say your army is bad." Venice looked helpless. "The characteristic of your army is good quality. As long as the army is put into the battlefield, there is a high probability of victory. You should avoid the army falling into a war of attrition. The same is true for the Tyrone fleet." After listening, Chin Mo pondered for a while, and felt that his army seemed to be able to develop only in the two directions of updating equipment and expanding scale. After talking about the army, Chin Mo pondered for a moment and asked, "What's the situation in Carta?" "The Cadian assault force is being recalled to prepare for the next war." Vanessa told all the information she knew. Everyone on the fortress world Cadia can sense that a war is coming, and they are preparing. It's finally coming. Chin Mo closed his eyes, and recalled what would happen next. The plague and raiding ships near Cadia will continue to wreak havoc. The Viscani Iron Cavalry will kill all the Cadia leaders at the landing site, and then Chaos War Master Abaddon will gather the main force to attack Cadia, and a protracted war will be fought on Cadia. The 13th Black Crusade planned by Abaddon has not officially started yet, but the war has spread to several star regions. The Agrippina Forge world, which is supported by the Celestial Engine, is only a relatively critical area, just like a key node on a small defense line in a land war. The Talon system still has a few years of preparation time before Abaddon officially starts attacking Cadia. Chin Mo's goal is not only to protect the Blackstone Obelisk on Cadia, but also to use the Blackstone Obelisk to close the Eye of Terror, or even kill Abaddon. Call plays a crucial role in this war, and he will learn how to use the Blackstone Obelisk. Although Call is still in the Talon system, Chin Mo knows that the Call in the system is just a copy, and his real body should be on Iriad 6. "I have been preparing for this war for a long time." Chin Mo spoke slowly, staring at Vanessa. "I am happy to intervene in anything that is not good for chaos, but this does not mean that my help to Carta is voluntary labor." Vanessa nodded silently after hearing this. She could understand what Chin Mo meant, that is, after Cadia was defended, Chin Mo might ask for compensation, and this was acceptable. Cadia was different from the Agrippina Forge world. Whether this fortress world could be defended would affect the fate of the entire human race. The Tyrone army was better at focusing on wars within a galaxy. If they participated in the war, it would not be as simple as adding a little defensive power to Cadia. "Do you need me to be a contact person in Cadia?" Vanessa asked. Chin Mo refused without thinking. "No, I will send a wandering trader, Klein. He will use superluminal communication, which is much more stable than using psychic energy to send messages back and forth." Vanessa was not surprised by the refusal. She accepted it with pleasure. "The fleet of the Empire to collect ties has come to Tehran. You are responsible for receiving them. And try to see if you can get them to agree to replace the engine of the tax ship with a dimensional engine," Chin Mo said. "Leave it to me." Vanessa nodded in agreement. After finishing everything, Chin Mo signaled Vanessa that she could leave. Vanessa turned around silently and teleported out of the control room. But within 2 seconds, Vanessa suddenly teleported back. "Why are you back again?" Chin Mo frowned subconsciously and asked, but then he felt that Vanessa in front of him was not right. Vanessa smiled and suddenly turned into a silver-haired woman. "It seems that you are really annoyed with her." "I hate everything about the subspace," Chin Mo said, and began to control the equipment in the control room, personally adjusting the weapon equipment of the flagship built for the Weepers. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing." The mimic shook his head. "I just wanted to bother you." "No, I just wanted to see what you were doing." Chin Mo looked at the mimic helplessly, and then continued to adjust the design of the flagship of the Weepers. Since this ship is prepared for space marines, it will be able to better implement boarding and orbital assault tactic. The Mimic was embarrassed for a while, and was ready to leave. Since you have nothing to do, then I... Wait. Shin Imo suddenly stopped the Mimic. Use your illusion ability to help me hold a meeting that all the stone men can attend. All the stone men in the star zone, don't count the 2 inquisitors with implanted chips as stone men, and drag them into the illusion. Chapter 188. After Shin Imo made the request, the Mimic immediately complied. It was used to it. The environment in the entire control room changed from a metal room to a miniature of the Tyrone Star Zone, and more than 50 stone men and women appeared in the illusion. These stone men were scattered on every world in the Star Zone. They either replaced the original governor, or became the governor's assistant. Their status depended on whether the original governor of the world they were sent to oppose the Star Zone integration plan. In the past, the stone men were always implementing the integration plan, and they were gradually controlling the world they were in. The purpose of Shin Mo's convening of this Star Zone meeting through mimicry was to inquire about the progress of the stone people's work. Give me a brief introduction to the progress, Shin Imo ordered. All the stone people's eyes projected images, and through the images, they quickly showed Shin Imo everything they had done so far. The stone people have already taken control of the worlds they are responsible for. Shin Imo focused on the interpersonal communication part. The stone people are not just responsible for management. There are senior personnel in each world, including military marshals and nobles. They have appeal in their own worlds. If you don't want to spend a long time cleaning them up with the army, you can only let the stone people get along with them and gain their loyalty. After watching the video, Shin Imo found that the stone people he made were really extraordinary. The stone people analyzed everyone's likes and dislikes and interests, and then formulated a complete interpersonal communication plan. They have different personalities when facing each person. For example, when facing a megalomaniac, they are humble and generous in praise, and when facing people who are uncomfortable without being scolded, they are strong in personality. This makes the stonemen subordinates, and the governors assisted by the stoneman feel that the stoneman is a close friend, who can be trusted with everything and a shrewd and capable management genius. Most people who oppose the stoneman will quickly reconcile and establish close friendships. This is not as simple as building relationships. The stoneman must also balance the interests of all parties. And those opponents, who are really impossible to deal with, will be dealt with by the stoneman himself by force. Although the appearance of the stoneman is no different from that of humans, their bodies do not need to leave space for biological organs. There are plenty of places to put weapons. In short, the stone men either become the governors who control a world, or they become the assistants of the governors and take charge of all the powers. Shin Imo now knows why the humans in the Golden Age trust the stone men so much, because these guys are indeed loyal and capable, and they are simply too perfect. Very good, my creations. Shin Imo glanced at each stone man with satisfaction, and then looked at the mimic with pride, wanting to hear some neutral and objective praise from it. Why are you looking at me? I was not created by you, Mimicry said. Ahem. Shin Imo retracted his gaze, and ordered the stone people, show me the situation of each world in the star zone. The stone people immediately executed the order, and projected the details of their world in text. Shin Mo's brain processed the information quickly, and in less than 2 seconds, he browsed the situation of each world in the Tylong Star Zone. The Star Zone integration plan has been completed. No matter which world in which galaxy, it is the same as the 3 worlds in the Tylong Galaxy. Everyone is entered into the database, and psychological tests are performed regularly. Drones and logistics machinery fly around everywhere. There is order in every corner, and no chaos. The stonemen will use the database to screen out people who are suitable to become soldiers or crew members, let these people receive training, and assign them to the army or newly manufactured warships. The stonemen even screen out people who are suitable to become guards from the hundreds of billions of people in the entire star zone. Each of them is selected through an extremely complex testing process, and is a perfect candidate for the guard. There are 10 candidates for the guards. Hundreds of people would have been selected, but it is not only the guards that need top talents, the army and fleet also need them. After checking the overall situation of the star region, Shin Imo was extremely satisfied, and then thought about the scientific research ban. A few years ago, the Talon star system prohibited anyone from conducting research and creation, and then the stone people carried out this order throughout the star region. Some technologies that are urgently needed but not valuable cannot be researched in time, and even if there is a main control intelligence responsible for auxiliary research to help, it cannot fill the scientific research gap. This is not efficient enough. Gene Mo wanted to lift the ban on scientific research because he found that with the recovery of his own star god power, the psychics in the entire star zone were weakened, supernatural phenomena no longer appeared, and there had been no people corrupted by chaos for a long time. Although it is still impossible to completely isolate the subspace, and it cannot affect other galaxies outside the star zone, at least there is no need to worry about large-scale chaos corrosion in the Tyrone star zone. After thinking it over again and again, Gene Mo decided to lift the ban on scientific research. He conveyed this order to the stone people: lift the ban on scientific research from now on, and you can train scientific researchers. The stonemen took note of the order. The meeting is over. Send the stoneman's consciousness out of the illusion. Gene Mo ordered the mimic. The mimic immediately asked the stoneman to exit the illusion, and then asked, "Any other instructions, Lord of Tyrone? Help me contact Klein." Gene Mo made another request. The mimic still did it. The illusion changed from a miniature of the Tyrone star zone to a merchant ship bridge. Klein, who was far away in the Agrippina Forge world to purchase goods, suddenly felt his brain tremble, and then saw Gene Mo and an unfamiliar woman appear in front of him. The crew members in the bridge continued to do what they were supposed to do, and did not notice the two people who suddenly appeared, because only Klein could see them. "Governor." Klein saluted respectfully. He did not seem to be panicked, because he knew that Gene Mo's power was gradually getting stronger. When he was in the bottom nest, he could easily build a fortress. It was not surprising that he could create illusions now. Gene Mo did not explain too much and went straight to the point. Hurry back to Talon to install the super light speed communication facilities, and then go to Creed. You are responsible for helping to pass the message. Yes. Klein agreed without hesitation, and then felt confused. He couldn't understand why Creed was so important. Creed was not the Lord of Cadia, nor the commander of all the Cadian assault troops. Confused, things still had to be done. Klein immediately turned around and ordered all the personnel in the bridge to plan a route back to the Talon system, preparing to find Creed after installing communication equipment on the ship. After doing another thing, Gene Mo signaled the mimic to lift the illusion. "What to do next?" asked the mimic. "Develop and wait," Gene Mo answered. Chapter 189. 2 months later. In a galaxy still far away from the Cadia Fortress world, the Ardent Ford, loaded with Cadian assault troops, was docked outside the Hive world to receive supplies. Usaka Creed was on the ship, and he and his colleagues gathered in the bar to kill time on the boring journey. While the officers were enthusiastically discussing the recall order issued by the Fortress world, Creed and his deputy sat at a table in the corner, drinking strong drinks and listening. "It will take us at least several years to get back home. This journey is long. Finally I can go back. I miss my parents so much. I heard that the Tyrone sector has started to pay tithes. If they can pay the tax earlier so that we can use the dimensional engine, we can get home faster." "Don't talk about this. Don't mention the engine. We are not the only ones running on the ground in the bar. There are also battleship crew members." Hearing this, Creed turned his head and looked at another corner of the bar, where a group of naval officers from the Ardent Ford sat. When these officers heard about the dimensional engine, they rolled their eyes at the army officers, then whispered to each other with a bad face. Everyone could see that they were very resistant to the dimensional engine. "They are right." Creed took a sip of wine, and then held his cigar in his mouth, turning his head to look at his deputy. "If the Zealous Forward can be equipped with the dimensional engine used by the Tyrone Navy, we really don't have to spend several years returning home." The deputy's name is Kyle, a sergeant of the 8th Regiment of the Cadian Assault Corps. He is much older than Creed. When Creed just joined the army, and was still a naive young man, Kyle had been fighting on the battlefield for many years. But like everyone in the 8th Regiment, Kyle was also conquered by Creed's courage and talent, and was willing to serve the young commander. "Your experience in Talon has influenced you." Kyle spoke in a voice like a trumpet, the kind with damaged sound quality. "I heard that the Talon people like to have fun under the church. I also heard some news from the astropaths. That is, the way the Talon people produce dimensional engines is through sacrifice and ritual. If I am a Navy man, no one can install a dimensional engine on my ship unless I die." Creed frowned after hearing this, and recalled his experience in the Tyrone galaxy a few years ago. He thought that part of the gossip Kyle heard was true, that is, the Tyrone people really played under the church. As for the news about the dimensional engine, Creed poured Kyle a glass of wine and whispered, "Don't believe those nonsense." "What do you mean?" Kyle looked up at Creed with a curious look on his face. "If the dimensional engine can really be popularized, then the astropaths will have no meaning to exist. Even if we don't have superluminal communication means, it is more stable to rely on the messenger ship carrying the dimensional engine to run back and forth than the astropath. If you are an astropath. Creed stopped talking halfway through his sentence. Kyle thought about it carefully and felt that if he were an astropath, he would indeed try his best to prevent the use of the dimensional engine. But then again, if the dimensional engine is really not a good thing, then it's over. Who dares to bet on such a thing? Sir. A soldier suddenly walked up to Creed, saluted him at attention, and reported, "Someone wants to see you." Hearing this, Creed looked outside the bar. Klein was standing outside the bar. The followers of this rogue trader from the Tyrone system also came over, and were distributing power armor to the officers, who had reserved it last time, outside the bar. Creed waved to Klein, and whispered to Kyle, "It seems that the dimensional engine is really useful, otherwise this guy wouldn't be able to find me every time." Kyle looked up at Klein. He heard that Creed was also found by this rogue trader when the 8th Regiment was transferred to a new war zone. At that time, the 8th Regiment was on the path of faith. Klein walked into the bar, sat at the table where Creed and Kyle were, and exchanged a few words with Creed. "Does Lord Tyrone have something new to tell me?" Creed knew that although Klein retired and became a rogue trader, he was still Chin Mo's subordinate. He was likely to help Chin Mo pass on messages like he did last time. However, Klein shook his head and denied, "I'm not here to deliver a letter this time. I'm just here to be a contact person. From now on, I may have to follow you for the next few years." "You follow us? Are you a rogue trader and a part-time spy?" Kyle said in an unhappy tone. Klein just glanced at Kyle and didn't respond. He turned to Creed and said, "Tyrone's supervisor cannot reach the Cadian assault force, so you don't have to keep me here with you. You can let me go back and report now." "No." Creed poured a glass of wine for Klein. "Stay, brother. Although our two ships have different navigation methods, you can go to Cadia and wait for me first." Although Creed was very straightforward to let Klein be the contact person, he still had many doubts in his heart. Why couldn't Klein go directly to Cadia to find the governor? And why did Lord Tyrone take him so seriously? Even though there were many questions, Creed knew that Chin Mo should have the ability to predict the future, and perhaps he would have a pivotal position in the future. But Creed cared more about the fate of Cadia than his position. Before the recall order was conveyed to the 8th Regiment, everyone was speculating on what might happen in the future. In the end, everyone came to a unanimous answer, that is, the plague and raids that had been raging at the Cadian Gate for a long time were just a prelude to a war. Thinking back to the letter Klein sent when he came last time, the letter said that the Volscani Iron Cavalry would launch a rebellion when they landed in Cadia. Thinking about this, Creed suddenly asked Klein, "Did you talk to the Lord of Talon before you came out? Did he ask you to convey some other information?" "Yes, we talked, but there was no other information. When I received the order, I was purchasing goods in the Agrippina Forge world." Klein shook his head. This answer disappointed Creed a little. What he wanted most now was information. "I know you, and the governor have made an agreement." Klein raised his glass and said, "The entire Talon is your backer. When you rush back to Cadia, the Talon sector is expanding its army. When you reach the end of your journey in a few years, we will have a stronger army." Creed also raised his glass, but his face was helpless and confused. "I am just a general of the Cadian assault force, that's all. There are many people with higher ranks than me. I am not qualified to represent Cadia at all." "Indeed?" Klein nodded in agreement. He couldn't understand why he was sent to contact Creed instead of going directly to Cadia to find their governor, who was called the Lord of the Castle. It was an amazing achievement for Creed to become a general in 40 years. Many people in the Cadian assault force were dissatisfied with Creed's promotion speed. Could Creed continue to become the Supreme Lord of Cadia? How do you find him every time? Creed's deputy, Sergeant Kyle, suddenly asked. "I'm a wandering trader. I have plenty of ways. Tell me, is there anything else to do now? It will take several years for us to return to Cadia." Klein and Kyle started chatting, while Creed remained silent, taking a sip of wine and a puff of cigar. Creed looked at Klein's talkativeness and thought that if he had a ship, he would definitely use the dimensional engine, otherwise it would take several years to even return to Cadia. Chapter 190. On the long journey home of the Ardent Ford, Klein always adhered to the duties of a contact person. He would only return to his merchant ship when the ship was sailing in the warp, and then Klein's merchant ship would soon find the Ardent Ford no matter where it left the warp. Merchants could not have close contact with the ships of the Astra Militarum, but Klein helped the Ardent Ford's owner, Reese, buy power armor that could arm the entire private guard at a low price. In exchange, Reese issued Klein the qualification of a licensed merchant. For several years, Creed had not sent any message to the Talon system. He had been getting information about Talon from Klein, and learned that Talon's army and fleet would expand every month, and that the Talon fleet would also send some warships to cooperate with the Imperial Navy to deal with raiders. These news relieved the boredom of the journey. More and more people would gather in the bar to listen to Klein's emotional story of the recent battle between Talon warships and raiders in the void. Even later, Reese would come to the bar to drink and listen, but when Klein finished his story and suddenly started to sell Reese the dimensional engine, Reese would immediately get up and leave. Time passed until the Arden Ford and the merchant ship finally ended their long journey and arrived in the orbit of the fortress world Cadia, and then the army began to gather and board the transport ship to the surface. Since Reese hired Klein to help transport the army, Creed took a merchant ship transport plane. In the transport plane, Creed and the officers of the 8th Regiment sat on the left, and Klein and his merchant guard sat on the right. Although there were a few Ogrins in the merchant guard, the others did not smell the stench, because their bodies were sealed in power armor. As the transport plane flew over the transport ship at a faster speed and headed straight for the surface, Creed stared at the fortress world of Cadia outside the porthole with mixed feelings. Many Cadians have never returned since leaving their home planet. If it weren't for the recall order issued from Cadia before, Creed felt that he would never return in his lifetime. "You must be happy to be home, right?" Klein suddenly asked. "I haven't been back to Talon for several years. I miss home so much that I can't sleep." Klein's response was beyond his expectations. He shook his head and said calmly, "My experience here is not very good." When Creed looked at the land of the mother planet, memories kept flashing in his mind. These memories include a fortress city called Garland Castle on the mother planet, the beautiful ranch belonging to the Yusaka family near the fortress city, his loving parents, and the kind of considerate and quiet girl next door, who is extremely rare in the whole of Cadia. All these beautiful things were destroyed by an attack. Creed remembered the tragic deaths of every one of his relatives and friends, and he also remembered that he was almost killed, but a man who suddenly appeared saved him. He was a sturdy man wearing black power armor and a white robe, holding 2 guns and carrying a sword. "What is your home planet like?" Kyle's voice brought Creed back to reality from his memory. A hive world where everyone can survive without wearing respirators, because the former governor moved or sold all the industrial facilities. Klein replied. "It sounds pretty good." "What a great egg. It's completely different from the current Tyrone hive." The transport plane gradually flew into the atmosphere. Creed saw the Toyoko plane on the home planet. 3 Warlord-class Titans were moving slowly on the plane. These behemoths blew their whistles as they passed the army stationed on the plane for preparation. A large number of troops were preparing on the plane, and there was even a Leviathan command vehicle among them. The armored troops, who had arrived on the plane earlier, were driving tanks into the open entrance of the command vehicle. The size of this thing was not much less than that of a Titan. "Had the Viscani Iron Cavalry arrived?" Cred asked Kyle. "They didn't take the same ship as us, so it will probably take a few days for them to arrive," Kyle replied. Cred nodded silently, and recalled the prophecy he had received from Chin Mo before. The Viscani Iron Cavalry would launch a rebellion and kill all the Cadia leaders at the landing point on the Toyoko plain. On the way back to Cadia, Creed kept thinking about what he should do, and finally decided to prepare in advance, at least to organize a counterattack as soon as the rebellion occurred. As for telling the prophecy to others, no one would believe it, and it would bring trouble to the 8th Regiment. After making up his mind, Creed turned his head and looked at the cabin door. The transport plane landed on the ground, and the cabin door slowly lowered. Creed and others walked out of the transport plane and began to mark out a camping area and rest area for the soldiers of the 8th Regiment who were about to arrive on the landing field. Klein and his merchant guard stood aside and watched. A moment later, a small transport plane flew near Creed and his group. At first, they didn't pay much attention until the transport plane landed and 2 important people and their guards walked out of it. Although Creed had not been back to Cadia for a long time, he could recognize the 2 people who were well known in the army, Malice and Calvian, who were the chief and second in command of the castle respectively. Creed and Calvian immediately saluted the castle lords. "Yusaka Creed." Malice looked Creed up and down with an approving smile on his face, and then asked, "I heard that there are 3 Creeds in the Cadian assault army." "Yes." Creed knew that there were indeed people with the same name as him in the army, and he nodded. "I am Yusaka Creed." After hearing this reply, Malice smiled and looked at Calvin. "He is definitely the best Yusaka Creed." Calvin nodded and said to Creed, "We saw people on the landing field designated for the 8th Regiment, so we flew over from Leviathan to take a look." The 2 castle lords then praised Creed, saying that he was young and promising. This was not a sarcastic statement. It took 40 years to become a general, which was definitely not an ordinary young and promising one. In addition, it was mentioned that many people were dissatisfied with Creed's promotion speed. Creed didn't listen to a word of these words, because he was thinking about the prophecy when he looked at the two castle lords. If the prophecy is true, if the two castle lords can leave the Tuoko plain, they will not be killed. After thinking for a while, Creed said to the two, "The war is imminent, and the fortress is the safest on Cadia. There is nothing to worry about. Our compatriots will arrive faster than the enemy," Maris said calmly. Calvian and Maris had the same idea and echoed, "It's good to be vigilant, but you are not on the battlefield now, but on the home planet. There are no enemies here, only your brothers and sisters." Creed knew this was his only chance to persuade the two castle lords, and he said anxiously, "But if there is a traitor, don't think too much." Malice patted Creed's shoulder. "All the existing and upcoming troops on Cadia have fought bloody battles. They are loyal warriors who have been tested by the Emperor." Creed opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed back what he wanted to say. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "I think too much." Malice patted Creed's shoulder and returned to the transport plane with a smile. Calvian glanced at Creed, and then followed him on the transport plane. Chapter 191. Sergeant Kyle of the 8th Regiment and other officers looked at Creed in confusion. They couldn't understand why Creed wanted to persuade the two castle lords to leave. It was obvious that the two castle lords personally welcoming the incoming army on the Tuoko plain would greatly boost the morale of the army. Creed silently watched the transport plane, his eyes following the transport plane as it rose into the sky, until his eyes were almost blinded by the purple sky of Cadia. The transport ship had landed on the landing site, and the 8,000 soldiers of the 8th Regiment of the Cadian Assault Army and various armored vehicles poured out of the transport ship in an orderly manner. Creed turned his head and looked at his soldiers. These people had just experienced a long journey, and every hair on their faces was like a stroke to form the word tired. After stepping on the land of the mother planet, the soldiers finally smiled and discussed with each other how to have a good rest and find time to go home to visit relatives. Let everyone be ready for battle. Once a battle occurs, the entire 8th Regiment must be able to participate immediately. Creed suddenly gave an order to Kyle. Kyle's first reaction was to stand at attention and receive the order, then he felt puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions, and turned around to convey Creed's order. Kyle shouted to the officers and soldiers in a rough voice, and those who heard the order were also puzzled but still followed Creed's order. The 8th Regiment, which had arrived at the landing site on the mother planet, immediately entered a state of readiness as if it were in the alien war zone. The infantry of each company gathered together to check and maintain their weapons and equipment, and then began to move various sundries to build a bunker. The armored soldiers started the engines of their vehicles, and limited their range of movement to a 10-meter radius around the vehicles. The entire regiment was preparing for the upcoming war that Creed had envisioned, and everyone could immediately join the battle once the battle began. As expected of the Cadian Assault Army, Klein was amazed at the discipline displayed by the soldiers in front of him. A hint of pride flashed across Creed's serious face. When others praised his command skills, Creed was often indifferent, but when someone praised the 8th Regiment, Creed would feel proud, because this was an affirmation of the entire 8th Regiment. You didn't have more than one trick up your sleeve when you were in Tyrone, right? Klein suddenly stared at Creed and asked with a smile. Even those who have served in the Tyrone army, since the bottom nest don't have this kind of discipline. No. Creed looked at Klein calmly. I made the most suitable training plan for you without reservation. You have teleportation technology. The most important thing for your army is not discipline, but mobilization speed and combat effectiveness. If someone else said this, Klein would think it was a quibble, but it was particularly convincing when it came from Creed's mouth. In fact, the discipline of the Tyrone army has not been very good so far. As far as Klein knows, this is the case. But the mobilization speed is really fast. 80% of the time for recruits to train is spent on learning how to kill the enemy. Get ready. Creed looked at Klein's guards. When the war breaks out, you don't need to participate in the war. You just need to protect yourself and your ship. Klein did not feel slighted upon hearing this, but nodded seriously. He was fully aware of his strength and mission. The 8th Regiment was stationed at the landing site for 6 days. Every day, a large number of ships arrived at the Cadia orbit, and then the landing fleets that traveled between the landing site and the orbit carried millions of troops to the surface. The entire Tuoko plain was becoming more and more lively. Until the 7th day, the chief and deputy fortress lords ordered the organization of a grand military parade. This military parade was not only to boost morale, but also to welcome a heavyweight army the Viscani Iron Cavalry. Everyone on the Toyoko Plain was preparing for the military parade, and the 8th Regiment had also received an order to participate. A guard from the Castle Lord's Guard came to the 8th Regiment station. He found Creed under the guidance of the 8th Regiment soldiers, and found that the famous general was standing on a Lehman Russ tank with a merchant, observing the entire plain with a telescope. "General, it's time for you to participate in the military parade." The guard saluted respectfully, and then respectfully conveyed the order from the Castle Lord. "Sorry, I have a problem here. I may have to wait a while before I can participate in the parade." Creed used a telescope to observe the distance without even looking at the guard. The guard didn't believe that Creed couldn't even arrange for the 8th Regiment to participate in the parade. He immediately understood that this was just an excuse to delay participating in the parade. But the parade is an honorable thing, and welcoming the arrival of the toughest and most tenacious army in the Cadian Gate Defense Zone is also an honorable thing. The guard couldn't understand why Creed delayed. "General, I will start preparing immediately. You should go back and report to the Castle Lord first." The guard was interrupted by Creed, and then Sergeant Kyle stood in front of the guard and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that the guard could leave. "Okay, I will report to the Castle Lord truthfully." The guard left helplessly, muttering as he walked, "Yusaka Creed can't even handle things like arranging troops to participate in the military parade. The Castle Lord will definitely think I'm talking nonsense." Creed continued to observe the situation of the entire plain. Allied troops were already preparing for the parade, which was a grand ceremony. At this time, a transport plane landed on the ground. Voskanian. Creed recognized the logo on the transport plane and focused on observing the situation on the transport plane with a telescope. The large transport plane landed steadily on the ground and opened the hatch. Thousands of infantrymen lined up in an extremely neat long line and walked out of the transport plane. These people were so neat that they seemed like clones. Every soldier had a firm look in his eyes and remained silent throughout the whole process. They simply treated this gathering as if it were a war. There are nearly 1,000,000 Volscani Iron Cavalry, and these 1,000 people are only a small part of the current arrival. This group of people doesn't look simple. Klein put down the telescope and sighed. Creed nodded with a frown. The Volscani Iron Cavalry is considered the most tenacious warriors of the Cadian Gate. If the mission assigned to the Volscani is not completed, then they must all be dead. "Are they more powerful than your 8th Regiment?" Klein asked. Creed thought for a moment and answered, "We don't know which of us is stronger yet, for now." Klein wanted to ask more about the Viscani Iron Cavalry, but just as he was about to speak, he saw the Castle Lord's Guard in power armor coming over again. "General." The guard saluted Creed respectfully. "The Castle Lord invites you and this merchant to go to the command vehicle to watch the parade." Hearing this, Creed did not rush to agree, but looked at the Viscani who had walked out of the transport plane earlier. These people changed to a small transport plane and flew towards the Leviathan command vehicle. "Keep the communication open," Creed told Kyle, and then boarded the transport plane that brought the guards with Klein. The merchant guards also boarded the transport plane with the two of them. Although the guards were a little dissatisfied, they didn't say anything. Chapter 192. The entire Leviathan command vehicle was like a mobile steel fortress. Compared to this behemoth, the poison blade tank was as small as an ant. The transport plane flew to the apron on top of the command vehicle. Creed, who walked out of the cabin, saw the two Castle Lords at a glance. The two Castle Lords, Klein Malice and Calvian, were on top of the command vehicle to greet the Viscani people who arrived earlier. More than 1,000 Viscani infantrymen lined up neatly, and their company commander gave the Sky Eagle salute to the two Castle Lords. "You have worked hard along the way." Malrus waved to the servo skeleton beside him. A servo skull with a tray on the top of its head flew towards Malice. The tray on the skull's head contained red wine and a wine glass. Malrus, the chief Castle Lord, personally poured a glass of wine and handed it to the captain in front of him. The captain refused expressionlessly. "Thank you, Castle Lord, but we don't drink before the war begins. You are worthy of being the toughest and most tenacious army in the entire Cadian Gate." Malrus praised with great satisfaction, and then put the wine glass back on the tray. Creed looked at the captain of the Viscani company and his soldiers. These people had firm expressions, and did not look like traitors at all. "Is your landing ship about to arrive on the plain?" Maris asked kindly. "The parade will not begin until your Viscani Iron Cavalry arrives. The parade is prepared to welcome you. It will be soon." When we arrived by transport plane, the landing ship was already picking people up. The captain replied. "Very good, very good." Maris smiled and nodded, then looked at the second-in-command Calvian beside him, who also smiled and nodded. It can be seen that the two are looking forward to the arrival of the Visconti Iron Cavalry. Malice and Calvin praised the captain for a few more words, then turned to Creed and Klein. "Why hasn't the 8th Regiment prepared for the parade yet?" Malice asked with a smile. "Some troubles happened." Creed made up an excuse to get away with it. Malice didn't delve into it. He called Creed over not to accuse him, but to let him watch the parade on the top of the command vehicle. While Malice and Creed were talking, Calvin walked up to Klein and the merchant guards, admiring the power armor worn by the guards, while talking about buying power armor. Soon, 5 transport ships penetrated the atmosphere of the fortress world and slowly descended to the Toyoko plain. "The Visconti are coming." Maris looked up at the sky, then picked up the communicator and gave an order. "The parade can begin." All the troops on the plain that were ready for the parade took action. They marched slowly in front of the Leviathan command vehicle, with uniform steps. All the people on the top of the command vehicle were led by the fortress lords to the edge and looked down at the ongoing parade. Klein was very interested in this grand parade. He kept his eyes on the army marching slowly in front of the command vehicle. Creed stood beside the 2 castle lords, but he was in no mood to watch the parade. His eyes were always on the Visconti people. These people did not watch the parade either. The captain and his soldiers stood there with expressionless faces, motionless as if they were a group of statues rather than living people. Time passed by minute, and several transport ships carrying all the members of the Visconti Iron Cavalry gradually landed on the plain, and then millions of people walked out of the transport ships in a uniform pace and came to the plain. Malice and Calvin watched the situation on the transport ship and praised the Visconti Iron Cavalry. Creed stared at the captain and his soldiers from the opposite side, with his hands behind his back, ready to draw his gun and start fighting at any time. However, what puzzled Creed was that the captain and his soldiers did not react at all. "Don't stand there stupidly." Malice suddenly turned his head and looked at the captain. "I ordered you to come and watch the parade." "I'm just a captain." The captain replied, "I received an order to go to the surface first and report to you the news that the entire regiment is about to arrive." The captain's attitude made Creed even more confused. If the reason why these Visconti came to the castle lord was to carry out the decapitation plan, then the invitation from the castle lord just now was the best time to start the decapitation, but the captain did not take any action. Could it be that the prophecy of Lord Talon was wrong? Creed thought about it, and his tense muscles gradually relaxed. "I ordered you to come here. Do you want to resist the Lord's order?" Malice laughed. "But Lord, don't be so serious. This is not a wartime. Come here quickly." "Okay." The captain agreed reluctantly. He took off all his weapons and handed them to his subordinates, then walked towards the empty seat next to Malice. Creed watched all this. He had not completely relaxed his vigilance, but he was already thinking about asking Klein to tell Lord Tyrone afterwards, "Please don't send prophecies again in the future." "What do you think of this parade?" Maris asked the captain. "I'm just a captain." The captain replied, "My opinion is irrelevant." No, your superiors let you go first, which means they trust you. You should be a very capable young officer. Your opinion is certainly important," Maris said. "I am still not qualified to judge this parade, but I can thank you for your arrangement on behalf of the entire Visconti Iron Cavalry." The captain responded to Malice with a humble and cautious attitude. He seemed to find this kind of military parade very boring, and kept fiddling with the epaulets on his shoulders with his right hand. "When I was young, I was invited by your regiment to go to the industrial area to inspect the new recruits." Malice recalled his youth. "The Visconti people's love for steel is amazing. Everything is made of iron." "Yes, including our epaulets." The captain nodded in agreement. Everyone on the top of the command vehicle, except Creed, continued to watch the military parade. The same was true for the Visconti Iron Cavalry, who had just arrived at the Toyoko plain. They lined up in neat rows, and would never relax unless they received a rest order. Malice shifted his gaze from the military parade to the Visconti Iron Cavalry, and then saw someone holding a flag high and walking through neat square formations. Due to the distance, Malice could only see that the flags were black, and the patterns on them were not clear. "Is the background color of the flag of the Visconti Iron Cavalry black?" A question suddenly popped up in Malice's mind, and he reached for the telescope hanging on his waist. His reaction was seen by the company commander beside him. The company commander still had no expression, but his eyes became deeper. The next second, the company commander suddenly tore off his shoulder strap and slit Malice's throat. His speed was so fast that Creed, who had been staring at him, couldn't see clearly. Chapter 193. Woo! Woo! When Malice's blood spurted from his throat to the edge of the command vehicle, Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. The castle lord is dead. Cred instantly pulled out his double guns and blew up the captain's head, but his mind was blank when he pulled the trigger. This attack was completely instinctive. When the body of the captain of the Visconti Iron Cavalry fell, his 1,000 men had raised their weapons and fired at the castle lord's guards. The battle was about to break out, and the entire top of the Leviathan command vehicle became a battlefield. The castle lord's guards protected Calvin, who had not been killed yet, and retreated to the passage leading to the command vehicle, but they were intercepted by the Volscani halfway. Then a dozen guys with hot melt bombs tied to their bodies rushed towards Calvin. The fate of the second castle lord was obvious. Klein's merchant guards were exchanging fire with the Volscani. There were less than 100 of them in total, but everyone, including Ogren, was wearing power armor. And Ogren, who had the best relationship with Klein, roared and fired at the enemy, while using his body as a human shield to escort Klein to the back of the bunker where Creed was. "Don't let your people hold on here," Creed said as he glanced at the more than 20 transport planes flying towards the command vehicle. They were the transport planes of the Visconti Iron Cavalry. Creed pointed to the passage leading to the command vehicle. "We are very close to it, kill them." Klein was completely willing to obey any order from Creed at this time. He took out the communicator and relayed the order to his guards. All the people in the merchant guards fought back, while moving closer to Klein. They fought side by side, with the surviving castle lord guards. Klein took out his pistol and shot at the enemy. After the guards gathered around him, he and Creed rushed out of the bunker and headed straight for the entrance of the passage. The 5 Ogrens in the guards were the first to rush to the enemy blocking the way. The power armor they wore not only gave them strong defensive capabilities, but also enhanced their close combat capabilities. The enemies were smashed or knocked away by Ogren's fists, and were also shot by other guards wearing power armor and holding laser rifles. The group quickly rushed into the passage and closed the gate. The command vehicle was not safe either. The 20 transport planes had approached the command vehicle and sent all the soldiers on board to it. There were sounds of gunfire everywhere, as well as screams of fear and war cries. "What the hell is going on?" The Visconti rebelled. "How is this possible? How is this possible? Emperor, what is going on?" The surviving castle guards were shocked and could not accept what had just happened. The modest and respectable captain of the Volscani Iron Cavalry suddenly killed the castle lord, and then his men immediately opened fire on the people who wanted to fight side by side with him. The castle lord's guards were shocked and puzzled, while the merchant guards and Klein were confused, and they didn't understand why the two groups started a war. Creed's mentality was more complicated. Even though he had known about the prophecy of rebellion and made preparations, he still found it hard to accept when it really happened. The most tenacious unit in the entire Cadian Gate defense zone, the Volscani Iron Cavalry, actually rebelled. No one would fully believe this until it really happened. But all this is true. "We have to leave here," Cred said. "This is the command vehicle." A castle guard pointed to the ground excitedly and said, "Are we going to give it to the enemy?" "I don't want to give it to the enemy, but now everyone in the command vehicle is in chaos. Some people are being slaughtered by the Visconti people, and some people don't know what happened. This place can't be defended," Cred said and walked forward. When passing a window, Creed saw that the 20 transport planes that had arrived at the transport vehicle were returning, and more transport planes were flying over. They would send more enemies to the command vehicle. "Unless you have the ability to fight 10,000 with one, leave with me. I will arrange for people to take back the command vehicle later," Creed said and continued to move forward. The others followed Creed silently. A castle lord guard walked a few steps quickly to Creed's side and asked puzzledly, "Don't you have a communicator? Why can't we hold on here first, and then you order your troops to come to the command vehicle? You don't think that only the command vehicle was attacked?" Cred asked back. As soon as the voice fell, the roar of artillery reached everyone's ears. It is obvious that the Visconti Iron Cavalry has rebelled as a whole, and they are attacking the friendly troops outside the parade. The most important thing for the 8th Regiment to do now is not to rush into the command vehicle, but to fight the enemy, protect and gather nearby friendly troops," Creed said and continued to move forward. The others continued to follow Creed without any objection. Creed gave orders to the 8th Regiment while on the road with the communicator. "Establish a defense line to cover friendly forces. Don't worry about which company or regiment each of them belongs to. Integrate them into a company on the spot and put them on the defense line. People from the 14th Regiment? I don't care where their general is. Tell Commissar Aldred that I order him to shoot anyone in the 14th Regiment who is unwilling to join the defense line, and I will bear the consequences." The group advanced a distance. After Creed had given all the orders, Klein immediately walked over and asked, "Where are we going next?" Cred was a little confused by the question, but he still answered patiently, "Leave the command vehicle, I said it before." "I know we have to leave the command vehicle, but how do we leave?" "We go to the helipad and grab a transport plane." "I thought we were going to do something on the way to evacuation." "Let's teleport away directly. Even if not everyone has a teleport protection device, we can ask the people on the ship to send the protection device down first." After Klein finished his last sentence, Creed stood still and asked with mixed feelings, "So, your merchant ship also has a teleporter?" "Yes, but the accuracy is not that high." Klein nodded. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" It's not that Creed didn't think about using the teleporter to leave, but he thought the teleporter was a military facility, and civilian ships, like merchant ships, would not have teleporters at all. "You didn't ask." Klein took out the teleportation beacon and threw it on the ground, then took out the communicator, and ordered the people on standby on the merchant ship, send down the teleportation protection device, and then teleport us to the 8th Regiment. After that, Klein asked Creed about the location of the 8th Regiment, and then told the location information to the people on the merchant ship. The protected device was quickly transmitted to the beacon placement point. While the others were wearing the protected device, Klein ordered the merchant ship again, make sure the dimensional engine is always available, and jump to another place immediately once the enemy fleet is found. Creed, who was standing by, heard this order and immediately reminded Klein, "You are not a Cadian, you can go back to the merchant ship. My mission is to be a liaison." Klein smiled and said, "Cadia is standing, man." Creed nodded, "Cadia is standing." Chapter 194. The merchant ship's teleportation device teleported Creed and his party to the location of the 8th Regiment. At this time, Kyle had just organized a 1,000-man suicide squad and was ready to lead the team to rescue Creed. After seeing Creed suddenly teleported, he immediately disbanded the suicide squad and asked the 1,000 people to return to the defense line to fight. Creed did not explain to Kyle how he got out of the command vehicle. He immediately walked around the entire defense line to observe the situation. There is no distinction between the front line and the rear here. Everyone is at the forefront of the battle. Creed marched behind the temporary bunker, sometimes shouting to his soldiers, sometimes stopping to raise a telescope to observe the situation. A large number of Visconti Iron Cavalry troops were attacking the temporary defense line established by the 8th Regiment. The soldiers hid behind the bunker and fired at the enemy with various light and heavy weapons. The friendly troops gathered by the 8th Regiment were also fighting on the defense line. Some of them were artillery, and some were armored soldiers. These friendly troops had no time to find a suitable combat position, and could only join the battle at any position. Creed could only see the situation on his side of the 8th Regiment, and could not see anything further away. However, the signalmen and scouts in the regiment kept running to Creed to report the situation of other regiments, which allowed Creed to roughly sort out the situation of the entire Toyoko Plain. The entire Toyoko Plain had become a battlefield, and the Visconti Iron Cavalry slaughtered the troops closer to them. These troops were suddenly attacked during the parade, and had no time to react, resulting in extremely heavy casualties. The closer the troops were to the landing position of the Visconti Iron Cavalry, the worse it was. The troops farther away had time to react and defend on the spot. While the massacre was going on, the main force of the Visconti Iron Cavalry was establishing positions one after another in the northern part of the plain, and also sent some mobile forces to seize the supply points around Toyoko. The defense line organized by the 8th Regiment was the farthest from the Visconti Iron Cavalry, but it had been targeted, and was under attack and bombardment. The loyalists on the Cadia-Toyoko plains were unable to form a battle line. The Visconti Iron Cavalry could not only bypass many of the defending troops and attack the 8th Regiment directly, but also send armored units to bypass them. The information Creed deduced was rather vague, because the information he received was vague to begin with, and there was even completely contradictory information. All he could do was make a comprehensive judgment. As for the specific situation on the battlefield, he had to wait until the situation stabilized before trying to collect more and more real battlefield information. After thinking for a few minutes based on the existing information, Creed came up with a countermeasure. First, he had to hold on to this line of defense and gather more defeated friendly forces. As long as the line of defense could continue to exist and expand, other friendly forces would have a chance to retreat and regroup. Secondly, he had to do everything he could to get in touch with the large-scale friendly forces scattered across the plains, reorganize the headquarters, and establish a front to resist the attack of the Visconti Iron Cavalry. Then he had to organize a death squad to find a way to recapture the command vehicle. Creed broke down all the decisions into orders, and told them to Kyle, who then passed them on. A company of soldiers was withdrawn from the defense line and took a troop carrier or transport plane to contact other friendly forces. The political commissar of the 8th Regiment, Caldred, gave an inspiring speech encouraging the 8th Regiment and other friendly forces on the defense line to form a death squad. Klein watched silently from beginning to end. He wanted to help Creed, but the merchant ship did not carry a scanning device and could not directly scan the situation on the Toyoko plane. The communication device carried by the merchant ship was also incompatible with the communication means of the Astra Militarum. The only thing Klein could think of was to use his merchant ship to help Creed conduct orbital bombing. But this idea was rejected by Creed as soon as it was proposed, because he had no right to allow ships other than the Imperial Navy to bombard Cadia's territory. He was only the general of the 8th Regiment, nothing more. The only thing Creed asked Klein for help was to ask him about the situation in orbit. Klein immediately asked his subordinates, and then conveyed the result to Creed. The ship that sent the Volscani Iron Cavalry into the galaxy has long since fled. There are only defense platforms, and my merchant ships in the entire orbit. Yes. Creed nodded to show that he understood, and then talked about something else, informed Lord Talon of the situation on Cadia. Is this a request for help? Klein asked. No, it's far from the time to ask for help now. Creed shook his head slowly. Hearing this, Klein looked at the battlefield. He didn't think it was not the time to ask for help, but since Creed said so, it would be better to listen to him. Time passed by minute by minute. The battle was becoming more and more intense. Creed never went to the safest place, but was still wandering along the entire defense line. Enemy shells were constantly falling on various places along the defense line, and occasionally 1 or 2 bombs would explode 500 meters away from Creed, with shrapnel directly hitting Creed's feet. Klein wanted to persuade Creed to go to his merchant ship to command the battle, but every time he opened his mouth, his words were drowned out by the sound of artillery fire. Creed continued to walk in the smoke, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a cigar, with no expression on his face, ignoring the explosions around him. Sergeant Jerinkle stayed with Creed closely, holding the flag of the 8th Regiment high to announce the arrival of General Creed to the soldiers and even the enemy. This extremely risky behavior has both advantages and disadvantages. Occasionally, some enemies would try to bypass the defense line to assassinate Creed, and some would even try to snipe him. Although all these threats were eliminated by the soldiers of the 8th Regiment, they were still quite dangerous. But the advantage was that the general of the 8th Regiment would personally go to the most dangerous place to boost the morale of the soldiers, and even those friendly troops, who were forced by Commissar Caldred to join the battle, would feel excited and serve Creed as if they were serving their own general. As the battle progressed, some generals, who had retreated from the northernmost part of the Toyoko plain, rushed to Creed immediately after seeing him and asked Creed to give them combat missions. A moment later, a shell exploded 300 meters away from Creed, and the dust and dirt that were kicked up even extinguished the burning cigar in his hand. A shrapnel scratched a bloody mark on Creed's face. You are simply seeking death. Klein bent over and rushed to Creed, shouting into his ear. I'm just a general. Creed looked at Klein, his face expressionless. If I die, another general will immediately take my place, and my death can also boost morale. This kind of sacrifice is valuable when our army is at a great disadvantage. Chapter 195. You are a natural-born general. Many people have said that to me. Creed and Klein had a brief conversation, and then continued to be busy with the war. Under Creed's command, the originally chaotic situation gradually became orderly, and the death squad responsible for seizing the command vehicle had assembled. When he asked Kyle to convey the order, Creed did not propose a detailed plan for the formation of the death squad. This was because the 8th Regiment had a precedent for forming a death squad before. Many times, Creed did not need to break down his decisions into step-by-step orders, and his people knew what to do. A 2,000-man suicide squad was formed. Each member was an elite from different companies, and each had their own strengths. When the suicide squad was ready to carry out the mission, Creed left the most dangerous front line for the first time and took Kyle and Klein into a Chimera transporter. Kyle knew what Creed wanted to do, and immediately prepared a pen and a piece of paper for him. Creed held a pen in one hand and a cigar in the other, and asked Klein, "Can you lend me the teleportation device on your merchant ship? Do you want to personally command the suicide squad to seize the command vehicle?" Klein suddenly guessed Creed's idea, and nodded. Of course, but there are only 200 protective devices on the ship, and it is impossible to arm everyone. That's more than enough. Send the protective devices down. Creed nodded, and looked at Kyle on the side. Let Terrence and the others put on the protective devices, and then let the others board the transport plane and enter the command vehicle. Yes, sir. Kyle immediately picked up the communicator and roared to convey Creed's order. Klein also ordered the merchant ship to send the transport protection device to the 8th Regiment. Talons is not a person's name, but the name of a squad. The name comes from the name of a Goro beast that Creed loved most in his family ranch during his childhood. The Talons squad has exactly 200 people. After the transport plane, loaded with people other than the Talons squad, flew to the command vehicle, Creed contacted every officer in the death squad and asked them to go to different floors inside the command vehicle. These officers kept in touch with Creed all the time. They informed Creed of everything they saw, and Creed used this information to summarize the situation inside the command vehicle. There are still more than 5,000 friendly troops in the command vehicle. They are protecting the Void Shield and the command room. It's a smart choice. Creed, holding a cigar, drew the positions of the friendly troops on paper with a sloppy sketch. Klein watched and studied silently beside him, and then he was surprised to find that Creed even drew the location of the enemy. This was not deduced from the communication from the front line of the battle, but Creed was extremely familiar with every detail inside the command vehicle, and he knew which routes the enemy would definitely take to attack the Void Shield device. Since the Leviathan command vehicle was not mass-produced, the internal structure of each command vehicle did not have a standard design. The reason why Creed was so familiar with the command vehicles belonging to the two former castle owners must be because he had tried to explore them. I was actually preparing for it a long time ago. Creed suddenly began to explain, I fought alongside the Viscani 7 years ago. They were a little abnormal. You knew that long ago? Then why didn't you report it to the castle lord? Klein asked. What would Lord Talon think if you told him that the guards wanted to assassinate him? Same reason. Creed answered without even looking up. Klein thought about it carefully and felt helpless. Creed was wise to prepare in advance. Creed continued to command the operation to recapture the Leviathan command vehicle. During this period, Kyle would report some troubles on the defense line, and then Creed would deal with the troubles in the gaps of command. There were even 2 generals from other regiments who came, and Creed received them while commanding. The Terrence team teleported many times. They would be transferred to the open areas on each floor of the Leviathan command vehicle. After each teleportation, the battle would achieve results, either assassinating the enemy officers or blowing up the enemy's transport plane used to land the command vehicle, or cooperating with friendly forces to attack the enemy. After giving the last transmission order, Creed put the pen on the paper and asked Kyle to do something else. The battle in the command vehicle was still going on, but it had reached the final stage. Creed did not need to give any more orders, and just had to wait for the news that the command vehicle had been recaptured. The Golden Throne. Creed suddenly sighed, and a smile appeared on his face, which had never been rippled. You, the commander of the Tyrone army, are really comfortable. I dream of having a commando team that can reach the battle site in an instant. Why not join the Tyrone army? You can become a marshal. Klein joked. Although it was just a joke, Creed still thought about it seriously, and gave a serious answer. Every Cadian is given a sacred duty by the Emperor at birth, which is to fight for the entire Cadian Gate defense zone until the last moment of life, so I can't go to your place. Can you not be so serious? Klein was somewhat helpless. He just wanted to liven up the atmosphere, not to discuss grand topics such as responsibility with Creed. The command vehicle has been seized. Kyle walked into the troop carrier and reported at the top of his voice. Creed was not surprised at the news at all. He just nodded and said to Kyle in a calm tone, I will not get on the command vehicle for the time being, unless more than 24 generals can contact me and enter the command vehicle to discuss strategy together. Send the wounded first. Kyle was about to ask Creed if he wanted to go to the command vehicle. Anything else? Creed asked. General Sane is coming here in a transport plane, and there are 20 other generals with him. Kyle reported another thing. It was a good thing that a total of 21 generals came, because it meant that the 8th Regiment had established contact with the 21st Regiment, and everyone could work together to fight against the Viscani Iron Cavalry. Sane, who led the 97th Regiment of the Cadian Assault Army, was no different from the other 20 generals, but Kyle singled him out for a reason. Thine. Creed frowned. This colleague named Thrine had left many bad impressions on Creed. This person was the representative of all those who were dissatisfied with Creed. Creed even heard a rumor that Thrine had formed a group of officers, which was called Anti-Creed Alliance of Cadian Gate Defense Zone. Creed did not think this ridiculous rumor was true, but he knew that many colleagues headed by Thrine were very dissatisfied with their promotion speed and were trying to sabotage them. This was a fact. Should Thrine be kicked out? Kyle asked with his fists clenched. It's wartime now. Creed stood up and walked out of the troop carrier. As long as Thrain is as hostile to the Viscani as he is to me, it's fine. Chapter 196. In the open space, outside the Chimera transport vehicle, a transport plane had just landed, and after the hatch opened, all the passengers walked out. There were a total of 21 generals, all of whom had deputies like Kyle, and these deputies also held the flags of their respective regiments. They soon saw Creed, Kyle, and a businessman coming over. When these people saw Creed, some of them breathed a sigh of relief, some were delighted, and some were very twisted. Creed saluted each of his colleagues, asking about the status of their respective units, and whether they needed help. When someone said that they couldn't even guarantee air superiority, Creed would ask the company in the 8th Regiment that was good at air defense to rush over for support. Everyone could get solutions or help from Creed, and Sane was the last person to talk to Creed. "What's the situation there?" Creed asked Sane. Sane's face flashed with displeasure. He felt that Creed seemed to be not his colleague, but his superior. But Sane was not stupid, he just needed help. "My people are holding on to the westernmost side of the plain, and a Titan army is heading towards the plain. They were originally going to Harling Castle, but suddenly learned about the situation on the Toilco plain and rushed here. There were no infantry to cooperate with them, so someone had to greet them." Creed thought about it. The greeting Sane mentioned was not a group of people running to the front of the Titans waving flags with warm welcome, but to break out of the encirclement of the Viscani people and rush to the Titan army to explain the situation to them and cooperate with them in the battle. Titans are giant war machines that can be defeated not only by enemies of the same size, but also by infantry with a small chance of killing them. The Volscani Iron Cavalry, known for their tenacity, are a threat to the Titans, and they also have Titans. "I will plan an operation to cover your 97th Regiment to break out of the siege," Creed said. Thane was originally worried that Creed would not agree, or that Creed wanted his friends to welcome the Titan Legion and gain corresponding credit. But Creed still agreed. "The 97th Regiment's anti-aircraft unit will stay to help you fight," Thine said. "That's great." Creed smiled and patted Thrain on the shoulder. Thine no longer had any resistance to Creed. He knew that it was wartime, and in a chaotic situation, someone capable of managing the overall situation was needed. Although he didn't want to admit it, Thrain knew in his heart that his ability was no match for Creed's, and he'd better not ruin this short-necked bastard's career before the war was over. "How is our command vehicle?" Someone asked Creed. "The command vehicle of the Viscani is killing people 1,400 kilometers away. The command vehicle was almost captured, but it has been recaptured now. You can get on it anytime," Creed responded. The generals all breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately lined up to board the plane to fly to the command vehicle. Creed did not refuse to board the command vehicle this time, because he also had to discuss strategies with these generals. For the next 4 days, Creed discussed strategy with his colleagues in the command vehicle. Everyone had not rested since they gathered together 4 days ago. Creed smoked cigars one after another, and the whole command room was filled with smoke. In the eyes of others, his cigars seemed to never run out. He could take out another cigar just by reaching his hand to his waist. During these 4 days, the troops that survived the sudden attack of the Viscani Iron Cavalry contacted Creed one after another, and more generals arrived at the command vehicle by transport planes from various locations on the plains. Until now, 4 days later, hundreds of people have gathered in the command room, and the situation on the Toilco plain has gradually stabilized. At least the loyalists can organize a front to resist the attack of the traitors. "We will definitely win this war," Creed said to everyone in the command room. Although the Viscani Iron Cavalry still has hundreds of thousands of troops, no one questioned Creed's speculation. Various Titan legions have joined the battle, and various regions in the fortress world are sending troops to the Toilco plain. The only fate of the Viscani Iron Cavalry is to be annihilated by the continuous attacks from all directions. Although victory was inevitable, no one was happy. The atmosphere in the command room was extremely solemn. Creed knew why everyone present was in a heavy mood. The reason was simple. On the one hand, 2 castle lords and a large number of high-ranking officers in the command were dead. On the other hand, it was because the rebellion of the Volscani Iron Cavalry was really hard to accept. Why did the Volscani people rebel? Who knows? When they slaughtered my soldiers, I didn't completely believe that they had rebelled. It was unbelievable. What's the difference between this and your brother, who has been with you for many years, suddenly wants to kill you? The generals discussed for a while, but could not come up with any answer. Finally, everyone looked at Creed, because Creed was the first to react and respond. He might know some inside information. Only the Emperor knows the reason why the Volscani rebelled. I only know that they are absolutely loyal to their new master. Creed sorted out the details of the whole incident in his mind. Until now, no warships have come to support them. They launched a suicidal attack and had no intention of leaving Cadia alive. These two sentences made the atmosphere even more heavy. The Volscani Iron Cavalry, who originally fought for the Emperor and humanity, were still extremely loyal even after their rebellion, except that they were no longer loyal to the Emperor. Everyone was silent. 10 minutes later, someone suddenly spoke up. Even if we wipe out the Volscani, it's not a complete victory. I think there must be bigger troubles waiting for us. There are still many things to do after we wipe out the Volscani. The Lord is dead. We need a new Lord, a Supreme Lord. After hearing these words, everyone either nodded or agreed loudly. The Supreme Lord is different from the Chief Lord and the Second Lord. This is a title that will only be used when Cadia is in the most critical moment. The Supreme Lord will have the greatest power. No one would think that Cadia does not need a Supreme Lord at this time, but the selection of the Supreme Lord is a problem. If a Supreme Lord is to be elected, then the first person everyone thinks of is Creed, because he played a decisive role in this war. He integrated the armies fighting on the Tuoco Plain, and prevented them from being massacred by the Viscani Iron Cavalry. Everyone recognized Creed's ability, but not everyone was willing to let him be the Supreme Lord. We will use the traditional process to select the candidate for the Supreme Lord. Creed stood up from his seat. We have passed the most difficult time. Everyone can take a break. Everyone stood up and walked out of the command room. Creed did not leave the command room. He sat back in his seat and asked Kyle to give him the communicator. After getting the communicator, Creed contacted Klein and asked him to convey a question to the Lord of Talon. What was the reason for the rebellion of the Viscani Iron Cavalry? Chapter 197. Tyrone Galaxy. The bridge of the battleship Lord of Tyrone. The top leaders of the entire Tyrone Star Region armed forces gathered in the bridge. They either entered the battleship in person to participate in the meeting, or participated in the meeting using holographic images from other places. When Qin Mo's image also appeared in the bridge, the meeting began. Gray and Yao En, who were far away in the Agrippina Star Region, reported on the defense situation of the entire galaxy, and the captains of the Tyrone fleet scattered in the Misty Star Region followed suit. This information was summarized to Qin Mo, allowing him to outline the overall situation in his mind. Some fleets of the Tyrone Navy were scattered in the Hazy Star Field. They were either fighting raiding ships or cooperating with the Imperial Navy to attack the Plague Fleet. As everyone was talking, hundreds of large and small void battles were going on in the entire star field at the same time. The Celestial Engine and the 100 army regiments led by Gray have always been protecting the Agrippina system. Even though they have not encountered a battle for a long time, they have not left. The astropaths on the Agrippina Forge world can receive hundreds of astropathic messages for help every day. These astropathic messages are either humble requests for support or hysterical abuses asking why the Celestial Engine is always squatting in the Agrippina system. Don't respond to those requests for help. Just stay in the Agrippina system. Qin Mo said to Gray, Forge world is more important than any other world. If it loses the entire star field, what will the Star Army use to fight? Yes. Gray bowed and accepted the order. He thought so too. The Celestial Engine is too large to jump dimensions as fast as a battleship. If you want to protect the Forge world, the Celestial Engine must stay where it is, and ensure that the galaxy where the Forge world is located will never be invaded. How is the fleet? Are there heavy losses? Qin Mo looked at his admiral again. Very little loss. Adam replied calmly, the biggest difficulty is not the strength of the enemy, but the fact that the entire Misty Star region is too large, and almost everywhere is under attack. Our fleet is very dispersed. Qin Mo nodded and said nothing. The Tyrone Navy did its best. After saying what he needed to say, Qin Mo scanned the crowd for Klein's image, but didn't see him. Where's Klein? Isn't it time for a routine meeting today? No one could answer Qin Mo, because no one present was in Cadia. Just as Qin Mo was about to contact Klein through the communication station in the dimensional space, Klein's image flashed in the bridge. Due to the distance, Klein's image would flash from time to time, but the sound was still quite clear. The battle on the Tuoco Plain is not over yet, but the victory of the Cadians is inevitable, Klein said. In every routine meeting before, Klein would report the situation in Cadia, and the content of the report was similar to what Qin Mo guessed. The Viscani Iron Cavalry would definitely be annihilated, and then Creed would become the Supreme Castle Master. Although the situation on the Fortress World Cadia has been good so far, and it is even the best world in the Misty Star domain, Qin Mo knows that Cadia is the main battlefield, and he is concerned about everything on Cadia. Has Creed become the Castle Master? Qin Mo asked. Not yet. Klein shook his head and continued to talk about the question that Creed asked him to ask. Creeder wants me to ask why the Volscani Iron Cavalry rebelled? How can I, a person from the Talon sector, know the reason for the Volscani Iron Cavalry rebellion? Chi Nemo was a little confused by the question, thinking that Creed was really free now. If it was a few days ago, he would not have the time or the mood to ask about this. Chi Nemo did not know the real reason for the Volscani Iron Cavalry rebellion. He could only guess. The Volscani Iron Cavalry is well known in the Cadian Gate Defense Zone. They once faced chaos. Chaos corruption is pervasive. Even the strongest-willed people may not be easily corrupted, but they will hear chaos whispers constantly, or they will have a lot of psychological hints in their lives. Over time, they will be corrupted. Some space marines are corrupted in this way. Mortal troops are mortal troops after all. There is a reason why the Grey Knights kill all those who have seen the devil. Finally, Chi Nemo told Klein his guess, and then told him, "Tell Creed exactly what I said." "Yes." Klein saluted respectfully, and his body image disappeared in the bridge. After Klein left, Adam asked, "Excuse me, you pay too much attention to this person named Creed. We can actually send a fleet to Cadia while cooperating with the Imperial Navy." Hearing this, Chi Nemo said nothing, just shook his head. Although the Tyrone sector is still nominally a subordinate of the Empire, neither the Empire nor the Tyrone senior officials recognize this superior subordinate relationship, and they cannot send a fleet directly to Cadia in the name of support. Although it is wartime now, we should not only consider the war, but also take other things into consideration. Unless Creed becomes the Lord of the Castle, and applies for support in the name of the current Supreme Lord of Cadia. Adam knew that his suggestion was not appropriate, so he did not continue to raise it. "What is the situation around the Tyrone sector now?" Chi Nemo asked. "We have been attacked several times during this period, but they were all easily dealt with." Adam waved his hand, and a video appeared in the bridge. The video showed a small-scale void battle. 2 Talon cruisers fought against 3 Moon-class cruisers. All 3 cruisers were eventually destroyed, but one escape boat flew to an agricultural world in the galaxy. These 3 Moon-class cruisers have an interesting feature, that is, they have a black hand and red bottom logo on the side of their hulls. This is the symbol of the Red Pirates. The battle took place in the Ivan Galaxy, which is due east of the Talon sector, 1,500 light-years away from the boundary of the sector. Adam explained. Although most of the Talon Navy's forces were sent to the Hazy sector, the main fleet led by the Talon Lord battleship remained inside the Talon sector. When some Imperial worlds outside the sector were attacked, the Talon Navy would go out to help. "I need someone to capture the enemies in the lifeboat alive, and kill all the others and only capture one alive." Chi Nemo stared at the lifeboat in the video that was flashing white light and flying towards the agricultural world. "Please ask Chapter Captain Foros to handle this matter." Chapter Captain Foros of the Lamenters did not attend this meeting because they were not nominally part of the Tyrone armed forces. And Rita, one of the guards, stepped forward and said, "I will contact Chapter Captain Foros right away." Chi Nemo nodded, and then signaled that the others could leave. Chapter 198. 1 day later. The new flagship of the Weepers ended its dimensional navigation and emerged from the dimensional space in the orbit of the agricultural world of the Ivan system. This is a 37-kilometer-long warship, which took 3 years to build by the orbital dock. The warship is equipped with 30 particle lance launchers, an arc launcher, close and weapon arrays around the hull, and the most advanced dimensional transmission device. The name of this new flagship is the same as the flagship that no longer belongs to the Weepers, also called the Daughter of the Storm. In the bridge of the Storm Daughter, Foros and the 3 captains of the regiment stared at the holographic image in front of them, waiting for the detection wave released by the scanning array to cover the entire agricultural world. Soon a red dot appeared on the agricultural world on the holographic image, and an information bar was extended near the red dot. 30 suspected hostile targets were scanned. Coordinates: X192, Y33. The appearance of the suspected hostile targets was also displayed in the information bar. 30 Chaos Space Marines. These Space Marines came from different war bands. Will the Tyrone sector also face a joint attack by the traitors? A captain speculated. If we knew what they were here for, the Lord of Tyrone would not let us capture them alive. Another captain said, and then turned his attention to Foros. Captain, please let me lead the team to deal with these enemies. Foros shook his head. Select 10 elite troops, and I will lead the team myself. After hearing this decision, the captains wanted to dissuade him, because as the captain of the chapter, Foros did not need to go there in person. After all, there were only 30 enemies in the agricultural world. But the captains also considered that the reason why the chapter master decided to take action personally might not be simply for the sake of victory. The entire chapter relied on the supplies of the Talon sector, and had just received a new flagship. The entire chapter had to show its importance to the new arrangements of the Lord of Talon. Be ready for battle in 1 minute. Foros put on his helmet, and turned to walk out of the bridge. 10 elite warriors were quickly selected to follow Foros to the transmission platform. Except for Foros, who was still wearing his fine power armor, everyone else was wearing Terminator power armor. After the 11 people arrived at the teleportation platform and stood side by side, the teleportation device began to calculate, and sent them all to the agricultural world in 2 seconds. Like many previous teleportations, the barrier generated by the protection device wrapped around everyone's body, and then everything in the field of vision turned into lines. When the world in the field of vision returned to normal, Foros and his 10 warriors appeared on an empty plain. The 30 Chaos Space Marines, who landed on the agricultural world in the lifeboat, were fighting with the defense army. They did not have any heavy weapons, and they could beat the defense army, which was 100 times larger than themselves, with just the grenade launchers in their hands. After Foros appeared, the Chaos Space Marines and the guardsmen stopped firing for half a second. The guardsmen were surprised that an Astartes would come to this unknown place. The Chaos Space Marines were surprised that the 10 enemies in front of them were all wearing Terminators, and what was even more strange was that they were very tall. Don't let down the blood of Sanguinius. The Weepers moved forward and opened fire. The Chaos Space Marines fought back, and quickly hid behind the lifeboat. The Terminator power armor, designed for close-range firefights, gave the Weepers a great advantage. They could not dodge the enemy's explosives, but adopt a more aggressive combat strategy to kill all the enemies before anyone on their side was injured. Heavy bolts and plasma weapons opened large holes in the hull of the lifeboat. The number of Chaos Space Marines hiding behind unqualified shelters decreased as time passed. The plains of the agricultural world where they were surrounded were either stones or crops. Compared with these two things, the lifeboat was still resistant to attack. Keep going, brothers. Frost walked in the middle holding a power spear, and the other 10 walked on his left and right, shooting and moving forward. First, a call suddenly came out in the fierce exchange of fire. Foros heard someone calling his name, and that person jumped out from the back of the escape boat. It was a captain of the former Star Claws. Foros remembered his name was Ryan. Foros knew that the Star Claws had degenerated into red pirates after the Badab War, and their leader was still Huron. Ryan looked extremely corrupt at this time. He was wearing purple power armor, his face was pulled by the spiked collar around his neck, and he was carrying a can filled with green liquid on his back. Although Ryan was carrying a can, his mobility was not hindered at all, but became faster. Ryan's body nimbly dodged the oncoming bombs or plasma, sometimes crouching and sometimes jumping up, crossing a distance of 100 meters in 2 seconds and arriving in front of Foros. 2 power swords were unsheathed from Ryan's waist, and Ryan continued to approach Foros while waving the sharp knife. Foros took the initiative to meet Ryan's arm with a precise stab, and the decomposition point on the power spear shattered Ryan's entire arm. Ryan was not affected by the pain, but became more excited, but it was useless. His neck was strangled by Foros, and he was knocked unconscious by Foros's head but just as he tried to break free. The required survivors had been captured, so there was no need for other enemies to survive. Foros and the other 10 Weepers quickly cleaned up the remaining Chaos Space Marines, even piling their bodies together and cleaned them up with plasma weapons. The whole battle ended quickly. When Foros entered the lifeboat to check if there were any remaining enemies, he saw no enemies, only a large box in the lifeboat. When Foros approached the box to find out, the box suddenly released a beam to scan him, and then opened automatically. There were no bombs in the box, only neatly arranged bolt guns and power spears, and a screen playing a video. These weapons should be captured trophies. Each weapon was full of scratches, and some even had blood on them. Foros turned his head and looked at the screen, where a video of a person talking to the camera was playing. If anyone has this box, please pass it on to the Weepers stationed in the Talon sector, and then help me find the chapter leader named Foros, and help me convey the next words. Foros, my brother. If you and your chapter are eventually forced into a desperate situation by the Empire, please remember that there is a man named Huron who is always willing to accept you. The person in the video is Huron, the leader of the Red Corsairs. Asshole. Foros took out a pistol and blew up the screen, then ordered the people outside the lifeboat, blow up the entire lifeboat, and then we will return to Talon. Chapter 199. After Foros gave the order, His men immediately cleared a fire break around the lifeboat to prevent the entire field from being set on fire during the destruction of the lifeboat. From the beginning of the battle to now, Foros did not let the defense army take action. He just asked the defense army for 2 hot melt bombs and threw them into the lifeboat after the fire break was cleared. After the bomb was detonated, the entire lifeboat was instantly destroyed, and the boxes full of weapons on it were naturally destroyed together. Times are different now, aren't they, Weepers? Ryan, who had just been knocked unconscious and captured alive by Foros in the battle, woke up at some point, speaking in a sarcastic tone while trying to break free from the control of Foros's men. But Ryan's body was held down by 2 men wearing Terminator armor, and it was useless to struggle for a long time with all his strength, and he was even punched. Are you now dogs raised by the Talon people? It seems that the Lord of Talon has prepared a lot of good things for his dogs. If it was before, you would have been eager to keep the weapons in the box. Ryan kept talking trash, but these words could not anger Foros, but only made Foros confused. Foros looked at Ryan. He didn't understand why this guy was so excited. In his impression, Captain Ryan of the Star Claws was a taciturn man. Even if the Minotaur Warband annihilated a squad, he would not curse. In contrast, Ryan now was trembling all over, and his face, which was hooked by the collar, had different expressions every second, sometimes excited and happy, sometimes frowning and angry. This is too weird. Don't try to anger me. Save your energy for the next interrogation. Frost stepped forward, put a protective device on Ryan, and then sent a teleportation command to the Storm Daughter. A total of 12 people instantly disappeared in front of the Agricultural World Defense Forces and arrived at the transmission platform of the Storm Daughter. Frost escorted Ryan to the prison. Along the way, some teams on their way to the training ground met Foros, and Ryan saw that at least 3 people in these teams were wearing Terminator armor. At first, Ryan thought that the Lamenters had only a dozen sets of Terminator armor, which was amazing enough. But then he saw several teams one after another, and found that they also had 3 people wearing Terminator power armor, and the others were wearing ordinary power armor. Am I hallucinating or something? Why are there so many Terminators? Ryan couldn't believe what he saw. Did you go to plunder Ultramar? Foros continued to move forward without saying a word. When he was about to enter the prison area, a girl in a black military uniform ran up to Foros and asked excitedly, "Is the mission completed? Can we go back to Talon now?" "Yes, Tessa." Foros nodded. "We will return to the Talon system immediately." The girl named Tessa in front of him was a survivor, who was rescued by the Lamenters when the faithless plague ravaged the Talon Star Zone. After Tessa and her sister went to the Talon system together, the 2 sisters lived a normal life. When Tessa became an adult, she was considered to have the talent to become a battleship crew member. Then she participated in the training and graduated with the 1st place. Excellent people like her have the right to make their own choices after graduation. At that time, Tessa chose to serve in the Daughter of Storm, which was about to be completed, and then she became the leader of the navigation team of the Daughter of Storm, and has been serving until now. "Yes, Captain." Tessa saluted and accepted the order, preparing to go to the bridge to command the navigation. Ryan saw that Tessa knew Foros. He stared at Tessa with an extremely obscene look, whistled and laughed. "You have a good figure, girl. Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will stuff your body into my armor as a meat pad, ha ha ha." Foros hit Ryan on the chin with an uppercut, and 2 bloody teeth flew out of Ryan's mouth and hit the corridor wall. "Do what you should do," Foros ordered Tessa, and then continued to take Ryan to the prison. The Storm Daughter was ready for the dimension jump. After the protective barrier was generated and wrapped around the hull, it entered the dimensional space and jumped out again after a few seconds. After each cycle, the Storm Daughter was closer to the Talon system. Ryan was escorted to the prison area by Foros, but he was not imprisoned in a cell made of adamantium, but was locked in an interrogation chair. 10 mechanical arms extended from behind the interrogation chair, and each mechanical arm inserted a fine diamond needle with paralysis toxin into Ryan's limb joints, making him unable to even exert force. Sitting on the interrogation chair is a form of execution, but Ryan did not feel pain. He breathed rapidly and gasped, with an excited expression on his face. Foros asked the others to leave the prison area for training, leaving only one subordinate. This subordinate was a pharmacist. He was wearing a Terminator armor specially customized for pharmacists, equipped with a single energy shield, a metal backpack full of various medical equipment, and 6 mechanical arms with different functions. "What's wrong with this bastard?" Frost looked at the pharmacist. "We all saw him 80 years ago, and he wasn't like this back then." After hearing this, the pharmacist walked around Ryan, and the robotic arm holding the biological analysis instrument moved in front of him, allowing him to observe Ryan's body through the instrument. His physiological hormone levels are abnormal. He's very excited now. After looking around, the pharmacist stopped in front of Ryan and leaned over to examine his brain tissue. "Can we use the brain scanning device to interrogate him?" Foros asked. The pharmacist continued to observe for a while, then shook his head helplessly. "No, this guy's brain has been severely mutated, and some brain tissue has even been damaged." Foros had no choice but to wait for Chin Mo to come. After a while, after the broadcast sent by the Lord of Tyrone to the flagship sounded, the gate of the prison area slowly opened. Chin Mo entered the prison area with a guard and walked to Foros' side. "Well done, thank you," Chin Mo said with a smile. "It's my honor." Foros bowed and nodded. The guard who came with Chin Mo was Andreda, who was responsible for the interrogation. Before the interrogation began, Chin Mo stared at Ryan, his eyes piercing through Ryan's twisted skull and looking directly at his brain tissue. Chin Mo did not see a normal brain, but only a strange thing with tiny tentacles soaked in a pool of green liquid. This strange thing that does not look like brain tissue cannot be connected to the device and scanned, so Chin Mo reminded Andreda, use conventional interrogation methods. "Yes." Andreda walked up to Ryan, hit Ryan's head with his fist covered in gauntlets, and then pulled off his face skin that was pulled by the collar full of spikes. After a greeting, Andreda lifted Ryan's chin and asked him, "What is your mission?" "It is useless to torture space marines. Pain is nothing to them." But Ryan not only did not feel pain, but became more and more excited. "2 more punches, ha 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 ha. Use whatever skills you have. Don't you have any new tricks?" Looking at Ryan's excited face, Foros looked at Chin Mo helplessly, while Chin Mo looked at the pharmacist. The pharmacist's attention was always on the jar behind Ryan. "Take that thing off." Chin Mo pointed at the jar. The pharmacist also felt that the jar was related to Ryan's excited state, so he immediately did as he was told. Chapter 200. The jar filled with green liquid is connected to Ryan's body. The large or small metal tubes on the jar are inserted into the back of Ryan's head or spine, so it is not easy to remove the jar. But for the pharmacist, it is just a matter of surgery. The pharmacist uses surgical tools to remove the tubes, and injects healing drugs into each tube after removing it, in order to prevent Ryan from bleeding to death. Don't remove it. Kill me, don't touch it." Ryan screamed and struggled frantically, like a father whose children were about to be taken away from him. This undisguised fear also made the people present understand that in the eyes of this degenerate, the jar behind him was more important than his life. He could die, but he could not let anyone take the jar away from him. The pharmacist finished the operation indifferently, carried the jar back to Foros, and then watched Ryan's changes. Ryan was not as excited as before. He became very tired, his pupils were dilated and his eyes were blurred, as if his soul had been taken away. "What is your mission?" Andreda asked again. Ryan ignored Andreda, his eyes fixed on the jar in the pharmacist's hand. When Andreda was about to continue beating Ryan, Chin Mo stopped him. "You will only make him feel good if you beat him." After seeing Ryan's current state, Chin Mo could be sure that this guy was corrupted by Slanish, and he became a degenerate who pursued pleasure. This kind of people have all kinds of strange habits, and they may really like pain. "Give it back to me," Ryan said weakly. "Go get it yourself." Chin Mo made the spike that pierced Ryan become virtual, so that it could not affect Ryan's body. Ryan felt his body free, and immediately stood up and walked towards the pharmacist tremblingly, not like a warrior who could kill countless people on the battlefield, but like an old man who was about to die. Ryan came to the pharmacist step by step. When he was about to reach out to take the jar, he was pushed by the pharmacist, and then he fell backwards. This thing is like an organ that his body relies on for survival. The pharmacist lifted the jar and took a look. It's like a lung for breathing oxygen. What the pharmacist said really made sense. At this moment, Ryan was like a fish thrown onto the shore. Even a mortal or even a child could kill him. After being pushed down, Ryan struggled to crawl to Foros' feet, raised his head with great difficulty and begged, "Give it back to me. For the sake of our fighting side by side, please." Foros was unmoved, just looking down at Ryan. Ryan seemed to be getting more and more uncomfortable. He even knelt down to Foros, banging his head on the ground and begging, "Please, help me beg for mercy. Look at what you look like now." Foros raised his foot and stepped on Ryan's head. "How did you become like this? Like a begging animal, with no self-esteem." "I am an animal. I am what you say I am, as long as you can give it back to me." Ryan was staring at the jar in the pharmacist's hand, while his head was being stepped on. After seeing the extreme difference between Ryan's attitudes before and after, Andrita figured it out. He took the jar from the pharmacist, squatted down and looked at Ryan, and said softly, "As long as you answer my questions, I will return it to you." Ask quickly." Ryan nodded vigorously. "What is your mission?" Andrita asked. "Ritual, perform the ritual." Ryan responded quickly, but he was not conscious and spoke incoherently. "Huron is cooperating with Abaddon." "Huron?" "He gave Abaddon a gift." "What ceremony? What gift? Explain clearly, or I smash this thing," Andrita asked harshly. Ryan didn't answer immediately after hearing the question, because his body seemed to have lost the last bit of strength. He lay on the floor unable to move, and could only stare at the jar in Andrita's hand, like a fish staring at a basin of water. Chin Imo suddenly remembered Lucius, the chosen one of Slaanesh. Lucius could be resurrected, so he was not afraid of death. His weakness was the medicine jar behind him. As long as the medicine jar was gone, Lucius would be unable to move. Gift? A wizard? And Ryan's mouth opened and closed with difficulty, spewing out intermittent words. Everyone listened patiently, gradually piecing together what Ryan said into a complete message. This is a past event. About 2 years ago, Ryan led the Red Pirates to plunder a state religion world, and then found that most of the creatures in this state religion world had turned into twisted and grotesque meatballs, and even the land was covered with a layer of flesh and blood. There was only one wizard alive in the world. He suddenly appeared in front of Ryan and said something. "Take me to see the leader of the Black Legion. I will guide the power of the dark gods in the galaxy for him." Ryan was already foaming at the mouth, and he vaguely recounted what the wizard said at the time he said this. "He knows countless rituals. What is the purpose of the current ritual?" "I don't know." Chin Imo fell into deep thought after hearing this information. The leader of the Black Legion, isn't that Abaddon? A wizard who was found by the Red Pirates and given to Abaddon. This wizard can also perform countless rituals. Chin Imo has no impression of this wizard. In the 13th Black Crusade, someone did perform a ritual for Abaddon, and this ritual would summon a warp storm. This person was Erebus, who once caused Lorgar, the primarch of the Word-Bearers, to betray the Empire. He was a pure bad seed. Erebus would perform those evil rituals, but the rituals he performed were far from being called gifts from the dark gods. Perhaps, this black expedition will not proceed according to the original trajectory. No matter what the effect of this huge dark ritual from the hazy star field to outside the Tyrone star zone is, Cadia and the entire human race will face a more severe situation. The Cadia Gate defense zone needs more troops. Thinking about this, Chin Imo looked at Foros. "Please set off for the Cadian Gate with your regiment. You are needed there more than Tyrone." "Yes." Foros has learned about the situation in Cadia, and also has a premonition that a major war will break out in Cadia next. Of course, he is very happy to go to Cadia. However, Foros still had a little concern, that is, the Weepers had always been excluded by the Imperial high-level officials, and now they had a very good relationship with the Tyrone sector, and even the flagship was produced in the Tyrone sector. The attitude of the Imperial high-level officials towards the Weepers should have upgraded from discrimination to hostility. "Do what you can, don't worry too much." Chin Imo saw Foros' concerns. "When you arrive in Cadia, you will be warmly welcomed and helped by the Supreme Castle Lord." Foros was completely relieved, picked up the communicator, and gave Tessa an order, "Plan a route to the Cadian Gate." After giving the order, Foros looked at Chin Imo solemnly, and after a few seconds of silence, he made a promise. "If Tyrone is attacked, no matter where the Lamenters are, we will rush back to Tyrone immediately." Chin Imo wanted to say that it was unnecessary, because there were 2 star gods staying in the Tyrone sector. Unless the 4 Chaos gods came to the scene personally, the victorious marshal could not even enter the Tyrone sector, but Chin Imo still nodded to Foros. Chin Imo turned around and left with Andrita, and while walking, he ordered Andrita, "Let Adam go to the Cadian Gate immediately."